My wife suddenly turned into a money tree, because I suddenly realized, as long as I stay within 5 meters of my wife, I can earn $1 billion every second. So I quickly hugged my wife to give it a try. Unexpectedly, the sound of money being credited to my bank account immediately rang out. I immediately became excited, which means my money can be generated continuously. Becoming the richest person in the world is just around the corner, isn't it? Just then, my wife suddenly threw a divorce agreement at me. You come with me to the Civil Affairs Bureau today, let's get a divorce. Looking at the divorce agreement, I was stunned. Wife, don't be impulsive, how can I live without you? If we divorce, how will I make money? However, the coldness in my wife's eyes sent a shiver down my spine. Thinking about my past actions, I wish I could crawl into a hole right now. I looked at my wife with a face full of shame. I know I was wrong, I promise I'll treat you well in the future, can you give me another chance? My wife looked at me coldly and said, every time you say this, it's when you need me to help you pay off gambling debts. I feel scared just hearing it now. I looked at my wife's indifferent eyes and remembered my actions. Filled with deep regret, I could only muster the courage to speak. I will work hard to earn money in the future, and I won't ask you for money again. Please give me another chance. It's too late to say this now. Sashuran looked at me with a surprised expression. Coldly, she mentioned, last night you went to gamble, lost $45 million to someone you haven't forgotten, right? Right now, I really feel like hitting myself. I opened my mouth to say something, but it seemed like nothing came out. Sashuran continued, we currently have a mortgage of $1.5 million at home. We owe $780,000 outside, and now with an additional $45 million debt, I don't even have money for food. Tell me, how are we going to live? After saying this, Sashuran's eyes were slightly red, tears streaming down her fair face. I looked guiltily at my wife, not knowing how to comfort her. At that moment, I unintentionally saw myself in the mirror on the wall. At this moment, a string of numbers appeared in my mind, and as time passed, the account balance kept increasing. I was dumbfounded, 1 billion per second, is this my superpower? In an instant, I became a wealthy person. Seeing my confused expression, Sashuran felt a wave of sadness. I brought the household registration book and marriage certificate. Today, you will go with me to the Civil Affairs Bureau, let's get a divorce. I looked at Sashuran, her eyes slightly red, tears about to flow. I knew her mind was made up, and after a moment of silence, I patted her shoulder, looked into her eyes, and Sashuran frowned, asking what I was doing. I looked at her solemnly and suddenly admitted that I was indeed very confused before. You have followed me until now without enjoying any blessings, and are chased by creditors every day. If it were another woman, she probably would have divorced me long ago. I truly realize my mistake now. I promise you, give me a month, and I will definitely repay these millions of debts. If I can't do it, I will leave immediately with nothing. Sashuran exclaimed in surprise, you want to repay so much money in a month? Are you kidding me? I ignored my wife's doubts and took out a piece of paper from the drawer, organizing my thoughts. With 100,000% sincerity, I wrote a guarantee letter. I found the ink, and in front of Sashuran, I stamped my handprint. Then, filled with guilt, I handed the guarantee letter to Sashuran. After you sign your name, it will take effect immediately and have legal force. I looked at Sashuran apologetically. Sashuran, I truly know I was wrong. Please give me another chance. Sashuran looked at me with eyes full of guilt, and her heart couldn't help but soften. This time, I will temporarily believe you. If you haven't changed after a month, then let's just sign the divorce papers. I looked at her, and the haze in my heart instantly turned into a sunny day. Don't worry, I will definitely not let you down again. I hope so, perhaps disappointment has been too long. Even Sashuran's tone was faint. The heavy stone in my heart finally lifted, and my mood couldn't help but improve. Honey, let me take you to work. Sashuran didn't seem particularly pleased when he heard my words, but calmly asked, can you drive? In an instant, my face turned red. I don't have a driver's license. I've spent any money I had on cards, gambling, and drinking. Where would I get the money to learn to drive? Sashuran didn't look at me, took the guarantee and walked away. I looked at my wife's graceful figure and suddenly hated myself immensely. I didn't know how to cherish such a good wife. When I looked back in the mirror, I suddenly noticed that the balance in my account hadn't changed. If my wife moved more than 5 meters away, I wouldn't earn anything. Just when I was disappointed, a voice in my head sounded, detecting the host's good attitude of admitting mistakes. The system rewarded me with 1 billion Love Wife Fund. I looked in astonishment at the balance in my account, which had turned into 1 billion. I couldn't help but joke about the near future. I would become the richest person in the world. With 1 billion, I could not only pay off all my debts but also buy clothes for my wife. I could even renovate the house, solving all problems easily. As I watched my wife about to leave, I suddenly remembered that I had to stay within 5 meters of her. So, I hurriedly ran towards my wife, shouting, "Wait, I'll go to work with you." As I ran, Sashuran was driving an old Passat, which had just been parked in the parking space. He turned to look at me in the passenger seat and said, "Today is Saturday. I just came to sort some things out. You don't have to accompany me." I carefully examined the old interior of the car, noting the well-worn appearance and the visibly chipped fruit brand phone. Although his clothes are well-matched and good-looking, it's obviously an old style, which inevitably brings a wave of heartache. If only I weren't so incompetent. Sashuran could have been driving a nice car long ago, changing to the latest fruit phone every day, dressing as stylishly and attractively as other beautiful women. Seeing me looking around aimlessly, Sashuran felt a bit disappointed. "What are you looking at? I'm talking to you." I turned to gaze at the beautiful Sashuran with a smile on my face. "Darling, I didn't understand your work environment before. I just happened to come by today to take a look. It'll be convenient to pick you up after work in the future." My wife suddenly felt a bit surprised. After all, I'm not someone who usually picks his wife up after work. Thinking about my past behavior, my wife immediately retorted, "You don't need to put in so much effort." Upon hearing this, I couldn't help but feel despondent. I spoke solemnly, "I promise, I will change." Hearing my firm words, Sashuran's heart was slightly moved, but then he cooled down. He didn't want to be hurt again. "You can follow along, but don't disturb me." "Okay, dear." I quickly nodded and agreed wholeheartedly. After all, as long as I'm by my wife's side, it's fine. I followed my wife into the office. Although today is Saturday, there are still some people working overtime in the office. As we entered the office, our colleagues all noticed. A few gossip enthusiasts behind my wife quickly gathered together, whispering, "Who's that handsome guy? Is he the private designer's husband? Her husband is so handsome, no wonder she married him. What's the use of being handsome? Can it be eaten?" Sashuran was calculating in his mind the things he needed to do today. When he saw the sophisticated lady in Chanel professional attire, applying bright red lipstick, approaching him, he realized it was too late to escape. The lipstick lady noticed Sashuran, her eyes showing disdain, twisting her wasteless body as she slithered over to Sashuran. With her red lips parted, emitting a fragrant scent, the lipstick lady demanded, "Why haven't you given me the design drafts, Sashuran? It's been days. Are you always this inefficient?" Her loud voice was so overwhelming that even I, standing behind Sashuran, couldn't help but want to cover my ears. Sashuran, seemingly accustomed to this, replied calmly, "The design drafts are ready. I will send them to your email once I organize them." I looked at the calm and composed Sashuran, my eyebrows slightly furrowing. The lipstick lady looked at Sashuran, the elegant and beautiful Sashuran, with a look that could have shaken the makeup off her face. "Hurry up. If I don't see the design drafts today, you can find another company to work for. I don't understand why this person is so rude to my wife." The lipstick lady happened to see me behind Sashuran and inquired, "Is this Sashuran? Allow me to introduce, this is my husband, Xu Xian, and my direct superior, Hu Yangxia." The lipstick lady looked at Sashuran and me with disdain. "I see, so you're the one living off your wife," remarked Hu Yangxia. Suddenly, Xu Ran's anger flared up, unconsciously blocking me behind her, and she said to manager Hu Yanxia, "This is my husband, not a freeloader." I was instantly caught off guard. I didn't expect that just now Xu Ran, who was talking about divorce with me, would actually defend me like this. "I won't let you down." Hu Yanxia, seeing Xu Ran's anger, paid no attention and said, "Young man, what's your background?" While saying this, he patted my shoulder. Then I saw the lines appearing above Aunt Lipstick's head, bank account balance of 5.3 million yuan, 4 properties under her name, and 3 vehicles. My husband is playing a game with his lover, and my son Zhang Rongfei is contemplating suicide. Can you believe it? Even spouses know where they are? Seeing this sentence and then looking at Aunt Lipstick, I instantly felt like her head was like a grassland. This system's features are truly comprehensive. Wu Yanxia was originally expecting my answer, but seeing me remain silent for a long time, she couldn't help but look down on me, saying, "You don't even answer after so long. Do you even have a job? What else could you be if not a freeloader?" And whose words instantly made Xu Ran's face feel dim. I don't deny that when Xu Ran married me, it was somewhat based on looks, but at that time, I was indeed a talented individual. Moreover, I was a literary talent with good writing skills, and I enjoyed various sports. My figure was often seen on the basketball court. Back then, we were known as the perfect couple. Who would have known that after a few years of marriage, I would become a wastrel indulging in drinking, gambling, and whoring? My appearance remains the same, but my heart has changed a lot. However, when I heard what Auntie Lipstick said, I wasn't very angry. After all, compared to the grasslands, I seem much better off. Then I politely explained that I am a freelancer with a job, now doing things I enjoy. When Antu heard my words, she immediately mocked me, saying freelancing was just living off others. Upon hearing this, Sishu Ran's anger flared up. Seeing the onlookers around us all ears, listening intently, I tried hard to control myself. Antu, my husband and I are legally married, isn't it inappropriate for you to say that? Antu didn't see anything wrong, persisting in her argument. What's inappropriate? A young man without a job, isn't he just living off others? Let me tell you, young man, stop getting involved in this. As long as you serve me well, I'll pay you double. With a smug look, she put her hands on her hips, glancing at the colleagues around. I was instantly petrified, openly snatching someone's husband, and doing it in the company. Sishu Ran couldn't believe what was happening. My heart ached a little for my wife, it seems she has suffered a lot in silence. Then I put on a smile and looked at Antu. The sudden smile seemed to unsettle Antu for some reason, then I slowly walked up to her. Standing side by side with Sishuran, when Sishuran saw my actions, he suddenly looked disappointed. Is this person really planning to freeload? With a serious expression, I spoke, Manager who, right? Your husband is now in room 1001 at AI Jia Hotel on Xinzhong Road. If you go now, you might still catch a good show. As soon as these words were spoken, a wave of shock swept through the surroundings. Antu's face instantly changed drastically. She opened her mouth wide and angrily exclaimed, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Sishuran's face also changed dramatically upon hearing my words. He quickly pulled me aside. "What did you say?" I remained calm and composed. "Don't believe me? Your husband's last name is Zheng, right?" Antu blurted out in surprise. "How did you know?" Sishuran's expression was even more incredulous. "He never told me about Hu Yanxia." I smiled faintly. "I think your focus right now should be on going to AI Jia Hotel. Kid, let me tell you, you can eat anything, but don't speak nonsense. This is defamation." Antu angrily accused me. I took out my phone and checked the time. The enemy still had 15 minutes to end the battle. With such a calm attitude, Antu suddenly had a feeling that what I said was true. "Don't talk nonsense," I said to Sir Shiran as he pinched my arm. "When have I ever spoken nonsense? Trust me." I even patted Sir Shiran's hand confidently. "Wu Mama couldn't hold back anymore. If you're lying, I won't let you off. If what I said is false, I will publicly apologize to you and compensate you for any mental distress. Just you wait." Wu Mama pointed at me and then took big strides towards the elevator. The colleagues around watched Hu Yanxia leave, gossiping intensely. What does Sir Shiran's husband do? How does he know so much? I bet he's a fortune teller. Hearing the surrounding gossip, Sir Shiran couldn't help but turn his head. His serious expression and sharp gaze instantly silenced the gossipers. Then, he pulled me into his office and closed the door. "Accusing me," he said, "you're spreading rumors about Manager Hu the first time you met her." Seeing him like that, I couldn't help but smile. "Honey, I really didn't spread rumors." Sir Shiran helplessly rolled his eyes. "Don't take it lightly. The way you speak, someone could sue you for defamation." Seeing Sir Shiran roll his eyes, I suddenly found him so cute. "Honey, you have to believe me, what I said is true." Sir Shiran looked at me. Despite my flaws, he knew I wasn't someone who liked to brag. "Tell me, how did you really know?" Looking at Sir Shiran standing in front of the desk, I felt a surge of pride. "Honey, this story is a long one. I obtained a secret book and the strange skills described in it, while Sishuran, just listen to my nonsense seriously." In his office, a strange mythological atmosphere slowly filled the air, as if this was the first time in a long time that the two of them had been so quiet together. At the entrance of the Aijia Hotel on Xinzhong Road, a red villa car just parked. It was Hu Yanxia in professional attire, rushing straight into the hotel, and urgently heading to the front desk. "I want to book room 1001. "Sure, please wait a moment." The front desk girl typed on the keyboard and checked the room information. "I'm sorry, madam, this room has already been booked. Would you like to see other rooms?" Hu Yanxia was furious, asking if the person who booked this room was named Zheng Qian. The front desk girl was startled by her momentum and quickly looked at the name on the monitor. No, it's not Zheng Qian." Hu Yanxia was puzzled, realizing that the freeloading man had made a mistake. The room was booked by a lady named Zhang Yun. These words made Hu Yanxia feel a surge of blood to her head. "That's my best friend. No, not anymore. Dare to touch my man." Hu Yanxia headed straight for the elevator. Seeing this, the front desk girl hurried to stop her, saying, "Miss, you can't go in." But it was too late. Hu Yanxia swiftly entered the elevator. In front of room 1001, the furious Hu Yanxia, like a possessed Hercules, fiercely pounds on the door, shouting, "Open the door, damn it!" Seeing no response, Hu Yanxia kicks the door open and swiftly enters the room, twisting her agile yet plump body. Inside the room, Zheng Qian hurriedly puts on clothes. There is another woman in the room, looking terrified as she watches the angry Hu Yanxia. Zheng Qian, startled, stammers, "Wife, why are you here? You're truly my good friend," Hu Yanxia says sarcastically as she proceeds to give a heavy beating, followed by screams. Ignoring everything, Hu Yanxia removes her high heels and smacks Zheng Qian with them. Meanwhile, I hum a song, chop vegetables, prepare dinner, and contemplate my next plan. After all, possessing the ability to see through others' assets, even their marital status, without achieving any remarkable feats feels like not fully utilizing this special ability. As I cut meat pieces while thinking about future plans, my mood is unusually good. The feeling of cooking for a loved one is truly wonderful. In no time, the delicious and aromatic dishes are already served on the table. Glancing at the empty house, I mutter to myself, the house is quite big, but empty. It seems I'll have to gradually fill it up. Guarding my wife who earns 10,000 yuan per hour, plus the 1 billion gift package from the system, enough for me to splurge for a while. Just then, the sound of the door lock being unlocked is heard at the entrance. Sishuren returned home dragging her exhausted body, mentioning just a simple task of tidying up, but as she did more, including teaching design drafts to Hu Yanxia. Upon entering the house, Sishuren noticed a difference in the atmosphere today, with the scent of food wafting through the air. Instantly, it stirred the glutton in his stomach. Curiously changing into slippers, he called out at the door, "I'm back." At noon, I mentioned coming back to cook. Sishuren thought it was a joke, but with the whole house filled with aroma, it seemed like no joke. I saw Sishuren standing dumbfounded at the door and spoke up quickly. "You've come back just in time, the soup is ready. Go wash your hands first, then come for the meal." Sishuren watched me run into the kitchen and almost felt like she entered the wrong house. She walked slowly to the dining table, gazing at the fragrant dishes, feeling strange in her heart. Seeing Sishuren dazed at the dining table, I quickly put down the soup in my hands. "Why haven't you gone to wash your hands yet?" Sishuren pointed at the dishes on the table, opening her mouth in disbelief. "You made all of this? You didn't order takeout, did you?" I smiled and replied, "Yes, I made all of this. No takeout. Go wash your hands and let's eat." Sishuren, half believing and half doubting, could only go change clothes and wash her hands first. Looking at the braised beef brisket and stewed chicken on the table, I still can't believe I made this. Quickly taste my cooking, I added a piece of brisket for Sishuren. Sishuren, half in doubt, took a taste and instantly felt the flavor was indeed different. "The taste is good, this is really made by you." "Of course, why would I lie to you? Eat more." Sishuren has been busy all day, already starving. Without saying anything else about the delicious food, we dug in. I watched as Sishuren enjoyed the meal. I suddenly felt very happy. The phrase "beauty with food" must refer to Sishuren. It seems like we haven't sat down like this for a long time, enjoying a good meal. By the way, how did you know about Aunt Hu's husband? Almost done with the meal, Sishuren finally remembered what she wanted to ask. I held a bowl of soup in my hands, serving it to Sishuren. "I recently learned a new skill, which I happened to use at Aunt Hu's place." Curiously, Sishuren asked, "What skill? Why didn't you mention it before?" I chuckled. "I happened to meet an expert and learn some fortune-telling skills. I just learned it, haven't had a chance to tell you yet." Sishuren stared at me, sensing something different about me. "I've made a decision." Sishuren elegantly lifted the bowl of soup, looking at me and asked, "What have you decided?" "I've decided to open a fortune-telling shop." Sishuren almost spit out the soup, realizing I'd made a change. Why does it feel like the more I change, the more unreliable it gets? Seeing Sir Shuren's embarrassed look, I quickly handed him a tissue. "I hope you can make some changes, but I also hope you can become reliable." I patiently explained, "Wife, this fortune-telling shop is reliable, and it's a livelihood based on skill. Besides, it's a job after all, better than aimlessly wandering outside. You've never done this before, now you've learned a bit and want to open a shop. Isn't that deceiving people?" Sir Shuren still doesn't seem very reliable to me. "Wife, don't worry, didn't I predict Aunt Hu's situation accurately?" I looked at Sir Shuren with a smile, aiming to gain my wife's support, which would lead to half the success of the business. Sir Shuren looked at me with shining eyes. "Regardless, I am indeed changing." This matter may not seem reliable to Sir Shuren, but having something to do is better than aimlessly wandering outside. "You can give it a try, but if you open a shop, I have no money to invest in you." I couldn't help but laugh. "Wife, I'm not asking you for money." The next morning, when Sir Shuren woke up, he found that I had already left. On the dining table, there were warm sandwiches and coffee, with a yellow note in the middle of the plate, saying "Heartwarming breakfast is ready, please enjoy, my dear wife." Sir Shuren looked at the breakfast, his lips slightly curling upwards, as if everything was truly different. "The weather in the morning is still clear, and I've been wandering around the antique street for half a day, looking for a suitable place to open a fortune-telling shop. The atmosphere of the antique street is just right for this kind of thing. The shops along the road have all opened. A simple person started wandering around the street. I passed by a place that looked like a courtyard and couldn't help but stop. The place is surrounded by greenery, tranquil and peaceful. It's a nice place, quite suitable for opening a shop. Thinking like this, I gradually walked over, and coincidentally, there was a sign hanging at the door for transfer. It's the right place. As soon as I entered, I saw several lush pine trees, full of vitality. In the middle of the courtyard, there was a wooden rocking chair, next to which was a wooden coffee table. On the rocking chair sat a greasy, chubby person in a tank top and shorts, with so much flesh on his face that it almost obscured his eyes. He saw me coming clearly and asked, "How can I help you, young man looking to take over the shop?" I looked at the environment inside and felt it was even more suitable. I asked directly, "So, how much to take over this place?" The chubby man sipped his tea with a smirk and said, "If you want to take over this shop, it's $50,000 a year for a 2-year lease, with a $100,000 deposit. Take it or leave it." I readily agreed, "Sure, no problem. With my startup capital of $1 billion, I can afford this expense." Hearing my quick agreement, the chubby man couldn't help but feel he had quoted a low price. The young man took over the shop, ready to do something. I openly admitted that I was planning to open a fortune-telling shop. "What kind of fortune-telling shop are you running?" The chubby guy's eyes widened, looking me up and down. The young man looks energetic, with a sunny and handsome vibe. Why engage in so many deceitful trades at a young age? I furrowed my brows slightly. This below isn't considered a deceitful trade, not deceitful. Then come and give me a reading. If it's accurate, I'll waive 2 years of rent for you. The chubby guy glanced at me disdainfully. I couldn't help but smile. To have a landlord so willing to save money for him, all right then. I reached out my hand for him to read, pretending to grasp his greasy right hand, stepping into character. Just as I held the chubby guy's hand, several lines of text flashed above the chubby guy's head. Name, Wang Qiankuan, bank account balance of 1.3 million, 6 properties under his name, 1 vehicle. Private stash of 3,000 yuan, under the fridge, an heirloom purple clay teapot valued at 1 million, spouse, Li Yun, unemployed daughter, Wang Rui, a middle schooler watching me. What are you doing? Reading poems? The chubby guy, seeing me staring at him, frowned, but I was just looking at the text above his head. Then I smiled slightly and said, "Your surname is Wang." Hearing the name Qiankuan, the chubby guy was taken aback, then chuckled. Having a manly name like that isn't surprising. I smiled and said, "You have a daughter." As soon as I mentioned the daughter, the chubby guy looked at me directly. "I can handle it. I have some skills. But this is just the basics." The chubby guy thought I was clueless. How could a stranger like me know so much? I chuckled, "Your 3,000 yuan secret stash hidden under the fridge, quite the hiding spot." This sentence startled the chubby guy. He quickly withdrew his greasy hand. "How did you know?" I sat up straight and quietly said, "Seems like you have a family heirloom." The chubby guy's expression turned fearful. "Who are you exactly?" I didn't explain much, just calmly said, "In that case, can the rent for this courtyard be waived for 2 years? How did you know about the family heirloom? Did you investigate me?" The chubby guy felt extremely fearful, as this stranger seemed to know all his secrets. Why would I want to default on payment? I chuckled. I, Wang Qiankuan, have never defaulted on payment. The chubby guy is more concerned about the family heirloom. Since you know about it, I won't hide it. It's been missing for a while now. If you can tell me where it is, waiving 2 years' rent is a small matter. I glanced at the expensive tea on the coffee table, realizing the host was well off. I nodded slightly. "Believe it or not, I do know where it is." The chubby guy immediately sat up, his face filled with joy. "You really know where it is?" "In your wife's possession." One would expect the chubby guy to be happy. Unexpectedly, the chubby guy's expression turned cold the next moment. Knowing is knowing, not knowing is not knowing. But spreading rumors is not right. Watching the chubby guy's dramatic change in expression, I felt something was amiss. This system is never wrong. Your family heirloom is a purple clay teapot, right? Upon hearing this, Wang Pengzi's face was full of surprise. Wang Pengzi never expected that, despite my young age, I could actually tell fortunes with such depth of knowledge. Seeing that he still didn't quite believe, I stared into his eyes and repeated word for word. I said, "It's in your wife's hands." "But my wife doesn't know." Wang Pengzi noticed my serious expression, realizing I wasn't joking with him at all. He tilted his head in confusion, thought for a moment, and then cautiously spoke. "So you mean, that purple clay teapot is indeed in his hands, he just doesn't say it." "Right, I didn't say anything, but my eyes were very certain." "Don't lie to me. If this is true, I'll waive your rent for 5 years. If it's false, boy, you'll be in for a beating. With Wang Pangzi laying down the threat, I, not minding my surprise, quickly ran out. I watched Wang Pangzi's running posture and silhouette, couldn't help but chuckle, then looked around at the decent courtyard, and smiled with satisfaction. Wang Qiankuan drove home in a hurry. This purple clay teapot has been passed down in the Wang family for 4 generations. However, Wang Qiankuan hasn't seen this teapot for who knows how long. Its current market value is estimated to be over 1 million. It's said to be the final masterpiece of a famous teapot master. Even 1 million is considered a conservative estimate. If it were auctioned, it could reach 2 million on the market, regardless of money concerns. Losing a family heirloom, Wang Qiankuan had no way to explain to his father at home. Now, someone finally told him that his family heirloom was actually in his own home. How could he not be anxious? Anxiously, as soon as he entered the house, he shouted loudly, "Wife, are you home?" Wang Qiankuan's wife, Li Yun, in her 30s, looks very young due to good care. Standing next to Wang Qiankuan, she looks like his eldest daughter. Seeing Wang Qiankuan rushing in anxiously like a monkey, she couldn't help but feel a bit disdainful in her heart. Flustered and flustered, she asked, "What's going on?" Wang Qiankuan, unable to contain his urgency, asked in a loud tone, "Where is my family's heirloom purple clay teapot?" Li Yun was a bit surprised. Since the purple clay teapot went missing, Wang Qiankuan had never inquired about it. Today, why did he suddenly rush back to question her? Li Yun's eyes showed a hint of evasion. Without a good tone, she retorted, "Wasn't it lost a long time ago? Why are you in a hurry to find it now?" Wang Qiankuan patiently said, "Wife, you must know where that purple clay teapot is. Quickly give it to me. It's our Wang family's heirloom treasure." Li Yun became impatient. "What do you mean your Wang family's heirloom treasure? What do you mean I know? Since you mentioned all these things, I haven't really seen them. How did it become my responsibility to know?" Wang Qiankuan felt he had played his trump card. "Wife, I met a wise person today. They said the purple clay teapot is in our house, and specifically, with you." Upon hearing this, Li Yun was instantly furious. "Fine. But who has misled Wang Qiankuan into coming back to me after hearing a few words from someone else?" Seeing his wife angry, Wang Qiankuan felt a bit dejected. "Dear, listen to me. That expert truly knows everything. Keep searching, maybe it was just misplaced." Li Yun was thoroughly enraged this time, pointing at Wang Qiankuan's head. "In broad daylight, are you drunk or crazy? Where did you hear such nonsense? Come back and question me." Feeling dizzy from his wife's finger pointing at his head, Wang Qiankuan clarified, "Dear, I'm not accusing, I'm just asking. Are you a blockhead?" Li Yun shouted, while Wang Qiankuan started to cry. "Since I married you, not a single day has been good. I gave birth to your child, managed the household, never had a day of leisure. Finally, our daughter is grown, and I thought I could have some free time. You easily believe rumors and conceive after hearing a few words from others. Are you even human? Speak up." Li Yun grabbed Wang Qiankuan's collar tightly. Wang Qiankuan almost vomited from the shaking. Seeing his wife in tears, he quickly reached out to gently sit her down on a chair. "Darling, please don't cry. Can't I admit my mistakes? It's all my fault." As he spoke, he slapped himself a few times, leaving palm prints on his chubby face, looking somewhat pitiful. Watching Wang Qiankuan slap himself, Li Yun's heart softened, and she stopped crying. Wang Qiankuan watched as his wife finally calmed down, feeling relieved. "Dear, calm down. I'll go find that brat right away and teach him a lesson. I'll make him come and apologize to you, make amends." He turned and dashed out the door, just after Wang Qiankuan left. Li Yun's expression changed instantly, a fierce look on her face. Through gritted teeth, she muttered to herself, "I've followed you and got nothing. Now, just because of a few words outside, you come to settle scores with me. Wang Qiankuan, oh Wang Qiankuan, you won't find the family heirloom." Then he thought, this Wang Qiankuan is always hanging around the antique street. If someone truly calculates the whereabouts of the purple clay teapot, he will have to come back and confront him. Thinking this, Li Yun decided to take decisive action, no longer allowing Wang Qiankuan to be influenced by villains. He wiped his face with a towel, then walked to the bottom of the bed, pulling out a box wrapped in black cloth from underneath. He hurriedly placed it in his usual shopping bag, then quickly left the house. Meanwhile, Wang Qiankuan drove back to the antique street in a hurry, with one thing on his mind: to settle scores with me. After Wang Qiankuan returned home, I didn't immediately leave the small temple. I sat on the recliner like Wang Qiankuan, quietly listening to the wind and watching the trees in the courtyard, savoring the rare moment of peace. Fatty Wang Qiankuan has already driven back. He pushed open the wooden door, ran towards me while muttering curses. "You little rascal, you're just a fraud." Seeing me lying on his lounge chair, he exploded in anger. Originally lying on the lounge chair, when I saw Wang Qiankuan charging towards me aggressively, I probably guessed why. Wang Qiankuan rushed over and started scolding me. I said, "We don't even know each other. How could you possibly know where my family heirloom is? You truly are a fraud." I could tell by his expression that his wife must have denied it. People wouldn't readily admit to such things, but what needs to be done now is to calm Fatty down. Fatty Wang, however, pounced on me, grabbing my arm and preparing to leave. "You little rascal, you're so unreliable, why don't you do something good? Every day is a lie. I'll take you to the police station now." Just as the fat man was dragging Chu Chen, Dai Ermei and the assistant had already arrived at the door. However, the two people who were pulling and tugging did not notice the two people standing at the door at all. Chu Chen didn't care about Wang Qiankuan's pulling, but when Wang Qiankuan touched him, he suddenly noticed that the words on Wang Qiankuan's head began to change. Name, Wang Qiankuan, 5437 bank account balance, 800,294 yuan, properties, 6 sets in total, vehicles, 1 in total, private money, 3,000 yuan, bottom of the refrigerator, family heirloom purple sand teapot, market value of 1 million, Zhang Kuan. Spouse Li Yun, unemployed, lover Zhang Kuan, daughter Wang Rui, junior high school student, this. The purple sand teapot has been replaced? Why is the money less? But what surprised Chu Chen the most was that the system actually updated in real time. Judging from Wang Qiankuan's appearance, he probably didn't even know he was already a prairie man. Although Wang Fat looks strong, his strength is really not that great. After pulling Chu Chen for a long time, Chu Chen hardly moved. But he still didn't let up. "You liar, come with me. Let's go to the police station." Seeing that he couldn't move Chu Chen, Wang Qiankuan, in a fit of anger, took out his phone to call the police. At that moment, Chu Chen suddenly asked, "Who is Zhang Kuan?" Wang Qiankuan, who was about to make the call, was taken aback. "How do you know Zhang Kuan? Can you let me go first?" Chu Chen looked at him and smiled slightly. Wang Qiankuan quickly let go of Chu Chen. "No, you have to tell me, how do you know Zhang Kuan?" Chu Chen straightened his clothes. "Of course, I calculated it." You really can tell fortunes?" Wang Fat was a bit unsure at this moment. You know, Zhang Kuan is a distant relative of his, and they don't usually interact much. Not to mention outsiders, even the people around him don't know about this relative. Chu Chen nodded seriously and said, "I came here to open a fortune-telling shop. I can figure out everything about you." Wang Qiankuan looked at Chu Chen and realized he wasn't joking. "So, do you really know where my family heirloom is?" Chu Chen nodded again. "Yes. I know, and it's no longer in your wife's hands." Wang Qiankuan was shocked. "What? Where did it go?" Before Chu Chen could answer, a commotion came from the door. Chu Chen and Wang Qiankuan looked up and saw Li Yun leading a few people rushing into the courtyard. Li Yun raised her right hand, pointing at Chu Chen and shouted, "It's this liar, get him." 4 people rushed out from behind her, holding batons. Obviously, they came prepared. The situation instantly became chaotic. But Chu Chen stood there stupidly, because at that moment, a familiar voice sounded in his mind. Host detected to be in a dangerous period. The system provides a strong body enhancement pill. Strong body enhancement pill. This name is really straightforward. System, can I take the strong body enhancement pill now? You can. Then Chu Chen felt a cool sensation in his throat. Just swallow it like this? Just as Chu Chen was surprised, that cool sensation had already reached his stomach from his throat. In an instant, a heat began to spread throughout Chu Chen's body. Chu Chen, who had already felt the changes in himself, was greatly surprised. What's happening? Chu Chen closed his eyes to feel the changes in his body. At this moment, his hands and feet were warm, and due to the abundance of heat, Chu Chen felt like he had endless strength. Just then, Chu Chen felt a danger approaching him. Chu Chen opened his eyes and saw a fierce-looking strong man holding a stick swinging towards him. These actions seemed like slow motion to Chu Chen. The Dolly pill actually has this effect? Chu Chen moved slightly, dodging the attack, causing the strong man to shiver and almost stumble. The next tall and thin man had already come in front of Chu Chen, swinging the stick down at him. Chu Chen dodged the attack and pushed the thin man, sending him flying more than 10 meters away. Chu Chen looked at his big hand. Huh? Have I become this strong? His push instantly made the people behind him hesitant to move. In Dai Ermei's live broadcast room, the number of viewers was rapidly increasing. Oh my, they're fighting. Wow, they have such complete equipment. Can someone explain the current situation? Of the 4 people brought by Li Yun, 2 had already been dealt with by Chu Chen, and the remaining 2 were too scared to move. Li Yun's temper flared up. Are you not going to fight? 1 against 4, and you still can't win? Big sister, he's obviously a skilled fighter. We can't beat him. Wang Qiankuan was about to ask where the purple clay pot was, but before he could ask, his wife had brought people, leaving him a bit confused. Wife, why are you here? Why am I here? If I didn't come, you would have been swindled out of everything by this scammer. Wang Qianquan wanted to explain, wife, despite his young age, he is really skilled. Li Yun, looking at him, became even angrier. Are you an idiot? What does this young guy know? Shu Chen didn't care about what Li Yun was saying, he was more concerned about how to make Li Yun touch him. This system required physical contact to know the other person's situation. Without contact between men and women, there might be no way. Just as Chu Chen was thinking about what to do, Li Yun's finger had already touched his head. Li Yun didn't believe that Chu Chen, being so young, could be a master. Moreover, even if he was a master, she couldn't let him say too much now. Many things didn't need Wang Qianquan to know. So she took the initiative, pointing her finger at Chu Chen's head. At such a young age, can't you do anything else but come out to deceive people? Look at how you've deceived my old man. He doesn't even believe his wife's words anymore. Chu Chen almost laughed out loud, thinking to himself, I don't know if I'm scamming for money or goods. However, he didn't have time to deal with Li Yun because as soon as Li Yun's finger touched him, rows of words appeared above her head. Name, Li Yun, 5661 bank account balance. 3,330,294 yuan, 4228 bank account balance, 500,000 yuan, properties, 0 sets, vehicles, 0, private funds, 21,422 yuan, under the bed, spouse, Wang Qianquan, lover, Zhang Kuan, at Aijia Hotel, around 5 p.m. the day before yesterday, at Aijia Hotel, daughter, Wang Rui, middle school student. Shu Chen thought, indeed, this Li Yun has some issues. Glancing at the time, Shu Chen decided not to delay any longer. After all, he still had to go home and cook dinner for his wife. Blocking the hand poking his head, he spoke loudly, you withdrew 500,000 this morning, and you still have over 3 million in another account. You have around 20,000 in private funds hidden under your bed. You handed the purple clay pot to Zhang Kuan around 11 o'clock, and Zhang Kuan is now at Aijia Hotel. If you go now, you can catch him. These few sentences were shouted out in succession, and the surroundings instantly quieted down. Li Yun's face showed a variety of colors in an instant. Even Wang Qianquan was dumbfounded when he heard this. The only lively place was De Ermiai's live broadcast room. Wow, this guy can really expose secrets. Is this just made up? Wang Qianquan's head finally cleared up from the explosion, suddenly shouting loudly, You actually have hidden private money? And you've hidden over 20,000? Li Yun was suddenly furious. Are you tracking me? Shu Chen laughed out loud. How is that possible? I've been staying in this courtyard all along. Among the 4 people behind Li Yun, one of them curiously asked, Are these all calculated by you? Shu Chen nodded at him, instantly attracting the inexplicable admiration of these 4 people. Li Yun at this moment simply couldn't believe that Zhang Kuan actually had romantic affairs outside. You're talking nonsense. Zhang Kuan is not that kind of person. Wang Qianquan looked at Li Yun in surprise. How do you know what kind of person Zhang Kuan is? Li Yun didn't want to deal with Wang Qianquan at all. All she could think of now was, Zhang Kuan is now at the Aijia Hotel. Shu Chen stopped beating around the bush and said, by the way, around 5 p.m. 2 days ago, were you with Zhang Kuan at that Aijia Hotel? Damn, what's your relationship with Zhang Kuan? Wang Qianquan finally couldn't help it, grabbing Li Yun's hand and shouting angrily. Hearing Chu Chen's words, Li Yun's face turned red and then white. What relationship? I have no relationship with him. Isn't he your distant relative? You went to a hotel with my distant relative? Wang Qianquan usually doted on Li Yun very much. He didn't even dare to speak loudly. Now, after hearing this news, he instantly felt a rush of heat from his heart to his head. I buy you bags every day, give you money, and you're actually seeing someone else outside? In De Ermiai's live broadcast room, wow, this fat guy has really been cuckolded. Is this person speaking so accurately? I want him to calculate for me. Why ask him to tell fortunes? Just to find out if you're wearing a cuckold's hat? Ha ha ha. Wang Qianquan's heart felt like it was bleeding. Li Yun couldn't speak at this moment. Go get my purple sand teapot back. If you can't get it back, we'll get a divorce. Wang Qianquan finally thought of that purple sand teapot. Who knew Li Yun would say, our family is so poor now. It's better to sell the purple sand teapot. Zhang Kuan said he's willing to pay 200,000. When Wang Qianquan heard this, he was once again enraged. When has our family ever been short of money? Am I short of money to feed you, or am I short of money to drink for you? You've saved over 3 million yourself. Do you really need to sell our family heirloom? At this moment, Shu Chen quietly interjected, that family heirloom purple sand teapot is worth 1 million. Selling it for 200,000 is really a big loss. Li Yun suddenly felt her blood boiling. Zhang Kuan said that pot is worth 200,000. Wang Qiankuan couldn't hold back anymore. Slap. A slap hit Li Yun's face. You spendthrift woman, how dare you sell even my family heirloom? I'm divorcing you now. As soon as Wang Fatty spoke, De Ermiai's live broadcast room became even more lively. Fatty did well. Yes, selling something worth 1 million for 200,000. What a waste. This fortune teller looks quite handsome. Just then, Shuchen suddenly shouted, "Oh, it's too late, I have to go home and cook for my wife." In De Ermiai's live broadcast room, wow, this man is so family-oriented. Ermiai, can we have him on the live broadcast in the future? I really want him to tell my fortune. Shuchen handed a business card to Wang Qiankuan. I've taken over this shop. Once you sort out your affairs, remember to call me. After speaking, he walked out of the small courtyard. In the early morning, Sishi Churan, who was still asleep, felt as if he had smelled the scent of toast in his dream. It would be so nice if there really were toast. Sishi Churan stretched lazily and walked out of the bedroom. But he saw Chu Chen busy in the kitchen. The duck-shaped bread machine was toasting slices of bread, and the coffee machine was emitting a rich and fragrant aroma. Chu Chen, wearing an apron that said, "I am a cook," cracked an egg into the pan with a click. Sizzle. The aroma accompanied by the sizzling of hot oil wafted through the kitchen. Sishi Churan looked at the handsome figure and felt slightly surprised. There really is toast. Looking at the slightly warm scene in front of her, she felt a soft spot in her heart unintentionally. When did you learn to make breakfast? Sishi Churan lazily leaned against the door, her voice super gentle just after waking up in the morning. Chu Chen turned to see Sishi Churan's face, which was as beautiful as a celestial being, her well-proportioned figure under the oversized pajamas, her whole body glowing white. His heart suddenly moved, feeling a sweetness in his throat, and his eyes inadvertently revealed tenderness. Did I wake you up? Go wash up first, breakfast will be ready soon. Although he said to go wash up, his eyes never left Sishi Churan. Sishi Churan looked at his warm and moist eyes and suddenly felt her face blush. Embarrassed, she touched her face. I'll go wash up first. After saying that, she turned and walked away, while Chu Chen watched Sishi Churan's figure with reluctance. Sishi Churan took a bite of the sandwich made by Chu Chen and found it surprisingly delicious. With wide eyes, she excitedly said, "It tastes good." Seeing Sishi Churan's sweet expression, Chu Chen's mood inexplicably improved. "You like it? I'll make it for you again tomorrow." Okay. Sishi Churan blurted out, completely forgetting that Chu Chen was still on probation. Seeing her happy eating, Chu Chen felt even more pleased. Taking advantage of his wife's good mood, Chu Chen suggested, "By the way, let's go buy some furniture or something today. The house is too empty now." While Chu Chen proposed today's activity, Sishi Churan's expression dimmed. Looking at the simple and unadorned style of the surrounding rooms, she slowly spoke, "Buy things, do you have money now?" Chu Chen thought for a moment and said, "I made some money by reading people's fortunes." Sishi Churan still had some doubts in her heart. "Reading fortunes? Can you make money from that?" Chu Chen nodded and modestly said, "Yes, if it's accurate, you can make some money." "Can you be accurate?" "So far, I haven't been wrong. I hope you're not deceiving people." Chu Chen smiled wryly, "Although I'm not a good person, I don't deceive people." Although Sishi Churan didn't like what Chu Chen was doing now, at least she knew what he was up to every day, which was much better than before when he went gambling, drinking, and fighting. At worst, they could buy cheaper furniture. Thinking of this, Sishi Churan finally spoke, "Let's go take a look after we finish eating. The house is indeed too empty." Okay. Listen to the wife. Chu Chen smiled, looking at his wife as if stars were about to burst from his eyes. Sishi Churan had breakfast for the first time and felt like her face was on fire. Red Star Home City. It is said to be the city's largest building materials and home furnishing mall. Various high-end home furnishings can be found here. Chu Chen and Sishi Churan were browsing in a store specializing in living room furniture. "This coffee table looks nice." Sishi Churan pointed to a rectangular black and white coffee table. Chu Chen smiled, "If you like it, buy it." Sishi Churan looked at the price tag, 28,000 yuan. She couldn't help but exclaim, "A coffee table, so expensive." Indeed, simple yet not simple. Chu Chen Shun picked up the tag and looked at the price, "Only 28,000, not expensive, let's buy it." Si Charan heard his words and casually patted his shoulder, jokingly said, "How much money did you make? You dared to buy a 28,000 tea table." Chu Chen Shun was about to tease his wife, but at this moment, a sharp voice came from behind. "Exactly. Living off someone else, yet daring to buy such expensive things." Hearing this, Chu Qinshan and Si Charan both looked back and saw a woman in a blue cheongsam holding hands with a bald man. These two were strangers to Chu Qinshan, but Si Charan's expression changed slightly upon seeing her. Si Charan linked arms with Chu Qinshan and politely said, "My money is my husband's money. The situation you mentioned doesn't exist." "Oh, how nicely put. The first time I've heard someone talk about living off someone in such a fresh and refined way." The woman in the cheongsam sneered, as if she found something very funny. Chu Qinshan frowned, looking at the mocking woman in front of him, then at Si Charan, who didn't seem pleased to see her. Chu Qinshan gently looked at Si Charan and asked softly, "Wife, who is this?" At the same time, he lightly patted her hand. Feeling comforted by Chu Qinshan, Si Charan looked at him with gentle eyes and suddenly felt calmer. "This is Tianime, the marketing manager of my company." "Oh, so you're manager Tian. Nice to meet you." Chu Qinshan greeted in a pretentious manner. Si Charan looked at the bald man next to Tianime and asked, "Ime, who is this?" Upon hearing Si Charan's question, Tianime's face lit up with a smile. "He is my boyfriend, Lu Yuan, the deputy general manager of Nature Apparel." Nature Apparel. Si Charan was genuinely surprised this time. "Deputy Lu, hello." Si Charan was surprised that someone as important as the deputy general manager of such a big company would be interested in Tianime. After all, Nature Apparel was the fifth most well-known apparel company in the city. Although Tianime was decent-looking and had a good figure, she was no match for Si Charan. One was like heaven, the other like earth. As a fashion designer, Si Charan naturally understood the importance of this company. Seeing Tianime's smug expression, Chu Qinshan whispered to Si Charan, "Is this company very powerful?" Si Charan nodded. "Oh." Chu Qinshan nodded, looking at the bald old man, lost in thought. Lu Yuan, on the other hand, saw the heavenly beauty of Si Charan and his eyes lit up, looking her up and down with a lecherous gaze. "Hello, hello. How should I address the beauty?" As he spoke, Lu Yuan took a step forward, preparing to hold Si Charan's hand. At this moment, Chu Qinshan pulled Si Charan back. "It's an honor to meet you both today. We'll continue looking around and won't disturb your shopping." With that, he led Si Charan away to another place. However, Tianime seemed unwilling to let Si Charan off the hook and tossed her hair arrogantly, saying, "Well, it's better to leave early. The things here are so expensive, you probably can't afford them anyway." This remark not only made Si Charan uncomfortable but also furrowed Chu Qinshan's brow. Before Chu Qinshan could speak, a saleswoman in home store uniform appeared beside them. Politely and respectfully, she said to all four of them, "Sir, madam, how may I assist you?" Tianime was pleased with the saleswoman's respect and proudly said, "I'll take this tea table. I'll give you the address later for delivery." Such a beautiful tea table shouldn't be bought by someone living off others. After a moment, she suddenly realized, "Oh, right, those living off others can't afford it either." Later, she coquettishly said to Lu Yuan, "Right, honey?" Lu Yuan seemed to enjoy this kind of coquettishness very much, nodding slightly, but his eyes were always on Si Charan. Lu Yuan nodded, deeply winning Tianime's heart. She proudly raised her head, provocatively glancing at Si Charan. "You." Si Charan saw her arrogant look and instantly became furious. "Humph. What do you mean? I didn't say anything wrong. Is 28,000 too expensive for you guys? Then leave it to us rich people to buy." Tianime smiled triumphantly, her eyes revealing disdain for Chu Chan and Si Charan. Si Charan suddenly felt his blood boiling. "Tianime, we are all colleagues. Do you have to be like this?" Tianime contemptuously looked at Si Charan. "We are colleagues indeed, but I didn't find a husband who lives off me." After speaking, she sweetly smiled at Lu Yuan. "Right, honey?" Lu Yuan chuckled. "We'll buy what you like. I don't live off anyone, I have money to support you." Saying that, he kissed Tianime's cheek. Si Charan and Chu Chen felt goosebumps rising. At this moment, the saleswoman beside them spoke up. "This lady is right. We only sell branded furniture here. If you don't have money, please look elsewhere." After speaking, she cheerfully walked over to Lu Yuan with the POS machine, asking in the sweetest voice, "Mr. Lu, card or cash?" Lu Yuan happily took out his wallet, pulled out a black card, and handed it to the saleswoman. Just as the saleswoman was about to take the card, Tianime next to her immediately exclaimed dramatically, "Oh, isn't this the limited edition black card that's hard to apply for? I heard they only issue 1,000 per year. Honey, do you have this kind of card? So amazing." Lu Yuan looked at Tianime's admiring expression and felt as if he had just tasted honey. It felt so sweet. "Indeed, this card is not easy to apply for, but I have some connections, so I managed to apply for it smoothly." After speaking, he provocatively glanced at Chu Chen. "Wow, honey, you're really amazing," Tianime shouted again in an exaggerated tone. Her sharp voice almost deafened Chu Chen's ears. Si Charan couldn't bear to watch this exaggerated performance. Holding Chu Chen's arm, she said, "Honey, let's go, it's too noisy here." Chu Chen smiled and followed Si Charan, ready to leave. However, Tianime seemed unwilling to let Si Charan off so easily. "What, no money and still wandering around here? Don't even know what you're looking at." Tianime rolled her eyes, as if she had encountered something strange. At this moment, Lu Yuan seemed unable to contain his restless heart. "Miss Si, don't be in such a hurry to leave. I have a job offer for you here." Si Charan looked at Lu Yuan in confusion. "Vice General Manager Lu, what job can you offer me?" Before Lu Yuan could speak, Tianime immediately shouted, "Don't be ungrateful, my husband is willing to offer you a job, and you still have this attitude." Lu Yuan chuckled, "Don't be in a rush, Miss Si should at least hear what the job is." After speaking, he casually pinched Tianime's cheek. This action almost made Chu Chen vomit. Lu Yuan chuckled, "Miss Si is so young, so beautiful, and still has to support her family." When Lu Yuan said this, he emphasized the term, support her family. "Miss Si's outfit looks a bit outdated. It seems like you're living frugally. So, since we've met by fate today, if you're willing to bring your design drafts to our company, I can offer you double the salary. What do you think?" After saying this, he looked as if this was a rare opportunity. But Si Charan was surprised in her heart. "Vice General Manager Lu, isn't this inappropriate? So blatantly poaching employees from other companies." Lu Yuan smiled slightly, a smile that squeezed his small green bean-like eyes out of existence. "Miss Si, don't worry, just let him cover for you when the time comes." Si Charan was immediately enraged. It seemed that Tianime had no good intentions at all. Si Charan was now feeling a headache from their antics, before she could even start scolding them. But the reckless Lu Yuan couldn't hold back any longer. Looking at the beautiful fairy like Si Charan, Lu Yuan was feeling extremely itchy inside. He reached out his greasy hand, ready to touch Si Charan's hand. He said, "Miss Si, just agree, it's a win-win situation. Come, let's shake hands first." Just as he was about to touch Si Charan, snap! A very crisp sound rang out between them. Then came Lu Yuan's shouts, "Ouch, you gold digger, how dare you hit me? Oh, you gold digger, how can you hit someone?" Tianime on the side screamed. Almost everyone in the mall was drawn to them. Some onlookers had already quietly gathered around, some even took out their phones to record. Si Charan looked at Chu Chen gratefully. If Chu Chen hadn't timely slapped away Lu Yuan's hand, he might have actually grabbed Si Charan. If he had grabbed her hand, Si Charan felt she would have been disgusted to death. Chu Chen, in just a few seconds of contact with Lu Yuan, quickly learned everything about him. Name, Lu Yuan, bank account balance, 5,033,220 yuan, properties, 2 sets, vehicles, 6 in total, hidden money, 7,000 yuan, behind a picture frame, 100,000 yuan cash in the trunk of a 4-circle car, spouse Zheng Ai, CEO of Natural Clothing, daughter of a certain director, lovers, Tianime, Zhu Chang, son Lu Hong, junior high school student. Looking at the information on Lu Yuan's head, Chu Chen couldn't help but frown again. This guy already has a wife, yet he's still trying to seduce young girls. What a scumbag. At this moment, Tianime, unwilling to back down, shouted at Chu Chen with disgust on her face, "You, how can you be so rude? How can you hit my husband?" Then she turned to Lu Yuan, putting on a look of endless concern. "Oh, husband, does it hurt? Let me see, let me blow on it for you." As she spoke, she pretended to blow on Lu Yuan's greasy hand. The onlookers were trembling with anger. Si Charan felt even more disgusted. Even if she were facing Chu Chen, the handsome guy, she probably wouldn't be able to make such a move. Chu Chen felt a bit sympathetic towards Tianime, even though her personality was quite annoying. But after all, the punishment should fit the crime, and now she was being deceived by a scumbag. Chu Chen didn't particularly care about her attitude. However, it seemed that Lu Yuan wasn't planning to let him off easily. Indeed, the next moment, Lu Yuan's eyes showed a fierce light, and he cursed, "You gold digger, how dare you hit me, I think you ought to die." Tianime on the side danced along, saying, "Exactly, husband, don't let this gold digger off lightly." Their ferocious appearance made it seem as if Chu Chen was their mortal enemy. The salesgirl who had already swiped the card beside them looked at Chu Chen with disdain. A grown man, living off women every day is bad enough, but hitting people too. Looking at these people, acting so tasteless, the saleswoman said, rolling her eyes at Chu Chen. Seeing these people in front of her, Si Charan felt indignant. No matter what kind of person Chu Chen was, even if he had some issues, he was still her husband. Who were they to say such things? Si Charan was about to refute their wrong views when Chu Chen quietly pulled her back, saying, "Wife, don't be impulsive." Si Charan, feeling anxious, blurted out, "Why do they say such things about you?" Si Charan's anxious appearance instantly warmed Chu Chen's heart. He quickly touched Si Charan's hair gently and coaxed, "Wife, don't be angry. Kid, stop showing affection in front of me. Apologize to me now." Lu Yuan, watching Chu Chen comforting Si Charan, felt a surge of anger. Why does this freeloader have such a beautiful wife? It's all because of this pretty boy that I almost had her. Being men, Chu Chen could guess what Lu Yuan was thinking from his expression. Instantly, anger flared up in his heart. It was okay to scold him, but coveting his wife was intolerable. Apologize? We are all freeloaders, why should we apologize? When Chu Chen spoke, the surrounding area suddenly fell silent. The saleswoman and onlookers finally understood the situation. Now, with Chu Chen speaking, the onlookers were once again puzzled. Hearing his words, Lu Yuan's chubby face twitched involuntarily, as if Chu Chen's words had touched a nerve. What? What are you saying? You are the freeloader. Chu Chen smiled at Lu Yuan's slight panic and decided to scare him a bit more. He closed his eyes, extended his right hand, started counting on his fingers, and chanted, "Mammy Mammy Hung. Mammy Mammy Hung. Mammy Mammy Hung." Although Chu Chen's voice was not loud, it was clearly heard by everyone. Unable to contain his frustration, Lu Yuan angrily retorted, "Stop pretending to be mysterious here, who are you trying to scare?" Suddenly, Chu Chen opened his eyes wide, almost scaring Lu Yuan away. "Your name is Lu Yuan. Isn't that obvious? I just introduced myself. You have a car with 4 circles. Isn't that obvious? Wait, how do you know what car I drive?" Lu Yuan was now a bit curious. Tianime said irritably, "You must have seen us when you just arrived, otherwise how would you know what car we drive?" Lu Yuan nodded slightly, finding her words reasonable. Chu Chen continued to play mysterious, saying, "There is some cash in your car, not a small amount." Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan's chubby face instantly lost all expression. He stared at Chu Chen seriously and asked, "Who are you exactly?" Chu Chen did not reply but continued, "The chairman of Natural Apparel, surnamed Zhang, right?" Suddenly, Lu Yuan felt a chill down his spine. Tianime said irritably, "The chairman of Natural Apparel is surnamed Zhang, that's correct. Do you know him?" Chu Chen pretended to suddenly realize, "Oh, this chairman, I don't know him, but he is Lu Yuan's wife." Upon hearing Chu Chen's words, Tianime exploded in anger, looking like a fighting rooster ready for battle, and scolded, "You freeloader, what nonsense are you talking about? How could my husband be married?" After scolding Chu Chen, she turned to look at Lu Yuan, firmly believing he was single. But when she looked at Lu Yuan, she saw only disbelief and paleness on his face towards Chu Chen. Seeing his reaction, Tianime immediately knew that Chu Chen's words were true. She stood there as if struck by lightning, her mind buzzing. Lu Yuan, who had a guilty conscience, dared not look into Tianime's eyes, and unconsciously swallowed. Pointing at Chu Chen without confidence, his fingers trembling, "You, don't talk nonsense." The salesgirls and onlookers around them were shocked to hear Chu Chen's words, collectively astonished. Such a melodramatic plot actually happened in their midst. It's even more interesting than a TV drama. A group of people cooperatively focused their gaze on Lu Yuan and Chu Chen. At that moment, a bystander quietly opened his live broadcast. The title of the live broadcast was, "It's better to have fun together than alone. There are many scumbags in the furniture city." This bystander usually does live broadcasts and has some fans in his live room. As soon as he started broadcasting, people started coming in. Danmaku viewers, what kind of live broadcast room is this? Can someone introduce it? Just arrived, I don't know either. It seems to be a furniture city here. Oh, so many people around, is this a movie shoot? Wow, the guy and the girl in the middle look really good. In the tense atmosphere, they didn't notice that someone among the onlookers was actually live streaming. Seeing Lu Yuan's lack of confidence, Tianime's heart completely cooled down, and the little fantasy she had just held was completely shattered. With moist eyes, Tianime questioned Lu Yuan, Are you already married? You actually lied to me." Lu Yuan dared not look directly at Tianime, his tone much lower, Ime, don't listen to his nonsense." Chu Chen smirked, pretending to suddenly understand and asked Lu Yuan again, "Who is that Zhu Chang to you?" Hearing this, Tianime's eyes widened, and she instantly exploded, slapping Lu Yuan in the face. Lu Yuan was pushed back a few steps by the slap. Tianime persisted, took a step forward, gritted her teeth, and said, "Didn't you say you had broken up with Zhu Chang?" The slap made Lu Yuan's face hurt, but he couldn't care less about comforting Tianime. Instead, he looked at Chu Chen in disbelief, covering his face with his right hand, pointing at him with his left hand, and exclaimed in horror, "Who are you really? How do you know about these things?" The scene of Tianime slapping Lu Yuan immediately caused a sensation in the live broadcast room. Live broadcast viewers, wow, this woman is so powerful. Oh my, that slap sounded really crisp. So exciting. Can someone explain the ins and outs of this story? At this moment, Shu Chen's demeanor changed, and he said seriously, I am just a fortune teller in the rivers and lakes, nothing special, just relatively accurate in my predictions. You already have a virtuous wife at home, taking care of household chores and raising children for you. Yet you still come out to flirt with ignorant women's feelings. Publicly, you lack social morality. Privately, you are unfair to your virtuous wife at home. How can business prosper with someone like you? With these words, Shu Chen was righteous and awe-inspiring. The surroundings suddenly quieted down, and everyone was awed by his righteous words. In the live broadcast room of the onlookers, it was like a pot boiling. Well said. Very good. This young man is not only handsome but also has a good sense of values. Si Churan looked at Shu Chen's handsome profile, and a sense of pride surged in her heart. She couldn't help but shout in her heart, this is my husband. When Lu Yuan heard his words, his face turned as red as a traffic light, feeling ashamed. Tian Yime's eyes were moist, although Shu Chen scolded her as an ignorant woman. But taking a married man as a treasure, isn't that also ignorance? She emotionally said to Shu Chen, thank you. With your reminder, I only knew that he is a scumbag with a wife. After saying that, she turned to look at Lu Yuan, and said in a domineering manner, you scumbag, don't contact me again in the future. After saying that, she turned and walked away. Ime, don't leave. Lu Yuan turned to look at Shu Chen, no longer with the previous domineering attitude, but still shouting, kid, you've got guts. You. Just wait. After saying that, he quickly ran towards Tian Ime, wait for me. The shopping guide and the onlookers were already stunned. This is truly art imitating life. Life is so exciting. The live broadcast room of the onlookers has already started various discussions. Viewers, this young man is right. That fat guy is indeed a scumbag. Oh my, this young man has impressed me. Who knows who this young man is? I need his contact information. Shu Chen looked at Lu Yuan's departing figure and couldn't help but sigh. Having a virtuous wife at home but not cherishing her, in the end, he will definitely regret it. This sentence was heard by Si Churan, and she was slightly stunned. Is that what you really think? Shu Chen looked at his beautiful wife, who was as beautiful as a goddess, and proudly said, of course. Cherish a virtuous wife at home. And with this smile of his, the onlookers in the live broadcast room were once again in an uproar. Wow, this young man is so handsome. Oh my, his wife is the real beauty, isn't she? Stop shaking the camera, it's making me dizzy. Shu Chen held Si Churan's hand and said, let's go, let's look at other things. If there's something you like, we'll buy it. Si Churan smiled sweetly. Are you sure you have enough money to buy it? Without realizing it, her hand was already tightly held by Shu Chen's palm. Looking through the mirror beside him, Shu Chen watched as the balance on top of his head kept jumping and increasing. His smile was radiant, like sunshine, of course. Sir, hello. The total is 108,700 yuan. How would you like to pay? The shopping guide girl stared at Shu Chen's face intently, thinking to herself, this handsome guy is really handsome. Si Churan looked at the bill and was speechless. We spent so much. Si Churan hadn't spent this much money in a long time, as she had been saving money to help Shu Chen repay his debts. And now, the two of them had unknowingly bought a lot of things. They chose a new coffee table, a new wardrobe, and even a new dining table. But when it came time to pay, Si Churan saw so much money and was a bit stunned. She was a bit embarrassed because it seemed like her balance might not be enough. Credit card. Shu Chen didn't even look at the amount. He took out his credit card from his wallet and handed it to the shopping guide girl. He had been by his wife's side all day, and the increasing amount per hour was enough to cover it. When the shopping guide girl saw the card that Shu Chen handed over, her eyes lit up instantly. Alright, sir. In her mind, she was already praising him. Wow, he's handsome, rich, and generous. Si Churan didn't pay much attention to the shopping guide girl's thoughts. She curiously asked Shu Chen, where did you get so much money? Shu Chen smiled gently. As I told you, I helped someone with fortune telling, and they paid me a service fee. Si Churan pursed her lips. Who knows if you're telling the truth? Shu Chen smiled and lightly brushed his hand on Si Churan's nose. Of course it's true. Your husband, me, still has some skills. Si Churan gently pushed his hand away. Don't mess up my makeup. Ring ring ring. The rare warm atmosphere between the two was disrupted by the ringing of the phone. Hearing the familiar voice, Si Churan took out her phone from her bag and glanced at it, then said to Shu Chen, it's my mom. She then answered the call and walked a short distance away to talk on the phone. Sir, hello, the card has been swiped, here is the receipt. Please keep it. Okay. Shu Chen took the card and receipt, but his eyes were still fixed on Si Churan. I wonder what mother-in-law is up to again. Shu Chen and Si Churan's agreement, mother-in-law still doesn't know. In her heart, she deeply regrets letting Si Churan marry Shu Chen. Now, this kid doesn't say anything, and he's picked up some bad habits. Shu Chen probably guessed what his mother-in-law meant by this call. She probably wants Si Churin to divorce him again. Soon, Si Churin finished the call. She walked slowly to Chu Chen's side, looking like she was not in a good mood. Mom asked us to come home for dinner when we have time. Si Churin looked at Chu Chen's puzzled expression and explained. Chu Chen smiled. Okay, when shall we go? We can go shopping outside and then buy something for our mom. Si Churin replied a bit unnaturally. Mom said we should go tonight. Chu Chen checked the time. We should have enough time. Let's go buy something. But Si Churin didn't move. Mom said I should go first. Chu Chen raised an eyebrow, but didn't show anything on his face. Okay, you go first. I'll buy things and take a taxi over. Si Churin apologized slightly. Don't take it to heart. My mom is like that. Chu Chen seemed to find something funny, chuckled. What are you thinking? She's my mom too. I know her temper. Then paused. It's okay, don't worry. You go first. I'll buy things and come over later. Si Churin looked at Chu Chen in astonishment, finding it hard to believe. You see, Chu Chen is a very chauvinistic person. He always has a strained relationship with her mother. He often has some complaints about his mother-in-law occasionally calling Si Churin home for dinner. But today, he's so understanding? For a moment, Si Churin felt like she was meeting Chu Chen for the first time. Chu Chen gently squeezed Si Churin's hand. Don't worry, I can probably figure out what our mom is thinking. I'll definitely coax her tonight. Si Churin couldn't help but smile. You really think you're a fortune teller? You can predict everything. Of course. I'm a great fortune teller. Tisk, you're just talking nonsense. The playful banter between the handsome man and the beautiful woman is truly sweet. Watching Si Churin leave in a taxi, Chu Chen was already planning what to buy for the evening. The video in the live broadcast room of the onlookers quickly became popular online. The video titles were diverse. Scumbag exposed for playing with emotions. Handsome fortune teller identifies scumbag, saves beauty from distress. Righteous handsome guy rebukes current bad behaviors. For a while, the video content in the live broadcast rooms was overwhelming. Most netizens, besides gossiping, were more interested in, who is that handsome fortune teller? Where can we find him? While the internet was buzzing about Chu Chen, the live broadcast room of Dai Ermei was also discussing this matter fervently. Water friends, have you watched that video online? Are you talking about the one from the home city? Yes, I watched it. Did you notice that the guy inside looks familiar? I noticed too. What video? Catching the third party? I also feel like I've seen him before. Was it during Dai Ermei's live broadcast in the quadrangle last time? Dai Ermei looked at the discussion in the live broadcast room, not understanding what everyone was talking about. What are you talking about? Dai Ermei's comment left everyone speechless. Dai Ermei is clueless again. Go watch the video first? Ha ha, exactly, it's the latest gossip. We have to know about it. Dai Ermei was completely speechless. Is there still popular gossip on the internet that I don't know about? Water friends, you definitely don't know. Ha ha, watch it and then talk. This just happened today. Dai Ermei is now watching everyone's words and actions. She is searching for the latest gossip online. When she saw Chu Chen in the video, she suddenly screamed, "Oh, isn't this the handsome guy from that day?" Her scream startled the viewers in the live broadcast room. Viewers, oh my! You scared me! Dai Ermei, you owe me for my mental distress. Oh my, what's wrong with you? Did you see a mouse? Did a wild man break into your bedroom? Dai Ermei, oh, stop joking, you guys. I just watched the video. Isn't this the handsome guy my assistant and I saw in the courtyard that day? Different from the lively discussions online. At this moment, the atmosphere in Si Churin's home is tense and serious, on the verge of eruption. In the living room, Si Churin's mother, Jiang Hui, sits stern-faced at the dining table. Si Churin tries to remain calm on the sofa next to her. The two look at each other, the tension in their gazes ready to ignite at any moment. Jiang Hui, Si Churin's mother, is in her 50s, but she has taken good care of herself. She doesn't look like a typical middle-aged woman. Traces of her former beauty and elegance can still be seen. Otherwise, where did Si Churin, such a beautiful daughter, come from? She just has a bad temper and tends to yell at people easily. Si Churin's father, Si Mingyu, used to be a teacher and is now retired, spending his days reading, painting, and drinking tea at home. He appears gentle and refined, enjoying his retirement leisurely. However, his daughter's marriage is a sore point for the elderly couple. They used to hope she would get married and start a family soon. Now that she's married, and her husband has turned out like this, they are even more upset. Watching the two tense women on the sofa, Si Mingyu initially tried to mediate, but as soon as he spoke, he was scolded back by his wife Jiang Hui. Now he dare not speak. He can only sit next to Si Churin, pretending to read a book. Just tell me, when are you getting a divorce? Si Churin's mother suddenly spoke. Her voice was as loud as a bell, almost shaking the roof. Si Charan helplessly replied, "Mom, I'd rather tear down 10 temples than break up a marriage. How can you force your own daughter to divorce? I'm forcing you. I can't bear to see my own child fall into a pit. That Chu Chen, he may look decent, but he hasn't earned a penny, yet he spends his wife's money every day. You're also foolish, willingly spending on him like this. Look at yourself, how many nice clothes do you have?" Si Charan pursed her lips, not daring to confront her directly. In this situation, it's best not to anger her mother, or it will invite even greater criticism. Seeing Si Charan remain silent, Zhang Hui's anger flared up again. She suddenly stood up, almost startling Si Charan. Zhang Hui walked angrily past the coffee table to Si Mingyu's side and slapped the book out of his hand. Still reading, you care more about your daughter." Startled, Si Mingyu was a bit speechless. "Didn't you tell me not to speak? Now you're being obedient." Zhang Hui became even angrier at his words. "Get up! Sit here doing nothing." Si Mingyu quickly stood up obediently, taking the book with him. Seeing her father about to leave, Si Charan felt a bit anxious. She tried to signal him discreetly, but Si Mingyu simply ignored it and headed straight to the kitchen. "I'll cook, I'm hungry." Si Charan kept complaining about her father, "He's so insincere." At this moment, Zhang Hui changed her tone to a more serious one. "Daughter, it's not about forcing you as a mother, but as a mother, I can't bear to see my child suffer. Look at this Chu Chen, when you two first met, he seemed decent. How did it come to this? I told you to divorce early, to get out of this misery." Si Charan knew what her mother wanted to say and quickly spoke up. "Mom, I know what you want to say, but Chu Chen has changed now." "Changed? A leopard can't change its spots. Daughter, don't let him deceive you." Si Charan felt a headache coming on. It seemed like it was useless to say anything. Chu Chen, who was picking out gifts, couldn't help but sneeze repeatedly. "Achoo! Achoo! Achoo! Sir, are you okay?" The salesgirl, seeing Chu Chen sneezing, thought he had a cold and quickly handed him a tissue. Chu Chen took the tissue embarrassedly. It's nothing. But in his mind, he was thinking, who's talking about me? The Si family. Zhang Huixing was extremely worried. Why is my daughter so calm about this? "Charan, I'm not trying to force you into anything. But Chu Chen, he owes so much money now, how will he repay it in the future? Do you plan to suffer with him for the rest of your life? You say he can change. What has he changed? He still has the same character, no proper job." Si Charan hurriedly said, "Mom, Chu Chen has really changed. He just closed his shop and is planning to open a fortune-telling parlor." She thought that by saying this, her mother's impression of Chu Chen would change. But to her surprise, Zhang Huixing immediately jumped up from the sofa upon hearing this. That boy opened what? A fortune-telling parlor. With that shout, she nearly deafened Si Charan's ears. Even Si Mingyu hurriedly ran out of the kitchen in a panic, looking at the mother and daughter on the sofa and asking, "What's wrong? What's wrong? What's happening?" Zhang Huixing, in a fit of anger, pointed at Si Charan, her fingers trembling, and shouted at Si Mingyu, "Come here, listen to this, you listen. What nonsense is this? Chu Chen used the money to open a fortune-telling parlor." Si Mingyu also stood dumbfounded in place upon hearing this. Si Charan felt her headache worsening. "Charan, are you out of your mind? Giving him money to squander like this?" Si Charan held her head, quickly saying, "I didn't give him any money, the money to open the shop is his own." Zhang Huixing was stunned. Instantly furious, she said, "What can he do? Can he even earn money to open a shop? You must divorce. Go tomorrow. He's out there deceiving and swindling, don't let him fool you again." Seeing his wife truly angry, Si Mingyu quickly stepped in to defuse the situation. "Wife, don't be hasty. Sit down first, sit down first." Zhang Huixing looked at her beautiful and intelligent daughter, feeling like she had been kicked in the head by a donkey. After calming his wife, Si Mingyu patiently asked, "Charan, what's the situation with Chu Chen opening a fortune-telling parlor?" Si Charan, seeing her father asking, organized her thoughts and said, "Chu Chen said he's helping people with fortune-telling, and he's quite accurate, so they gave him a service fee." Si Mingyu nodded. Zhang Huixing was about to say something when Si Mingyu reached out and gestured for her to wait for him to clarify. Zhang Huixing could only sit down angrily and watch how Si Mingyu would handle the situation. "Charan, we have the study of the Book of Changes and the 8 trigrams, which were used by ancient people to predict the world. When did Chu Chen learn this while he's just eating, drinking, and having fun every day?" Si Charan was slightly taken aback by this question. "I didn't pay much attention to that." Zhang Huixing became even more anxious, but before she could speak, Si Mingyu quickly gave her a look. Helpless, she sat back down with a pout. After some thought, Si Mingyu decided to be more direct. "Let me ask you this, a young man going to tell fortunes for others, regardless of accuracy, This isn't a legitimate profession, right? Sichu Ran pursed his lips, feeling conflicted. Dad, I understand what you mean, but isn't this better than him going out with bad company? Jiang Hui couldn't sit still anymore and stood up with a bang. Almost scaring Sichu Ran, she pointed at Sichu Ran's head. Are you out of your mind? Or did Chu Chen give you some medicine? At this point, you're still defending him. Sichu Ran's head hurt from being poked, so she quickly grabbed her mom's hand and said, Mom, please don't be like this, I'm telling the truth. Truth my foot, get a divorce now. We'll do it tomorrow. You. Si Mingyu looked at the two women who wouldn't back down, both the most important women in his life, and couldn't help but sigh. I'll go cook first. Let's continue this after eating. Jiang Hui became even angrier. You useless person, you only care about eating. Si Mingyu didn't dare to retort, so he quickly dodged into the kitchen to prepare dinner. Sichu Ran sat on the sofa, not wanting to say another word. She definitely wasn't considering divorce in the near future. After all, there were feelings involved, not to mention Chu Chen had indeed changed a lot recently. Thinking that Chu Chen had started cooking breakfast for her. Thinking that Chu Chen had started to worry about the household affairs. A smile slowly appeared on Sichu Ran's face. However, in Jiang Hui's eyes, this smile was just brainwashed foolishness. Jiang Hui angrily poked Sichu Ran's head. You'll regret this in the future. Chu Chen finally bought the gift for his mother-in-law, carrying it in bags big and small. He suddenly realized a problem. Wouldn't having a car be more convenient? If you buy a lot of things, pick someone up, go out for fun, it's too inconvenient. No wonder everyone wants to buy a car. Looking at the various brand bags in his hand, Chu Chen thought that having a car at this moment would make it easier. Just throw everything in. Chu Chen sighed. It seems like buying a car needs to be on the agenda. When he went to Sichu Ran's company, he rode in his wife's car. Chu Chen felt that the car had been driven for a long time, and even Sichu Ran's phone was an old model. Now that it was inconvenient for himself, Chu Chen felt even more sorry for his wife. Helplessly, Chu Chen could only wave for a taxi. As soon as he entered his mother-in-law's house, Chu Chen could feel that the atmosphere was not quite right. However, he was already used to it. In recent years, his mother-in-law's attitude towards him had plummeted. But as a junior, respecting elders, filial piety to parents was still necessary. Mom, I'm here. Sichu Ran saw Chu Chen come in, still carrying bags big and small, and hurried over to take them. Jiang Hui watched her daughter so eagerly, feeling even more annoyed. She directly retorted without a good mood, Oh, the son-in-law is here. Didn't go drinking today? Hearing her mother's words, Sichu Ran's face darkened, whispering to Chu Chen, Mom is still angry now. Chu Chen didn't care at all, smiling slightly, Don't worry, I'm fine. Mom, I missed you. I haven't given you a gift yet. Chu Chen found the gift for his mother-in-law from the pile of bags, walked over to her with a smile on his face, Mom, I'm here to see you. Jiang Hui gave him a cold glance, Don't call me Mom, I can't bear it. Chu Chen's smile didn't falter, handing over the gift, calling you Mom is only right. This is a gift I specially bought for you. Take a look? Jiang Hui snorted, What? You think buying something will make me approve of you? Although Jiang Hui's words were tough, her actions didn't miss a beat. Took the bag handed over by Chu Chen and opened it, still cursing. What's the point of buying gifts? The money you spend is still earned bit by our family's Si Charan. But when Jiang Hui took out the gift from the bag, the tone changed. How dare you? What is this? Ah! Jiang Hui suddenly screamed, startling Si Mingyu in the kitchen. What's wrong? What's wrong? Wife, what's the matter with you? But when Si Mingyu saw Jiang Hui holding a bag, his eyes showed surprise. He felt relieved in his heart. She must have been pleasantly surprised by this bag. Si Charan didn't understand what was happening, but when she saw what Jiang Hui was holding, she was also surprised. Jiang Hui was holding a Prada Re 1995 shiny mini handbag, black. Si Charan had seen this bag before when she was shopping with her best friend and had wanted to buy it. But because all the money had been used to pay off Chu Chen's debts, she didn't have much money left. Jiang Hui couldn't hide her inner joy anymore, looking at the bag in her hand with a happy face, touching and feeling it. This bag is this year's new model. I saw it when we were shopping last time, too expensive, couldn't bear to buy it. The mother-in-law's voice was deafening, almost overwhelming Chu Chen. Si Charan gently patted Chu Chen's shoulder. This bag costs over 20,000. Where did you get the money from? Jiang Hui kept looking at the bag, her smile never fading. Chu Chen, seeing his mother-in-law genuinely happy, felt he had finally made the right choice. Didn't I say? Fortune-telling was accurate. They paid me a service fee. Si Charan was a bit shocked. Your service fee is that high? Chu Chen smiled. Yes. Si Mingyu watched his wife happily holding the bag and felt happy too, but when he heard Si Charan mention over 20,000, he couldn't help but shudder. Shu Chen, this gift is too expensive. Jiang Hui, looking at the bag in her hand, heard Si Mingyu's words and happily exclaimed, "Oh, not expensive, not expensive, the gift here is so good." However, she seemed to realize something immediately, and her face immediately drooped. Putting down the bag in her hand, she stared at Shu Chen. "Where did you get the money to buy such an expensive bag?" Jiang Hui pointed at Shu Chen, scolding, "Kid, did you use Charon's money to buy things? If so, return it to me immediately." As she spoke, Jiang Hui threw the bag in her hand at Shu Chen, but her eyes were still fixed on the bag, showing genuine affection. Seeing his mother-in-law's reaction, Shu Chen was at a loss. He picked up the bag, smiling, and put it back in Jiang Hui's hand. "Oh my, just hold on to this bag. The money for the bag isn't Charon's, it's what I earned myself." Jiang Hui pursed her lips. "You earned it? What did you earn it with? Fortune-telling?" Shu Chen laughed. "Yes, my fortune-telling is accurate now. They found my predictions reliable, so they paid me well. So, just enjoy using this bag." Jiang Hui looked puzzled at Si Charon. Si Charon quickly nodded. "I just found out about the bag today. I haven't given him any money recently." Jiang Hui reluctantly took the bag in her hand. "Kid, don't lie to me. Lying to an old person will shorten your life." Shu Chen was speechless. How could I dare to lie to you?" Jiang Hui looked at him earnestly, reluctantly choosing to believe his words for now. At this moment, Si Mingyu came out of the kitchen and said to everyone, "Let's eat first, the food is ready." "Okay, let's eat." Si Charon quickly pulled Shu Chen over. Jiang Hui looked at the intimate appearance of the two of them, feeling a bit puzzled. Shu Chen looked at the table full of dishes, feeling grateful in his heart. In this family, besides Si Charon, the person who least dislikes him is his father-in-law. Dad's cooking is getting better and better. Si Charon praised her father's cooking while her eyes were already fixed on the plate of bright red braised prawns. Si Mingyu looked at his daughter's greedy appearance and his face was full of smiles. Jiang Hui was puzzled, unable to understand when the relationship between the two of them had become so good. "Dad, would you like to have a drink?" Shu Chen suggested. Si Mingyu raised his eyebrows, quite interested. "If it's good wine, then I'll have some." Shu Chen smiled. "Of course, just wait." With that, he got up and pulled out a long box from the pile of bags. Then he returned to the dining table and handed the long box to Si Mingyu. "This is the wine I bought on the way here, try it." Jiang Hui didn't pay much attention to Shu Chen's words at first, but then she remembered that he had just bought a Prada bag. What did he buy for her father-in-law? Curious, Jiang Hui glanced at the wine. She was stunned. You bought Matai?" Si Charon, who was originally eating prawns with her head down, quickly looked up when she heard her mother's words. Sure enough, the long box was shining with the words, "Guizhou Mutai." Si Mingyu was even more surprised and quickly took it. Putting on his glasses, he carefully examined it and indeed it was Guizhou Mutai. He was so pleased. The smile on his face couldn't be concealed. "Shu Chen, you really know how to please me, buying Mutai for me to drink. A few thousand per bottle." Si Mingyu was delighted. Shu Chen smiled. "This is to show my filial piety to you." Okay, then I'll try it." With that, he carefully opened the box and took out the white porcelain bottle inside. Si Mingyu carefully examined it again. Mutai's iconic white porcelain bottle, with several gold threads wrapped around the red bottle cap. It looked very high-class and domineering, but the taste was still unknown. Finally, as if making up his mind, Si Mingyu opened the bottle of Mutai. Shu Chen quickly brought Si Mingyu's usual drinking glass. With a son-in-law with such good taste, Si Mingyu felt even more appreciative. As the liquid poured out of the bottle, the table was filled with the aroma of the wine. "This wine smells really good." Si Charon couldn't help but exclaim, the fragrance was really nice. Jiang Hui was also surprised. Although they had bought Matai at home before and the fragrance was strong, it seemed a bit lacking compared to this one. Si Mingyu looked at the full glass of wine and deeply sniffed it with his nose on the glass. It smells so good." Jiang Hui couldn't help but say, "Look at you, you've never had Matai before." Si Mingyu was anxious. "Honey, don't scold me, this wine really smells good." As he spoke, his hands were not idle. He quickly raised the glass and took a sip. "Wow, this taste, really." Before he could finish his sentence, he quickly took another sip. Si Charon was a bit mesmerized by the scene and gently nudged Shu Chen. "What wine did you buy for Dad?" Shu Chen was peeling a large prawn. "Just Matai, didn't you see it? How much does this wine cost?" "Not much, just the normal market price." While Shu Chen was speaking, he had already peeled the prawn and stuffed it directly into Si Charon's mouth. "Wife, eat the prawn." Si Charon blushed when he stuffed it in her mouth. Jiang Hui, watching her husband's undignified appearance, felt annoyed. "Is it necessary? Just drinking wine, look at yourself." Si Mingyu was not angry, still savoring the rich aroma of the mutai. Upon hearing his wife's question, he hurried to the kitchen to fetch another wine glass in a pleasing manner. After filling it up, he handed it to Jiang Hui, saying, "Try it, it's really good." Jiang Hui, looking at him, was skeptical. Nevertheless, she accepted the wine handed to her by Si Mingyu. Taking a sip slowly, her eyes wandered around, her tongue swirling in her mouth. Indeed, the aroma of this wine was different from the previous one. "This wine is really good," Jiang Hui sincerely praised. "This wine is indeed good, it should be kept well." As he spoke, he quickly covered the wine. Placing it in a long box, he was about to find a place to hide it. Jiang Hui suddenly became annoyed. "Hide it after dinner, is it necessary?" But when she looked at the wine glass in her hand, she suddenly hesitated to drink. Shu Chen smiled, "As long as you enjoy it." Without stopping his actions, he peeled a large shrimp and put it in Si Charon's bowl. Si Mingyu decided to eat first and then secretly hide the wine later. However, once the wine was finished, it would be gone, and he didn't know where Shu Chen bought it. Thinking about the wine, Si Mingyu asked, "By the way, Shu Chen, how much did you pay for this wine?" When Si Charon looked down at her bowl, she was startled to see it filled with peeled large shrimps. Turning to look at Shu Chen, she felt a warm feeling in her heart. Upon hearing the question, Shu Chen casually replied, "This wine costs tens of thousands." "How much? You said this wine costs how much?" Jiang Hui was shocked by this price. She stood up suddenly, almost knocking over the dining table. Si Mingyu quickly reached out his hands to hold down both sides of the table. It took a lot of effort to set up the table, so it shouldn't be ruined again. Although Si Charon was not as surprised as Jiang Hui, she was also shocked by the price. Shu Chen, looking at Jiang Hui's surprised expression, remained calm and unhurried. "Mom, sit down first, let's eat first." Jiang Hui became anxious again. "This wine really costs tens of thousands?" Shu Chen smiled, "More or less." "What do you mean by more or less? It really costs tens of thousands." Shu Chen still smiled, showing no concern about the value of this bottle of wine. Jiang Hui was a bit confused. She looked at Shu Chen, who remained calm and indifferent to these things. She felt like she was dreaming. She had just been advising her daughter to divorce him, but in the blink of an eye, Shu Chen seemed like a different person. He had a good eye for shopping, respected his elders, became much more polite, and even had a better temper. If Jiang Hui had been so angry before, Shu Chen would probably have left long ago. But now, Shu Chen was constantly comforting her, not even showing impatience. This change was too big. For a moment, Jiang Hui felt like the young man in front of her was no longer her son-in-law. You didn't deceive me." Jiang Hui still couldn't believe it, trying to convince herself more than anything. Shu Chen felt that his mother-in-law was becoming more and more nervous. "Why would I deceive you? Wouldn't that shorten my life? Rest assured, this wine is legitimate. Feel free to drink it boldly." Jiang Hui felt a bit dizzy, not sure if it was from drinking too much wine or for some other reason. Si Mingyu now understood that this wine was indeed expensive. "Chu, Xianer." Si Mingyu even changed the way he addressed him. This wine is so expensive, should we return it?" Then suddenly realizing that they had already opened the bottle, he hurriedly changed his question. We've already drunk it. Can we still return it?" Shu Chen couldn't help but smile. "Dad, although this wine is a bit expensive, I can still afford it." However, Shu Chen muttered to himself, "Taking care of your daughter, this money will come back soon." This was something he couldn't say out loud. "Dad, just relax and drink. After finishing it, I'll buy another one." Shu Chen still had a smile on his face. Si Mingyu nodded slightly, contentedly sipping on his drink. Si Charon looked at Shu Chen and smiled, feeling a warm sensation in her heart for some reason. Previously, when he brought him home for dinner, Shu Chen always had a sour face. Either he disliked her mother's temper or thought Si Mingyu was too talkative. Unlike today, he was so gentle and obedient. Si Charon felt that her decision not to divorce temporarily was right. Anyway, a 1-month trial period was agreed upon by both of them. At night, on the way home, Si Charon drove attentively while Shu Chen sat in the passenger seat, thinking about buying a car. Today, carrying so many inconvenient things made him determined to buy a car. "Darling, what kind of car do you like?" Si Charon was taken aback by the sudden question. "What did you say?" Shu Chen stared at Si Charon's beautiful and sexy profile, and said gently, "I'm asking you, what kind of car do you like?" "A car? I don't particularly like any. After all, it's just a means of transportation." Si Charon kept her eyes on the road ahead, focusing on driving. "Okay, I got it," Shu Chen replied. "What's wrong with asking about cars? Are you planning to buy one?" Si Charon felt a bit surprised. "No, just asking." Shu Chen decided not to mention buying a car for now. Surprise! Girls like surprises. By the way, have you found a place for your fortune-telling shop? Si Charan remembered this matter and asked. Yes, I found one, it's over by the antique street. Chu Chen answered seriously. There's nothing he can't tell his own wife. Si Charan was slightly stunned. Antique street? The rent there is said to be quite expensive. I helped a friend, and he waived the rent for me for a few years. Chu Chen replied naturally. Is that so? What kind of friend are you? Si Charan was a bit worried that he might be making some dubious friends outside. He's the landlord of that shop, and I happened to help him out. He waived the rent for me. And we get along, so it's good to make a new friend. Chu Chen replied naturally. The landlord? That's fine then. Si Charan felt a bit relieved. Since he was the landlord, he wouldn't lead him astray. Oh, there's one more thing. Si Charan heard about the fortune-telling shop and suddenly thought of Aunt Hu. What's the matter? Tell me. In the dark car, Chu Chen continued to admire his wife's beautiful profile. Si Charan's beauty was truly captivating. The perfect profile, fair skin. If Chu Chen said he wasn't moved, it would be a lie. A normal man, how could he not be moved? If their relationship hadn't been so strained before, Chu Chen would have stopped sleeping in separate rooms long ago. How did you know about Aunt Hu's situation? Si Charan felt a hot gaze locking onto her. Oh, Aunt Hu. I figured out her situation too. Chu Chen replied, his gaze not shifting. Si Charan felt a bit embarrassed by his gaze, but at this moment, her curiosity was piqued. That day, wasn't it your first time meeting her? How did you figure it out? Chu Chen smirked. It's all calculated, this lord has his own secret method. Si Charan rolled her eyes at him directly. Just when I thought you had changed a little, it's not even been a few days, and you're back to your old ways. Hee hee, I recently paid respects to a master, learned a few tricks. Chu Chen was ready to make up some stories. He couldn't say he had a system now. A master? Why didn't you mention it before? Si Charan continued to focus on driving. I was planning to tell you after I learned some skills. Isn't it a good opportunity to practice on Aunt Hu? Chu Chen felt a little hot and restless. If you use Aunt Hu for practice and she finds out later, she might give me a hard time. I won't let you off the hook, Si Charan said with a slightly coquettish tone, almost dumbfounding Chu Chen. No way, my dear wife. Chu Chen was very sure that Aunt Hu would not only not give Si Charan a hard time but might even treat her well in the future. The simple and unadorned style of the small house has started to change recently. The previously empty living room and kitchen are now filled with some furniture. The two of them, who have finally returned home, are exhausted. Si Charan sat on the sofa and stretched lazily. Chu Chen washed his hands, poured a glass of water, and respectfully handed it to Si Charan. Wife, you've worked hard, have some water first. Si Charan looked at his fawning appearance and felt a bit uncomfortable. Nevertheless, she took the water and said, thank you. Chu Chen politely offered, wife, you've worked so hard, shall I give you a simple massage? Si Charan smiled, rarely seeing Chu Chen being so fawning today. Rubbing her neck with his left hand, she said, sure, my shoulders are a bit sore. Alright, since the customer has agreed to experience my service, please sit properly, Chu Chen said. Si Charan obediently sat up straight. Chu Chen went behind her, placed his big hands on Si Charan's shoulders, and gently started massaging. Feeling the warm hands and just the right amount of pressure on her shoulders, Si Charan instantly felt relaxed. The pressure is good. Didn't expect that, you're quite skilled now. Si Charan teased, closed her eyes, and enjoyed Chu Chen's massage attentively. However, Chu Chen was feeling a bit uneasy at the moment. Si Charan's hair seemed to carry a certain fragrance, constantly wafting under his nose. The touch and softness on Si Charan's shoulders made him restless. Plus, the view he could see from top to bottom. Chu Chen felt his mindset slowly changing. It was no longer just about wanting to massage his wife to help her relax. At this moment, he especially wanted to be a big bad wolf. Chu Chen was trying hard to control his emotions, not letting his thoughts turn evil. However, the pressure and massage techniques on his hands had subtly changed. In this atmosphere, Si Charan also gradually felt something different. A slow surge of heat throughout her body made her a bit confused. It's too late today, I'm going to bed. It's too late today, let's go to bed. Both spoke at the same time, and they were both stunned by each other's words. Si Charan said she was going to bed. Chu Chen said, let's go to bed. Just one word made a huge difference in meaning. Si Charan looked at Chu Chen's gentle eyes, her face blushing. Her heartbeat quickened, and she hastily stood up, saying, I'm going to bed first. Without looking at Chu Chen, she quickly ran back to the bedroom. Chu Chen watched Si Charan's back, feeling empty inside. Don't rush, take it slow. Chu Chen muttered to himself, mainly to comfort himself. It seemed like it would be a sleepless night. Late at night, in Dai Ermiai's live broadcast room, Dai Ermiai, dressed sweetly and cutely, was already sitting in front of the camera. With a sweet smile, she waved to the viewers in front of the camera. Hi. Hello, everyone. I'm Liv again. This time, let's continue talking about the stories from the last time at the Quadrangle Courtyard. Viewers in the chat, oh, today is Dai Ermii telling stories? Quick, tell us, what really happened in that Quadrangle Courtyard last time? I've got my melon seeds and happy otaku water ready to listen to the story. What story is it? I just arrived, can someone introduce me? Dai Ermii smiled and said, the story goes like this, last time in a courtyard on Antique Street, my assistant and I encountered something, and then we met that handsome guy. Dai Ermii used her sweet and cute voice to recount what happened in the courtyard to everyone in the live broadcast. This handsome guy is the one we saw at the home furnishing city that day. That is, scumbag exposed for playing with emotions. The male lead of the viral video. Viewers, wow, this guy is so amazing. Is it true? Is he really that accurate? He's so amazing. I think Dai Ermii has a crush on him. Dai Ermii, don't talk nonsense, that guy probably has a wife. Viewers, oh my, Dai Ermii is blushing. Exactly, to see Dai Ermii blush in this lifetime. I knew it. Dai Ermii must have a crush on that handsome guy. Dai Ermii looked at the discussions in the live broadcast room, recalling every detail of the day with Chu Chen. Perhaps Chu Chen himself didn't even know that he had unintentionally gained a social media fan. The next morning, Chu Chen made a loving breakfast for Si Charan as usual. Then he headed straight to Antique Street. This little shop was the beginning of his own career now. Chu Chen intended to make a success of his career. After all, even a grown man, without a proper job, still needed a skill to support his family. With the help of the asset check function of the system, this skill could still put food on the table. But as soon as he stepped out, Chu Chen realized a problem. He used to go out with his wife, she drove and he rode. Now, his wife had to go to work, and he had to go to Antique Street, which was out of the way. He couldn't bear to let his wife go back and forth just to drop him off. Taking a taxi was also not necessary, he just wanted to see if there was a parking spot available. No, I need to prioritize buying a car. Forget it, I'll take the bus. Chu Chen thought for a moment, since Antique Street wasn't too far from his home. The bus would arrive shortly, and now he could even use his phone to pay for the bus fare, giving him some time to think on the way. Chu Chen wasn't a fussy person, so he decided to take the bus. He checked the route on his phone, took bus route 119, and would arrive in just 15 minutes. Seeing that he had time, Chu Chen strolled to the bus stop. A moment later, bus route 119 had already arrived at the stop. Chu Chen followed everyone else, swiped his bus card, and queued up to board the bus. As soon as he got on the bus, Chu Chen noticed that it was quite crowded, with no available seats. He had to stand in the middle of the bus where there was some space. However, the spot where Chu Chen stood happened to be facing a middle-aged woman in her 50s. The woman was dressed plainly, with a serious expression, holding a 4 or 5-year-old boy in her arms without any bags. Chu Chen was tall and sturdy, so he unintentionally blocked the woman. It was normal for the bus to be crowded with no standing room. With one hand holding the bus handle and the other holding his phone, Chu Chen was browsing a car buying app. Since he had decided to buy a car, he needed to have a general idea. Although Si Charan hadn't mentioned what kind of car she liked. But Chu Chen still searched on the app, vehicles suitable for women. The driver in the driver's cabin was sweating profusely, shouting, move back, there's space in the back. With the driver's loud voice, the people on the bus finally started to move. Those standing slowly moved back to make room for the new passengers. Chu Chen didn't bother to move because the empty space was just right for him. As everyone was squeezing into the bus one by one, a young man carrying a black laptop bag pushed his way into the bus without hesitation, not caring if there was space in front. In the midst of this pushing and shoving, the young man pushed hard, causing him to squeeze past Chu Chen from behind, accidentally bumping Chu Chen directly into the bus window. Chu Chen almost fell onto the old lady. In a panic, Chu Chen braced his right hand against the window, accidentally hitting the boy's head with his left hand. Hey, can't you be more careful, you bumped into someone? Finally regaining his balance, Chu Chen scolded the person behind him. I'm sorry, bro, it wasn't intentional. The young man who bumped into Chu Chen quickly apologized. It's okay, just be more careful next time. Chu Chen was quite magnanimous and didn't make a fuss about the young man's recklessness. But when he turned around, he was shocked to see the words on the boy's head in the old lady's arms. Name, Hua Chen, 7272 account balance, 29,000 yuan, father, Guo Guangwei, mother, Lu Wenli, real estate, none, vehicles, none, private savings, 8,000 yuan, fire truck toy, police car toy, location, bus 119, drugged and threatened. Seeing this, Chu Chen was instantly surprised. Wow, this system is amazing. It can even detect child trafficking. After seeing this information, Shu-chen was truly shocked that such a thing could happen to him. But at this moment, he couldn't show any problems on his face. Shu-chen remained calm, discreetly observing the old lady holding the child. The old lady appeared to be in her 50s, dressed plainly without any flashy clothes. She looked weathered, with a face full of vicissitudes that didn't stand out in the crowd, but her eyes were sharp and intelligent. The child was cradled in her arms, with messy hair that looked like it had been partially shaved. He was wrapped in a visibly old blue baseball jacket. However, upon closer inspection, the fabric of the undershirt peeking out seemed of decent quality. What's more, the bus had been driving for a while, and the recent bumps were not insignificant. Yet the child was fast asleep, not stirring at all, not even by the recent commotion. It seemed like he was either deeply asleep or drugged. Otherwise, how could he sleep so soundly? Shu-chen felt he had encountered a very tricky situation, but seeing such a young child suffering like this made Shu-chen feel a pang of guilt. However, what made him even angrier was, these human traffickers were too brazen, daring to abduct children in broad daylight. Despite his anger, Shu-chen remained rational. Recalling the child's information displayed by the system earlier, the parents' names were there, and judging by the child's private savings, he was not from a poor family. It seemed like a wealthy family's child, but Shu-chen couldn't shake the feeling that he had heard the child's father's name somewhere before, but couldn't remember where. Shu-chen grabbed the handrail with his left hand and took out his smartphone with his right hand. As a precaution, he decided to search. Sure enough, when the search results from a certain search engine came out, Shu-chen was a bit stunned. This child's father is quite influential. Hui Guangwei, born in 1967, graduated from Fudan University with a master's degree in business administration. Executive director and chairman of Starlight International, personal wealth of 12 billion yuan. Ranked 10th in the 2018 Moganshan City Billionaires list. After reading this information, Shu-chen was filled with doubt. How could such a powerful and wealthy person, who presumably had bodyguards, fail to watch over his child? But looking at the plain and weathered auntie, Shu-chen felt that this matter was not just a simple case of child trafficking. Could there be hidden motives in this matter? After pondering for a moment, Shu-chen felt that this matter was not so simple. But now he couldn't just forcefully intervene, firstly because he was not a police officer, secondly, there was no direct evidence to prove that the auntie had indeed trafficked the child. If the auntie turned the tables and accused him of being a trafficker, it would be difficult to explain. However, should he just ignore this matter like this? That was definitely not Shu-chen's character. Moreover, the child had been drugged. Was it still in time to call the police now? At this moment, Shu-chen remembered something. There had been publicity before that if it was inconvenient to make a phone call when reporting a crime, one could send a text message to report it. Shu-chen fiddled with his phone and sent a text message. Although this was his first attempt to report a crime via text message. Looking at the auntie, who was still staring out of the window absent-mindedly, Shu-chen had already reported the crime via text message and was now waiting for the police to arrive. At this moment, all of Shu-chen's thoughts were on the child. He didn't dare to stare too hard, fearing that it would arouse the auntie's suspicion. Shu-chen pretended to look at the scenery outside, but the corner of his eye was always on the child. Next stop, Liberation Road Station. Please alight in an orderly manner. The announcement sounded inside the bus. The bus started moving again, and Shu-chen stood up to move towards the back to alight. Shu-chen looked out of the window to see if the police had arrived. But at that moment, the auntie suddenly moved, straightening the child's clothes. She took out a simple mobile phone from somewhere and checked it. Taking advantage of his height, Shu-chen accidentally saw a few words on the phone screen. Next stop, Liberation Road. However, before he could see the sender clearly, the auntie put the phone away. Damn, isn't it just the next stop? Shu-chen was a bit flustered at this point. Although he had already reported the crime, the police hadn't arrived yet. If she left, where would he find her? He couldn't just follow her all the time. After some thought, Shu-chen decided to ask the driver for help. He pretended to have something urgent and walked over to the driver. The driver was a man in his 40s, with a dignified appearance and a capable look. He was wearing a uniform for bus drivers and was focused on the road ahead. Shu-chen walked up to him and whispered in a voice only the driver could hear, "Brother, can we discuss something?" The driver glanced at him, seeing a young man who looked like a pretty boy. However, seeing that he seemed to have a genuine concern, the driver kept his eyes on the road ahead. He asked, "What's up? What's the matter? I just noticed that there's someone on this bus kidnapping children." The driver didn't take it seriously. "Young man, are you a police officer? You don't look like one." Shu-chen was taken aback. "Brother, I'm not a police officer, but I feel that something is off about that person." The driver chuckled, "Young man, you're very vigilant. but if anyone can just randomly accuse others of being traffickers, then I might as well not drive and deal with this every day. Chuchen couldn't help but smile wryly. Master, I know you don't believe me, but I have no reason to lie to you. How about this, can we drive the bus to the nearby police station? By then, we'll know if she's a trafficker. The driver shook his head. Don't joke around. If I take everyone on this bus directly to the police station, what if they're not guilty? How do I explain that? Young man, do whatever you need to do, but don't interfere with my driving. If there's a traffic accident, you'll be responsible, okay? With that, the driver ignored Chu Chen and focused on the road ahead. Chu Chen was speechless, but it seemed like he couldn't blame the driver either. This is indeed groundless. Who would believe that someone is trafficking children? Chu Chen was speechless. There was no choice but to walk back to the aunt, who was already tidying up the child's clothes. Chu Chen was a little anxious because if this person left like this, he would definitely feel uneasy. Chu Chen moved closer to the aunt, who glanced outside the window before continuing to tidy up the child's clothes. The movements were rough and did not seem like someone who regularly took care of children. Chu Chen was really anxious at this moment because the next stop was approaching. If it's not possible, I'll have to snatch the child. Chu Chen was already thinking about snatching the child. Auntie, where are you going? Chu Chen greeted the aunt eagerly, planning how to snatch the child. The aunt was about to get off the bus, feeling a little excited. After getting off at this stop, they would be close to the handover point. Once the child was handed over and the money was received, her task would be completed. The aunt was happily thinking about what to do after receiving the money. Suddenly, a question startled the aunt. Looking up, she saw a young and handsome guy standing in front of her. He was tall and spirited, but somehow seemed a bit clueless. The aunt replied in dialect with a hint of annoyance, "I'm getting off at the next stop." Just then, the bus broadcasted, "Dear passengers, we are arriving at Dongmen Road Station. Please alight from the rear door in an orderly manner." Upon hearing the announcement, passengers began to stand up. Those preparing to get off started moving towards the back door of the bus. The aunt heard the broadcast, picked up the child, and headed towards the back door. Seeing this, Chu Chen quickly blocked the aunt's path, smiling, "Auntie, you must find it hard to carry the child at your age. Let me help you." As he spoke, Chu Chen reached out to hold the child. The aunt hurriedly tried to dodge back with the child in her arms, caught off guard. She was used to snatching children, not being snatched herself. How did it turn out that she was the one being snatched? She continued to decline, "Young man, it's okay, I can carry him myself." Although she said that, she held the child tighter, afraid that Chu Chen might snatch him away accidentally. She then tried to step over Chu Chen's body to get off the bus quickly. The bus was about to stop. Chu Chen couldn't let her go easily, so he blocked her with a smile. "Oh, Auntie, let me help you carry him. Don't worry, I'll make sure to take you home today." Calmly intercepting the aunt's steps, Chu Chen thought to himself, today, he must not let her leave easily. Looking at this clueless guy, the aunt was getting impatient. "Young man, I really don't need your help. I can carry him myself." Chu Chen glanced at the child, who was still fast asleep. Despite the argument, the child showed no signs of waking up. "Auntie, let me help you. I know you just don't want me to get tired, but I'm not tired," Chu Chen said confidently, without any hesitation. Seeing Chu Chen's shamelessness, the aunt felt like cursing his whole family. All right, young man, move aside. I'm getting off the bus soon." With the child in her left arm, the aunt pushed Chu Chen with her right hand, trying to push him away. Just as the aunt's hand touched Chu Chen, at that moment, Chu Chen saw the words displayed on the auntie's head: name, Qin Mei, 7742 account balance, 640,300, number of properties, 2, number of vehicles, none, private money, 1,000 yuan, in underwear, December 3, 2012, sold a boy, December 15, 2012, sold a boy, May 20, 2013, sold a boy. After seeing this information, Chu Chen was shocked. This is definitely a human trafficker, and now it's even more impossible to let her go. Without hesitation, Chu Chen directly snatched the child. Qin Mei was a little stunned. She did not expect that Chu Chen would really dare to snatch the child. Stunned as she was, Qin Mei's reaction was very quick. She tightly grabbed the child's clothes and shouted loudly, "Help, someone, come quick. Someone is trying to snatch the child." This shout immediately made everyone on the bus look at them. Even a few kind-hearted big brothers had slowly approached Chu Chen and Qin Mei. Qin Mei held onto the child's clothes tightly and continued to shout, "Everyone come and see, this person is young, relying on his size and strength, trying to snatch my child." Chu Chen did not explain either, also reaching out to grab the child's clothes. For a moment, the two were at a standstill. Seeing the child still sleeping soundly, Chu Chen became angry. Damn, how much drug did they give him? Hearing the auntie shout, a few indignant justice seekers immediately appeared around them. A big brother in a white t-shirt and black shorts clenched his fists and angrily said to Chu Chen, "Kid, snatching a child in broad daylight, you've got some nerve." Seeing the sudden commotion on the bus, several young people had quietly taken out their phones and started recording Chu Chen and the others. In the internet age, information spread so quickly, especially with short videos dominating today. Calmly, Chu Chen looked at the approaching people and said, "Big brother, how about this? Let's have the driver take the bus to the nearby police station, okay?" The big brothers were momentarily stunned at his words, looking at each other, this child snatcher, being so proactive to turn himself in? But Qin Mei, upon hearing this, immediately lost her composure. "Go to the police station for what, you? Just give me the child and that's it. I'm almost home, I'll get off the bus now." Saying this, Qin Mei reached out to take the child from Chu Chen's arms. Chu Chen had no intention of listening to her nonsense. He exerted force with both hands and picked up the child entirely. He almost made Qin Mei fall to the ground. The nearby big brothers, seeing Chu Chen's actions, became angry again. The big brother in the white t-shirt raised his fist as if to hit Chu Chen. Quickly, Chu Chen shouted, "Driver, let's go to the police station." Upon hearing this, the big brother let his hand down, instructing the driver to go to the police station. Just curious, they looked at Chu Chen, a bit puzzled by his proactive behavior. Among the onlookers, many were office workers. Upon hearing that the bus was going to the police station, they immediately objected. "No, we'll be late if the bus goes to the police station." "Exactly, I'm already running late." Some even advised Chu Chen, "Just give the child back to the auntie, we won't pursue this." But as soon as these words were spoken, the big brothers immediately became unhappy. "How can you say that? How can we let a child snatcher go? Exactly, this is clearly a criminal act. Driver, just take the bus directly to the police station. It's okay, we're not afraid of being late." Chu Chen held the child in his arms, looking satisfied at the big brothers, mentally giving them a thumbs up. Qin Mei thought to herself, "If we really go to the police station, then I'm done for, right?" Suddenly, her eyes rolled, her heart sank, and she sat on the ground, slapping the car door with both hands, crying and wailing, "This is lawless, this is unreasonable, kidnapping a child in broad daylight. Can't go home, can't get off the car, is there no law anymore?" Chu Chen saw Qin Mei making a scene and couldn't help but smile. Nice acting. Several big brothers nearby felt sorry seeing the old lady crying and wailing. They criticized Chu Chen one after another. "Kid, why are you still holding the child? Give the child back to her." "Yeah, kid, give the child back to the old lady first." Chu Chen had no intention of giving the child back to Qin Mei, so he quickly said to the big brothers, brothers, the child is not in a hurry to be returned to her, let's go to the police station first to explain." The big brothers were a bit puzzled for a moment, looking at each other. The big brother in the white t-shirt couldn't help but ask Chu Chen out of curiosity, "Brother, why are you so willing to go to the police station for kidnapping a child?" Chu Chen smirked, "Brother, between me and her, whoever is afraid to go to the police station is the real kidnapper." With that said, everyone seemed to understand something. The big brother in the white t-shirt looked at Qin Mei, then at Chu Chen, thinking to himself, "This young man seems talented and doesn't seem like a bad person." Immediately, he shouted loudly, "Driver, head to the police station." The few who were shouting to be let off earlier were now silent one by one in front of the sturdy big brother in the white t-shirt. "Alright, let's go to the police station now." The driver agreed and turned the steering wheel towards the nearest East Gate Road police station. The driver had already felt that something was wrong with the commotion in the bus. Combined with Chu Chen's warning about child traffickers on board, he was initially skeptical. But now, with the situation escalating, the driver began to believe Chu Chen. As the bus changed direction, Qin Mei immediately felt that the car was not heading in the right direction. Panicking, she pounded on the door, "I want to get off, I want to get off. Open the door, I want to get off." Her actions made everyone understand instantly. Who is afraid to go to the police station must be the bad person. The East Gate Road police station was busy at the moment. Team leader Zhang Dongchang was organizing a meeting, and an important case had become the top priority for everyone. According to internal sources, Guo Guangwei, a famous entrepreneur in the Magic City and a celebrity on the Forbes billionaire list, had lost his beloved son, Guo Chen. The disappearance of the son of a prominent entrepreneur quickly gained high attention within the public security organs. According to Guo Chen's nanny, on Saturday morning, she was going to buy groceries, but Guo Chen insisted on going with her. Unable to persuade him otherwise, she took him along, only to find him missing in the blink of an eye. It is still unknown whether he was kidnapped or simply got lost accidentally. Due to the lack of any ransom demands or communication from kidnappers, the public security organs temporarily concluded that Guo Chen had gone missing. In order to find the child, several jurisdictions and police stations of all sizes received orders to search for the child. The East Gate Road Police Station, where Zhang Dongcheng was holding a meeting, was discussing this matter. Wu Chen's photo had already been distributed to everyone through the internal police system. Team leader Zhang Dongcheng was assigning tasks. Xiao Lu, go to all the shops along the street and ask if anyone has seen this child. Xiao Li, go to the nearby elementary school and ask around. At this moment, a police officer asked, Team leader Zhang, could this be a kidnapping case? Zhang Dongcheng spoke cautiously. From the current situation, if it were a kidnapping case, there would have been a ransom demand by now. The most likely scenario at the moment is that the child traffickers may not know who this child is and accidentally took him away. Several police officers suddenly realized. At this moment, the No. 119 bus drove into the gate of the East Gate Police Station. Zhang Dongcheng was the first to see the bus enter the police station. Oh my. Nothing serious, right? Generally, if a police station requisitions a bus, they would arrange it in advance by phone. If a bus enters without notice, something must have happened inside. Either a thief stealing something and the driver not allowing them to get off, or there is a civil dispute inside, such as domestic violence caused by a couple's quarrel. So, when Zhang Dongcheng saw the bus coming in, his first reaction was, something's wrong. Zhang Dongcheng immediately put down the photo, rushed into the yard, and several police officers followed him out. After they went out, one stood in front of the bus and one stood at the back door. This was to be prepared in case of any sudden situation, so they could support each other. Qin Mei squatted at the back door of the bus, seeing the police surrounding outside. She thought to herself, it's over. It's completely over now. It's even entered the police station. After the bus driver stopped the vehicle, he only opened the front door. Seeing Zhang Dongcheng, the driver shouted, police comrades, there's someone on the bus trying to take a child. Zhang Dongcheng was stunned at the words, kidnapping a child in broad daylight. He then walked onto the bus, stood next to the driver's cabin, and looked inside. The group of people on the bus saw the police officers and each of them acted as if they had seen a savior. Police comrades, there's someone on this bus trying to take a child. Please come and handle it. Police uncle, can you deal with this quickly? I'm going to be late. Everyone was talking at once, and the whole bus was as noisy as a market. The police uncle raised his hand and pressed down, and the bus gradually quieted down. Zhang Dongcheng spoke up, everyone, calm down and speak one by one. At this moment, Chu Chen walked over holding a child. Comrade, there's a child trafficker at the back door of the bus. Then, holding the child in his arms, he pushed the child in front of Zhang Dongcheng and said, this child was abducted by her. Chu Chen's voice was loud, and his words shocked the people on the bus. Wasn't he the one who just tried to take the child? How did he become a child trafficker in front of the police? The man in the white t-shirt stared at Chu Chen, looking incredulous. Just now, weren't you trying to take the child? Chu Chen smiled and said, I don't take children like that. Can we go to the police station? The bus driver blushed upon hearing his words. Zhang Dongcheng stared at Chu Chen and asked, how do you know she's trafficking children? Chu Chen opened the old baseball jacket wrapped around the child and said, look at this child's jacket, it's obviously ill-fitting, and the jacket is so old and dirty. Compared to the clothes inside, the quality of the jacket is much worse. Zhang Dongcheng carefully compared the child's jacket and the clothes inside. Indeed, there was a big difference. At the same time, Zhang Dongcheng also noticed the child's messy hair. Chu Chen continued, and, from the time I argued with her until now, this child has been sleeping soundly. A child can sleep so deeply, even if adults are arguing loudly, how could they not wake up? If this child wasn't drugged, how could they sleep so deeply? The system informed that the child was drugged, and Chu Chen provided a reasonable explanation here. Zhang Dongcheng looked at the child and pushed the little one with his hand. Indeed, the child was still fast asleep, but when Zhang Dongcheng saw the child's face, he was shocked. Isn't this the child from the photo just now? Generally, police officers have strong memories, and they can usually remember the photos they have seen. This is the basic skill. In case you encounter a wanted criminal on the street one day, you can't pretend not to know them and let them escape, right? Zhang Dongcheng was just holding a photo of Gui Guangwei's son, assigning tasks to everyone in a meeting. How could he not remember the face? If there is something different, it's probably the hair. Zhang Dongcheng looked carefully at the child in Chu Chen's arms. Chu Chen was originally talking to Zhang Dongcheng about the child, suddenly feeling that the policeman in front of him was getting excited. At this moment, Zhang Dongcheng shouted outside the car, Xiao Lu, bring the child's photo. Xiao Lu immediately realized that it was the photo mentioned in the meeting just now. Luckily, he had it and quickly handed it to Zhang's group. Zhang Dongcheng took the photo and compared it with the child in Chu Chen's arms. After looking around, it was indeed the same. Zhang Dongcheng's heart was suddenly excited. He gratefully said to Chu Chen, "Young man, you did a great job. Well done." Chu Chen felt a bit embarrassed and modestly replied, "It should be done, it should be done." Then, Zhang Dongqing walked quickly to the back door of the bus. When he saw Qin Mei crouching at the back door, not daring to move, he was shocked. Isn't this? Who is it? Yes, this Qin Mei is a member of a recent vicious human trafficking gang targeted by the public security organs. Zhang Dongchang and the others had planned to arrest these traffickers a few times. Unexpectedly, they encountered them here. Since the person had come to them, why be polite? Zhang Dongcheng stepped forward, lifted Qin Mei, and handcuffed her. At this moment, Qin Mei dared not resist. She was in someone else's territory, so why resist? Qin Mei never expected to have such bad luck today. The people on the bus were shocked to see this scene. Wow, this lady is really trafficking children. I can't believe it, she looks so honest, doesn't she? Zhang Dongcheng escorted Qin Mei and said to Chu Chen, "Young man, let's go. Come with me to make a record." Chu Chen agreed and followed Zhang Dongcheng into the police station. Zhang Dongcheng's first impression of Chu Chen was quite good. He was meticulous, clever, and handsome. Moreover, just when everyone was worried about finding the child, he brought the solution directly to them. It must be said that Chu Chen had made a great contribution this time. Zhang Dongcheng poured a glass of water for Chu Chen and kindly said, "Tell me in detail about what happened." Chu Chen took a sip of water, smiled, and said, "Okay, this is what happened." Chu Chen detailed how he accidentally noticed the child's hair and clothes today. He also mentioned that he initially sought help from the driver, but the driver didn't take it seriously. Then he thought of the idea to grab the child. Hearing this, Zhang Dongcheng understood. At that moment, Xiao Lu hurried over. "Zhang team, I have already contacted Director Gua, they will be here soon." Zhang Dongcheng nodded, "Okay, got it." Chu Chen, looking worried at the child in his arms, asked, "Zhang team, should we take the child to the hospital?" While they were talking, the little one had already opened his eyes and timidly looked around. After a moment, a loud cry echoed in the East Gate Road police station, "Mom, Mom, I want to find my mom." Chu Chen's ears almost went deaf, but seeing the child crying loudly, the tension in Chu Chen's heart finally eased. He's awake, this little one has finally woken up. Zhang Dongcheng reached out and gently patted Gua Chen, softly saying, "Child, look clearly, I am a police officer, you don't need to be afraid here." Gua Chen's face was full of tears. Looking at Zhang Dongcheng, he actually nodded silently. The loud crying just now turned into quiet sobbing. Then, with big eyes, he looked at Zhang Zhu and Chu Chen. Chu Chen saw that the child was fine, and he felt quite happy. Seeing the child looking at him, he grinned and made a funny face. Zhang Dongcheng saw that the child was fine, so he said to Chu Chen, "As long as he wakes up, everything will be fine." Generally, human traffickers dare not drug the children too heavily, in case the child becomes damaged and they can't sell at a good price. Chu Chen suddenly realized, oh, so that's how it is. But, Zhang Dongcheng changed the subject. "Honestly, this time Qin Mei was caught thanks to you." Chu Chen was taken aback. This lady is really a human trafficker. Although Chu Chen's system had already informed him, he had to pretend not to know for now. Zhang Dongcheng nodded, a genuine human trafficker. Especially this Qin Mei, the hardest to catch. Then, with a hint of excitement, Zhang Dongcheng said, "You, unintentionally, brought us a great gift." Chu Chen felt a bit embarrassed instantly, modestly saying, "It's what I should do." However, Zhang Dongcheng's expression turned serious, and he sternly said, "Young man, today's incident was indeed due to your good luck. In the future, when encountering such situations, what you should do is report promptly, never act alone." Fortunately, Qin Mei's accomplices were not with her today. Otherwise, have you considered the consequences? When facing criminals, never underestimate their danger. Chu Chen looked at the serious Zhang Dongcheng, quickly nodded, and obediently said, "Okay, thank you for the reminder, Zhang Zhu. I will definitely pay attention in the future." Just as the two were talking, Guo Guangwei and his wife John Li had already arrived at the police station. Behind Guo Guangwei was a well-dressed young man, who seemed to be his assistant. When Jiang Li entered the police station, she couldn't wait and shouted, "Chen Chen, where is Chen Chen? Where are you, Chen Chen?" Guo Chen in Chu Chen's arms heard his mother's voice. He immediately became restless, shouting loudly, "Mom! Mom!" Chu Chen finally saw the middle-aged man he could only see on TV. And the beautiful woman standing beside him was now anxiously looking for her child. This should be Guo Chen's mother. When the child in Chu Chen's arms saw the woman, he immediately struggled to get down. When Jiang Li saw the little one in Chu Chen's arms, she rushed over in a few steps. Chu Chen then put Guo Chen down, and Jiang Li picked up the child and started crying. Chen Chen, Mom was so scared. Finally found you." Guo Chen was also crying heavily, feeling scared only when he saw his mother. Mom, I'm scared." "Don't be afraid, Dad and Mom are here. Come, let Mom take a look. When she saw Guo Chen's hair shaved in halves, tears burst out instantly. Guo Guangwei stood behind Zhongli, reaching out to hold her and Guo Chen tightly. Seeing his good son turned into this, the deep sorrow in his heart was hard to conceal. For a moment, the listeners were moved to tears. Guo Guangwei was a well-traveled person, and now was not the time to be sad. Suppressing his inner grief and excitement, Guo Guangwei looked at the on-duty police officers present. Who was in charge here? Zhang Dongcheng stepped forward, extending his right hand. I am in charge here. My name is Zhang Dongcheng. Guo Guangwei shook Zhang Dongcheng's hand excitedly. Thank you, comrade police officer. Thank you very much. The good police officers of the people, with your efforts, my child can come back. Zhang Dongcheng quickly spoke. This is what we should do. But then, Zhang Dongcheng said to Guo Guangwei, if we talk about gratitude, we probably have to thank that handsome guy over there. Guo Guangwei didn't quite understand. What do you mean? Zhang Dongcheng then explained the whole story in detail. With clear logic and orderly organization, Guo Guangwei immediately understood. While Zhang Dongcheng was speaking, he signaled to Chu Chen to come over. Chu Chen politely greeted Guo Guangwei. Hello, General Guo. Guo Guangwei reached out his right hand and shook Chu Chen's hand excitedly. Young man, thank you, thank you. I really appreciate you today. If it weren't for your vigilance and carefulness, my child might not have been found. Chu Chen modestly said, it's nothing. It just happened to come across, seeing something unfair and helping out. Guo Guangwei nodded. Young man, you are admirable. At this time, the well-dressed assistant took a step forward and said next to Guo Guangwei, the police officer said that this young man not only found Chen Chen, but also brought back a human trafficker. Guo Guangwei was instantly surprised and couldn't help but look Chu Chen up and down, curiously asking, young man, is that so? Chu Chen scratched his head embarrassedly. It just happened to be encountered. Then, Chu Chen briefly recounted today's events. After listening to Chu Chen, Guo Guangwei couldn't help but look at Chu Chen with admiration. This matter is not just luck. Without your wit and quick thinking, it probably wouldn't have been so smooth to bring the child back. Chu Chen smiled shyly. Luck, just luck. Guo Guangwei patted Chu Chen's shoulder. Young man, leave me your contact information. I must treat you to a meal another day. Chu Chen smiled and showed his big white teeth. How can I be so bold? Guo Guangwei smiled. You are the savior of my child. It's only right for me to treat you to a meal. All right, I'll be honored. Chu Chen politely said. After completing all the procedures, Guo Guangwei left the Dongmenlu police station with his wife and child. Chu Chen also planned to leave, as he still had to open his shop. However, Zhang Dongcheng stopped him. Chu Chen, wait a moment. Chu Chen looked at the upright Zhang Dongcheng and asked, Zhang Zhu, is there something you need? Zhang Dongcheng looked at him with interest. Are you interested in becoming a police officer? Chu Chen looked at Zhang Dongcheng in surprise, realizing he wasn't joking. However, Chu Chen found it a bit difficult to answer Zhang Dongcheng's question. But Chu Chen didn't expect that Zhang Dongcheng would ask such a question. Chu Chen was already in his 30s, although he looked like a young man in his 20s. But after all, he was past the age to apply for the police academy. However, for Chu Chen, he now had the support of a system. In fact, there was hardly any criminal suspect who could hide their guilt in front of him. At the moment, Chu Chen wanted to do something else. Chu Chen politely smiled. Zhang Zhu, you really know how to joke. I'm already at an age where it's probably too late to become a police officer, right? Zhang Dongcheng didn't say anything, just smiled and said, alright, I understand. Goodbye. Chu Chen was a bit puzzled. What's wrong with this person? At the same time, the video of Chu Chen's confrontation with the human trafficker today was uploaded by the young people in the same car to the internet. Let it be uploaded. They were all clickbait titles, like, unbelievable, she's actually a human trafficker. City guardians, hidden in the city. Shocking, he's the one who caught the human trafficker. With the explosive titles and the special nature of the content, this video quickly went viral online, with tens of thousands of views already. However, many netizens suddenly found the male lead in this video to be very familiar while watching it. It seemed like they had seen him somewhere before. Soon, some attentive netizens, holding magnifying glasses, carefully compared and discovered that the protagonist in this video was the handsome guy who exposed the scumbag in the furniture city last time. So the rhythm of the whole video was led by the netizens, searching for the mysterious male lead. For a while, this period of time became very popular. However, Chu Chen was unaware of everything happening online because he had his own things to do, and what was said online was not important to him. By the time Chu Chen arrived at the quadrangle courtyard, it was already afternoon. Coincidentally, Wang Qiankuan was also there. When Wang Qiankuan saw Chu Chen entering the quadrangle courtyard, he quickly stepped forward. Extending his right hand, he said, "Shu handsome, hey, nice to see you again." Shuchen smiled at Wang Qiankuan, reached out his hand, and shook hands with him. In the quadrangle courtyard, several workers were carrying things out. Wang Qiankuan politely said to Shuchen, "Xianji, this courtyard will be empty soon, rest assured, it won't affect your business." Shuchen looked at the gradually empty courtyard and nodded in satisfaction. "By the way, the house lease contract has been arranged, Xianji, please have a look." Wang Qiankuan took out a stack of documents from his bag and handed them to Shuchen. Shuchen took a look and indeed, the terms of the lease were stated in the document. It was indeed waived for 2 years, with an additional free year of use. In this way, Shuchen could use this quadrangle courtyard for free for 3 years. Shuchen smiled, "Oh, Boss Wang, you are quite righteous." Wang Qiankuan chuckled, "Of course, it's necessary, and it's all thanks to Xianji. It's just a small matter." Shuchen and Wang Qiankuan exchanged smiles. "This place will be cleared up by tomorrow, Xianji, you can move in whenever you want," Wang Qiankuan said politely, feeling grateful to Shuchen. Shuchen was not sentimental. "Okay, thank you." "You're welcome. Then I'll go first, I have to hurry home to cook for my wife." Shuchen took out his phone to check the time, it was just right to go back and cook dinner. Wang Qiankuan was a bit stunned. "Xianji, you're going home to cook, what a good man." As he spoke, Wang Qiankuan clenched his right hand into a fist and raised his thumb. Shuchen smiled slightly, "Hee, men who treat their wives well are likely to prosper." After saying this, Shuchen turned around gracefully and left, leaving Wang Qiankuan pondering. "Hey, the way he said that, it's as if I don't treat my wife well. Do I treat my wife well? Yes? No?" The workers around looked at each other, not knowing why Wang Qiankuan suddenly seemed to be in a dilemma. Shuchen wandered around the market for a while, holding tomatoes, eggs, and a bunch of other things. "Let's make some fish for my wife again, fish. Shuchen thought about what dish to make for dinner tonight, muttering to himself. He walked decisively towards the fish stall. "Boss, pick a bigger fish for me." The fish boss readily agreed and quickly picked out a fish. With Shuchen's consent, he immediately scaled and gutted the fish in one go. Satisfied, Shuchen carried the fish, humming a tune, and went home to cook dinner. In stark contrast to Shuchen's good mood was Si Churin. The composure she had cultivated over the years was probably going to be thrown into the sea today. The new clothing design plan that she had been designing and revising for a month was directly criticized by the vice president of her company. "Sharon, you've been working in the company for so long. How come you can't even get a design draft right? You made me get scolded by the client." In the office of the vice president, Anhu and Si Churin stood side by side. They were receiving the vice president Zhu Hui's sarcastic criticism. The vice president, who looked to be in his 40s, was dressed in a Chanel outfit. Wearing a frameless pair of glasses, he had a sharp-nosed and sunken-cheeked look. The whole person looked a bit like a skinny monkey wearing clothes. Since the last incident of catching adultery, Anhu's attitude towards Si Churin has improved a lot, and she is not as hostile as before. Even today when Zhu Huifa was angry and scolding people, Anhu still helped to block it. However, looking at Zhu Hui's appearance, she doesn't plan to let them off easily today. Si Churin's design level is actually well known in the entire fashion industry of the Magic City. Many companies want to hire her at a high price, but Si Churin did not easily choose to leave this company. This design draft has actually been revised countless times. Anhu and Zhu Hui have reviewed it, and even the final draft has been seen by the client. But unexpectedly, just as they were preparing to sign the contract, the client suddenly backed out. However, the reason for the client's change of mind is not clear. It was said that Zhu Hui was scolded, but Anhu and Si Churin had not contacted this client. Who knows what the specific situation is? Anhu saw Zhu Hui's strange attitude and analyzed in her heart, estimating that the client might have some problems, but she couldn't guess randomly. After thinking about it, she cautiously said, "Vice President Zhu, if the client is not satisfied with something specific, we can make changes again." Who knew that this sentence was like poking a hornet's nest, directly causing Zhu Hui to shout in a strange manner, "Change? How many times do you want to change? I'm not talking about you. Churin, you are also a well-known designer in the industry. The things you make are so rubbish." With these words, Si Churin suddenly felt a bit angry. No one had ever called her work rubbish before. However, this was definitely not the time to argue. Even if Si Churin was angry, she knew that contradicting her superiors at this moment would have serious consequences. Si Churin could only keep quiet. Seeing this, Anhu had to continue asking, let's invite the client to dinner, to see exactly what is not suitable, so we can have a direction too. Zhu Hui coldly snorted and continued in a strange manner, "Sure, if you have the ability, go ahead and invite them." Find out exactly what the client is not satisfied with, to see if it's the client's pickiness or our design level. Don't mess around. The last 3 words were heavily emphasized, spoken out one by one. Although Zhu Hui did not directly curse, Si Charan felt that the words coming out of her mouth were no different from a shrew's scolding. At this moment, Si Charan felt her temples pounding, and her soft little hand quietly clenched. A flush of red rose on her fair face, her eyes sharp, and her slightly open mouth was about to retort Zhu Hui. However, Antu pretended to accidentally lose her balance and quietly held Si Charan's hand. In an instant, Si Charan calmed down as if she had been cast a spell, and her emotions immediately stabilized. Si Charan was sweating profusely at this moment. If she dared to argue with Zhu Hui, she probably wouldn't be able to stay in this company anymore. Seeing this scene, Zhu Hui couldn't help but narrow her eyes. It seemed that Antu was protecting Si Charan, and she glared at Antu. How could Antu not see such an obvious hint? With a sudden shock, she secretly thought, did Si Charan offend someone? Otherwise, why would Zhu Hui be so hostile towards her? But if she let it go now, Si Charan would definitely not consider her a leader in the future. After much thought, Antu decided to protect Si Charan this time, but it would probably be difficult in the future. Just then, Zhu Hui's strange voice rang out in front of them again. What? Want to get angry? It depends on whether you have the ability. Every day, I don't know what you're doing. Upon hearing this, Si Charan felt like she could hardly hold back. The hand that was just held down by Antu clenched into a fist again, as she was about to curse. However, Antu stubbornly pressed down on Si Charan's hand that was ready to explode. Her eyes looked towards Zhu Hui, cautiously asking, Vice President Zhu, if we follow up with this client again and they approve our design proposal, can we still recover the losses? Zhu Hui, with a disdainful look in her eyes and a cold snort from her nose, replied, I don't even want to recover the losses. It would be good enough if we can convince the client to approve the design proposal. Seeing Zhu Hui's attitude, Si Charan began to understand that this client was targeting her. Antu, also a savvy professional, naturally understood this matter as well. Antu glanced at Si Charan, and Si Charan knew that no matter what she said now, Zhu Hui would refute it. She understood Antu's intention. Si Charan nodded gently at Antu. Antu felt slightly relieved. A person who can be flexible can achieve great things. Seeing that Si Charan had basically regained control of herself, she silently praised her. Vice President Zhu, let's try to win over the client again. If the client approves the design proposal, then there shouldn't be much of a problem. Zhu Hui glanced at Si Charan and coldly said, if you can't handle the client, you might as well resign on your own. Although she was speaking to Antu, her eyes were on Si Charan. After speaking, she no longer looked at the two of them, casually picked up a fashion magazine and started reading. Alright, let's give it a try. Antu didn't say much more, grabbed Si Charan's hand, and immediately left Vice President Zhu's office. Just as the two of them walked out of the office door, a cold smile appeared on Zhu Hui's lips. Let's see how you leave this company. Antu led Si Charan into her own office. Once in her own territory, Antu felt slightly more at ease. After some thought, Antu decided to get straight to the point. Si Charan, did you offend someone? Si Charan sighed and said with a bitter smile, maybe because last time, Mr. Su invited me to dinner, but I didn't go. Antu was stunned, feeling like she had missed something. She then turned around and sat on the black leather sofa, patting the seat next to her, signaling Si Charan to come and sit down, saying, what's going on? Tell me. Si Charan sat down next to Antu and slowly recalled the events of that day. She told Antu about what happened that day with a bitter smile. When she first received the design task, Mr. Su mentioned inviting Si Charan to dinner. However, from the moment Mr. Su saw Si Charan, his eyes never shifted, staring at her unabashedly from head to toe. It wasn't just the staring, but the lust and greed in his eyes were equally undisguised. Because he was a client, Si Charan politely mentioned that she was already married. Mr. Su's expression was clearly disappointed at the time, but he also gave up on inviting Si Charan to dinner. However, later on, for some reason, his attitude towards Si Charan suddenly changed drastically, even showing signs of impatience. In the subsequent communication meetings with their company, Mr. Su basically did not appear. After more than a month had passed, Si Charan's design proposal had already passed the internal review of the company and was sent to Mr. Su's company a long time ago. Mr. Su's secretary only replied to the message, saying that Mr. Su did not approve, and Mr. Su directly communicated with Vice President Zhu Hui. This led to the scolding incident today. Antu was a bit speechless. Why didn't you tell me about this matter? Si Charan couldn't help but feel a bit helpless and said, I didn't know Mr. Su was such a person. It was just because I rejected his dinner invitation. Upon hearing this, Anhu felt a slight headache. But she couldn't blame Si Charan for it. Si Charan was beautiful and had a well-proportioned figure. She had been asked out by clients before and rejected them, but she had never heard of a client targeting her at work. This matter needed to be resolved. After all, if she couldn't handle the clients, she might have to handle herself. Charan, let's do this. You go to work today, and I'll contact manager Su to ask about the situation. Si Charan nodded gratefully. Manager Hu, thank you for that. Anhu smiled and said, it's nothing. Speaking of which, I have to thank your husband, Shu Chen, for helping me out. Upon hearing Anhu's words, Si Charan felt a bit embarrassed. I didn't know Chu Chen could tell fortunes. It's a bit embarrassing. Anhu didn't mind, there's nothing to be embarrassed about. I really have to thank your husband, Chu Chen, for this. Si Charan smiled slightly, but in her heart, she silently thought of Chu Chen. What is this guy up to? What was Chu Chen doing? Of course, he was cooking dinner for his wife. In the kitchen, Chu Chen hummed a tune while busy bathing the fish. The fish from the market today was really fresh. Chu Chen recalled the steamed fish recipe in his mind while his hands didn't stop moving. In Chu Chen's view, a man who could cook for his wife was a good man. He thought so and acted accordingly. The kitchen was filled with the aroma of food. Despite the air conditioning being on, Chu Chen was still sweating. Soon, the dining table was filled with several delicious home-cooked dishes. Not bad. The presentation is good today. Just waiting for my wife to come back and taste it. Chu Chen stood in front of the dining table, admiring his handiwork. Yes, let's have some wine. Speaking to himself, Chu Chen took out a bottle of 1982 Lafite from the cabinet. He thought, after a good dinner and a little red wine, if he could hold his wife's hand, life would be so comfortable. Chu Chen couldn't help but immerse himself in the beautiful imagination of life. Si Charan stood at the door, adjusting her mood and clothes to appear less gloomy. Upon opening the door, she smelled the fragrant food, which warmed her heart. Hearing the door open, Chu Chen quickly walked to the entrance and saw the beautiful Si Charan, his face full of smiles. Wife, you're back. Si Charan, who had already adjusted her state, felt a sense of grievance upon seeing Chu Chen's handsome smile. Her eyes seemed misty, and her hands reached out to Chu Chen. Husband, hug me. Chu Chen was taken aback. What's wrong? Chu Chen hugged Si Charan and sat on the sofa. Seeing Si Charan's moist eyes and sad face, Chu Chen felt a pang of heartache. But Si Charan didn't utter a word of complaint. Feeling a bit anxious, Chu Chen patted Si Charan's back and gently asked, What's wrong, dear? Who upset you? Si Charan shook her head and just hugged him quietly. Seeing her silence, Chu Chen stopped asking and just held Si Charan quietly. Si Charan felt like it had been a long time since she had hugged Chu Chen like this. Previously, when Si Charan felt wronged, she would recover her mood on her own. Chu Chen didn't care about her emotions, went out to have fun, and didn't even stay at home. But since the last time Si Charan mentioned divorce, Chu Chen seemed like a different person, and his recent behavior had far exceeded her expectations. And she didn't know when it started, but Si Charan gradually began to rely on him from the bottom of her heart. After being wronged today, Si Charan originally wanted to digest it slowly as usual. But when she saw Chu Chen, that sense of grievance seemed to magnify in his presence. She almost couldn't control her desire to hug Chu Chen. Hearing Chu Chen's question, Si Charan didn't want to speak, she just wanted to quietly hold him, feeling his warmth and scent. But Chu Chen was not feeling well because all he could smell was the perfume and hair fragrance from Si Charan. Her uniquely soft and warm female body made Chu Chen reluctant to let go. After some time, Si Charan finally felt a bit better. Just as she was about to slowly push Chu Chen away, her stomach suddenly made a rumbling sound. Gurgle gurgle. Si Charan's face turned red in an instant. Chu Chen also heard it but didn't take the opportunity to tease her. He just calmly asked, Are you hungry? How about we eat first? Si Charan felt a bit embarrassed and dared not look up at him. She answered softly, okay, let's eat first. Chu Chen smiled, stood up, and pulled Si Charan up. Si Charan, who was originally sitting, was pulled up by Chu Chen. She stood up suddenly, but the next moment, she fell directly into Chu Chen's arms. Si Charan was almost scared and couldn't help but let out a soft cry. Ah! Then she looked up at Chu Chen, their eyes met, creating a somewhat ambiguous atmosphere between them. Let's wash our hands first, then we'll eat. Chu Chen suppressed the palpitations in his heart and let go of Si Charan. Some things can't be rushed. When Si Charan saw the steamed fish on the table, she couldn't help but exclaim, You can cook fish. Chu Chen smiled, Of course, your husband, I can do everything. Don't brag too much. Chu Chen just smiled, picked up his chopsticks, picked up a piece of fish, and put it in Si Charan's bowl. Try it, see if I'm bragging. Si Charan took a bite, chewed twice, blinked her eyes curiously, and asked, Wow, it's delicious. Did you really cook this? Shu Chen smiled, of course, I made it myself. Si Charan playfully stuck out her tongue. Are you sure you didn't order takeout? Shu Chen's heart raced, my wife is so cute. But what he said was, definitely didn't order takeout. To cover up his racing heart, Shu Chen quickly poured himself a glass of red wine. Give me one too. Si Charan couldn't help but call out when she saw Shu Chen with red wine. Sure. Seeing her so excited, Shu Chen poured a glass of red wine for Si Charan, then stood up and got another glass. Cheers! Si Charan happily clinked glasses with Shu Chen. At that moment, she was like a mischievous child. After dinner, Shu Chen washed the dishes and cleaned up the kitchen, while Si Charan cut up some fruit. The two sat on the sofa, leisurely eating fruit and watching TV. Shu Chen didn't plan to ask Si Charan what happened today. When she wanted to talk about it, she naturally did. Having had some red wine after dinner, Si Charan felt much better, especially when she quietly watched the handsome Shu Chen sitting beside her. The long-lost warmth made Si Charan gradually calm down. Today, a design proposal was rejected by the client. Shu Chen turned to look at the beautiful Si Charan and gently asked, And then, I was scolded by the vice president. Si Charan smiled, feeling much better now that she had spoken about it. I've been designing for so many years, and this is the first time I've been scolded at Lingdong fashion. Si Charan had a hint of a bitter smile on her face, took a sip of red wine, and slowly continued speaking. Shu Chen just smiled and quietly listened to Si Charan recounting what happened today. When he heard Zhu Hui ask Si Charan to resign voluntarily, his brows furrowed, and his eyes involuntarily narrowed. Daring to let his wife resign voluntarily, Shu Chen felt that Zhu Hui's brain was waterlogged. However, Si Charan recounted what happened today. Listening, Shu Chen felt a bit heavy-hearted. Last time at Si Charan's company, it was Aunt Hu who angrily prevented Si Charan from coming down the stage. Now it was Vice President Zhu, repeatedly asking Si Charan to resign voluntarily. The company was always full of trivial matters. Why was Si Charan still staying there? Shu Chen pondered for a moment before slowly speaking. Wife, how about not going to this company anymore? We're not doing any real work all day. Si Charan heard his words and smiled slightly. Then I won't go to work. You'll support me, right? Shu Chen smiled. No problem, I'll support you. Si Charan just smiled, without retorting or replying. After a moment, Si Charan spoke. Even if not in this company, I will go to another company. Shu Chen, I have my own dreams. I want to become a well-known designer in this industry. I hope everyone will like the clothes I design. Shu Chen didn't understand. We can also start our own company, as long as you like it. Si Charan still smiled. Where do we get the money to start a business now? Shu Chen was speechless. He really wanted to shout at his wife. Wife, I have a lot of money. Being with you means I have money. But how could he say that? 9:30 p.m. Xingfeng Building. Top floor of the Lingdong Group office. Chairman Mu Boyuan was flipping through the documents in front of him. His right hand was tapping restlessly on the table, showing impatience on his face. The handsome assistant standing next to the desk did not dare to breathe. Lingdong Fashion, a subsidiary of the Ling Group, has been consistently losing money. In recent years, the downturn in the clothing industry, coupled with excessive internal competition, rising prices of raw materials, and continuous increase in logistics costs, losing money has almost become a permanent label for this company. And every month's financial report is like reminding Mu Boyuan, you're losing money again. For this, Mu Boyuan was constantly troubled, trying various methods and measures to increase performance, but with little success. If it doesn't work out, let's just sell Lingdong Fashion, suggested the chairman's assistant tremblingly. Mu Boyuan stood up, walked slowly to the window, looked at the brilliant and beautiful night view of the city, and said heavily, unless absolutely necessary, I won't sell it. Si Charan drank some red wine, her face flushed and cute. Shu Chen sighed silently in his heart, visible but unattainable. When her emotions were almost released, Si Charan said goodnight and went back to her bedroom to sleep. Shu Chen still sat on the sofa, thinking to himself, it seems that many things need to be resolved soon. Shu Chen had been thinking about whether to buy the company where Si Charan worked. He had long had the idea of buying the company where Si Charan worked. Firstly, his wife was bullied at the company every day, either by this person or that person. As a man, if he couldn't even protect his own wife, what was the point? Secondly, he could be in close contact with his wife, and the systematic wife-loving meter would continuously increase his income. However, the most crucial point was that he could stay by his wife's side and serve her at any time. There was still a 1-month probation period. Morning. The sun was shining brightly, and the weather was nice. When Si Charan woke up from her sleep, she felt that she had slept quite well last night. With the help of red wine, she slept soundly. After stretching lazily, Si Charan walked out of the bedroom and saw breakfast already laid out on the dining table. Upon closer inspection, there was still a love note left on the table. Be good. Only when you're full can you have the strength to defeat Gagewu. Shen. Put. Childish, isn't it? Seeing this note, Si Charon's face lit up like a flower, feeling warm inside. However, this good mood gradually dissipated upon entering the company. As soon as Si Charon entered the company, Hudama called her into the office to chat. At this moment, Hudama's expression was slightly serious when she saw Si Charon entering her office. She pointed to the chair in front of her, indicating for her to sit down and talk. Today, Si Charon was dressed in a white professional suit, exuding elegance and a stunning appearance. Like the rising sun, shining brightly. Hudama sighed softly in her heart, a beauty is a disaster. Si Charon felt that Hudama's mood was not quite right and asked in confusion, Manager Hu, are you okay? Hudama, upon hearing her question, came back to her senses and smiled, saying, I'm fine. She then adjusted her state and said, well, I contacted General Su last night. Si Charon was shocked and asked cautiously, what did General Su say? Hudama paused for a moment, thinking about her words, this matter can be resolved. Si Charon's face lit up, that's great, thank you, Manager Hu. Hudama felt a bit awkward, don't thank me yet. To resolve this matter, it seems we'll have to rely on you. Si Charon asked in confusion, Manager Hu, I don't quite understand what you mean. Hudama felt a bit thirsty and found it hard to express herself. General Su means that perhaps you need to personally salvage this client. There's no other meaning, he just wants to invite you to dinner, hoping you'll grace him with your presence. After saying this, Hudama quickly took a sip of water. Si Charon gave Hudama a meaningful look. She remained silent but felt extremely annoyed. She had already told him that she was a married woman, yet he still insisted on inviting her to dinner. If it weren't for General Su being a client, Si Charon would have lost her temper long ago. Hudama sensed Si Charon's impatience. Charon, I know you're not happy about this. However, General Su's cooperation with Lingdong Apparel has always been good. This dinner, for both personal and professional reasons, we probably should attend. Si Charon understood Hudama's point, especially with Deputy General Manager Zhu Hui watching her closely. Manager Hu, I understand your point. Did General Su mention where to have dinner? Si Charon quickly regained her composure. Hudama was right, after all, General Su was a client, and one couldn't directly refuse an invitation to dinner. Seeing that she had come to terms with it, Hudama nodded slightly. After setting the time and place with General Su, I'll let you know. Okay, thank you, Manager Hu. After saying this, Si Charon got up and left Hudama's office. Hudama adjusted her state after Si Charon left. With a smile on her face, she dialed General Su's number. General Su, hello. This is Hu Yanxia from Lingdong. Well, Si is very willing to have dinner with you. You can decide on the time and place. Hudama's attitude was very sincere. Upon hearing the address over the phone, Hudama quickly searched for it on the table. She tore off a piece of paper, picked up a special pen, and said, I'll write it down here. Pingdi Restaurant. I know, it's at No. 20, Jingnan East Road. Alright, General Su, no problem. See you around 7 o'clock in the evening. After hanging up the phone, Hudama couldn't help but be amazed at the address. General Su was quite generous. Antique Street. In a small courtyard. Chuchen stood in the empty courtyard, holding a small notebook, thinking about what items to buy to fill this small courtyard. It's best to have rosewood furniture, the antique feeling is the best. Another set of tea sets, not too small, we need a long table. Chu Chen muttered to himself in the courtyard, constantly writing and drawing with his pen. Just then, his phone rang. Chu Chen picked up the phone and saw an unfamiliar number. After some thought, he answered politely, Hello, who is this? Hello, is this Mr. Chu Chen? A polite and courteous voice sounded. Chu Chen was taken aback, he hadn't heard this voice before. Hello, it's me. May I ask who you are? Mr. Chu, hello. I am Mr. Guo Guangwei's assistant. My name is Li Shuai. We met at the police station last time. Chu Chen suddenly realized, and he remembered. Is there something you need? Li Shuai's voice was full of sunshine and vitality. Well, Mr. Guo would like to invite you to dinner. On this occasion, Mr. Guo would like to express his gratitude for your brave actions during the crisis, standing up against the criminals, which allowed Mr. Guo's son to return home safely. He hopes you can grace us with your presence. After hearing this, Chu Chen's face turned red. The way they expressed it was really polite. Crisis, standing up against criminals. If you didn't know, you would think Chu Chen had engaged in a life and death struggle with a human trafficker. Chu Chen thought carefully, that's really too polite. It's just a matter of helping out when you see something wrong. Without your help, Mr. Guo's son might have been sold somewhere already. So please, Mr. Guo and his wife would like to thank you in person. Li Shuai said respectfully, with a very sincere tone. It's my honor to meet a well-known figure like Mr. Gua. Where will the dinner be held? Shu Chen asked. After all, the more friends, the better, especially a friend like Gui Guangwei. Li Shuai, sensing Chu Chen's agreement, could feel his happiness over the phone. The dinner will be at Pingyi Restaurant, located at No. 20, Jingnan East Road. Mr. Chu, could you please tell me where you are now, so I can arrange a car to pick you up? Chu Chen thought, how considerate. No need to pick me up. I have something to do here. I'll come by myself after I'm done. After a moment of thought, Li Shuai replied, all right, Mr. Chu, around 7 o'clock, I will be waiting to greet you at the entrance of the restaurant. Okay, see you then. Chu Chen hung up the phone and continued to jot down on his notebook. Tea sets, computers, what else should I buy? In the evening, Antu's red Buick car was parked in the parking lot of Pingyi Restaurant, patiently saying, Charon, today, no matter what modifications Su Huali, General Su, proposes, just agree. Si Charon pursed her lips, pondered for a moment, and nodded silently. Longfeng Hall. There weren't many guests at this time. Si Charon and Antu arrived at the restaurant and immediately saw where General Su was seated. It was a prime location, not only offering a beautiful view of the river but also a grand view of the Mingzhu Tower. This location was usually hard to book, sometimes not available for a whole week. Antu noticed, this General Su really values Si Charon. General Su, sorry for being late. The voice arrived before the person did. Antu, with a smile on her face, walked over to General Su. Although Su Huali appeared serious and stern, his lecherous gaze had already shifted towards Si Charon. Well, please have a seat, General Su said. Antu pulled Si Charon to sit down. General Su, have you ordered the dishes? I can eat anything. It's up to you, he said to Antu, but his eyes were fixed on Si Charon. Long time no see. I didn't expect Si Charon to become more and more beautiful and charming. She is even more beautiful and charming now, with an excellent temperament. Mr. Su, about the design draft. Si Charon wanted to quickly discuss the design draft with him. Mr. Su said expressionlessly, let's not talk about work during meals. Si Charon had no choice but to keep quiet. Antu quickly chimed in, that's right, let's not talk about work during meals. During this meal, Si Charon found it tasteless, as Mr. Su's eyes never left her. Mr. Su, may I ask, what part of the design draft are you not satisfied with? Unable to bear Mr. Su's lecherous gaze, Si Charon finally spoke up. Antu wanted to stop her, but it had been a while and Mr. Su had not spoken, so this was not a solution. Mr. Su's chubby face tried to squeeze out a smile. The plan is simple, it depends on whether your company is sincere. Si Charon frowned. Mr. Su, we are already very sincere. We can meet any requirements you have regarding the design proposal. Mr. Su was direct. My request is simple, Miss C. Be my girlfriend, then the plan is fine. Si Charon was speechless, feeling even more repulsed by Mr. Su. I'm sorry, Mr. Su, I am already married. She showed him the ring on her hand. Mr. Su sneered, is that so? According to my secretary, no one has ever seen Miss C's husband. Are you so fond of lying? Si Charon felt helpless. Mr. Su, there is no need to lie to you about this. In that case, let's forget about this cooperation. With the strength of our company, finding another design company won't be a problem. Hearing the rejection, Mr. Su's face darkened, and his tone became colder. Antu quickly intervened. Mr. Su, Si Charon is indeed married. We have been cooperating for so many years, can't we change design companies just because of this? It doesn't sound good if it gets out. Mr. Su sarcastically remarked, Miss C would rather support a freeloader than be my girlfriend. Si Charon's anger flared up. Mr. Su, you need to understand, I have a marriage certificate with my husband, he is not a freeloader. Seeing Si Charon getting angry, Mr. Su's small eyes, which were not that big to begin with, now emitted a lecherous light, followed by a cold snort. I've heard that the freeloader you support likes to gamble, and recently lost millions. These days, even freeloaders can get a marriage certificate. Mr. Su's tone softened. Charon, if you follow me, I guarantee you will have a good life. As he spoke, Mr. Su's greasy hand reached out towards Si Charon's delicate hand. Without realizing it, Si Charon's hand was held by him, and a nauseating feeling surged from the bottom of her heart. Swish! She quickly shook off Mr. Su's greasy hand. Mr. Su, please show some respect. Si Charon couldn't help but rebuke. You need to understand, right now you are asking for my help, don't be ungrateful. Mr. Su, shocked that Si Charon dared to push away his hand, couldn't help but roar, do you believe I can make you lose your job right now? Mr. Su stared angrily at Si Churin. His chubby face had turned red with anger. You need to understand, if I sleep with you, it's because I respect you. Don't be ungrateful. You. Suddenly, Si Churin's face turned pale. This Mr. Su was shameless beyond belief. At that moment, a chilling voice that made people shudder sounded behind Si Churin. You still want to sleep with my wife? Chu Chen's eyes were as cold as ice, his whole being exuding a powerful aura that pressured Mr. Su. Who are you? Feeling the different aura, Mr. Su suddenly couldn't speak. As soon as Si Churin heard the voice, her heart warmed and she turned to look. Besides Chu Chen, who else could it be? Chu Chen walked over and gently patted Si Churin's shoulder to comfort her. I am her husband, Chu Chen replied domineeringly, but his eyes were on Si Churin. Su Zong seemed to regain some confidence. You are her freeloading husband. I thought who else could it be? Let me tell you, it's your fortune to have caught the eye of your wife. Chu Chen remained cold and stern, just based on you? Damn, kid, how dare a freeloader like you be so arrogant? Su Hualiang was suddenly furious. How could anyone dare to be so arrogant in front of him? Chu Chen snorted, arrogant? Let me show you what arrogance is. Stepping forward, he reached out and grabbed Su Hualiang's neck, lifting his nearly 200 pounds body into the air. With eyes as cold as frost, Chu Chen looked at Su Hualiang and calmly said, dare to covet my wife again, and beware of losing your life. Su Hualiang's face turned red, his fat head twisting desperately, hands tightly gripping Chu Chen's arm, gasping for breath. You. Let. Go. Hu Dama and Si Churin were stunned to see this scene. Chu Chen was publicly pinching Su Hualiang as if he were pinching a chick. There was a surreal feeling in the air. Even Si Churin felt like she didn't know him anymore. Chu Chen, let him go first. Finally, someone remembered Su Zong's safety. Seeing Su Zong's face turning pale, his entire face looking like a pig's head, the restaurant staff finally realized the situation. Chu Chen glanced at Si Churin, then released Su Hualiang. The people around breathed a sigh of relief. Cough cough. You. Su Hualiang, holding his neck, looked terrified. You, what about you, coveting my wife? This is the consequence. Chu Chen didn't waste any words, he pulled Si Churin and left. Hu Dama looked at Chu Chen, then at Su Hualiang. Gritting her teeth, she followed Chu Chen and the others out of the restaurant. Meanwhile, Li Shuai, standing at the door, had witnessed the whole scene. Except for the entrance of the peaceful restaurant. Si Churin stared at Chu Chen and curiously asked, why are you here today? Chu Chen looked at Si Churin with a heartache, feeling sorry for himself for not being able to protect his wife, who was coveted by that pig-like guy. Si Churin blushed a bit under Chu Chen's direct gaze. I'm asking you a question. Oh, a friend invited me to dinner tonight, and it happened to be here, Chu Chen explained. Si Churin, with curious eyes wide open, asked, a friend? What kind of friend would invite you to dinner here? Guo Guangwei, I saved his son. Chu Chen had nothing to hide from his wife. Who? Si Churin was stunned for a moment. Was the person Chu Chen mentioned the one she knew? Guo Guangwei, are there several well-known Guo Guangwei in the Magic City? Chu Chen smiled. Si Churin suddenly felt that she didn't know Chu Chen even more. Tonight, Chu Chen had given her too many surprises and scares. She never expected that Guo Guangwei would invite him to dinner. What's more, he would fight for her. Si Churin had an indescribable feeling in her heart. Peaceful restaurant. Dragon and Phoenix Hall. Li Shuai walked slowly to Su Hualiang, who was still panting heavily, and said slowly, Mr. Su, I hope you won't pursue tonight's matter. Su Hualiang, seeing a young man who looked like a pretty boy, couldn't help but roar, who are you, why shouldn't I pursue it? By now, Chu Chen had already left, so he could still be arrogant. Li Shuai was not angry, he just handed over a business card. My boss hopes you can forget about today. MD. Su Huali heard this and wanted to curse even more, but still took the business card. Only a name was printed on the blank card. Guo Guangwei. Is this Mr. Guo's business card? Su Huali widened his mouth, looking at Li Shuai in surprise. Mr. Chu Chen is Mr. Guo Guangwei's guest, and since Mr. Su was at fault first today, the best outcome is for Mr. Su not to pursue this matter. Su Huali suddenly understood, with doubts in his heart, isn't Chu Chen a freeloader? Why is Guo Guangwei behind him? But looking at this business card, looking at the handsome guy in front of him, Su Huali nodded embarrassedly, please rest assured, Mr. Guo, I understand. Li Shuai nodded in satisfaction, no more unnecessary words, turned and left. After he left, Su Huali sat down on the chair, his back already soaked in cold sweat. Is this still a person? Isn't this a jinx? Chu Chen and Si Churin, who had no transportation, took a taxi home. Looking at the night scene outside the window, Shu Chen couldn't help but secretly resolve, tomorrow, I must buy a car. In a villa in the Magic City, Shu Hui lay on the sofa at home, poured herself a glass of sober red wine, and elegantly took a sip. However, she then looked at her phone with confusion. Why hasn't Su Huali called me? Did he succeed? But until dawn, until she slowly fell asleep, she did not hear Su Huali call her. The next day, Shu Chen, who had prepared breakfast, was focused on figuring out where to buy a car today. The transportation issue needed to be resolved quickly. Si Charan ate breakfast, curiously observing Chu Chen, always feeling that Chu Chen seemed different from the person she used to know. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Chu Chen felt embarrassed being stared at. Nothing, I feel like you've changed. Si Charan expressed her thoughts. Chu Chen smiled gently, I haven't changed much, just love you more. Humph, who would believe you? But the slightly blushing face left Chu Chen stunned. Wife. Let's have a baby. Hearing this, Si Charan immediately blushed with anger. Nonsense. Ha ha, my wife is so cute. Chu Chen caught the slipper thrown by Si Charan, daydreaming. Porsche flagship store. Chu Chen got out of the taxi and was about to enter when he saw a woman dressed up and angrily scolding a young handsome man at the door. Mu Qingming, you lied to me. You said you'd buy me a Porsche. And now, why are you backing out when it's time to pay? The angry beauty threw her bag at the young handsome man while dodging and explaining, Roar, I really didn't intend to deceive you. How would I know this card couldn't be used? Mu Qingming explained while dodging. You deliberately lied to me. Now that you've got what you wanted, you can just brush me off? The woman named Roar was aggressive. Mu Qingming knew that no matter what he said now, she probably wouldn't listen. He could only coax her with kind words. How about this? I'll buy you an LV bag later. Don't be angry, okay? A Porsche costs millions, a bag only costs tens of thousands. Do you think I'm stupid? Hearing his words, Roar became even angrier. Mu Qingming, helpless, cursed in his heart, took out his phone, and dialed a number. Hello, Dad, why can't my card be used? But a roar sounded behind him. You spendthrift, what else can you do besides spending money? Mu Qingming was stunned for a moment, turned around, only to see his father standing behind him. Dad, what are you doing here? Mu Qingming trembled as he spoke. And just a moment ago, Roar, who was still in a rage, couldn't say a word when she saw Mu Boyuan. Mu Boyuan stared at the son who looked so much like him, feeling deeply disappointed. The Lingdong group is currently in a difficult situation, yet this prodigal son only knows how to buy Porsches for beautiful women. How could this not make him angry? I've already cancelled your card, Mu Boyuan said calmly. The young man became anxious. Why? I don't have money to support your extravagant lifestyle. Mu Boyuan felt even more disappointed. Mr. Mu, the financial report for Lingdong Fashion today has come in. Would you like to take a look? At this moment, assistant Xiao Xia walked over with a tablet and asked. Shu Chen stood by, and upon hearing Lingdong Fashion, he couldn't help but feel a stir in his heart. Mu Boyuan gave the assistant a meaningful look and took the tablet. The financial report for Lingdong Fashion was already looking grim. At this moment, Mu Qingming leaned over and asked, Dad, what are you looking at? Can you understand it? Mu Boyuan pushed the tablet in front of his face. I can't understand. Mu Boyuan's actions made him take a step back in fear, stuttering. Mr. Mu, Lingdong Fashion is close to having negative assets and needs to be sold off promptly. Assistant Xiao Xia's words made Mu Boyuan's mind start to churn. After all, the losses at Lingdong Fashion had been weighing on him for a long time. Just then, Chu Chen stepped forward. Lingdong Fashion is up for sale? How about selling it to me? His brilliant smile was like the warm winter sun, warm and bright. Mu Boyuan had yet to say anything. Mu Qingming immediately sneered. Who are you, just you, buying our family's company? Chu Chen just smiled, looking at Mu Boyuan with clear and bright eyes. Mu Boyuan looked at Chu Chen. Although the young man in front of him was too young, his words gave off a sense of determination and maturity. Young man, although Lingdong Fashion has suffered significant losses, it is still a piece of meat that is not so easy to swallow. Exactly. Who do you think you are, overestimating your capabilities? Mu Qingming, already angry, now saw a young man who, in his eyes, was ignorant and arrogant. He couldn't help but vent his anger. I'm sorry, Mr. Mu, I forgot to introduce myself in the heat of the moment when you mentioned Lingdong Fashion, Chu Chen politely said. My name is Chu Chen, and I'm currently doing some small business. If Mr. Mu is really considering selling Lingdong Fashion, why not give me a chance? Mu Boyuan felt that he was not lying. Kid, stop fooling around here. Have you ever driven a Porsche? How many houses do you have? You talk big about buying a company, why don't you fly to the sky? Mu Qingming couldn't believe that this young man in front of him could afford to buy a company on such a grand scale. "Qingming, look at yourself," Mu Boyuan reprimanded, feeling a bit uneasy about his son's arrogance. "Since Mr. Mu doubts my financial strength, I would like to ask, how much is Lingdong Fashion going to be sold for? Whether I was too confident, or it's really within easy reach." Shu Chen maintained a polite tone, neither arrogant nor impatient. "Xiao Xia, calculate it." Mu Boyuan gazed at Shu Chen, wondering when his son could be as composed as him. When assistant Xiao Xia heard their conversation, he had already picked up the tablet and started calculating. Meanwhile, Mu Qingming looked disdainfully at Shu Chen, completely disbelieving that someone of his age could come up with the money to buy a company. "Mr. Mu, the current market value of Lingdong Fashion, including assets, personnel, etc., is estimated to be around 5 billion. However, as Lingdong Fashion is currently in a loss-making state, the market value may be lower." Not long after, Xiao Xia calculated the enterprise value of Lingdong Clothing. Shu Chen heard the price, which was not surprising to him. Based on his understanding of Lingdong Clothing, the price was about right. Currently, in China, there are not many companies with a market value of 500 million. It was evident that Mu Boyuan had put a lot of effort into this company before. Mu Qingming was not happy. "Xiao Xia, are you mistaken? Our company is only worth 5 billion? Did you calculate it wrong?" Xiao Xia hesitated. "Young master, I..." "Shut up!" Mu Boyuan shouted angrily. Mu Qingming immediately behaved like a chick, standing silently on the side. If it weren't for his good self-control, Shu Chen would have burst out laughing. "Coward!" But Roar's words were heard by everyone present. Mu Qingming glared at her fiercely, almost exploding with anger, but he couldn't do anything about it. "Then it's 5 billion. Mu Boyuan didn't pay attention to Roar's words. "Okay, Mr. Mu, please verify the funds." Shu Chen took out a bank card and handed it to Xiao Xia. Xiao Xia glanced at Mu Boyuan, who nodded slightly. Xiao Xia was surprised when he received the bank card from Shu Chen. To his surprise, there was a password written on the back of the card. He couldn't help but look up at Shu Chen. However, Shu Chen remained calm and stood there quietly, seemingly indifferent to everything. Xiao Xia was moved and turned to take out his phone to make a call. Mu Boyuan curiously asked Shu Chen, "May I ask why you want to purchase Lingdong Clothing?" Shu Chen smiled, "Mainly to get closer to my wife." Mu Boyuan exclaimed in surprise, "I didn't expect you to be so loving towards your wife. Just a henpecked husband, that's all." Mu Qingming muttered, but he didn't dare to speak loudly because of Mu Boyuan's authority. Mu Boyuan frowned and stared at the irresponsible spendthrift. "Mr. Mu, there are 10 billion in the account." After a moment, Xiao Xia returned with the card. Mu Boyuan was stunned when he heard the amount and turned to look at Shu Chen. Is it real or fake? 10 billion, did you steal it, kid?" Mu Qingming didn't believe it at all. To him, he didn't even have that much pocket money. Shu Chen smiled and asked casually, "Can I buy Lingdong Clothing now?" He took the bank card handed to him by Xiao Xia. Mu Boyuan nodded, "Yes, of course. However, the company is still in a loss-making state." "That's okay, I'll figure it out," Shu Chen said calmly. Seeing that neither of the two paid attention to him, Mu Qingming awkwardly touched his nose and ran to Xiao Xia's side. "Xiao Xia, do you really have 10 billion? Don't be fooled by that kid." "Young master, there really is 10 billion. I didn't make a mistake." Xiao Xia replied affirmatively. "Wow, that's impressive." Mu Qingming's attitude towards Shu Chen changed. However, Mu Boyuan was extremely disappointed in his son. "Mr. Mu, you shouldn't underestimate the young master like that. If he finds something suitable to do, I believe he will do it well." Shu Chen praised generously. Mu Boyuan turned to Mu Qingming and scolded, "Look at him, you've been looking down on him for so long, and he still speaks well of you. Why is there such a big gap between people?" "Mr. Mu, should we sign an agreement between us?" Shu Chen politely asked. "Of course. That's completely fine." Mu Boyuan had no objections. It was normal to sign a contract in business. "However, I have a few requests. I hope Mr. Mu can agree." Shu Chen spoke up. Curiously looking at him, Mu Boyuan asked, "What requests do you have?" "Firstly, Lingdong Clothing will still be under your name. Next, don't reveal my identity, I prefer to work behind the scenes. After signing the contract, I will take responsibility for all subsequent losses." These three conditions were stated, leaving Mu Boyuan speechless. Even Mu Qingming was astonished, looking at Shu Chen with his mouth wide open. Is your brain flooded? Although Mu Qingming was not without skills, it didn't mean he was foolish. For example, You buy a house and put someone else's name on it, and keep it a secret. And if there are any problems with the house, you bear them yourself. Isn't this a disaster? Mu Boyuan was truly impressed by Chu Chen at this moment. What are you doing? I bought this company just to be closer to my wife. I don't want to deal with anything else. As for future operations, my wife should be fine. Chu Chen replied calmly. Before I forget, who is your wife? Mu Boyuan was genuinely curious, as there weren't many men who could go to such lengths for their wives. Chief designer of Lingdong Fashion, Si Charan, Chu Chen proudly stated. Oh, her. Mu Boyuan was familiar with Si Charan. As the youngest and most talented designer at Lingdong Fashion, how could he not know her? However, every time subordinates reported on her work, they always mentioned some negative information. Mu Boyuan looked at Chu Chen and secretly speculated, it seems he really cares about his wife. Mr. Chu, the contract is ready. Looking at the contract handed over, Chu Chen was surprised by Xiao Xie's efficiency. The contract was drafted too quickly. Chu Chen took it and found that there were almost no major issues with the terms and conditions. The funding situation, responsibilities, and obligations of both parties were very well defined. Chu Chen nodded in approval. This contract is quite comprehensive. Xiao Xie smiled, mainly because we deal with acquisition contracts regularly, so we are well prepared. Mr. Chu, do you have any other questions? Mu Boyuan had no objections to the contract, as he frequently signed such agreements. No more questions. Xiao Xie handed over 2 pens. Chu Chen quickly signed his name, then took out his phone and transferred 500 million. Mu Qingming beside him was dumbfounded. He's really straightforward in business. Look at him, then look at yourself. Ruor compared Chu Chen and Mu Qingming, unable to help but complain. Are you still my girlfriend? Why are you so useless? Tomorrow, I will go to Lingdong Fashion to announce the new chairman. Mr. Chu, rest assured, I won't leak any information about you. With everything settled, Mu Boyuan spoke up. Okay, thank you. Chu Chen reached out his right hand to shake Mu Boyuan's hand. In an instant, information appeared above Mu Boyuan's head. Name, Mu Boyuan, balance in account 2239, 982,800,294 yuan, balance in account 8889, 73,462,309 yuan, properties, 10 villas, for other properties, vehicles, 20 cars, assets. 2 listed companies, 1 joint venture, 1 group company, 5 limited companies, private funds, 9,251,332 yuan, spouse, Du Iran, CFO of Lingdong Group, Sun Mu Qingming, unemployed. Chu Chen thought to himself, truly a wealthy person, even the private funds are in the millions. Mr. Chu, are you here to buy a car today? Mu Boyuan saw the Porsche flagship store behind him and instantly understood why Chu Chen was here. Yes, I have a lot going on recently and need a means of transportation. Actually, Lingdong Fashion has a Porsche. Mr. Chu can use it for now. Mu Boyuan remembered that he had previously bought a Porsche registered under Lingdong Fashion. But I haven't driven much. Oh, since you have it, I'll use it first. Chu Chen was not pretentious. Anyway, the whole company belonged to him, so he didn't care about this car. Save some money and buy a handbag for his wife. Porsche. People casually have Porsches. Ruor pinched Mu Qingming's arm hard, making him grimace in pain. No, be gentle. Mu Qingming was speechless. Why is the gap between people so big? With the signing of the contract, a big burden in Mu Boyuan's heart finally lifted. He no longer had to worry about Lingdong Fashion's losses. That was now Chu Chen's problem. Mu Boyuan glanced at Mu Qingming grimacing in pain. He thought to himself, the only problem now is his incompetent son. Mu Qingming sensed his father's strange gaze and a foreboding feeling arose. Chu Chen whistled as he hailed a cab home. He still had to cook for his wife at night. In the future, I'll be even closer to my wife. Thinking about the system continuously adding balance to his account, Chu Chen felt even happier. Square building, 18th floor. Miss Xu, hello, our general manager Su is not here today. The receptionist politely informed Zhu Hui. Zhu Hui, who didn't receive a response last night, called Su Hualiang several times but he didn't answer. Unable to contain her emotions, Zhu Hui went directly to Su Hualiang's office building. She wanted to ask in person what was going on. Not here? Then call him and say Miss Xu is waiting for him. The receptionist hesitated. I'm sorry, Miss Xu, we can't casually call the general manager's phone. Do you have any professional ethics? The general manager is not here, and the receptionist won't even help make a call. Zhu Hui was furious, feeling nowhere to vent her anger. Zhu Hui, why are you here? Zhu Hui, still angry, turned around at the question. It was Su Hualiang. You really weren't here. Come on, I just happened to have something to do today. Just got back? What happened yesterday? Let's talk in my office. Su Hualiang led Zhu Hui to his office. Zhu Hui, not holding back, sat directly on the sofa. Why didn't you call me yesterday? Zhu Hui demanded an explanation. Su Hualiang briefly explained yesterday's events, concealing Gui Guangwei's assistant's involvement. He couldn't casually reveal such matters. Su Hualiang poured a glass of water for Zhu Hui, placed it in front of her, and spoke with sincerity. Zhu Hui, as an old friend, let me advise you. Forget about this matter, stop targeting Si Churan. Zhu Hui's anger flared up even more. What do you mean? Even if you have taken a liking to her, you don't need to speak up for her like this, right? Su Hualiang hurriedly explained, I'm not speaking up for her. Su Hualiang recalled the business card with Gui Guangwei's name on it, knowing he couldn't afford to offend that person. Listen to me, stop targeting her. Su Hualiang said with emphasis. Nonsense. What do you mean by not targeting her? Do you know how much grievance I suffer because of her every day? Now, with just one word from you, asking me not to target her, why should I listen? Zhu Hui gritted her teeth. She couldn't stand Si Churan's indifferent and composed demeanor, her natural grace in any outfit, and her overflowing talent. Si Churan's excellence directly threatened Zhu Hui's current position as vice general manager. Despite several attempts from higher-ups to promote Si Churan, Zhu Hui managed to block them. Women's jealousy is truly terrifying. Seeing that he couldn't persuade her, Su Hualiang remained silent. I have advised you already. Whether you want to listen or not, it's up to you. Su Hualiang finished speaking, stood up directly, and walked to the office desk to look through the documents. Zhu Hui, seeing his attitude, was so angry that she wanted to curse at him. Coward! She could only leave with this sentence and walked away. Su Hualiang watched her leave and couldn't help but sigh, you reap what you sow. Zhu Hui couldn't figure out what was wrong with Su Hualiang. It's only been one night, why does Su Hualiang seem like a different person? He dares not do this, he dares not do that. This doesn't seem like him. No, I must make Si Churan leave this company. Zhu Hui sat in the car, gritting her teeth. The next day, Si Churan woke up to find breakfast prepared on the table. But Chu Chen was not there. He left a note. Wife, have breakfast obediently. I have something to do outside. Seeing this note, Si Churan's face was filled with happiness. Lingdong fashion. Vice General Manager Zhu Hui's office. Zhu Hui, sitting behind the desk, had a cold and serious expression. Across from her were Hu Mama and Si Churan. You were supposed to handle the clients, but what happened? The clients ended up being beaten. Can you explain if this is appropriate? Zhu Hui couldn't contain her anger and called them into the office early in the morning. She demanded an explanation. Hu Mama sighed and slowly spoke, Manager Zhu, we were trying to salvage the client. But the request from Manager Su was just two. To what? Zhu Hui asked coldly. Manager Su asked Churan to be his girlfriend, which is just impossible. Hu Mama thought for a moment and spoke the truth. What's so impossible about it? Just be his girlfriend, it's not like he's asking you to sleep with him immediately. What's so difficult about that? Can't you sacrifice a bit for work? Zhu Hui pointed at Si Churan and scolded. Hearing this, Si Churan felt that Zhu Hui was acting crazy. Manager Zhu, I'm already married. How can I be someone else's girlfriend? Moreover, he is a client. If I do such a thing, how can I face myself in the future? Despite feeling very angry, Si Churan, who had good manners, patiently explained to Zhu Hui. So what if you're married? Is your freeloading husband any different with or without you? Manager Su is good-looking and wealthy, where can't you match up to him? Zhu Hui's words made Si Churan feel disgusted. Hu Mama was a bit surprised. How could Su Hualiang, with his chubby appearance, be considered good-looking? Manager Zhu, this is not the way to handle this matter. Si Churan was still planning to argue based on reason. I don't care how you handle your affairs, but the current problem is that we have lost this client. Manager Su is going to find a new design company, and you have caused the company to lose a major client. This is a fact. It's because of your inaction that we lost the client. Now go to your workstation and pack your things. I'm going to fire you. Get out now. Zhu Hui's shouting voice could be heard even by the employees outside. Hu Mama panicked upon hearing this. Manager Zhu, please reconsider. Churan is one of the top designers in our city. If she is fired, our losses will be even greater. Top designer? I think she's just a vase that causes trouble for me. Zhu Hui refused to budge. Si Churan couldn't bear it any longer. With a leader like you, I'm not willing to work here anymore. After speaking, she turned to leave. At that moment, the door of Zhu Hui's office was pushed open. Vice General Zhu, Manager Hu, Designer C, the chairman is here and wants us to have a meeting in the hall. It was Zhu Hui's assistant, Lu Ran. Don't you know to knock before entering? Zhu Hui was furious. Where did all the usual rules go? Lu Ran quickly apologized. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhu, the chairman has arrived. It's urgent, so I didn't knock on the door. I'm really sorry. The appearance of the assistant immediately made Hu Dama and Si Churan feel pitiful. Got it, you can leave. Zhu Hui impatiently waved her hand, letting Lu Ran leave first. The assistant bowed to the three of them and quickly closed the door and left. Go to the meeting first. When you come back, pack up and leave here. Zhu Hui thought for a moment. She still needed to pay attention in front of the chairman. Otherwise, what if he had a bad impression of her? After speaking, Zhu Hui stood up and left without looking back at them. Hu Dama and Si Churan helplessly glanced at each other. Churan, don't worry, I'll go talk to the chairman. This is unreasonable. Hu Dama said indignantly. Forget it, I don't want to work here anyway. Si Churan's beautiful eyes turned slightly red. Looking at her, Hu Dama suddenly felt powerless. In the lobby of Lingdong Fashion, it was already crowded with people. In the middle of the aisle was Mu Boyuan, and his assistant Xiao Xie stood in front. Is everyone here? Today, I have gathered everyone to announce a few things. Xiao Xie also got straight to the point. Due to strategic layout, Lingdong Fashion has been successfully acquired by others. As soon as this was said, discussions started to rise. Currently, the new chairman cannot show up. I will announce the chairman's tasks and the company's development direction for everyone later. Although Xiao Xia was not very satisfied with being assigned as Chu Chen's assistant, Mu Boyuan had no objections, so he couldn't say anything. Why is this new chairman so mysterious? How come the company was sold to someone else? Will the new chairman fire all of us? Too many questions made everyone speculate endlessly. Hu Dama whispered, I didn't hear that Lingdong Fashion was sold before. This is too sudden. Si Churan was also curious. There was no rumor at all, and suddenly the company was sold. Xiao Xie in front continued, the new chairman, considering the company's future development, has made the following adjustments. As soon as Xiao Xie said this, the surrounding area, which was whispering, suddenly quieted down. No one knew if these adjustments would affect them. The first adjustment, the design department will be upgraded to the design business department from today. The business department will be responsible for its own profits and losses. All personnel adjustments, project progress, etc. will be managed and adjusted by the business department general manager. Wow, the general manager is like an emperor now? Wow, the design department is so lucky? Such a big move. Responsible for its own profits and losses, will we still get paid in the future? Upgrading a department to a business department means that the entire department has been promoted in the company's organizational structure. Their decision-making power will also become greater. Zhu Hui's face lit up. Finally upgraded to a business department, her power will be even greater in the future. In her opinion, the position of the head of the business department should belong to her. Hu Dama was dumbfounded. If Zhu Hui becomes the general manager, won't she have a hard time? Mu Boyuan is the part-time general manager of Lingdong Fashion, but he never handles specific work, so Zhu Hui, the deputy general manager, has always been in charge. If Mu Boyuan steps down, then Zhu Hui will definitely be promoted next. Si Churan pursed her lips. She would definitely leave anyway, so she didn't care. Secondly, the original design department manager Hu Yanxiao's position remains unchanged, with a 30% salary increase. Employees under the design department will receive a 15% raise. While everyone was still digesting the previous news, the second announcement immediately surprised everyone. The design department becoming a business department, with such a significant increase in benefits? A direct increase of 15% for employees and 30% for leaders. For a moment, everyone's minds were racing. Can I transfer to the design department? Look at them, making bold moves and getting a raise right away. Pay respects to the boss, hurry up and join the design department. Upon hearing this news, the employees of the design department were all in a panic. Zhu Hui was overjoyed when she heard, Hu Yanxia got promoted so much. Surely my salary won't be less. Zhu Hui was ecstatic today. She fired Si Churan in the morning. Then there was a departmental adjustment, and a raise. Today was truly a good day. Anhu was also dumbfounded, quietly asking Si Churan, how did this adjustment happen so suddenly? Si Churan whispered back, I have no idea, today's events are a bit strange. Anhu quickly nodded, I also find it strange, let's wait and see. Xiao Xia cleared his throat, and the surroundings quieted down again. Thirdly, appointing Si Churan as the general manager of the design department, overseeing the department's development and personnel adjustments. Quiet. As Xiao Xie's voice fell, the entire office lobby was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. And who was stunned, she turned to look at Xiao Xie, then at Si Charan. What did he say? Si Charan was also stunned, general manager of the department? Me? Impossible. A roar came from Zhu Hui's mouth. Instantly, everyone present was startled by her shout. Mu Boyuan glanced at her, furrowing his brows. Absolutely impossible. How could Si Charan be made the general manager? The general manager position should be mine. Zhu Hui's crazy outburst shocked everyone. What's wrong with Vice President Zhu? Not becoming the general manager shouldn't lead to this reaction. I didn't realize Vice President Zhu had such ambitions. Xiao Xie, looking at her disheveled appearance, patiently explained, I'm sorry, this is the decision of the new chairman. Zhu Hui was stunned for a moment, then frantically shouted, Impossible, impossible, I am the general manager, I am the general manager. Everyone present was shocked by her behavior. And who, is she going crazy? Xiao Xie turned to Si Charan, General Manager Si, how should we handle this person? With these words, everyone's gaze instantly focused on Si Charan. And who was also stunned, does this appointment take effect immediately? Si Charan lowered his head and thought about the comments Zhu Hui had made in the office. Remembering the years under her leadership, where innocent people were often blamed. For leaders who disregard employee interests and don't treat employees as human beings, my suggestion is to dismiss her. Si Charan said solemnly. Xiao Xie nodded. Then please have the HR manager handle it. The HR manager nodded upon hearing this. Zhu Hui, upon hearing this, almost lost her footing. How could this happen? The announcement ended. Mu Boyuan turned and left. Xiao Xie took the elevator to the top floor office. Chairman's office on the top floor. Xu Chen was looking around. Wasn't it supposed to be a Porsche? Where are the car keys? He opened a drawer. Inside lay a key with the Porsche logo. Xiao Xie entered the room. Mr. Xu, everything has been taken care of. Alright, everything's done, you can go do whatever you need to do, Xu Chen said. Xu Chen had thought long and hard about this adjustment at Lingdong Fashion. The current outcome was pretty much as he had expected. Hearing this, Xiao Xie turned and left. Xu Chen sat in his boss's chair, smiling contentedly. My wife is really efficient, she knows how to fire people. Just then, his phone rang. Opening it, he saw it was Wang Qiankuan. Fatty, what's up? Xu Chen asked. Wang Qiankuan laughed. Xu Chen, the renovation of your courtyard is done, come take a look. Alright, I'll be right over. Xu Chen was delighted upon hearing the news. With the renovation of the small courtyard completed, he could now open his own fortune-telling shop. For now, it was Lingdong clothing, but stability would come later. Xu Chen planned to hand everything over to Si Charan directly, not wanting to deal with anything. Holding the key to the Porsche, he went down to the basement, found the car, and drove off. The courtyard was a harmonious blend. Wang Qiankuan swept the already mostly renovated small courtyard. The antique look gave it a sense of ancient times. The wooden plaque hanging at the entrance looked expensive, with 3 large characters written on it, Tian Xuan Gu. When Xu Chen arrived at the courtyard, everything was already arranged. He nodded in satisfaction. Xu Chen is here, come in and take a look. Wang Qiankuan, who was sweeping the floor, greeted Xu Chen upon his arrival. Here are the keys to the courtyard, and the one in the middle is the main hall. The rooms on both sides are empty, so you can arrange them as you like. As he spoke, Wang Qiankuan handed Xu Chen a bunch of keys. Great! Thank you so much for your help during this time. Xu Chen sincerely thanked him. Without Wang Qiankuan's assistance, he wouldn't have had the time to come to the courtyard. It's nothing, just small things. You've helped me a lot too. Wang Qiankuan smiled. By the way, are you really planning to open a fortune-telling shop? Wang Qiankuan curiously asked. Yes, this is my career. Xu Chen smiled. Alright, if you need any help, just let me know anytime. Wang Qiankuan said with a smile. Just then, a rough voice sounded at the door. Can you tell fortunes here? Xu Chen turned to see a burly man in a t-shirt and shorts standing at the door, followed by 2 others. Hey, you already have business coming to you? Wang Qiankuan teased as he looked at the man at the door. Don't joke around, we don't know yet. Xu Chen replied. This brother, my shop has just been renovated. It's not yet time for official business. If you need anything, you can come back in a few days. With a polite bow, he said. Just renovated? That doesn't stop you from doing business. The big man walked in as he spoke, completely ignoring Xu Chen's words, with his 2 followers following suit. You just opened, and I came to show support. Am I giving you face? The burly man smiled as he spoke. All guests are welcome. Since you're here, it must be fate. Xu Chen could only helplessly continue as the man entered without regard. I have something urgent. The burly man played with a walnut in his hand. What's the matter? Feel free to tell me. Well, my dog is missing. Since you're a fortune teller, why not tell me? The two men behind him nodded in agreement. Exactly, since this is a fortune-telling shop, tell us. We are your first customers, honored, right? Chu Chen and Wang Qianquan exchanged a glance. It seemed they had encountered troublemakers today. I'm sorry, even though I'm a fortune teller, I only tell fortunes for people, Chu Chen politely said. Oh, you young man, your words are not polite. What, am I not a person? The big man's face changed, his tone becoming more severe. No, big brother, don't misunderstand. Wang Qianquan, seeing the situation was turning bad, quickly intervened. What's there to misunderstand? I understood what he said. I came to have my fortune told, to find my beloved dog. This kid's meaning is that I'm not a person, right? The big man's face darkened, his cold gaze fixed on Chu Chen. Chu Chen was furious. You are distorting my words. The shop has not officially opened yet. Come back when it does. With that said, Chu Chen bowed and intended to go inside to take a look. Little did he know. The burly man opened his mouth and cursed. Oh, is this a cowardly turtle? Probably a liar, right? The two men behind him joined in. Exactly. Probably just a scammer who can't even find a dog. Without the diamond, don't take on jobs you can't handle. Wang Qianquan was a bit anxious. Everyone, let's talk things out. It's not a big deal, really. The burly man grabbed Wang Qianquan's collar directly. Not a big deal? I have several dogs. If they're lost, you'll pay. Then he turned to Chu Chen. Kid, you'll have to settle the score today, one way or another. Otherwise, I'll just smash your shop. Chu Chen's face darkened, his cold gaze fixed on the burly man, saying, let him go. Last time he was in danger, the system gave him a powerful pill. It significantly improved Chu Chen's physical fitness and combat power. Dealing with someone like this now shouldn't be a problem. The two lackeys behind them spoke up. You should find out more. Our boss is not to be trifled with. Kid, I advise you, settle the score with our boss. The boss stared at Chu Chen. Kid, have you figured out how to settle the score with me? At this moment, a familiar voice sounded, detected that the host is in a dangerous period, granting a spell to deal with enemies, as well as endless killing intent. Chu Chen understood. It seemed that this boss, Tiger, really didn't intend to let him off today. He even triggered his system's protective measures. Since that's the case. Following that, the killing intent surged out of Chu Chen's body like the tide of the Qiantang River. In an instant, the temperature in the courtyard dropped sharply, as if even the air had solidified. The endless killing intent was the accumulation of the killing intent of hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of people who had died. Just with this killing intent, it could scare the faint-hearted to death. It was evident how terrifying Chu Chen had become at this moment. Tiger and his two lackeys were intimidated by this sudden killing intent. Fear filled their eyes, their bodies seemed to freeze in place as if they had lost control. Even Wang Qianquan was intimidated by this killing intent. He trembled, not daring to move, but feeling why his pants were so wet. Chu Chen took a step, each step as heavy as a bell, striking at the hearts of Tiger and his lackeys. The momentum they had just shown had completely disappeared. I said, let him go. Chu Chen spoke again. Tiger involuntarily released his hand, and Wang Qianquan quickly hid behind Chu Chen. Tiger's two lackeys turned and ran without thinking. Oh my god, so scared. Damn, is this guy human? In their cries, in an instant, only the three of them were left in the courtyard. Seeing this, Tiger cursed inwardly, two useless guys. But now he dared not move at all. Come to me for a fortune-telling, what's your purpose? Chu Chen asked coldly. I have no purpose, just checking out your new place. Come to extort some money. Big brother, I was wrong, I won't dare again. Tiger trembled, with a tearful voice. The killing intent emanating from Chu Chen, he really couldn't bear it. He really wanted to punch him and show this young man his place. But for some reason, his fist couldn't be clenched, couldn't be raised. It's good that you know you were wrong. Do less extortion in the future. Chu Chen said sternly. Yes, I'll listen to you, I was wrong. Tiger nodded repeatedly. Seeing his sincere attitude, Chu Chen eased up on the killing intent. In an instant, the entire courtyard returned to normal. Tiger suddenly found that he could move his hand. He looked deeply at Chu Chen, confirming through his eyes, this is a person he shouldn't mess with. At this moment, Chu Chen patted his shoulder. Be a good person, or I'll catch you extorting again. But you won't have it so easy next time. Just after Chu Chen patted his shoulder, various data appeared above Hu Ji's head. Name, Bao Xiaohu, 3,429 bank account balance, 180,294 yuan, real estate owned, 1 property, vehicles owned, 1 car, private money, 5,000 yuan, in the car's glove compartment, occupation, thug, no spouse, no children. Seeing his information, Xu Chen felt a bit sorry for Hu Gu. A grown man, and only 5,000 yuan in private money. Hu Gu was frozen in disbelief and asked, How did you know? Xu Chen slowly replied, I calculated it, of course. And you don't even have a dog. Hu Gu was full of shock. This person not only exuded a strong aura but also seemed to be genuinely good at fortune-telling. Suddenly, there was a sense of fear and trepidation towards Xu Chen. Alright, go on, don't get into trouble again. Xu Chen spoke. Hu Gu felt like he had been pardoned and quickly turned to leave. Thank you. You're just letting him go like that. Wang Qiankuan thought, why not give him a beating? Forget it, he's a pitiful person. Xu Chen muttered. Wang Qiankuan blinked his eyes in confusion at Xu Chen's words. The person who was just scolding him is a pitiful person? Dai Ermei has been feeling restless lately. The fortune-telling handsome guy who was popular on the internet before seems to have disappeared recently. There is not even any news about him, let alone his videos. Dai Ermei now lacks enthusiasm even in her live broadcasts. In today's live broadcast room, the fans were as numerous as ever. Dai Ermei, dressed in a cute Lolita outfit, sighed in front of the camera. In the live broadcast room, the viewers said, Oh, Dai Ermei seems so absent-minded, what's wrong with her? Yeah, she seems to lack energy recently. Is Dai Ermei lovesick? The one who's lovesick, don't leave. Dai Ermei watched the viewers teasing in the live broadcast room but did not stop them as usual. She just sighed quietly, I wonder what he's doing now. Viewers, who are you talking about? Yeah, who has Dai Ermei set her eyes on? I also want to know, who is she thinking about? Dai Ermei blushed a bit. Oh, don't talk nonsense, I haven't set my eyes on anyone. Viewers, she says she hasn't set her eyes on anyone, but she's blushing. The lovesickness is so obvious, yet she's still denying it. Oh, I know, is it the handsome guy who was fortune-telling some time ago? Which handsome guy? Dai Ermei saw the netizens mentioning this. Her beautiful and cute face turned even redder. Viewers, oh, I guessed it right. That's how it is. Which handsome guy? Which handsome guy? I just arrived. Is it the handsome guy who caught the human trafficker on the bus? Hey, I think I've heard of that. Is he very handsome? He's making Dai Ermei so absent-minded. Dai Ermei covered her face. Oh, don't talk nonsense. Viewers, Dai Ermei, you're overthinking. We'll help you find him. Yes, we'll help you find him. Quick, issue a wanted notice. Looking for the handsome guy who can tell fortunes. You guys are making a fuss. I agree. I'm also so curious about this handsome guy. Dai Ermei looked at the live broadcast room, realizing that the whole atmosphere had shifted. She quickly spoke up to stop them. Don't be like this. What if he doesn't want to be found? Water friends. Oh, are you talking to the handsome guy now? Don't mind Dai Ermei, quickly issue a wanted order in the martial arts world. I'll draft it. Dai Ermei couldn't stop it, and everyone was dumbfounded. Soon, the water friends posted a wanted order in the martial arts world, currently looking for the fortune-telling young man, not only handsome and cute, but also brave and just, catching human traffickers and helping catch adulterers. Those with information can contact Dai Ermei directly, regarding everything that happened in Dai Ermei's live broadcast room. Xu Chen was unaware, he was just a 2G youth. Seeing that his fortune-telling shop was almost renovated. Now the consideration was how to attract customers. Should we consider doing live broadcasts? Wang Qiankuan suggested while smoking. Young people nowadays like watching live broadcasts. This is also a way to expand the customer base. Xu Chen nodded. We can give it a try, looks like we need to purchase some equipment. However, Xu Chen immediately considered another issue. The current system limitation is, only when touching others will he know various information about them. It seems he can only wait for customers to come. After thinking about the next step, Xu Chen stood up. Why are you leaving so soon? Wang Qiankuan asked. Going home to cook for my wife. Henpecked. Wang Qiankuan sneered. At 5 in the morning, Xu Chen woke up from his dream. He changed his clothes and practiced the killer move given by the system. The incident with Tiger Brother made Xu Chen realize that he needed to practice something in the future, at least for self-defense. This killer move focuses on taking down the enemy in one move. As for whether the opponent is strong or tall, it's almost not a concern. Coupled with the previous effect of the Dali pill, Xu Chen's killer move can be said to be very powerful. Self-defense was more than enough. The system was loyal, providing him with self-defense techniques in dangerous situations. At 7 in the morning, Si Charan got up, and Chu Chen had already brought the prepared soup dumplings and egg soup to the table. Si Charan looked at the breakfast on the table and asked in surprise, "Did you make all of these?" Chu Chen smiled, "I know how to do many things. Cooking delicious food is just one of them." Si Charan rolled her eyes, "Humph, you're boasting again." Si Charan underestimated Chu Chen's cooking skills. The soup dumplings were thin-skinned, large, and delicious, with soup flowing out with each bite. Si Charan ate 2 baskets before putting down her chopsticks. "I didn't expect you to be so good at cooking. Of course, if you want to eat more in the future, I'll make it for you." Si Charan remembered yesterday's events. "I got promoted." Chu Chen was excited. "Really? Congratulations." "Thank you. I have to go to work now. I'll leave these to you." Si Charan smiled, pointing to the leftovers on the table. "Sure, no problem. Go ahead, my wife." Chu Chen answered with a smile. Quadrangle Courtyard. Although Chu Chen is the actual controlling shareholder of Lingdong Clothing now, he still felt that for running the company, he should let professionals like his wife Si Charan handle it. But for now, he decided not to tell his wife yet. In the courtyard, there was a reclining chair with a wooden coffee table beside it. On top were a teapot and teacups, with freshly brewed tea. Chu Chen lay on the reclining chair, closing his eyes, quietly enjoying the sunshine. At that moment, a noisy voice came from the door. Chu Chen opened his eyes to see Wang Qiankuan pulling a plain-looking, weathered man. "Believe me, this buddy of mine is quite accurate." Wang Qiankuan eagerly brought the man into Chu Chen's courtyard. "Chu Chen, help me out." As soon as they entered, Wang Qiankuan shouted loudly. The big brother could only follow behind Wang Qiankuan, shyly rubbing his hands. "What, do you need my help?" Chu Chen sat up and asked Wang Qiankuan. Wang Qiankuan smiled and pointed to the big brother next to him. "This is a former brother of mine, just call him Daijing." Then he patted the big brother next to him. "Let me tell you, this is my buddy Chu Chen, and I rented this small courtyard to him." Daijing saw that Chu Chen was a young man and hesitated involuntarily. As if sensing his thoughts, Wang Qiankuan patted his shoulder. "Don't be fooled by his youth, he's actually very capable." Hearing this, Daijing carefully scrutinized Chu Chen, but apart from being a bit younger and more handsome, he didn't see anything special. "Daijing, do you know how much he's renting this courtyard for?" Wang Qiankuan asked mysteriously. Daijing shook his head in confusion. Wang Qiankuan said triumphantly, "Let me tell you, I'm letting him use this courtyard for free." Daijing was surprised, looking at Wang Qiankuan and Chu Chen in confusion. "He helped me retrieve my family heirloom. So, I let him use this courtyard for free," Wang Qiankuan boasted. Daijing was even more puzzled. You really found his family heirloom?" Chu Chen smiled and nodded. "Oh my heavens!" Daijing exclaimed and was about to kneel down to Chu Chen. Chu Chen quickly reached out to help Daijing up. Wang Qiankuan on the side was dumbfounded, pulling up Daijing before Chu Chen could. "Daijing, what are you doing?" Daijing's eyes were slightly red. "Young man, if you really have the ability, help me find my son." Chu Chen didn't quite understand. "What's going on?" "You need to explain clearly." Daijing suppressed his excitement and slowly spoke. "My name is Wang Daijing, 35 years old. When my son was 4 years old, he was abducted by human traffickers. I only have this one son. After he went missing, I searched everywhere. Later, I sold the house, and my wife divorced me. But, there's still no news of my child. If you help me find my son, I'll do anything to repay you." As he spoke, Wang Daijing was about to kneel down again. Chu Chen quickly helped him up, and Wang Daijing's personal information appeared above his head. Name, Wang Daijing, bank account balance, 4,000 yuan, real estate, 0 properties, vehicles, 0, savings, none, spouse, divorced, son, Lu Xiangwen, foster father, Lu Mingcheng, foster mother, Zhang Wan. Seeing this information, Chu Chen felt a bit sad. Poor parents in the world. However, he probably had an idea about Wang Daijing's son. It's just that Lu Mingcheng sounded familiar. After a moment, Chu Chen remembered. This Lu Mingcheng was ranked 20th on the wealth list in the Magic City. His company was all over the Magic City, with involvement in real estate, logistics, and other industries. Wang Daijing's eyes had been red all along. A man's tears are not shed lightly, only when he reaches a point of deep sorrow. Wang Qiankuan asked Chu Chen, "Brother, can you help him calculate?" Chu Chen nodded slightly. "Then hurry up and calculate for him." Wang Daijing, seeing Chu Chen nod, quickly said, "Brother, if you can really figure it out, I'll give you money, I'll do anything for you." Chu Chen waved his hand, signaling them to be quiet. He pretended to calculate with his fingers and muttered some words. Seeing Chu Chen's mysterious behavior, the two of them dared not even breathe, nervously watching Chu Chen. After a while, Chu Chen opened his eyes and stared at Wang Daijing. "Alright, I figured it out." Wang Daijing trembled with excitement. "Brother, really? Is there a result? Shu Chen's words made Wang Dagen ecstatic. After more than 10 years, he had been searching for his child for over a decade. With no news at all, Wang Dagen was on the verge of giving up. Today, he just happened to visit a fellow villager's home and heard Wang Qiankuan mention about finding back the ancestral treasure. Originally, he was just trying his luck. But unexpectedly, he was given such a big surprise. Instantly, tears as big as beans streamed down his face uncontrollably. A simple man, a man who had not given up searching for decades, was now crying like a child. Shu Chen looked at him sadly and said, "Let me finish." Wang Dagen quickly wiped his eyes with his sleeve and said, "You speak, I'm listening." Wang Qiankuan also curiously stared at Shu Chen. "I have roughly figured out the child's information," Shu Chen said. "But, I advise you, it's best not to acknowledge the child." Wang Dagen suddenly asked excitedly, "Why?" Even Wang Qiankuan, very puzzled, stared at Shu Chen. Isn't it inappropriate? Knowing the child's whereabouts and not acknowledging them, isn't it a bit cruel? Shu Chen slowly spoke. This child was taken to the Magic City by human traffickers, later adopted by a famous wealthy man in the Magic City. If nothing unexpected happens, he will inherit a large family fortune in the future. Think about it from a different perspective. If you don't acknowledge this child, can't he get more resources in that family? And his future days will also be good. But if you acknowledge this child now, the wealthy man will definitely return the child to you, and then find another heir. The biggest problem now is, with your current living conditions, can you provide a better life for the child? Hearing this, Wang Dagen was stunned. He had never thought about this question. Sitting there blankly, frowning, pondering Shu Chen's words. Shu Chen took a sip of tea and waited quietly for him to digest this information. Seeing this, Wang Qiankuan didn't dare to speak. "Then, can I see him?" After a long time, Wang Dagen couldn't help but ask. Although he had made up his mind not to acknowledge the child, after all, it was his lost child for many years. Blood ties, he still wanted to see him. Shu Chen thought for a moment with his head down. "You should be able to see him, even without acknowledging him. I'll find out and tell you the address later." Wang Dagen felt touched. "Brother Chu, how can this be? This is too troublesome for you." Then, as if suddenly remembering something, he fumbled around on himself, then took out a few hundred yuan. "Brother Chu, I've been looking for my child for these years, and I really don't have much money on me. I don't know how you charge. Consider this money as a fee for fortune-telling, is it enough?" As he spoke, he tried to hand the money to Shu Chen. Shu Chen took the money, smiled slightly, and said, "This fee for fortune-telling, you've given too much." Wang Dagen was stunned. "Too much?" Shu Chen took out a coin from the pile of cash, stretched it out, and then handed back the rest of the money to Wang Dagen. Holding up the coin, he said, "For this reading, I'll charge this price." Wang Dagen looked at Shu Chen in surprise, tears welling up in his eyes. "Brother Chu, you." Shu Chen waved his hand. "It's the rule of the trade, this is the price." Wang Dagen was stunned, then couldn't help but mutter to himself, encountered a good person, encountered a good person. Wang Qiankuan, watching beside him, was also excited. "Brother Chu, you are truly." He clenched his fist with his right hand and extended his thumb towards Shu Chen. "Too modest, everyone has their difficult times. By the way, does Dagen have a place to stay?" Shu Chen suddenly thought of this matter. Wang Qiankuan said dejectedly, "Originally, he was supposed to stay at my house. But, you also know that my house is a mess right now." Shu Chen nodded and thought, "Dagen, if you don't mind, you can stay in my small courtyard. I happen to need some help, and until I find out your son's address, you can stay here." Wang Dagen touched his head and hesitantly said, "How can I accept? There's nothing to be embarrassed about. I have plenty of space here, and I'm not usually here at night, so it's perfect for you to watch over. I can rest assured then." Wang Qiankuan slapped his thigh and said, "Exactly, there are plenty of rooms in this courtyard. Dagen, you can stay here first, and it's convenient." After thinking for a moment, Wang Dagen seemed to make up his mind and said, "All right, I'll stay here for now. If you need me to do anything, just tell me." "All right, it's settled then." Shu Chen finally made the decision. Wang Qiankuan smiled and said, "Now that Dagen's matter is settled, let me treat you tonight. Let's have a drink. Consider it a thank you to Chu brother." Shu Chen gave him a look and glanced at the slightly blushing Wang Dagen. Knowing that he had no money on him and feeling embarrassed to eat this meal, "I can't go. I have to go home and cook for my wife." Wang Qiankuan was surprised and chuckled. "You really are under the thumb of your wife. You don't understand, a man who loves his wife is blessed." Shu Chen said, "All right, let's do this. After Dagen meets his child, we'll meet again." Wang Qiankuan agreed. "Okay, that works." Wang Dagen looked gratefully at Shu Chen and said, "I'll follow your lead." Just then, Shu Chen's phone rang. Ding 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 ding. Shu Chen looked and saw it was Si Chu Ran. He was a bit surprised because his wife rarely called him during the day. "Hello, wife." Si Chu Ran's panicked voice immediately came through the phone. "Chu Chen, come quickly, I'm in the Qingfeng building parking lot. It seems like someone is following me." Hearing Si Chu Ran's panicked words, Chu Chen was shocked. "Alright, find a safe place and wait for me, I'll be there soon." "I'm in the car now, the car is locked, but I don't know how long it can hold." Si Chu Ran's voice was filled with panic. Chu Chen's mind started racing. Who would be following Si Chu Ran? With a serious expression, Chu Chen turned to Wang Qiankuan and Wang Dezhen. "Gentlemen, I have an urgent matter to attend to now." Wang Qiankuan looked at Chu Chen's anxious expression. "Do you need our help?" Wang Dezhen quickly stood up. "Chu brother, is there anything I can help with?" Chu Chen said, "My wife called, she said someone seems to be following her. For safety's sake, I'll go check it out." Wang Dezhen quickly spoke up. "I'll go with you, I used to be a soldier, so I have some skills. Maybe I can help." Chu Chen was instantly delighted. "Alright, just in case, you come with me." Wang Dezhen nodded. "Okay." Wang Qiankuan said, "I'll go too, if there's anything I can help with, I'll run errands for you." "Alright, let's go." Chu Chen couldn't wait and quickly walked out of the courtyard. He got into the Porsche and sped away. Along the way, Chu Chen's heart was tense. Who could be following my wife? Chu Chen thought, he didn't have any enemies now. Si Chu Ran was even less likely. Damn, if I find out who it is, I'll skin them alive. The Porsche driven by Chu Chen raced down the road. Wang Qiankuan and Wang Dezhen sat in the back, feeling like they were on a roller coaster due to the bumps. Qingfeng building. Underground parking lot. Chu Chen drove the Porsche in the parking lot, looking for Si Chu Ran's old Passat. At the same time, he dialed the phone. Ring 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 ring. No one is answering the phone. Chu Chen thought to himself, not good. The hands holding the steering wheel involuntarily tightened, heart rate increasing. Brother Chu looked to the left front, something seems off. Wang Dagan in the back seat noticed several people gathering ahead and spoke up. Chu Chen followed Wang Dagan's direction and saw a familiar figure surrounded by several people. Chu Chen looked closely and indeed it was Si Churan. Damn! A muttered curse. Chu Chen drove the Porsche over. Xu Hui stood in front of Si Churan, arrogantly pointing at her and scolding. "I don't understand, why did the new chairman promote you? Just because you have some looks. Do you think having some looks makes you great?" Three bodyguards in black suits behind Xu Hui, wearing sunglasses, expressionless, stood behind her with hands down, ignoring Xu Hui's angry behavior. Si Churan crossed her arms, coldly watching Xu Hui's arrogance. Today was supposed to be out for business, but upon arriving at the parking lot, she felt like someone was following her. Initially thought it was her imagination, she called Chu Chen just to be safe. But after hanging up, she saw Xu Hui with three bodyguards in black suits approaching her. Planning to hide in the car, Xu Hui rushed over and locked her car door. Si Churan didn't expect Xu Hui to bring people to cause trouble. Seeing Xu Hui, who had lost her usual rationality, Si Churan had no intention to respond. After all, such people are most pleased when you fear them. Xu Hui, seeing she brought so many people to surround Si Churan, who remained unfazed, angrily shouted, "Today, I'll make you know the consequences of offending me. Hold her down, I want to scar her face." Xu Hui's heart was filled with hatred towards Si Churan. Unable to stand this woman, being chased and blocked by people, she remained calm and composed. Xu Hui took out a utility knife from her bag, specifically left for Si Churan. The three bodyguards, hearing her command, stepped forward, ready to restrain Si Churan. Xu Hui's face was filled with excitement, eyes shining with a strange light. At that moment, a Porsche swiftly stopped beside them. Seeing the sudden arrival of the car, everyone was stunned, their movements involuntarily halted. Chu Chen dashed out of the car, quickly reaching the rightmost bodyguard, grabbing his collar and pulling him back with force. The bodyguard flew out like a kite with a broken string. Empowered by Dali Wan, Chu Chen was incredibly strong. Despite the bodyguard's appearance of strength, he was tossed like a helpless chick by Chu Chen to the wall. Wang Dagan, without Chu Chen's order, grabbed the collars of the remaining two bodyguards and threw them out. In an instant, the three bodyguards brought by Xu Hui were lying on the ground, unable to move. Si Churan was stunned by this action. She didn't expect Chu Chen to be so strong now. He dared to confront 5 burly bodyguards alone. The 2 people Chu Chen brought along didn't seem like easy opponents either. Si Churan was a bit curious. What does Chu Chen usually do? When Xu Hui realized, she saw Chu Chen had already surrounded her with 2 people. What do you want to do? Xu Hui involuntarily took a step back, asking in panic. She didn't expect her 3 bodyguards to be so fragile. Before they could even react, they were thrown against the wall. Chu Chen observed Wang Dagan's performance with approval. I didn't expect Wang Dagan to be so strong, the two bodyguards said to throw and he threw them out. Not sloppy at all. Chu Chen couldn't help but pay more attention to him in his heart. But now is not the time to talk about this. Si Charan saw Chu Chen's arrival and her heart settled down. Seeing his appearance, she knew she was safe. Chu Chen asked with concern, "Wife, are you okay?" Si Charan shook her head, indicating that she was fine. Xu Hui just scolded her a few times and didn't lay a hand on her. "Oh, this is your meal ticket husband? He looks okay." Xu Hui's sarcastic voice rang out. Although Chu Chen brought two people, Xu Hui was not afraid at all. She didn't believe that Chu Chen and his men would dare to do anything to her. Si Charan felt helpless hearing her words. This inexplicable hostility had already brought her trouble. "He's not a meal ticket, he's my husband," Si Charan explained. "Husband? Oh, he looks like a gigolo. Charan, the money you earn, isn't it all spent on this kid?" Xu Hui continued to mock, just happy to see Si Charan embarrassed. Chu Chen knew who Xu Hui was. When he took over Lingdong Fashion, he had already looked through all the personnel files. In addition, Si Charan sometimes told him about Xu Hui's attempts to undermine her. The first thing Chu Chen did after taking over Lingdong Fashion was to fire Xu Hui. He just didn't expect that Xu Hui really had the guts to come cause trouble for Si Charan. "Tell me, how do you plan to handle this?" Chu Chen looked at Xu Hui and asked. "Oh, a gigolo asking me how to handle it? Let me tell you, I just can't stand her, okay?" Seeing Chu Chen standing close to Si Charan, the two of them looked very affectionate. Xu Hui was even more jealous and disgusted. While scolding Chu Chen, her fingers kept poking his shoulder. What she didn't know was that when her fingers touched Chu Chen, he already knew everything about her. Name, Xu Hui. Bank account balance, 1,302,778 yuan. Properties, 2 sets. Vehicles, 2. Hidden money, 60,000 yuan. In the trunk, spouse Sun Qian, Lianghui Trading General Manager. Lover, Wu Lily. Hotel, Aijia Hotel Qingfeng Branch. Sun Liang, junior high school student. The information above Xu Hui's head made Chu Chen's mouth slightly upturned, teasing, "Your husband is called Sun Qian?" Xu Hui was about to scold Si Charan again. But Chu Chen's question made her stunned. "How do you know my husband is called Sun Qian?" Si Charan also looked at Chu Chen in confusion. Xu Hui's husband is called Sun Qian, they work in the same company, so naturally he knew. But Si Charan remembered that she had never told Chu Chen about Xu Hui's husband. She only mentioned how Xu Hui tried to undermine her. And now, Chu Chen hit the nail on the head with his question, which left her stunned. Si Charan curiously asked, "How did you know? Did you figure it out?" Chu Chen smiled slightly. "Yes, I figured it out." Xu Hui was a bit dazed. "Can a gigolo also tell fortunes?" "Yes, of course. I not only figured out that your husband is Sun Qian, I also know your son is Sun Liang." Confidence shone in Chu Chen's eyes. Wang Qiankuan and Wang Dagan beside him had witnessed Chu Chen's prowess. But hearing him say this now, they couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Xu Hui disdainfully chuckled. "Oh, what's so special about knowing that? I bet Si Charan told you, right? What you know, if you say it now, it's like you're telling fortunes." Si Charan was about to explain that she hadn't mentioned it, but Chu Chen's words immediately shocked her. Chu Chen said, "Your husband is with Wu Lily at the hotel." Xu Hui had originally planned to mock a few more times, but Chu Chen's words stunned her. "Ha ha ha, my husband is at the hotel with Wu Lily. Si Charan, why is your little white-faced husband so funny? Do people lie without preparing a draft?" Xu Hui was already laughing so hard that she could hardly stand up straight. Wang Qiankuan and Wang Dagan exchanged a glance. Chu Chen should be telling the truth. Chu Chen was not in a hurry, just calmly watching Xu Hui laugh heartily. After a moment, Xu Hui realized that besides herself, no one else seemed to be laughing. "TSK, you little white-faced guy, don't talk nonsense. My husband is with Wu Lily at the hotel? Do you have any evidence? Let me tell you, if there is no evidence, I will sue you for defamation. By then, you'll clean your butt and wait to go to jail." Si Charan looked slightly worried at Chu Chen, afraid that Chu Chen was really talking nonsense. Chu Chen just gave her a look to reassure her, then turned to Xu Hui and said, "You have 60,000 yuan in your secret stash, hidden in the car's trunk." Xu Hui's face changed drastically. Although this amount of money was not much, she was the only one who knew about it. Her husband didn't even know, so how did this little white-faced guy in front of her know? Are you following me?" Xu Hui asked, lacking confidence. "TSK, why would I follow you? Besides, where did you put the secret money? How would I know?" Chu Chen felt quite amused. This woman not only didn't believe him but also planned to slander him. "Then how do you know about my hidden money?" Xu Hui was a bit curious. "As I said, I calculated it," Chu Chen said lightly. But seeing Xu Hui's disbelief, Shu Chen added, your husband and Wu Lily are now at the Aijia Hotel on Qingfeng Road. If you go now, you might catch them in bed. That little money at your home will all be yours. Shu Chen's words hit Zhu Hui's heart. Zhu Hui and Sun Xian had actually lost their feelings long ago, and the only reason they hadn't divorced yet was purely for the sake of their son. As for whether he had a mistress, Zhu Hui didn't know yet. Besides money and her son, she really couldn't see anything else clearly. Shu Chen's words made her slightly ponder. Are you sure your calculations are accurate? Zhu Hui asked in doubt. Don't worry, fortune-telling is my profession. This kind of thing, I can still calculate accurately. Shu Chen said confidently, knowing that this information was provided by the system. If he was wrong, it meant there was a problem with the system he was bound to. But from ancient times to the present, how could the golden finger and system of a transmigrator in online novels be wrong? Good. I'll trust you this time. Zhu Hui turned and left. Wang Qiankuan was a bit confused. Brother Chu, are you just letting her go like this? Shu Chen smiled. How could that be? Call the police. A mischievous smile appeared on Wang Qiankuan's face. Hee, I knew you weren't that nice. Si Charan said, evil will be repaid. It's not that it won't be repaid, it's just not the right time yet. Shu Chen said seriously, yes, this matter must be reported to the police if we hadn't arrived in time. Think about it, is your beautiful face going to be scratched by her? This account, I still have to make her pay back when I have the chance. And such a person, do you think she will let you go in the future? Si Charan immediately nodded. Why spare such a person? Seeing this, Wang Qiankuan directly took out his phone and dialed 110. Zhu Hui had already driven away, and catching the adulterer was urgent. As for the three bodyguards, they were still lying by the wall, motionless. Aijia Hotel, Qingfeng Road branch. Zhu Hui entered the hotel and directly asked the front desk, I want to ask, are there any guests named Sun Qian and Wu Lily who booked a room today? The front desk lady politely replied, Madam, I'm sorry, we cannot disclose guest information to others. Zhu Hui took out her marriage certificate and placed it in front of the front desk lady. Please help me. I need to protect my family. The front desk lady looked at the marriage certificate and Zhu Hui's distressed face. Immediately, a sense of justice surged in her heart. She quickly checked on the computer. Madam, Sun Qian and Wu Lily's room is 1005. Zhu Hui put away the marriage certificate and nodded, thank you. She then immediately took the elevator to the 10th floor. Outside room 1005, Zhu Hui took a deep breath. If that gigolo miscalculated, I'll show you. She pressed the doorbell. Ding dong. At that moment, a voice she was very familiar with came from inside the room. Who is it? Then there were sounds of rummaging and cursing, getting closer. The door opened to reveal a fat man in a bathrobe with a receding hairline. He was grumbling, who is it? I didn't request room service. Zhu Hui looked closely and was stunned. The person in front of her was her husband, Sun Qian. After opening the door, Sun Qian was about to speak, but Zhu Hui couldn't hold back anymore. She pushed the fat man aside and rushed into the room. In the bed, there was a woman wrapped in a blanket. Zhu Hui recognized her as Wu Lily. When Shu Chen mentioned her husband and Wu Lily at the hotel, she already believed it, because Wu Lily was her husband's classmate, and they had a history from their school days. Now, it seemed like old flames were reigniting. Wu Lily looked at Zhu Hui at the door, surprised. How did you find this place? Sun Qian hurried in, grabbed Zhu Hui, and tried to pull her out. Why are you here? Leave now, quickly. Zhu Hui shook off Sun Qian's hand. You too, how dare you? As she spoke, she grabbed her LV bag and swung it at Sun Qian. Ouch, be gentle, it hurts. The room instantly turned chaotic, with shouting and commotion. The noise soon alerted other guests on the floor. Hearing the commotion outside, some curious onlookers came out to watch. Wow, this is a scene of catching an adulterer. No way, so lucky to witness this drama in broad daylight. Oh my, this woman is fierce, smashing with an LV bag. Some onlookers discreetly took out their phones to quietly film the scene of catching the adulterer in the room. Qingfeng building parking lot. The police officers who received the report had arrived. They were questioning Chu Chen and Si Charan about what had happened. The three bodyguards were handcuffed by the police and thrown into the police car. We have a general idea of what happened. Please come to the police station with us to make a statement, a young officer in uniform said. Okay, no problem. Shu Chen agreed immediately. Dagon, you go back to the courtyard first. I'll go to the police station to give a statement. Wang Qiankuan quickly responded, don't worry, I'll take Dagon back. Then Shu Chen and Si Charan followed the police officers back to the police station. Regarding the incident where Zhu Hui led people to surround Si Charan, Shu Chen did not intend to let her off easily. Shu Chen, look, isn't this Zhu Hui? Si Charan held a phone, playing a video on the screen. The woman in the video was holding an LV bag and hitting the man next to her who was only wearing a robe. But judging by the figure and clothes, it was indeed Zhu Hui. Yes, it's her, Xu Chen confirmed. I think so too. But how did you figure out that her husband was having an affair in the hotel? Si Charon felt curious. Xu Chen had always claimed to go make money by fortune-telling for others, and now it seemed that he did have some fortune-telling skills. Xu Chen smiled mysteriously and lightly scratched her nose with his right hand. Darling, have you heard that some things are better left unsaid? Si Charon immediately swatted his hand away. Stop it, I just finished doing my makeup, don't mess it up. At the police station, after everything was settled, it was already dark outside. Xu Chen took Si Charon back home, feeling too tired to move. Just then, Si Charon's phone rang. She answered and saw it was Si Mingran. Hello, Mingran, what's up? Xu Chen stared at Si Charon in surprise as she talked on the phone. Mingran seemed to have not contacted her sister Si Charon for a long time. Why did she suddenly call today? Okay, I got it. I'll be right there, wait for me. After hanging up, Si Charon hurried to change clothes. Xu Chen quickly followed her. What's wrong? What happened? Si Charon seemed anxious. It's Mingran, she's in trouble at the bar right now. Xu Chen was taken aback. Mingran had always been a good kid and rarely went to bars. Although she hadn't been in touch with the family in recent years, there had been no mention of any bad habits. At a bar? How did she end up there? Xu Chen was even more curious. I don't know, she said she's in trouble and asked me to come help her. Si Charon picked out some clothes to change into. Xu Chen quickly stopped her. Don't go, I'll go. Your encounter with Zhu Hui today has already put you in a bad mood. Stay at home, if there's anything, I'll handle it. Xu Chen had his own reasons for wanting Si Charon to stay at home. With Si Charon's looks, if she went to the bar, trouble might find her. It was safer to keep his wife at home. Si Charon thought for a moment. Okay, I'll send you the address of the bar later. Xu Chen promised. Okay, I'll wait for your message. He turned to leave but was stopped by Si Charon. Remember, bring her back safely. She's my sister. Xu Chen nodded. Don't worry, darling. I'll make sure to bring your little sister back safely. With that, he grabbed his coat, took the car keys, and left. Si Charon watched Xu Chen's departing figure, feeling a sense of security enveloping her heart. She had to admit, Xu Chen had really changed a lot recently. He hadn't gambled, hadn't associated with shady characters, and hadn't even asked her for money. Even the two people he brought today seemed honest and decent. Maybe, he really has changed. Si Charon thought warmly in her heart. Black Cat Bar. One of the well-known bars in the city. Xu Chen knew this place, having been here before with his friends. Coming back now, it felt familiar. He casually asked a bartender, have you seen her? Showing the bartender a photo on his phone, it was a picture of Si Mingran. This photo was sent to him by Si Charon. It had been years since they last met, and Xu Chen wondered if Si Mingran had changed in any way. Afraid that Xu Chen might not be able to find her, Si Charon sent him a recent photo of Si Mingran. However, no matter how Xu Chen looked at it, he felt that it might not be easy to find the person just based on this photo. Because this photo was just a simple ID photo after all. Although the facial features of the person were clear in the photo, when girls go to nightclubs, why wouldn't they put on heavy makeup and dress up a bit more provocatively? So Xu Chen didn't think he could find her as soon as he entered. But tonight, his memory seemed particularly good. After taking a look at the photo, he immediately said, she's in Wang Xiao's private room. Xu Chen was slightly stunned. Wang Xiao? The bartender said, he's the only son of the Wang family, Wang Songxi. Xu Chen knew this person, who, relying on his family's wealth, had not spared criticism of today's film and television stars. Where is his private room? 205. The bar provided the room number and then turned to greet other customers. Xu Chen followed the directions and found the private room at the back. Room 205 was a VIP room among VIPs, with a very good location. It was easy to find, mainly to facilitate wealthy people to spend money here and easily find it. After finding room 205, Xu Chen tried to look inside. Sure enough, through the colored glass, there was a figure similar to Si Charon inside. Without saying a word, Xu Chen pushed the door open and the people in the room immediately exclaimed, "Who are you? Kid, what the hell are you doing?" In the private room, a young handsome man sat in the middle. Several henchmen sat on either side, and when they saw Xu Chen push the door and enter, they couldn't help but curse. Si Mingran, who had her back to him at this time, heard the cursing of several people and turned to look. She exclaimed, "Brother-in-law? Brother-in-law?" Hearing Mingran's exclamation, several henchmen looked towards the door at the same time. They saw a young, handsome man standing at the door. "Are you Wang Xiao?" Xu Chen stared at the henchman with dyed yellow hair sitting in the middle and asked. The henchman with yellow hair in his 20s, with a cigarette in his mouth and a lewd expression, looked disdainfully at Chu Chen. Tilting his mouth, he took a puff, blew smoke rings, and said, "I'm not Wang Xiao, but I'm Wang Xiao's top henchman, Huang Chang." Chu Chen chuckled. The boss wasn't here, so wasn't this monkey trying to act like the boss? What are you laughing at? Who are you? The yellow-haired man hadn't finished blowing smoke rings. Seeing Mingran standing there pitifully, Chu Chen ignored the yellow hair and walked over, looking him up and down. Fortunately, his clothes were intact, and there were no obvious external injuries on his body. It's just that his clothes revealed a bit too much. "Brother-in-law, why are you here?" Mingran asked embarrassedly. "Your sister was worried, so I came to check on you." Seeing that Chu Chen dared to ignore him, the yellow-haired man couldn't help but get angry. He turned off the music and shouted, "Kid, you're quite arrogant, huh?" Chu Chen said calmly, "How should I address you?" The yellow-haired man glanced at him and said, "Call me Brother Chang." "Brother Chang? This is my sister. I just want to know, how did she offend you?" Chu Chen looked at the young and arrogant Brother Chang in front of him. The yellow-haired man pointed to the glasses on the table and said, "I just asked her to have a drink with me, but she refused." Then he pointed to himself, "She even splashed me." Then he turned to Mingran and scolded, "You woman, do you know how expensive this drink is?" Chu Chen's face immediately darkened. Mingran, looking at his expression, suddenly felt a bit flustered. Chu Chen wasn't usually like this. He was always smiling and joking with her for no reason. Why was he so fierce today? Hearing the words of the yellow-haired man, Chu Chen immediately got angry and asked, "Why did you come to a place like this today?" Although they hadn't been in touch much recently, why did she come here? "Sister, brother-in-law, let's go back and talk." Mingran timidly spoke, not daring to look directly at Chu Chen. Chu Chen helplessly turned to ask Huang Mao, "She is my niece, how can we make her let us go?" Huang Mao grinned and said, "Simple. This wine was spilled by your niece after all. Isn't it reasonable to compensate for the wine?" Chu Chen remained silent, just continued to stare at him. "And then, I was in a pretty good mood today. But, your niece didn't give face. Ruined my good mood. What do you call that?" Huang Mao rubbed his forehead, pretending to not remember. Then suddenly raised his head, "Oh, that, the mental distress fee. Not much, just 50,000. Huang Mao smirked arrogantly, with his few buddies behind him echoing, 50,000 mental distress fee, not much. Exactly. Mingran couldn't help but jump up, pointing at Huang Mao's nose and shouting loudly, 50,000? Why don't you just rob us?" Huang Mao grinned, swatting away Mingran's finger. "Damn, you spilled wine on me, and you dare to be so arrogant. I let you drink with me out of respect. Thinking of going too far, huh?" Chu Chen stepped forward, blocking Mingran behind him, and extended two fingers towards Huang Mao. "I'll give you two choices. One is to apologize to my niece, and then pay her a mental distress fee of 200,000. 2. I'll make you kneel down and beg for mercy, then give you 20,000 for medical expenses. Which one do you choose?" Hearing this, not just Huang Mao, even Mingran was dumbfounded. Brother-in-law. She really wanted to know if her brother-in-law was running a fever today. Why is he acting so seriously? Huang Mao, furious, sneered and pointed at Chu Chen. "Are you stupid? Do you even know what you're saying?" Chu Chen calmly said, "I don't want to repeat what I've said." Huang Mao chuckled, giving Chu Chen a thumbs up. "I thought I was arrogant enough, but you dare to be even more arrogant than me. Alright, as long as you can defeat my brother. Apologize or pay 20,000 for medical expenses, I have no problem with either. What are you waiting for?" Chu Chen moved his hands and feet as he spoke. Mingran was stunned by his actions, blinking her eyes. When did my brother-in-law become so domineering? Huang Mao watched Chu Chen's movements and almost burst out laughing. With a wave of his right hand, a dark figure in the corner slowly stood up. Chu Chen was slightly surprised, as he didn't notice his presence when he first came in. Not that he was blind, but this person was quite skilled at hiding his figure. This led Chu Chen to not notice his existence when he entered. The dark figure rushed towards Chu Chen and swung a punch. "Kid, let's see how arrogant you are. Looking so weak, can you even take a punch?" Chu Chen sneered and swiftly kicked, hitting the dark figure in the abdomen. Bang! The dark figure flew backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily into the sofa behind. He couldn't move at all, as if he was embedded in the sofa. "Wow!" Mingran covered her mouth, involuntarily exclaimed. When did her brother-in-law become so good at fighting? Damn! You! Seeing this, Huang Mao cursed. But seeing the dark figure embedded in the sofa, he didn't dare to move. Chu Chen looked down at Huang Mao from a high vantage point. "You lost." Huang Mao looked at the dark figure on the sofa, gritted his teeth, and said bitterly, "Damn it. I admit defeat today." Chu Chen moved his wrist. Just admitting defeat is not enough. today you must kneel down and apologize, compensate 20,000. Huang Mao stared at Chu Chun in surprise, spat on the ground, dream on. Chu Chun smiled, I really appreciate how tough you are. Here's the deal, I'll give you a chance. 2 minutes, as long as you can endure 2 minutes without begging for mercy, I'll let you go. Huang Mao was furious, you let. Before he could finish, Chu Chen instantly transformed into a hellish god of death. Emitting a chilling aura, he appeared ghastly like a demon. Huang Mao felt like he was in the depths of hell, being mocked by demons, fried in a pan, and roasted in a sea of fire. Even Ming Ran beside him could feel the boundless killing intent in that moment, unknowingly tears streaming down her face. Huang Mao's lackeys were almost kneeling on the ground, trembling like sieves from the killing intent emanating from Chu Chun. Standing there, Chu Chen exuded an endless killing intent, overlooking mortals like a god. Ming Ran suddenly felt her familiar brother-in-law was now a stranger. She realized she had never truly understood this brother-in-law she had looked down upon. She had always thought Chu Chen was just a wastrel who only knew how to eat, drink, and be merry, unworthy of her sister. But now, it seemed her brother-in-law had an unknown side to him. Huang Mao, facing the figure resembling a god of death from hell, couldn't hold on for a few seconds. He shouted, spare me, boss, spare me. I'll give you money, spare me, please. Ignoring his pleas, Chu Chen unleashed his killing intent, letting Huang Mao bathe in it. When Huang Mao was almost about to urinate, Chu Chen retracted his killing intent. Convinced? Huang Mao's clothes were soaked with sweat, looking pitiful with snot and tears. Hearing Chu Chen's question, he hurriedly nodded. Convinced, I won't dare anymore. Chu Chen said, now you should know what to do, right? Without a word, Huang Mao knelt before Chu Chen and Ming Ran. Thud! He knocked his head 3 times. The once arrogant Huang Mao was now kneeling before Ming Ran. A refreshing feeling spread throughout her body, making Ming Ran feel comfortable. Chu Chen said, Ming Ran, transfer the money to him. Ming Ran looked at Chu Chun in silence but didn't stop reaching for her phone. A few minutes later, she received a bank message of 200,000. Chu Chen looked at Huang Mao. I'm Chu Chen, I run a fortune-telling shop on Antique Street. If you want revenge, feel free to come with your men anytime. Hearing this, Huang Mao's face turned pale. I dare not, I dare not. In Huang Mao's eyes, Chu Chen was no different from the judge of hell. Even if given the heart of a bear and the courage of a leopard, he wouldn't dare to cause trouble again. Remembering the abyss-like killing intent from earlier, Huang Mao felt a chill around him. Chu Chen led Ming Ran away, paying no attention to the trembling Huang Mao and his lackeys. Ming Ran followed Chu Chen out. Walking behind him, she didn't dare to make a sound. Her brother-in-law felt different today. Watching his back, Ming Ran cautiously said, brother-in-law, shall we take a taxi back? No need. Ignoring her, Chu Chen took out the car keys from his pocket. Then how do we go back? Ming Ran glanced at him, rubbing her hands behind him and muttered softly. But she watched as Chu Chen headed straight for a silver-gray Porsche parked on the street. Ming Ran was shocked. Is brother-in-law planning to smash the car? She quickly rushed forward, grabbing Chu Chen's arm. Brother-in-law, it's not necessary, it's not necessary. Just beat someone up, you can't smash the car. Chu Chen looked at her puzzled. Why would I smash the car? See, Ming Ran dumbfoundedly said, are you going to smash the car? Chu Chen, puzzled, looked at her, then unlocked the car. Beep, beep. Suddenly, See, Ming Ran looked shocked at the Porsche flashing its lights, then looked at Chu Chun with difficulty. Sis, brother-in-law, is this your car? Brother-in-law, seriously, did you borrow this car? Or, did you rent this car? Chu Chen rolled his eyes helplessly and casually opened the car door. Get in. See, Ming Ran dumbfoundedly watched Chu Chen elegantly get into the car. For a moment, she didn't know whether to get in or not. What are you standing there for? Get in. A voice sounded inside the car. See, Ming Ran, helpless, carefully opened the car door and sat in cautiously, afraid of damaging the car. Brother-in-law, did you borrow this? I bought this myself. Immediately, Ming Ran's eyes widened. When did you become so wealthy? Chu Chen smiled. Working hard, writing, makes you rich. See, Ming Ran was shocked beyond measure. Is this still the brother-in-law she knew? Tell me, why are you here today? Chu Chen asked calmly. See, Ming Ran dared not look at Chu Chen, stammering, my friend called me. Speak properly. A friend called me to come over today to hang out. Is your friend the one with blonde hair? No. She's gone, it's a female friend. Oh, your friend called you over, then she left? Hearing this, Chu Chen's expression gradually turned serious. See, Ming Ran tilted her head, pondering the question. Seems like it. No, she tricked me. Suddenly, See Ming Ran angrily shouted. Chu Chen helplessly shook his head. What kind of friends do you have? See Ming Ran gritted her teeth. Litsuiwa, I won't let you off. Shu Chen saw her realizing the problem and stopped talking. Some things need to be figured out on their own. Soon, the two returned home. Si Charan had already tidied up the guest room. Seeing Mingran return home safely, her heart relaxed, but she scolded, "What are you doing at the bar so late?" Si Mingran looked at her sister with grievances. "Sis, I'm fine, nothing happened." "You, going to the bar late at night, what if something happened?" Charan pretended to be angry. "Sis, you don't know, brother-in-law was amazing today." Seeing Si Mingran trying to change the subject, afraid of her sister scolding her again. "Your brother-in-law? What happened to your brother-in-law?" Charan asked, puzzled, furrowing her brows. Si Mingran pulled her towards the bedroom. "Brother-in-law, you sleep alone tonight. I have something to tell my sister." Charan helplessly glanced at Shu Chen and followed Mingran into the bedroom. Shu Chen stood at the door, staring at Charan entering the bedroom, gritting his teeth. "You heartless person, I shouldn't have gone to save you." In the bedroom, Si Mingran vividly recounted Shu Chen's heroic deeds. After listening, Charan said lightly, "Still the same as before, always resorting to violence." Si Mingran persuaded, "Sis, if it weren't for brother-in-law's skills, I wouldn't have made it back." Upon hearing her words, Charan quickly asked, "By the way, I haven't asked you yet, why did you go to the bar at that time?" Si Mingran pulled the blanket over her head. "I'm tired, I'm going to sleep." "What do you mean you're going to sleep? Get up and explain to me. Why did you go to the bar in the middle of the night?" Charan sat on the edge of the bed, trying to pull the blanket off. "Get up and explain to me." "No, I won't." Outside the door, Shu Chen listened to the playful banter between the two sisters in the room. He couldn't help but smile, then turned and went back to his room. A night of silence. The next morning, Shu Chen got up very early. Meditating in the room, Shu Chen mentally checked the various functions activated by the system. "Watching over my wife every day, earning 10,000 per hour, money is not a problem now. The system gave me $1 billion, and I haven't spent much of it yet. Can check others' asset information. A powerful health-boosting pill. A technique to control enemies, and endless killing intent." Shu Chen reviewed the functions provided by the system. "It seems that I am not afraid to travel the world. But, will the system provide new functions?" Shu Chen was a bit puzzled. After all, as someone with a system, who knows when the system will be triggered? However, Shu Chen did not plan to worry about things that had not happened. "Get up! Make breakfast for my wife." Si Mingran yawned as she came out of the bedroom and saw the breakfast on the table. She ran over excitedly. "Wow! Such a sumptuous breakfast! Soup dumplings, wontons, lean meat congee, a table full of delicacies. Even the vinegar dish was prepared." Mingran couldn't help but exclaim, "Brother-in-law, where did you order this breakfast from? How does it taste?" Shu Chen smiled, "I made all of these." Ignoring Mingran's shocked expression, he continued, "Go wash up first, I've prepared the toothbrush and towel for you." Mingran stammered, "Brother-in-law, when did you start making breakfast?" Mingran felt that the person in front of her was definitely not her brother-in-law. She remembered that her brother-in-law used to go out drinking and gambling, never staying at home. Let alone cooking, he wouldn't even step foot in the kitchen. The reason Shu Chen didn't go out carousing was mainly because her sister, Si Charan, was too outstanding, making Shu Chen uninterested in other wild women outside. Mingran remembered how her mother was so angry with Shu Chen that she demanded Charan divorce him every day. But now, Mingran felt like she had a new brother-in-law, albeit wearing the same outer shell as before. Inside, it was definitely not the same person. Watching Charan elegantly eating breakfast at the table, Mingran couldn't help but ask, "Sister, did you get a new husband?" After breakfast, Si Charan left for work, leaving Si Mingran and Shu Chen behind. Watching Shu Chen tidying up the table, Mingran stared at him eagerly. "Brother-in-law, can I follow you today?" She was full of curiosity about this brother-in-law. "No, I have things to do today, you stay at home." Shu Chen firmly refused her request to follow. Mingran pouted, grumbling unhappily, "You never take me out, so stingy. By the way, why did your friend call you to the bar yesterday?" Shu Chen had intended to ask yesterday, but he came back too late, afraid of disturbing Si Charan's rest. Seeing Shu Chen asking, Mingran nervously held her hands and cautiously said, "My friend said that Wang Xiao has connections and can make me a star." After finishing her words, she quickly lowered her head, blushing slightly, stealing a glance at Shu Chen. She didn't want to lie to Shu Chen's question. Hearing this, Shu Chen frowned, looking a bit grim. "You believed her when she said she could make you a star?" Seeing Shu Chen's expression, Mingran was shocked and quickly explained, "She initially mentioned Wang Xiao's connections, but I realized something was wrong after I went there." Shu Chen's frown deepened upon hearing this, but he patiently asked, "What did you think?" Mingran blushed. "I wanted to enter the entertainment industry, but it seemed like there was no way." Shu Chen nodded, "Okay, I understand. Mingran stared with curious eyes. Brother-in-law, do you have a way? Chuchen slightly relaxed his frown and said, no. See, Mingran's little face fell instantly. Then you. Right, you rest at home today. I have something to do and need to go out. After Chuchen finished instructing, he turned and left, leaving Mingran alone at home. Today he was going to the police station to report a case. He didn't intend to let Zhu Hui off so easily. After all, there's a first time, there could be a second time. Who knows if she will target Si Churan again in the future. After dealing with all this, Chuchen drove straight to the Qingfeng building. Qingfeng building. Top floor office. Chuchen looked through the various reports and documents on Lingdong clothing provided by his assistant, and finally came to a conclusion. Lingdong clothing was losing too much money. After all, as someone who traveled around all the time, following some business friends, Chuchen could still understand these financial reports and documents. Mr. Chu, these are the budget situations for the second half of the year from each department, please have a look. Xiaoxia placed a pile of documents on the desk and politely stepped back. Chuchen glanced at the documents and casually asked, how much is the total budget expenditure? Xiaoxia had seen the budget sheet and remembered the total amount. The total budget expenditure for the second half of the year is around 5 billion. Hearing this number, Xiaoxia couldn't help but frown. And the estimated profit amount? Xiaoxia hesitated for a moment. Around 10 billion. Upon hearing this, Chuchen almost laughed out loud. How was this budget made? Spend 5 billion, then profit 10 billion? If that's the case, how could Lingdong clothing keep losing money? Xiaoxia was speechless, as he was just a group assistant and basically knew nothing about Lingdong clothing. Now that he was Chuchen's assistant, it seemed there were some things he needed to catch up on. How much is the total loss for Lingdong clothing now? Chuchen kept his brows furrowed as he looked at the data on the documents. Xiaoxia thought for a moment. According to the previous data reported, the loss is about 3 billion. It seems that to maintain Lingdong clothing, we still need to work hard to make money. Chuchen couldn't help but silently contemplate the future of Lingdong clothing. By the way, show the budget sheet to Si Churan and ask for her opinion. It's better to let his wife manage the business, while he focuses on making money. Xiaoxia's lips slightly curved up. Sure, Mr. Chu. After Xiaoxia left, Chuchen took out a mirror and looked at the increasing balance on top of his head. He muttered to himself, guarding my wife, the balance keeps increasing, but it's still not enough to cover the losses. The wife's billing meter, increasing by 10,000 yuan per hour, was still operating normally. As long as Chuchen was near Si Churan, his account balance would continue to increase. And Si Churan's office was just below Chuchen's floor. That's why after acquiring Lingdong clothing, Chuchen requested the top floor office. It seems that to make my wife do whatever she wants, I still need money. The fortune-telling shop can be opened soon. Chuchen muttered to himself by the window. Si Churan sat in the office, looking at the Lingdong clothing report for the second half of the year on the desk. She asked Xiaoxia sitting in front of her in confusion, the chairman wants me to give feedback? Xiaoxia nodded, yes, the chief designer Si can take your time to look at it. If you have any questions or suggestions, feel free to let me know. After he left the office, Si Churan reluctantly opened the budget sheet. What's wrong with the new chairman, making me look at the budget? And also give feedback? As the chief designer of Lingdong clothing, she rarely got involved in financial reports and budgets. Now the chairman's assistant directly handed these to her. What does the chairman mean by this? Complaining and curious, Si Churan still started to look through them seriously. Garden Villa. In the spacious living room, Huang Chang cried with snot and tears. Wang Xiao, you have to help me. That Si Mingran is really too arrogant. I wanted to see if this girl had any skills, but she called her brother-in-law, who beat me up. With a hoarse cry, Huang Chang vividly described to Wang Xiao sitting on the leather sofa what happened last night. Wang Songxi yawned, his hazy eyes fixed on Huang Chang. Pathetic, even with bodyguards, you still got beaten up. Huang Chang immediately cried out in protest. Wang Xiao, you didn't see it, her brother-in-law is very powerful. He kicked Blackie against the wall with one kick. We had to put in a lot of effort to get him out of the sofa. Hearing this, Wang Sunsi raised an eyebrow. That strong? No wonder we can't see Blackie now. The Blackie they were talking about was the shadow bodyguard who was kicked into the sofa by Chuchen last night. Wang Songxi yawned again and said, we spent a lot of money to hire a bodyguard, and he was kicked out just like that. Then his face darkened. You are useless too. Can't even handle a woman. Huang Chang was so scared that he dared not cry anymore, and said with a grievance, Wang Xiao, it's my incompetence, I'm useless. But, the man yesterday was very aggressive, we didn't dare to act. We didn't dare. After Huang Chang finished speaking, he glanced at Wang Xiao again, afraid of provoking him again. Wang Xiao restrained his momentum and said disdainfully, "Find a time, I will have a good chat with this person." Huang Chang nodded repeatedly, flattering, "Indeed, Wang Xiao, you are amazing." Xingfeng Building. Shu Chen sat on the boss's chair, playing with a ballpoint pen. He was considering whether to pretend to coincidentally meet Si Charan and invite her to lunch. It would be boring not to have a chance encounter when the upstairs and downstairs were so close now. His marriage crisis was not over yet, and he still had to save his wife. After all, it had only been a month. Ding ding! The phone on the table rang. Chu Chen picked up the phone and saw it was Wang Qiankuan. This guy probably wants to invite me for tea again. Lazily, he answered the phone. "Hey, fatty! Chu Chen, come and save me." A tearful voice came from the phone. Chu Chen's face darkened, his brows furrowed, and he blurted out, "What's wrong? What happened?" But it seemed like someone snatched the phone away on the other end. A domineering voice sounded on the phone. "Chu Chen, do you have money to rent a courtyard? Can't pay me back?" Hearing this voice, Chu Chen's face became even colder. "Lu Laovu, are you in the courtyard now?" "Ha ha, yes, your little courtyard, the environment is nice, right? Renting a place costs money, can't pay me back? Shouldn't we discuss this matter?" Lu Laovu's words carried a heavier threat. Chu Chen was a little worried about Wang Qiankuan. The landlord was innocent and inexplicably involved in the dispute between the two of them. Lu Laovu, whose real name was Lu Qing, was known as Lu Laovu on the streets because of his fierce and brave nature, just like a tiger. Fighting was his daily routine, and his biggest hobby was playing cards. He had some skills and could cheat when others weren't paying attention. There were countless people who lost to him, and if someone tried to avoid paying, Lu Laovu and his men would teach them a lesson. Chu Chen knew he was here to collect a debt, but if Wang Qiankuan fell into his hands, it wouldn't end well. Chu Chen replied calmly, "Wait for me in the courtyard, I'll be there soon." After that, he hung up the phone, grabbed the car keys on the table, and quickly ran to the parking lot. In the courtyard, Wang Qiankuan held his bruised right eye, groaning in pain. The corners of the mouth were bleeding, the fleshy body slumped on the ground, wanting to look towards the door but not daring to lift the head. Can only curse quietly in the mouth. "You, Wang Dagan, didn't go shopping early or late, but went at this time." Today Wang Qiankuan just came to take a look and chat with Wang Dagan while having tea. Wang Dagan said he was going out to buy something and left Wang Qiankuan to continue drinking tea. Who knew that shortly after he left, Lu Laovu brought people in. Wang Dagan had some kung fu on him. If he had been there, Wang Qiankuan wouldn't have been so miserable. Lu Laovu, with a cigarette in his mouth, sat on the tea table, rocking the chair with his feet, squinting at his phone. There was a fruit machine on the ground, but it had been smashed to pieces, probably by Wang Qiankuan. Behind him stood two burly brothers, staring fiercely at Wang Qiankuan. When Chu Chen entered, Wang Qiankuan shouted excitedly, "Brother Chu, you finally came." Lu Laovu kicked his fleshy body and cursed fiercely. "What are you yelling for? Annoying." Chu Chen squinted at Lu Laovu, feeling a surge of anger involuntarily rising in his heart. Lu Laovu saw Chu Chen enter and quickly changed his expression to a smile. "Hey, isn't this Brother Chu? Long time no see, you're getting more handsome." Chu Chen walked over slowly, looked at the broken phone on the ground and the beaten-up Wang Qiankuan. Calmly said, "What does our business have to do with others?" Lu Laovu laughed heartily. "Brother Chu, if I don't deal with him, you wouldn't have come so soon." Hearing Lu Laovu's words, Chu Chen's anger gradually rose. "Don't you have my number? Lu Laovu's number, would I not answer?" Lu Laovu jumped off the table and walked up to Chu Chen. Looking Chu Chen in the eye, he said, "You owe me over 2 million, that's not a small amount. What if you run away and don't answer my calls? Shouldn't I make some preparations?" Then Lu Laovu pointed at Chu Chen's face. "Let me tell you, if you don't pay today, I'll go find your wife. Everyone knows, your wife is a chief designer, with a good annual salary. Husband has no money, wife does." When Chu Chen saw Wang Qiankuan beaten up like a bear and heard that Lu Laovu dared to cause trouble for his wife, his anger flared up. Without thinking, he released an endless killing intent. Like the tide of the Qiantang River, it rose from his body and spread throughout the courtyard in an instant. The temperature in the courtyard dropped sharply, as if the air had solidified. It must be said that the system's skills were very useful. Chu Chen reached out his right hand and grabbed Lu Laovu's neck, lifting him slowly. In an instant, Lu Laovu felt like he couldn't breathe, and his feet were gradually leaving the ground, kicking wildly in the air. Terrified, he stared at Chu Chen, mumbling incoherently, "You." The two strong men behind Lu Laovu, seeing Chu Chen grabbing someone, were about to rush over, but when they saw Chu Chen's eyes, they were instantly deterred by the killing intent in his eyes, their faces filled with fear, and their previous arrogance disappeared. Even Wang Qiankuan, slumped on the ground, was so scared by this killing intent that he dared not breathe. Sitting on the ground, his face full of fear, he stared at Chu Chen. Chu Chen's fierce face, cold eyes, he stared at Lu Laovu and said word by word, "If you dare to touch my wife, I will tear you to pieces." This blatant threat struck a chord in Lu Laovu's heart. He frantically wriggled his head. I dare not. And now the only thing he could feel was a bit damp in his crotch. Chu Chen then released his hand, and Lu Laovu immediately fell to the ground, his face full of shock and fear. Now, he could finally confirm, indeed, his crotch was damp. A foul smell emanated from him. Chu Chen looked at him with pity in his eyes. Because just now, when he touched Lu Laovu's personal information instantly appeared above his head. Name, Lu Qing, 5983 bank account balance, 923,394 yuan, real estate, 1 property, vehicles, 1 vehicle, private money, 8,000 yuan, photo frame, spouse Jiang Yan, unemployed, son Lu Lon, not biological father. Wu Bo, illegitimate son, Sun Chao. Lu Laovu couldn't understand Chu Chen's eyes, but he could feel that Chu Chen seemed to be pitying him. Chu Chen recalled the situation of playing cards that day. Although he indulged in eating, drinking, and gambling, he still had some skills in gambling. Whether playing cards or mahjong with others, he mostly had the upper hand. However, that day, he played cards with Lu Laovu and lost miserably. Thinking back now, he probably cheated, and he fell for it carelessly. But he had no evidence of such a thing. It was too late to argue now. Chu Chen approached aggressively. Seeing him coming over, Lu Laovu, who was sitting paralyzed on the ground, quickly got up. He stepped back a few steps, afraid that Chu Chen would grab his neck again. Seeing this, Chu Chen stopped moving forward and asked, "Is your wife named Jiang Yan? Do you have an illegitimate son named Sun Chao?" Lu Laovu, who was still afraid, was stunned at the words, "How do you know?" Lu Laovu stared at Chu Chen in disbelief. Although they often played cards together, even his closest little brother didn't know about the illegitimate child. His wife was also unaware of this matter, as affairs like mistresses and illegitimate children could only be hidden for so long. But how did Chu Chen know? Despite Chu Chen still exuding a murderous aura, Lu Laovu couldn't resist his curiosity. Lu Laovu cautiously asked, "How did you know?" Chu Chen calmly replied, "I calculated it." Lu Laovu didn't believe it. "You can calculate that? Your son's name is Lu Long." Lu Laovu nodded, not quite understanding Chu Chen's meaning, but his eyes towards Chu Chen now held more awe. In a situation where he was not understood, being able to figure out his illegitimate child was indeed a skill. Chu Chen squatted down, looking directly at Lu Laovu sitting on the ground. Seeing his movement, Lu Laovu quickly stepped back. Having just experienced his danger, he dared not act rashly now. "I just calculated something." "What?" Lu Laovu, with his slightly widened eyes, curiously asked. "Your son is not your biological child." "Damn!" As soon as Chu Chen spoke, Lu Laovu's anger flared up. Not only did Lu Laovu get furious, even Wang Qiankuan sitting on the ground was stunned, blinking his eyes in disbelief. Chu Chen is amazing. Not only did he intimidate him, but he also scolded him. The 2 bodyguards behind Lu Laovu heard Chu Chen's words and were stunned, looking at each other, didn't hear about the wife having an affair. Lu Laovu was filled with anger, about to get up and hit him, but found that he still couldn't move. Just scared by Chu Chen, but he was very stubborn. "Kid, stop talking nonsense." Chu Chen didn't mind his attitude. After all, those who understand, understand. "This is what I calculated, of course, you don't have to believe it." "Damn it! Kid, don't think you're so great. Talking nonsense comes with a price." After experiencing the soaring killing intent just now, Lu Laovu really didn't dare to do anything to Chu Chen. But now, he actually said that his son is not his own. "Can you bear this?" Chu Chen just looked at him quietly. "What I calculated is never wrong." "You continue. Kid, be careful, I'll strip you of." Before Lu Laovu could finish the sentence, he suddenly realized, if Chu Chen can calculate even the fact that he has an illegitimate child, then isn't it normal to calculate that the child is not his own? Lu Laovu instantly dared not say anything more. Thinking back carefully on every bit with the child, it seems that there is nothing different. Lu Laovu gritted his teeth. "Brother Chu, you said it was what you calculated. What if there's a mistake?" Chu Chen stood up, and a righteous aura suddenly emanated from him. "I said, what I calculate is never wrong." Chu Chen said each word. Lu Laovu's face turned pale for a moment, then turned pale and bloodless. Never thought that after dominating the martial world for so long, he would fall because of his own wife. However, now it's just Chu Chen's word against his. If he's wrong, Lu Laovu would be unjustly accusing his wife, and he probably wouldn't be able to go home to sleep in the future. After much thought, Lu Laovu squeezed out a sentence from between his teeth. If you're wrong in your calculation, Shu Chen calmly replied, if I'm wrong, I'll repay you as promised, and I'll give you an additional 1 million in medical expenses. Upon hearing this, Lu Laohu became spirited. Good. Add one more thing, I also want to beat you up. Shu Chen thought for a moment. Okay, no problem. What if I'm right? Lu Laohu patted his chest. Whatever you say. Shu Chen nodded. If I'm right, you owe me, and you have to compensate Wang Qiankuan's medical expenses of 200,000. Lu Laohu's eyes lit up. After careful consideration, he said, okay, no problem. Then it's settled. Lu Laohu didn't waste any more words. He hurried back home with his 2 henchmen. Now whether the son is his own is even more important. Shu Chen helped Wang Qiankuan up. Are you okay? I'll take you to the hospital. Wang Qiankuan, in pain, asked, Brother Chu, how sure are you? Shu Chen smiled slightly. Don't worry, what I calculate is never wrong. Lu Laohu, who hurried back home, went straight to Lu Long's room as soon as he entered the house, and pushed open the door of the child's room. Lu Long, who was studying in the room, was startled when he turned around and saw Lu Laohu. Dad, what's wrong with you? Lu Laohu strode forward, grabbed the child, and carefully examined his features. Lu Laohu's wife, Jiang Yan, was about 10 years younger than him. Young and beautiful, Lu Long basically inherited his mother's looks, and now he looks handsome and cute. Lu Laohu looked at the child who didn't look like his own at all. No wonder relatives joked before, saying the child didn't look like him. Now this seed of doubt has completely sprouted. It felt like his heart was being cut by a sharp blade, bleeding profusely. Lu Long looked at Lu Laohu in confusion. Dad, what's wrong with you? Suppressing the pain in his heart, Lu Laohu tried to put on a smile. Dad is fine. Tomorrow I'll take you somewhere. And then I'll take you to eat hamburgers and drink cola. Lu Long's eyes widened instantly, happily shouting, Great, I'll go. But you can't tell Mom. Okay, I definitely won't tell Mom. Lu Laohu looked at his cute son in front of him and couldn't help but curse. Shu Chen, if your calculations are wrong, I will definitely kill you. Quadrangle Courtyard. Shu Chen was installing and debugging live broadcasting equipment in the room. After buying these things last time, he didn't have time to set them up. Wang Qiankuan had several band-aids on his face, and said with a crooked mouth, How can you do fortune-telling while doing live broadcasting here? Fortune-telling from a distance? Shu Chen adjusted the position of the live broadcast phone and replied, It's definitely impossible to do it from a distance. Due to system restrictions, one must touch the person to know everything about them. Then how do you do it? After adjusting the phone position, Shu Chen opened the computer and phone to continue debugging the live broadcast software. Let me tell you, my live broadcast is Jiang Taigong fishing. Willing participants will take the bait. Wang Qiankuan looked puzzled. Can willing participants really take the bait in this live broadcast? Shu Chen nodded. I have the sign of my fortune-telling shop hanging, right? Now just wait for the fish to take the bait. Wang Qiankuan wanted to laugh a little, but the injuries on his face made him not dare to laugh out loud, so he sneered at Shu Chen. Stop kidding around. Who would come to your fortune-telling shop in this antique street? And willing participants take the bait. Shu Chen wasn't angry, just wait and see. Shu Chen's routine these days was very fixed. In the morning, he dealt with company affairs at the company, and in the afternoon, he did live broadcasts in the Quadrangle Courtyard. Most of the work at Lingdong Fashion was handed over to Xiao Xia by Si Charan. With Si Charan's ability, she quickly adapted to the high-intensity work content. She also organized the pile of company affairs in an orderly manner. The room on the west side of the Quadrangle Courtyard was set up as a workspace by him. Inside, there was a complete set of live broadcasting equipment, high-definition fill light camera, noise-canceling microphone, and a top-configured computer. There was also a tea table about 2 meters long, with tea sets, teapots, and everything else. The two sat at the tea table, sipping tea and discussing this workspace. Wang Qiankuan's injuries seemed to be getting better, and he looked curiously at Shu Chen as he aimed the high-definition camera at the tea table and asked, So, do you do fortune-telling on this tea table? This arrangement was unexpected for Wang Qiankuan. In his impression, fortune-tellers did fortune-telling for others. They would put a blue flag behind them and a gossip plate on the table. Shu Chen would wear a blue robe, black round-framed sunglasses, sit there mysteriously, and calculate something. Now Shu Chen just set up a tea table and brewed tea. Shu Chen nodded, yes, right on this tea table. However, seeing Wang Qiankuan's expression, he probably guessed what he was thinking. Smiling, he said, What are you thinking? Times have changed. The way of fortune-telling must have changed too. Wang Qiankuan felt embarrassed when he realized that Shu Chen had seen through his thoughts. Shu Chen's design was to touch the other person through palmistry and then know everything about them. But he didn't explain this to Wang Qiankuan. Shu Chen named his live broadcast room, Divine Machine Mysterious Calculation Hall. After everything was set up, Shuchen sat at the tea table with Wang Qiankuan, drinking tea together. The live broadcast room had just opened, and they didn't expect people to come in all at once. Shuchen's live broadcast room was open like this. Occasionally someone would come in, say hello, and chat. Water friends who entered the live broadcast room. What is this live broadcast room for? I don't know, the host isn't talking. Oh, this handsome guy is quite handsome. What kind of live broadcast room is this? Divine Machine Mysterious Calculation Hall? Is it for fortune telling? Shuchen saw the messages from the water friends and just smiled. Wow, he looks so handsome when he smiles. It's okay to just watch a handsome guy. Exactly. Just watch a handsome guy and enjoy the view. Wang Qiankuan didn't quite understand. Why did Shuchen start a live broadcast but not say anything, just sitting there like that? Brother Chu, are you just going to sit like this? There aren't many people in the live stream room. Wang Qiankuan couldn't resist his curiosity. Shuchen just smiled slightly. As I said, those who are willing will take the bait. Humph, pretending to be mysterious. Wang Qiankuan rolled his eyes, but his eyes were too small to notice. In Dai Ermiai's live stream room, the viewers were still teasing. Look at Dai Ermiai's infatuated look, she must be thinking about men. Dai Ermiai, are you still looking for your fortune-telling prince? What's the story behind the fortune-telling prince? Did I miss something? Upstairs, you've missed a lot. Fortune-telling prince is our Dai Ermiai's dream lover. Dai Ermiai has a dream lover? That's a bit unusual. Dai Ermiai looked at the viewers' banter, feeling a bit helpless. Don't talk nonsense, guys. Where did I get a dream lover from? Upon hearing this, the viewers started teasing again, haha, still not admitting it. Oh, Dai Ermiai is blushing. What's happening in today's live stream? Dai Ermiai is blushing? Dai Ermiai can still blush? That's unusual. Dai Ermiai saw the viewers chat and remembered that she still had to do a live stream today. While blushing, she couldn't help but feel a bit guilty. Oh, stop chatting. I still have to do the live stream today. Let's drop this topic. Dai Ermiai's blushing and attempt to change the subject were not accepted by the viewers. Just then, a barrage message appeared in Dai Ermiai's live stream room. Dai Ermiai, your fortune-telling prince is live streaming. Instantly, the whole live stream room erupted like a pot of boiling water, becoming lively immediately. The viewers, who were watching the show, started asking for Dai Ermiai. Oh my, is it true or not? Is it the one Dai Ermiai likes? Hurry, give us the link. Seeing this message, Dai Ermiai was stunned on the spot, and the blush on her face spread again. Are you serious? She finally couldn't help but ask. I'm not lying. It's really your favorite fortune-telling prince, Link. Wow. Go watch the fortune-telling prince. Come on, Dai Ermiai, it's really the fortune-telling prince. Hurry and invite him to join the conversation. Dai Ermiai was originally in a daze, but when she saw the viewers' messages, she couldn't help but click on the link with her mouse. In the live stream room of the Divine Calculation Pavilion, Dai Ermiai immediately recognized Chu Chen on the screen. The handsome Chu Chen was sitting quietly at the tea table. His elegant and skilled tea-making movements were like performing a touching drama. Instantly, Dai Ermiai blushed like a tomato. Chu Chen's live stream room had always been quiet, with only a few passing viewers, and those who stayed were there to see the handsome guy. Chu Chen, who was originally drinking tea and reading, inadvertently glanced at the live stream room and found it as crowded as a market. It was bustling with activity. Viewers, wow! It's really the fortune-telling prince. Where is this place he's in? It looks so ancient and elegant. No wonder he's the one Dai Ermiai likes, he's indeed very handsome. Chu Chen looked at the continuously refreshing comments in the live stream room, feeling astonished. Why are there suddenly so many people in the live stream room? Viewers, handsome guy, we're here to see you. Wow! Handsome guy, you're really handsome. Our Dai Ermiai has good taste. Chu Chen was even more confused. They're here to see me? Viewers, yes, we're all here to see you. You're the idol in Dai Ermiai's heart. Dai Ermiai, come and see. Chu Chen smiled at the camera and said, when did I become famous? Water friends, wow, the handsome guy is so gentle. Upstairs, can you praise this too? Let Dai Ermiai connect with the handsome guy. This is a good idea. In Chu Chen's live broadcast room, Dai Ermiai saw everyone cheering. Suddenly, she felt her face getting even redder, but in her heart, she was looking forward to being able to connect. Chu Chen was stunned when he saw the chat from the water friends. What is connecting? The water friends instantly started boiling again. This handsome guy is a newbie. Is he just starting to do live broadcasts? The handsome guy is so cute. You don't even know how to connect. What kind of live broadcast are you doing? Chu Chen looked at the chat from the water friends, couldn't help but furrow his brows. Am I falling behind? Hearing this, the water friends cheered again. The handsome guy knows he's out of touch. Are you good at fortune telling? Tell our fortunes. Look at the live broadcast interface. There's a connect option. You can choose to connect with someone in the room. Upstairs is a good person. Upstairs is a good person. Just then, Shu Chen saw a message on his live broadcast phone screen. Dae May is requesting to connect with you. Agree, disagree. Without hesitation, Shu Chen clicked agree. He was just worrying that no one was coming to watch the live broadcast. Just then, connecting with an internet celebrity could bring some popularity. On the screen, the blushing Dae May appeared in front of Shu Chen. Seeing that she was a cute girl, Shu Chen greeted her. Hi, how are you? Dae May blushed and softly replied, hello. The water friends saw Dae May like this, and it was as if a bomb had exploded. Wow. Dae May can blush too. Oh my, Dae May has finally taken a big step. Bravo for the courage. Dae May is awesome. As a live streaming internet celebrity, Dae May had accumulated some fans despite doing live broadcasts for a long time. So when everyone found out that she was connecting with the fortune-telling prince, the gossip-loving water friends almost swarmed into Shu Chen's live broadcast room. In a moment, Shu Chen's live broadcast room already had over 50,000 people watching their connection. Dae May tried to calm herself down. The handsome guy doesn't even know your name. Shu Chen said, just call me Shu Chen. Dae May hesitated to ask, so what do you do for a living? I'm just a fortune teller, Shu Chen replied casually. Dae May, with her big round eyes, couldn't believe it and asked, you're really a fortune teller? Shu Chen smiled, about to answer, but then heard a commotion outside the door. Shu brother, are you there? When purchasing live broadcast supplies, Shu Chen had chosen top-notch microphones with excellent sound quality. The sound from the courtyard was immediately captured by the microphone, and coupled with the loud voice, not only Shu Chen, but also the water friends in the live broadcast room and Dae May heard it. The office door was pushed open with a bang. Shu Chen looked up and saw a familiar figure at the door. It was Lu Laovu, and the camera happened to be facing the door, so Lu Laovu's figure appeared in the live broadcast room. Lu Laovu, with red eyes and holding a piece of paper, said, Shu brother, the child is indeed not mine. Instantly, the water friends in the live broadcast room heard this sentence, but Dae May was stunned. Both of you guys have children? Shu Chen's attention was on Lu Laovu, and he didn't notice Dae May's reaction in the live broadcast room. However, the water friends in the live broadcast room did notice and asked Dae May one after another, what's wrong with Dae May? Why did she suddenly freeze? I don't know, wasn't she chatting with the handsome guy just fine? Who is this chubby guy? What's going on? I just arrived. What's happening in the live broadcast room? Shu Chen looked at Lu Laovu, whose eyes were red, as if everything was expected, and calmly said, please sit down. Lu Laovu handed a piece of paper to Shu Chen and then stood up, bowing to Shu Chen in a gesture of respect. Brother Chu, I admire you. With a face full of resentment, he said, you were right, the child is indeed not mine. It turned out that Lu Laovu's wife, Zhang Yan, had a boyfriend before she married him. However, the boyfriend was from a poor rural family and couldn't afford to marry her. They had no choice but to break up. Later, Zhang Yan met Lu Laovu. They hit it off and soon got together. However, it was only after Zhang Yan married Lu Laovu that she found out she was pregnant. But she never dared to speak up when she saw Lu Laovu happily spinning her around. The crucial moment came a few years after she gave birth to the child. Her first love came back. Her first love had aged well and looked much younger than Lu Laovu. Zhang Yan compared the two and got back together with her first love. When Lu Laovu came to Zhang Yan with a paternity test report, everything came to light. Lu Laovu quickly filed for divorce, and Zhang Yan took the child to find her first love. Watching Lu Laovu bravely face the consequences, Shu Chen admired him, saying, a real man can bend and stretch, a true man. And being able to keep promises, you have not let my trust go to waste. Hearing this, Lu Laovu looked up at Shu Chen in surprise, wondering, does he know I was coming? Shu Chen just smiled faintly at Lu Laovu. He then picked up the IOU and a silver-gray lighter from his pocket. Click! Shu Chen lit the IOU, and the flames consumed the small piece of paper. The room filled with the smell of burning paper, as if reminding the two men that the accounts were settled. As long as things are clear, Shu Chen said calmly, as if the matter had nothing to do with him. The viewers in the live stream room stopped making noise and watched Shu Chen show off in front of the screen one by one. Lu Laovu suddenly felt both fear and admiration for Shu Chen. He was afraid because he didn't expect him to be so accurate. Who knows what else he could figure out. But he admired Shu Chen because if he hadn't figured out the child wasn't his, he didn't know how long he would have to wear that green hat. Please transfer the 200,000 yuan and medical expenses as soon as possible. Shu Chen spoke again. Lu Laovu nodded quickly. I'll transfer it to you, send me the account number. Shu Chen pointed to the payment QR code on the table. He would transfer the medical expenses for Wang Qiankuan later. Lu Laovu saw the QR code and quickly transferred the money from his phone. After transferring the money, he showed the screen to Chu Chen to confirm. After everything was settled, Lu Laovu asked cautiously, Brother Xian, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Chu Chen just watched him quietly. Seeing this, Lu Laovu felt uneasy. After hesitating several times, he had to speak up again, Brother Xian, But before he could finish, Chu Chen interrupted him, there are a few things, not sure if I should say them. Lu Laovu quickly nodded and respectfully said, Brother Xian, please go ahead, I'm listening. Chu Chen smiled and waved his hand, please sit down. Lu Laovu hesitated slightly but obediently pulled out a chair and sat at the tea table. Chu Chen poured a cup of tea for Lu Laovu, holding the teapot in his hand. Lu Laovu quickly took the teacup with both hands, placed it under his nose and sniffed gently. His eyes lit up and he exclaimed, what great tea. Chu Chen just smiled faintly. The tea here was all bought by Wang Qiankuan at a high price, mostly new tea from this year. If it wasn't good, it would mean Wang Qiankuan had been deceived. Do you believe in the cycle of reincarnation? Chu Chen asked after taking a sip of tea. When Lu Laovu heard this question, he hesitated, not quite understanding what Chu Chen meant. But considering that Chu Chen was involved in fortune-telling, he felt relieved. With a hint of hesitation, he said, I believe. Chu Chen nodded slightly, that day when we played cards, if you hadn't cheated, I wouldn't have lost so badly. Upon hearing this, Lu Laovu couldn't help but feel uneasy. He prided himself on his skills and believed few could catch him cheating. Now, with Chu Chen directly pointing it out, Lu Laovu's heart trembled. As if seeing through Lu Laovu's thoughts, Chu Chen calmly said, don't worry, I won't blame you for this. And you have already followed the agreement and given me the IOU. Originally, this matter should have been settled, but Lu Laovu felt his heart racing, unconsciously gripping the cup tightly, even breaking out in a cold sweat. But what? But, some things are seen by the heavens. If you do too many unethical things, naturally there will be no good ending. The way of heaven is fair, sparing no one. Lu Laovu instantly broke out in a cold sweat on his forehead. Although Chu Chen's words were cryptic, for some reason, they sent a chill down his spine. Chu Chen's gaze was sharp, firmly fixed on Lu Laovu. As a man, one should act with integrity and openness. Just and honorable. Chu Chen's words hit Lu Laovu like a blow to the head, shaking him to his core. Xianji, I understand what you said. Finally, someone in the live broadcast room sent a message, wow. This handsome guy has a good moral compass. Is this all calculated by a handsome guy? The handsome guy is so amazing. He can even figure this out. Is it fake? But the acting is good. Chu Chen had long known the ins and outs through the system, but he appreciated Lu Laovu's honesty. A man who can adapt is truly remarkable. Lu Laovu left Chu Chen's fortune-telling shop with awe. For someone like Chu Chen, it's best to be friends if possible, as making an enemy would be unwise. The conversation between Chu Chen and Lu Laovu was observed and heard by the viewers in the live broadcast room. Dai Ermei was staring at the screen, captivated by Chu Chen's handsome face. In her eyes, Chu Chen had become a godlike figure. As Lu Laovu left, the live broadcast room became lively again. Chu Chen sat back at the computer, carefully reading the barrage of comments. Some praised his looks, while others questioned if he was acting or playing with his acting skills. Dai Ermei, who was still in the call, asked, handsome guy, can you tell my fortune? The live broadcast room exploded once again. Upon hearing Dai Ermei's question, Chu Chen replied, I can. Dai Ermei was delighted, but then Chu Chen added, but you have to come to my shop for me to tell you. Dai Ermei's face instantly turned red, her fair complexion now as red as a tomato, eyes watery. The viewers in the live broadcast room went crazy with comments. Go. You must go. When you go, remember to live stream it. Wow. Are we going to have an offline meeting with online friends? Dai Ermei, blushing, asked, do I really have to go? Chu Chen felt a bit amused, if you don't come over, how can I do the reading? Dai Ermei immediately became hesitant, is this appropriate? Chu Chen was slightly surprised, what's wrong with that? You're just here for a reading. Chu Chen's words caused a stir among the viewers in the live broadcast room. What is Dai Ermei thinking? Ha ha, isn't this the legendary self-delusion? Dai Ermei is so funny today. Oh my, what is Dai Ermei trying to do? Watching the viewers' unrestrained comments, Dai Ermei blushed even more. Chu Chen looked at the barrage and just smiled faintly. Since there are many people today, let me set a rule for readings. The viewers reacted differently immediately. Wow, handsome and so many rules. We don't even know if the readings are real or not, and he's setting rules? Let's hear it, see if Dai Ermei can handle it. Chu Chen looked at the barrage and cleared his throat. 1. Those who want a reading must come in person. 2. Readings are only available at 2 p.m. every afternoon. 3. Closing time is strict, no delays. If someone comes for a reading and he's closed, then too bad, come back the next day. With these words, the entire live broadcast room went crazy. The viewers' criticisms instantly flooded the live broadcast room. What kind of lousy rules are these? I definitely won't go to you for a reading. Damn, you have to stick to strict opening and closing hours? Is this some rich second generation experiencing life? The live broadcast room was in an uproar, but it had no effect on Chu Chen. My rules are my rules. Wow, the viewers didn't know what to say anymore. A fortune-telling anchor this cool, it's truly a sight to behold. Even Dai Ermei was stunned, witnessing a fortune-teller this extraordinary for the first time. Chu Chen glanced at the time, it was already 5 p.m. I have to go back, I need to cook dinner for my wife. Let's end the live broadcast here today. Now, the live broadcast room became lively again, with doubts and questions rising. All the viewers' eyes turned to Dai Ermei. The handsome guy has a wife. Does Dai Ermei have no chance now? How can this be? Why are all the handsome guys taken? Wow, does this mean Dai Ermei's hope is dashed? When Dai Ermei heard Chu Chen say he was going home to cook for his wife, she was frozen like a statue. Indeed, after watching Chu Chen's videos a few times, she had already developed a strong liking for this handsome and morally upright person. After occasionally learning some news about him, Dai Ermei gradually developed feelings for him. When she finally could contact Chu Chen and possibly take a step further, Chu Chen mentioned he was already married. The barrage in the live broadcast room was flying, but Dai Ermei couldn't see it anymore. In her eyes, there was only Chu Chen packing up and shutting down his computer. As for the banter in the live broadcast room, she turned a blind eye to it. At the market, Chu Chen was selecting the ingredients for tonight's dinner. Si Charan had been particularly busy lately, mainly because Chu Chen had delegated most of the management work for Lingdong fashion to her. Feeling a bit guilty, Chu Chen decided to cook something delicious for her health. Naturally raised old hen, freshly available vegetables, all ended up in Chu Chen's basket. When Si Charan returned home, she saw the table set with stewed old hen soup, braised beef brisket, garlic spinach, and a dish of lettuce with sesame sauce. Such a sumptuous dinner tonight? Si Charan curiously asked Chu Chen. Chu Chen flashed a handsome and charming smile. Wife, you've been working hard lately. I made some delicious food to nourish you. Upon hearing this, Si Charan's mouth curved into a smile. It feels so good to be taken care of and remembered by someone. Go wash your hands and get ready for dinner. Chu Chen dared not look at her again, watching Si Charan, who was smiling so charmingly, afraid that he might act impulsively again. Although Si Charan was his lawfully wedded wife, the 1-month probation period had not yet passed. Chu Chen had the intention but lacked the courage. Si Charan was happily eating with her chopsticks. How come he hadn't noticed before that Chu Chen's cooking was so delicious? Watching Si Charan eat happily like a little glutton, Chu Chen suddenly spoke at the dinner table. By the way, I've paid off the debt I owed. This statement almost choked Si Charan. Cough, cough, cough. What did you say? Chu Chen quickly handed her a glass of water. Si Charan took the glass of water, looking incredulously at Chu Chen. Over 2 million, and you've paid it all off? You see, although Si Charan was the chief designer, her annual salary was not even close to 2 million. How long had it been? Chu Chen had already paid it off? Seeing Si Charan's disbelief, Chu Chen felt like laughing a little, but he dared not. He just nodded. Well, actually, I shouldn't say I paid it off. Si Charan stared with her watery eyes. You didn't go threaten someone again, did you? Chu Chen, we can slowly repay the money. I'll work hard to earn more. You can't do anything illegal again. Si Charan's big watery eyes were moist. Chu Chen's heart stirred, feeling both sorry and wanting to laugh. But Si Charan was genuinely afraid. Previously, Chu Chen owed money to someone else, but with no money to repay, he took a kitchen knife and threatened them. As a result, they called the police, and Chu Chen was taken to the police station for questioning. Si Charan cried and begged her mother for some money to bail Chu Chen out. This incident left a deep shadow in Si Charan's heart. Now that Chu Chen had shown obvious changes, Si Charan cherished everything they had. Hearing Chu Chen say that the person didn't need him to repay the money, she was afraid he had threatened someone again, just like before. Chu Chen looked at his tearful wife and tenderly reached out to wipe away her tears. Wife, rest assured, this time I helped him out, and in return, he doesn't want me to repay the money. Si Charan looked at Chu Chen's sincere face and asked in disbelief, really? What did you do to help that he doesn't want the money back? Chu Chen patiently recounted the story of Lu Laohu to Si Charan. In the end, he concluded, over 2 million, not a bad deal when you know the truth. Si Charan went from teary-eyed at first to curious as she listened to Chu Chen's story. Seeing Chu Chen so sincere, she began to believe his words. "Are you sure you're not lying to me?" "I'm sure." Chu Chen vowed earnestly. "Okay, then I believe you." Si Charan picked up her chopsticks and continued eating. Chu Chen felt relieved seeing her eat. He served soup to his wife and then to himself. After drinking the soup that had been simmering for over 4 hours, he found it quite tasty. Suddenly, while eating, Si Charan said, "Our new chairman is shameless." Put. This statement almost made Chu Chen, who was drinking soup, spit it out. Choking on the soup, Chu Chen coughed and cautiously asked, "What's wrong with the chairman you mentioned?" Si Charan exclaimed, "This new chairman is simply inhuman, he's a beast. I'm a fashion designer, and he actually wants me to review the company's budget report and be responsible for the budget amount. That's not all, now he wants me to take on the company's management work. The workload has suddenly increased for no reason. I'm practically working overtime every day now." Si Charan angrily cursed, chewing on beef as if he were chewing on the chairman's flesh. Chu Chen listened to his wife's complaints, sweating profusely on his back. If she knew that Chu Chen had arranged all these things, she would probably blame him in the future. Chu Chen ate the meal sweating profusely. The next morning, Si Charan went to work in a good mood. After seeing his wife off, Chu Chen secretly drove to Lingdong Fashion. During this period, except for the afternoons, he spent most of his time with Si Charan. Chu Chen's account balance kept increasing. With an additional 240,000 in the account every day, he could achieve financial freedom relying on the system alone. Moreover, Lingdong Fashion was now making money for him. Although it had suffered heavy losses before, under Si Charan's efforts to improve, Lingdong Fashion's development had surprisingly turned for the better. Several clothing design drafts were highly satisfactory to customers. It seemed that in the near future, Lingdong Fashion would be a money-making machine. He planned to repay his mother-in-law and mother when he had time, and Chu Chen's debt problems were basically resolved. Thinking of this, he was in a very good mood in the office, sipping coffee, crossing his legs, and humming a song. Changnan District. Inside the presidential suite of a world-famous 5-star hotel, Wang Sansi, wearing a robe with sleepy eyes, holding a cup of coffee, walked to the living room and sat on the sofa, with Huang Chang already waiting beside him. Huang Chang smiled broadly and handed a cigarette to Wang Sansi. Not fully awake yet, Wang Sansi couldn't help but ask, "Why are you here so early today?" Huang Chang, showing his gold tooth, replied, "Brother Tsong, I've already inquired about that Chu Chen's information." Wang Sansi looked at him and said, "So fast? You seem anxious." Huang Chang's flattering smile deepened, "Isn't this for Brother Tsong's sake? Speed is a priority." Wang Sansi just smiled without exposing him. Huang Chang was in a hurry because he hoped Wang Sansi could help him save face. However, anyone who dared to bully Huang Chang would not be giving him face. Most people in this circle knew that Huang Chang was Wang Sansi's top lackey. Whenever there were things that Wang Sansi couldn't handle personally, Huang Chang would take care of them. Moreover, Huang Chang always listened to Wang Sansi. If he said one, Huang Chang would never say two. So, to some extent, saying that Huang Chang represented Wang Sansi was not an exaggeration. "Tell me, who is this Chu Chen?" Wang Sansi asked, sipping his coffee. "I found out that this Chu Chen is actually a fortune teller." Huang Chang explained in detail what he had learned about Chu Chen. Wang Sansi was slightly surprised to hear that Chu Chen's main business was fortune telling. He wondered how someone could still make a living in this trade nowadays. But when he heard that Chu Chen had a stunningly beautiful wife, even more beautiful than Si Charan, Wang Sansi felt a bit intrigued. Si Charan was already a beauty among beauties, and he didn't expect her sister to surpass her. Collecting beautiful women from all over the world was one of his hobbies. "It seems I need to meet this beauty when I have time." Wang Sansi immediately wanted to meet someone's wife. In his view, Chu Chen was not a rival worth his attention. Huang Chang's smile did not diminish. As long as he could vent his anger, he was willing to do anything. "By the way, contact Lu Xiao and let him go meet this Chu Chen first," Wang Sansi said after some thought. Huang Chang was instantly delighted. "All right, I'll contact Lu Xiao right away." With that, he took out his phone and left the presidential suite. In the corridor, he dialed Lu Xiao's number. "Lu Huang, the youngest son of Lu Borong, the president of the Lu Group. He is a famous playboy, and being the only son, he is greatly cherished by both Lu Borong and the elders in the family. His name reflects the love Lu's family has for him. Lu Huang means Emperor of Lu, and his father, Lu Borong, is also a tough character who used to be involved in various activities in his youth. Later, he started his own business, which grew bigger over time. The Lu Group has collaborations with Wang Sansi, and Lu Huang is now following Wang Sansi. Wang Sansi has a plan and wants Lu Huang to investigate Chu Chen. Knowing the enemy is the key to winning 100 battles. When Huang Chang received the task from Wang Xunzi to find Lu Huang, he already knew what was going on. It was a clever move. Even if Chu Chen wanted revenge, he wouldn't target them. Huang Chang called Lu Huang, and after a few rings, a voice panting on the other end said, "Yellow hair, you better have something important, don't interrupt me while I'm having fun with girls." Huang Chang knew Lu Huang was busy with something important at the moment. However, he didn't know what it was. He complained inwardly but smiled and said, "Sorry to disturb your good time, Lu Huang." Although he said he was disturbing, there was no hint of apology in his tone. This was because Lu Huang had a good relationship with Wang Xunzi, and they often went out for drinks together. Lu Huang's angry roar came from the phone, followed by a loud slap sound. "You damn woman, I'm doing you a favor by playing with you." Huang Chang didn't care and focused on the matter at hand. "Lu Huang, calm down. Can you do me a favor?" Lu Huang replied, "Just spit it out. Let's meet and talk. Same place as always." Huang Chang felt it wasn't a good time to talk now and couldn't disturb the men doing business. Lu Huang agreed and quickly hung up the phone. Huang Chang smiled, "If I tell Lu Huang that Chu Chen's wife and sister-in-law are as beautiful as fairies, he will be even happier to get involved. Chu Chen, dare to go against me, you will pay the price. And that bitch Si Mingran, I'll show her." Huang Chang's face, with little flesh, showed a fierce expression. But when he entered the room, he immediately put on a flattering smile in front of Wang Xunzi. His demeanor made people shudder. In the afternoon, Chu Chen's live broadcast room became lively. Some people followed him to the live broadcast room out of curiosity or to see the fun. However, it must be said that Dai Ermiai's live broadcast brought some popularity to Chu Chen. Chu Chen was in a good mood, made himself a pot of good tea, sat in front of the computer, sipped the tea, and waited quietly for volunteers. While enjoying his tea and reading a book, Chu Chen heard a commotion outside the courtyard. It seemed like a man and a woman were arguing about something. Although he heard the noise outside, it didn't stop him from reading. Recently, he was engrossed in the book starting with a love-wife calculator, which he found very interesting. The commotion got closer and soon reached the door of his workspace. The noise was so loud that even the viewers in the live broadcast room could hear the argument between the two people. "Viewers, what's that sound? Sounds like it's from the live broadcast room. Someone is arguing." Just as everyone was puzzled, the door of the room where Chu Chen was pushed open by someone. Chu Chen looked towards the sound and saw a man and a woman entering the door. The woman looked youthful and beautiful, with a beauty score of about 8 points. The man had thick eyebrows and big eyes, handsome and heroic, standing at about 1.8 meters tall. Even Chu Chen couldn't help but exclaim, "What a well-matched couple." However, Chu Chen soon noticed something was wrong. He saw the angry expression on the woman's face, her slender left hand grabbing the boy's arm, and her right hand tightly holding a silver-gray smartphone. The boy, on the other hand, looked innocent, seemingly pulled over forcibly, his eyes fixed on the phone in the woman's hand. After they came in, they stood stubbornly at the door, which made Chu Chen couldn't help but chuckle. The camera was facing the door, capturing the cute behavior of this couple, which was clearly seen by many viewers in the live broadcast room. "Viewers, this girl is so beautiful. What are they doing? They came in without saying anything. Where did the host find these actors? The quality is so high?" Chu Chen's gaze was fixed on the two of them, paying no attention to the questions and barrage in the live broadcast room. But seeing that the two didn't speak after coming in, Chu Chen had to take the initiative. "Hello, do you have any business here?" Hearing the question, the two looked curiously at Chu Chen. The woman curiously looked at Chu Chen and then asked, "Is this a fortune-telling hall?" When the woman spoke, her voice was very gentle and delicate, with the charm of a woman from the south of the Yangtze River. Chu Chen nodded and politely replied, "Yes. Do you want to have your fortune told?" The woman asked with a puzzled tone, "Are you accurate in your readings?" Chu Chen smiled slightly, "If you don't try, how would you know if it's accurate?" The woman hesitated a bit, pondering whether to have her fortune told. But when she saw the boy next to her, she seemed to have made up her mind. She pulled the boy in, sat down at the tea table, and asked, "I want to have my fortune told. How much does it cost?" Chu Chen put down the book in his hand and sat up straight. "After the reading, if you find it accurate, you can pay as you wish. If you find it inaccurate, you don't have to pay anything." Upon hearing this, the woman smiled. "Is this for real?" Chu Chen just nodded. The handsome boy then said, "Who believes in fortune-telling these days? It's obviously a scam." Before Chu Chen could say anything, the woman immediately said, "Are you scared even before the reading?" The boy awkwardly explained, "I'm not scared, I'm just saying." The woman ignored him and turned to Chu Chen, "Help us with the reading." Chu Chen asked, "What do you want to know? Career? Love? Future? Or?" The woman immediately said, "Of course, love." Then she glanced at the handsome boy next to her and said again, "Just tell me how many girlfriends this boyfriend of mine actually has." This sentence sounded like a tongue twister. Upon hearing what the woman wanted to know, the live broadcast room became lively, with viewers sending barrage messages. "Wow. I can't believe it, this handsome guy is a playboy. He doesn't seem like a player, probably just a misunderstanding. If this woman doesn't trust this man, why even bother with a relationship?" Chuchen just felt slightly surprised, but didn't say anything. "Let me see your left hand, handsome guy." Looking at their puzzled expressions, Chuchen said calmly, "Men's left, women's right." Chuchen's dignified appearance seemed quite convincing. After all, fortune-telling required a certain demeanor. The handsome boy seemed a bit reluctant, looking helplessly at the woman beside him. Next to the beauty, a fierce look swept over, and the handsome guy was instantly intimidated. Handsome and helpless, after thinking for a while, finally reached out his left hand and placed it in front of Chuchen. Chuchen grabbed the handsome guy's right hand, and several lines of key information appeared above the handsome guy's head. Name, Yi Hong, 6722 bank account balance, 224,000 yuan, real estate owned, 0 sets, vehicles owned, 0, private money, 2,000 yuan, in the shoe sole, no spouse, lover 1, Zhu Xingxin, lover 2, Lani, lover 3, Fang Yingying, lover 4. Chu Chen was stunned by these lines of information. He carefully observed the young handsome guy named Yi Hong. He also looked like a refined and obedient handsome guy. It really didn't seem like the legendary Sea King. Chu Chen looked up and saw some expectations in the beauty's eyes, seemingly anxiously waiting for Chu Chen's answer. The handsome guy, on the other hand, looked pleading and fearful. Chu Chen felt that as a person chosen by the golden finger, if he lied like this, it seemed a bit disrespectful to the golden finger. The viewers in the live broadcast room were chatting lively at this time. "Do you think this handsome guy can figure out anything?" "Well, in my opinion, this handsome guy is definitely a simple and pure young man. Upstairs, it's hard to say. Most of the current young men are Sea Kings. I really want to know what Chu Chen's handsome guy can figure out. The handsome guy found a good actor. So dedicated?" The chatter in the live broadcast room was ignored by Chu Chen. He was just carefully observing the expressions of the beauty and the handsome guy. But fortune-telling had to continue. Helplessly, Chu Chen slowly said, "Your name is Yi Hong." The handsome guy immediately exclaimed, "Wow, you are so accurate." The beauty next to him was puzzled, staring at the two of them. Chu Chen could only continue helplessly, "You have 2,000 yuan in private money." The handsome guy named Yi Hong was originally acting with Chu Chen, but when he heard Chu Chen directly disclose his private money, his face changed instantly. The beauty beside him immediately slapped the handsome guy on the head and scolded, "Didn't you say you don't have any private money?" The handsome guy was almost knocked down by the slap. I forgot that I still have some private money, thanks to the guidance of this master fortune teller. I just remembered that I have a little bit of private money." Yi Hong felt like his head was going to explode. Then he vented his anger on Chu Chen. "You don't talk nonsense. What private money? That's the money I saved hard to buy gifts for my girlfriend." His words were full of survival instinct. The beauty beside him heard this and smiled, as if the person who had just lost his temper was not her. Even the viewers in the live broadcast room were stunned. "Oh my, so full of survival instinct. Impressive. This young man has a future. Why didn't I think of these things?" Then the beauty no longer paid attention to Yi Hong, turning to Chu Chen eagerly and asking, "Have you figured out anything else?" Chu Chen looked at Yi Hong, his eyes revealing a hint of disgust. For the Sea King, especially men who play with women's feelings, in Chu Chen's eyes, they were irresponsible scum. It's hard to believe that a man who can't handle his own emotions well can deal with more things in the future. And dating so many girlfriends at once, does he really think he's a master of time? After a moment of contemplation, Chu Chen slowly asked, "Who is Zhu Xingxin to you?" Yi Hong's face quickly changed, and he hadn't said anything yet. His girlfriend beside him stared with wide eyes and said in confusion, "Zhu Xingxin is my best friend." Later, he asked Chu Chen, "How did you know this name?" Chu Chen said, "I figured it out." He replied to the beauty, but his eyes were on Yi Hong. The beauty turned to look at Yi Hong in confusion, only to see this handsome young man with a slightly pale complexion at the moment. The beauty looked at Chu Chen again and asked, "What does it mean that you asked this?" Yi Hong quickly spoke up, "I guess he guessed it." Then, with a tone full of doubt, he said, "He must be making it up. How does he look like a fortune teller?" Impatiently, he shouted at Chu Chen, "Kid, even if you want to deceive people, could you please give yourself a makeover? Dressed so stylishly, how does it look like a fortune teller?" Indeed, today Chu Chen was dressed casually, looking handsome and steady. Indeed, there was a big difference from the blind fortune tellers in everyone's impression. After being said so, the look in the beauty's eyes towards Chu Chen also changed a bit. Chu Chen just calmly said, "You're right, what era is it now? Why can't fortune-telling keep up with the times?" Yi Hong didn't expect Chu Chen to be so eloquent, and for a moment, he was stunned by what he said. Chu Chen spoke again, "I haven't seen you two before, today is the first time I've met you. How could I know your names in Ju Xinshin? These are all things I figured out. If you still don't believe, then I can reveal some other information to you." With these words, Yi Hong's heart was suddenly pounding, unwilling to believe that Chu Chen really figured it out. But he was also afraid that Chu Chen was a real person with abilities in the martial arts world. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. It was his girlfriend who was full of curiosity instead. "What else can you figure out?" Chu Chen looked at Yi Hong's somewhat pale face and calmly said, "Not only do I know Ju Xinshin, I also know Lan Yi and Fang Yingying." Yi Hong felt as if his head had been struck by lightning, blanking out. His girlfriend turned to look at him, only to see that his face was not only pale at this moment but also filled with disbelief. She asked Yi Hong curiously, "Who are Lan Yi and Fang Yingying?" Upon hearing her question, Yi Hong didn't know how to respond, but he looked at her eager gaze. He hesitated and said, "They are my distant cousins." Chu Chen looked coldly at Yi Hong, watching how he would explain. The beauty felt curious, "Your cousin? Why haven't I heard you mention them before?" Yi Hong stammered, not daring to look at her. I just didn't remember." The beauty then asked Chu Chen, "Handsome guy, no. Master, these few women, can you figure out what their relationship is with him?" Chu Chen nodded, "Of course." The beauty was excited and asked quickly, "Then tell me, what is the relationship between these people and him?" Before Chu Chen could speak, Yi Hong suddenly stood up and pointed at Chu Chen, "You're a fraud, and you won't admit it. What's there to figure out? I told you, these are my cousins." Then he turned to the beauty and said, "You wanted to buy a bag, right? Let's go, I'll take you to buy a bag." The beauty, seeing Yi Hong about to leave, dissatisfiedly said, "There's no rush to buy a bag. The bag won't run away. First, listen to what this handsome master has to say." Yi Hong's expression turned stern, but he scolded Chu Chen, "Kid, you fraud, dare to say one more word, and I'll smash your shop immediately." His words were filled with arrogance and disdain. Seeing him like this, Chu Chen didn't care at all. "If my prediction is wrong, you can smash the shop as you please." Yi Hong was stunned, truly daring and unafraid of death, immediately becoming angry and embarrassed. "Kid, you've got guts. Without going out to inquire, who am I, Yi Hong? You offend me, but there will be no consequences." A fierce look in his eyes. Yi Hong's girlfriend immediately became unhappy. "What are you doing? I asked him to calculate a fortune. Is it fun to scare him like this?" Yi Hong was furious. "I told you, he is a fraud." "He is a fraud? How does a fraud know the name of my best friend? How does a fraud know about your distant cousin?" Yi Hong's girlfriend persisted. Chu Chen remained calm and said lightly, "I just said, my calculation was wrong. You can smash the shop at will. Since you've said that, of course, I will keep my word." Then the conversation took a turn. "But what if my calculation is correct?" Yi Hong's fair and handsome face turned pale and then red. He did not expect to encounter a tough opponent today. "Damn it, kid, you." Yi Hong's girlfriend continued to ask, "Handsome guy, with me around, you don't need to worry. Tell me, what is his relationship with those girls?" Chu Chen looked at Yi Hong, whose eyes were almost spitting fire. Without fear, Ju Xinshin, Lan Yi, and Fang Yingying are all Yi Hong's mistresses. As soon as Chu Chen spoke, Yi Hong's face changed drastically. The beautiful woman next to him immediately flew into a rage, and the phone she had been holding tightly slipped and fell on Yi Hong. The phone fell to the ground along Yi Hong's body. There was a crisp sound, and the phone screen cracked. The angry beauty shouted, "I knew it. My intuition was right. You were flirting with Ju Xinshin not long ago. I kept telling myself not to guess randomly. Who knew you wouldn't even let me see your phone? It's not enough that you cheated on my best friend, you even have other women. Fine, Yi Hong, you are ruthless. We're done." The beauty vented her anger and left. Yi Hong watched her leave and then glared angrily at Chu Chen. "You're in for it, kid." He turned and chased after the beauty. The viewers in the live stream room exploded again. "Wow, this is more interesting than a romance novel. Indeed, art imitates life. This Sea King deserves to be exposed." Chu Chen ignored the barrage in the live stream room but helplessly watched the two's departure. "Hey, don't run, you haven't paid for the fortune-telling yet." The live stream room was as lively as during the New Year. The recent events were like a melodramatic TV series. Coupled with Chu Chen's helpless remark, "I haven't been paid yet," it became the focus of discussion among the viewers. For a moment, the barrage in the live stream room filled the screen. Chu Chen didn't get angry at the viewers' teasing but immediately said in a serious tone, "I need to change the rules for fortune-telling here. From now on, those who come for fortune-telling must pay first." One session costs 5,000 yuan. The viewers immediately started joking. Haha, this host looks handsome even when angry. The rules have changed, payment first. 5,000 yuan for one fortune-telling session? Is this a black market? You upstairs, what do you know? They charge so much because they are accurate. Shu Chen looked at the barrage in chat, with a hint of a bitter smile on his face. It was his first live stream, and he already encountered a customer who didn't pay. If this got out, people would probably make fun of him. Just as Shu Chen was feeling a bit discouraged, the door was pushed open. Shu Chen looked towards the door. The viewers paying attention to the live stream also looked towards the door. Everyone was puzzled and curious. Standing at the door was the angry beauty who had left earlier. Yi Han's girlfriend. Shu Chen looked at her curiously and asked softly, "What's wrong? Did you forget something?" The beauty's expression was very calm, as if she hadn't been hurt by the anger just now. "I forgot to pay you for the fortune-telling." As soon as this was said, not only Shu Chen, but even the viewers in the live broadcast room praised this beauty greatly. The beauty is really nice. Okay, she even remembers to pay for the fortune-telling. Ha ha, the host is finally not working in vain. Shu Chen smiled slightly. Thank you for that. 2,000 yuan, support by scanning the code. After stating the price, he casually pointed to the payment QR code on the tea table. The beauty was puzzled and asked, 2,000 yuan for a fortune-telling? Remember those who read palms on the roadside, charging only 10 or 20 yuan, the most being a few hundred yuan. But here at Shu Chen's place, he asks for 2,000 right away? Facing her question, Shu Chen was not angry, just patiently explained, "Today is my first day of business, you are my first customer, so this price can be considered a grand opening special offer." The beauty was speechless. A grand opening special offer for 2,000 yuan? Shu Chen looked at her seriously. 2,000 yuan, isn't it worth it to see a person clearly? Hearing this, the beauty felt it made sense. Indeed, when a couple is in a relationship, what are they talking about? Isn't it about fully understanding each other? Although Shu Chen charges 2,000 yuan, he quickly let her know what kind of person Yi Hong is. Calculating it this way, this price is not expensive. The beauty nodded in agreement with Shu Chen's explanation. She took out her phone, scanned the QR code, and operated on the screen with her slender fingers. After a moment, she turned the phone screen around. "Look, the money has been transferred." Shu Chen nodded, "Thank you." The beauty nodded, turned to leave, but suddenly turned back. She came to Shu Chen, her red lips slightly parted. "My name is Mi Si Jia. Handsome, can I add you on WeChat?" Yi Hong chased after Mi Si Jia for a long time, but still couldn't catch her. How come he didn't know she had such good stamina before? Yi Hong, panting, stood on the roadside, continuously dialing Mi Si Jia's phone with his broken screen phone. But no matter how he dialed, the voice from the phone still said, "Hello. The number you dialed is currently busy. Please try again later." No matter how he dialed, he couldn't get through to Mi Si Jia. Yi Hong was furious and angrily threw his phone on the ground. Crack! The phone screen was already broken, and now it was completely shattered into pieces. Suddenly, the passers-by were startled by the sound and quickly moved away from Yi Hong. "Damn, that bitch actually listened to a fortune teller. She just blocked me. If it weren't for your family's assets, I wouldn't chase after you." If Mi Si Jia were here now, she probably wouldn't recognize this person. At this moment, Yi Hong's eyes revealed fierceness, his face full of evil and ferocity. There was no trace of the handsome, sunny figure from before. Yi Hong looked in the direction of Shu Chen's fortune-telling shop. He muttered, "You fortune teller, ruining my good luck. Wait and see, I'll teach you a lesson." Then he kicked the already broken phone. Instantly, the ground was covered in phone fragments. Inside Shu Chen's fortune-telling shop, the tea had just been brewed, and Shu Chen hadn't had a sip yet. He held the teacup in his hand, savoring the aroma of the new tea. The discussion about what just happened was still going on in the live broadcast room. Thanks to the accurate prediction by the host, otherwise, this girl would have been ruined. Is it true? Is that guy the Sea King? Was all of this predicted? Is the host really that amazing? Can he predict everything? This host is really willing to spend money. Where did he find these actors? Shu Chen didn't care about the discussions in the live broadcast room. He just glanced occasionally, watched the excitement, looked at everyone's discussions, and sometimes smiled knowingly. Time passed quickly. Although there were interruptions from Yi Hong and Mi Si Jia in the afternoon, this was after all just a fortune-telling hall. There were usually not many people on this street, let alone coming for fortune-telling, so the customer flow was not high. So Shu Chen's initial idea was, those who are willing will take the bait. After drinking several pots of tea in a row, it was already around 5 p.m. Shu Chen looked at the clock and said to the viewers in the live broadcast room, "That's it for today, I have to go home and cook for my wife." With that, he directly turned off the camera and computer. As for how the viewers discussed him, he no longer cared. Going home to cook for Si Charan was the right thing to do. In the Flash KTV, several stunning princesses were attentively serving a few handsome guys. There was also someone holding a microphone, singing and dancing energetically. Sitting in the middle of the sofa was none other than Lu Huang, with Huang Chang beside him. At this moment, Huang Chang, holding a lighter, was lighting a cigarette for Lu Huang. "Lu Huang, only you can handle this matter." Lu Huang took a deep drag of his cigarette, tapping Huang Chang's back of the hand with his index finger. "I know about the matter you mentioned. Tell Wang Xiao, let him rest assured, if it's about this matter, he should come to me. Just a stinky fortune teller, can he still make waves?" Huang Chang put down the lighter, chuckling. "Lu Huang, that's the spirit. It's a pleasure to work with you." While speaking, he placed a black handbag in Lu Huang's arms. "Lu Huang, this is a token of my appreciation. Don't look down on it." Lu Huang took it and opened it, revealing a stack of red banknotes that could blind someone. Then he lifted the bag, feeling its weight. Lu Huang nodded slightly. "I accept this token of appreciation." Huang Chang's smile widened, picking up a bottle of beer. "Lu Huang, cheers to your hard work. You're too kind." Bang! The two beer bottles clinked together. Chu Chen went to the courtyard to work as usual. He turned on the computer and camera, then boiled water to make tea. After a while, the room was filled with the fragrance of fresh tea. Chu Chen sat at the tea table, logged into the live broadcast room, turned on the camera, picked up a book, quietly read and drank tea, waiting for those willing to take the bait. The viewers in the live broadcast room gradually increased. Everyone enjoyed watching The Legend of the Sea King yesterday, as it was like a large-scale online gossip scene. Those who wanted to continue watching gossip flooded into Chu Chen's live broadcast room the next day. Unconsciously, there were already thousands of people in Chu Chen's live broadcast room. Chu Chen didn't pay much attention to the increasing number of people in the live broadcast room because he was reading the book starting with a love wife meter by the author who hadn't finished it yet, which made Chu Chen very happy. Creak! The door was pushed open. Wang Qiankuan peeked in and saw Chu Chen reading a book. "Oh, Xian Ji, you're here." Wang Qiankuan blinked his small eyes. Without looking up, Chu Chen continued to read and asked, "Why do you have time to come today?" He, just came to see you." Wang Qiankuan stepped into the room, holding some fruits in his hands. Chu Chen glanced at him and joked, "If you're here, and you even brought something, how polite." Wang Qiankuan's face was full of smiles. He put the fruits aside and took out an apple from the bag. He found a fruit knife from somewhere and started peeling the apple. Eat more fruits, good for your health, and nutritious too." Wang Qiankuan kept peeling apples while talking. Since the last incident when Chu Chen asked him for medical expenses, Wang Qiankuan had developed a liking for visiting fortune-telling shops. He not only thought Chu Chen could be a friend, but more importantly, he could hear gossip and be a relaxed bystander there. However, he couldn't tell Chu Chen about this purpose for the time being. "Anything new happening recently?" Wang Qiankuan quickly finished peeling an apple and handed it to Chu Chen, saying, "Here, have an apple." Chu Chen smiled, took it, and took a bite. Wang Qiankuan started peeling another apple and, seeing Chu Chen not responding, persistently asked, "No business coming in these days?" Chu Chen glanced at him, understanding his thoughts. "Business? Yes." Instantly, Wang Qiankuan became interested and eagerly asked, "What business? Tell me." Chu Chen saw his eagerness, resembling a curious little turtle poking its head out from the bottom of a fish tank. He wanted to laugh but felt it was impolite, so he held back his amusement and was about to tease him when there was a loud bang at the door. The door of the studio was kicked open. Chu Chen and Wang Qiankuan were almost scared, turning to look at the door. Standing at the door was a young man dressed in bright clothes, branded from head to toe, with slick back hair and a cigarette in his mouth, a large gold chain around his neck. He casually looked at Chu Chen and Wang Qiankuan. Behind him were two burly men in black suits and sunglasses. These two men stood at the door, expressionless and cold, not speaking even after entering. Chu Chen felt like they were two stone lions placed at the door. The young man in the center was Lu Huang, also known as Lu Xiao. "Which one of you is the fortune teller?" Lu Xiao asked Chu Chen and Wang Qiankuan in the room without any courtesy. Chu Chen and Wang Qiankuan exchanged glances, feeling a sense of familiarity. Chu Chen sat up straight and calmly asked, "I am. Do you have something to inquire about?" Lu Xiao looked slightly surprised, glanced at Chu Chen, and sneered, "I thought the fortune teller in this shop would be this fat guy. I didn't expect the fortune teller to be a pretty boy." This remark was clearly unfriendly. Chu Chen was slightly angry but didn't retort immediately. Wang Qianquan was also displeased and was about to say something when Chu Chen held him back and shook his head slightly. Ignoring Lu Xiao's mocking tone, Chu Chen calmly asked, "May I know what you need to inquire about?" "Yes. I have many things for you to help me with." Lu Xiao walked over, swaggering, and kicked Wang Qianquan's thigh with his foot, saying, "Fatty, make some room." Wang Qianquan immediately got angry, ready to retort, but Chu Chen stood up and held him back. Although Wang Qianquan didn't understand why Chu Chen was acting submissive, he still understood his intention. He walked to the side, sat down on a chair with a huff. Lu Xiao arrogantly glanced at Wang Qianquan, then gestured towards the two stone lions at the door. One of the burly men took out a white tissue from his pocket and walked to where Wang Qianquan had just sat. He frantically wiped the chair with the tissue, as if there was gum stuck on it. This action not only angered Wang Qianquan but also made Chu Chen a bit uncomfortable. Chu Chen frowned and stared at Lu Xiao's face, trying to read something from his expression. Wang Qianquan's face was now slightly red, showing signs of being upset. After the strong man who was wiping the chair finished cleaning it, he made a gesture of invitation to Lu Xiao. After Lu Xiao sat down, the bodyguard stood behind him, continuing to act as a human stone lion. Chu Chen didn't quite understand the intention of this young master who came to the door today, just sitting there, watching Lu Xiao's movements. After Lu Xiao sat down, he crossed his legs and looked around. He looked at the layout of the studio, then at Chu Chen's tea table, and finally his gaze fell on the computer used for live streaming. Then his eyes fell on Chu Chen, and he jokingly asked, "Hey, this fortune teller is quite trendy, even playing live broadcasts." Chu Chen cleaned up the apple he had left over, then took out a cup and poured a cup of tea for Lu Xiao. What would this handsome guy like to have read? After setting down the teapot, Chu Chen calmly spoke, holding the teacup in his hand and taking a sip of tea. Lu Xiao, looking at the still calm and composed young man in front of him, couldn't help but be a little curious. But the playful smile on his face remained unchanged, only a hint of mockery at the corner of his mouth. "What can you read here?" "It mainly depends on what you want to read." Chu Chen beat around the bush with him, unsure of his purpose. Chu Chen didn't want to reveal too much. Lu Xiao's face showed a meaningful smile. Hee, this fortune teller is really pretending. This sentence once again ignited a bit of anger in Wang Qianquan's heart. He had never seen such an arrogant young man. Chu Chen still frowned, knowing that he was looking for trouble. But before he could speak, Lu Xiao, with a mocking smile on his face, spoke again, "Just help me figure out when I will inherit my father's company." With this statement, Chu Chen confirmed this was a provocation. But he didn't show anything on his face, still calmly pouring himself a cup of tea. "I can't figure that out for you." As soon as Chu Chen said this, Lu Xiao burst into laughter on the spot. He exaggeratedly danced around. "Ha, can't figure it out? Then what kind of fortune-telling shop are you running? This is just the first question, and you can't figure it out." This laughter was so arrogant that it almost lifted the roof. Chu Chen just watched his laughter quietly, feeling a sense of watching him show off. After laughing for a while and seeing that no one was playing along with him, Lu Xiao frowned in dissatisfaction and glared behind him at the bodyguard. No one was cooperating with his show-off. Then Lu Xiao's face darkened. With a bang, he slammed his hands on the tea table, making a loud noise. Lu Xiao slowly stood up, staring at Chu Chen with a threatening tone, saying, "Pretty boy, you better get it straight. If I ask you to figure something out, you figure it out. If you can't, don't blame me for being rude to you." Chu Chen was indifferent to Lu Xiao's threat. In his view, only elementary school students would talk tough and threaten others. Adults would just act directly. "You really can't figure out this question of yours," Chu Chen replied after taking a sip of tea. Lu Xiao suddenly felt a bit helpless. He had never seen someone so fearless. He had thrown down harsh words, but this pretty boy remained so calm. But at the same time, Lu Xiao also confirmed one thing in his heart. This pretty boy actually didn't know anything. Thinking this way, a hint of disdain inevitably crept into his tone. "You can't figure this out? Then what can you figure out?" Chu Chen didn't answer, just stared at him. Lu Xiao felt a bit uneasy being stared at, rolled his eyes, and thought for a moment, "Well, then, figure out how many girlfriends I have. If it's that simple, and you still can't figure it out, I'll just go to the newspaper and report to everyone that your shop is a scam. And by the way, I'll smash your shop." The last sentence was said by Lu Xiao in a vicious manner. Chu Chen smiled, took a sip of tea, and said, "Please, have a seat. Stretch out your left hand, let me take a look." Lu Xiaoyao sneered, "Are you also good at palm reading?" Despite mocking with his mouth, he obediently extended his hand and placed it on the tea table. Chu Chen's expression was serious as he pretended to examine Lu Xiaoyao's left hand. With delicate and slender palm and long fingers, it was evident that he was a pampered young master. Chu Chen didn't carefully examine Lu Xiaoyao's palm, just pretended to look. Immediately, Chu Chen, above Lu Xiaoyao's head, saw the information about him. However, upon seeing it, Chu Chen was somewhat dumbfounded. Name, Lu Huang, 9118 bank account balance, 27,923,394 yuan, properties, 6 in total, vehicles, 10 in total, enterprises, 10, private funds, 328,000 yuan in a safe, father, Lu Borong, mother, Zhu Shangqin, spouse, none, girlfriend 1. Li Huanrui, 25 years old, girlfriend 2, Feng Qianqin, 22 years old, girlfriend 3, Chang Bailan, 24 years old, lord, girlfriend 4, Lu Ru, 23 years old, raped. There were too many girlfriends of Lu Xiaoyao, so the rest was omitted, and there was no time to display them. Chu Chen was astonished. Lord, raped. It seems this young master dares to do anything. However, the name Lu Borong was familiar to Chu Chen. He had heard about this person when dining with Gui Guangwei before. Lu Borong was also a well-known figure in the industry, with a large business that had ventures in almost every profitable sector. From the companies under Lu Huang's name, it was clear that the Lu family's enterprises were not small. Seeing Chu Chen holding his hand and not saying a word for a long time, Lu Xiaoyao was slightly annoyed. He quickly withdrew his hand and impatiently reprimanded Chu Chen. Have you seen enough? You've been holding my hand and not saying anything. Who knows what you're up to? Chu Chen stared meaningfully at Lu Xiaoyao. Since Lu Xiaoyao entered Chu Chen's workspace, the online live broadcast room had been very quiet, with few people speaking or sending bullet comments. Most of the viewers were silently watching Lu Xiaoyao showing off. At the same time, like Lu Xiaoyao, they were also waiting for Chu Chen's fortune-telling results. Lu Huang was getting a bit annoyed. Since he came in, he felt that his anger was building up. It was like punching into cotton, soft and weak. Now, Chu Chen claimed to read his palm, but after looking for a while, he hadn't said a word. He was just silently staring at him. This inevitably ignited some anger in his heart. Bang! Lu Xiaoyao slapped the tea table. Have you figured it out? This slap finally brought Chu Chen back from his contemplation. Looking at Lu Xiaoyao, who was throwing a tantrum like a child, Chu Chen simply said, "You have too many girlfriends." I can't figure out how many. Lu Xiaoyao chuckled upon hearing this. Damn, you call this fortune-telling? Isn't this just fooling around with kids? Chu Chen said, Li Huanrui, is she your girlfriend? After Chu Chen said this, Lu Xiao finally stopped smiling. He looked slightly surprised. How do you know this name? Lu Xiao's eyes turned. Oh, I see. Did you ask your friend to search online? And then pass it on to you through some other means? Lu Xiao guessed randomly, turned to look at Wang Qiankuan sitting next to him. But Wang Qiankuan didn't have a phone, nor any electronic devices in his hands, just holding a teacup and drinking tea. Seeing Lu Xiao's gaze on him, he said in annoyance, "What are you looking at?" Lu Xiao ignored him, turned to Chu Chen. Tell me, did you search for the news? Lu Xiao's gossip news is quite famous in the industry. Whenever he dates an internet celebrity, or cheats, etc. Sometimes a hot search, sometimes financial news. Although Lu Xiao is not a celebrity or actor, as a well-known second-generation rich, his every move is still watched by some. At one point when he was in the limelight, even his fart made headlines. Well-known rich second-generation farts in public, polluting the environment. So, news about Lu Xiao, if you just casually search, you can still find out some. Previously, he was photographed with Li Huanrui while shopping by paparazzi. It made news in hot searches, with the headline, well-known rich second-generation changes girlfriend again. So now Lu Xiao is convinced that Chu Chen somehow found out his information. Chu Chen continued, then what about Chang Bailan and Lu Ru? Are they your girlfriends? Lu Huang was shocked. Damn, how does he know? Lu Huang felt as if Chu Chen's eyes could see through him from inside out. Lu Huang is confident that no one knows about Chang Bailan and Lu Ru, because no one has seen him with these two, not even his henchmen around him. These things were done very discreetly. How did this fortune teller know? Stop talking nonsense? I don't even know the people you're talking about. Lu Huang was furious at Chu Chen, but the panic in his words couldn't be hidden. Chu Chen's eyes revealed a cold light. You don't know? After cleaning up, Lu Xiao is really clean now. Lu Huang felt his heart racing, but still angrily said, If you can't figure it out, you can't figure it out. I'm not blaming you. It's your fault for talking nonsense. In the live broadcast room, many viewers were silent. Everyone was focused on watching Lu Huang's sophistry on the screen. Chu Chen knew that this guy would never admit to anything with just a few names. It's okay. He knows some other things. The cold tone remained unchanged. I can't figure it out because you have too many girlfriends. And being your girlfriend probably doesn't end well. Lu Huang's anger flared up again, and he yelled at Chu Chen, Kid, stop pretending to be mysterious. If you can't figure out that I have so much money, why are you unwilling to give Chang Bailan and Lu Ru a penny in breakup fees? This was Chu Chen's guess. People who can mistreat girls in a forceful way, how could they be willing to give them money? Chu Chen's words made Lu Huang stand still as if struck by lightning, not moving at all. This money, only he knew, not even his parents knew. But now it was being clearly stated by this man he was meeting for the first time. Lu Huang's voice trembled as he said, "How do you know?" Chu Chen replied, "I calculated it." Lu Huang suddenly began to believe a bit in the mystical practice of fortune-telling. "No. Impossible. You're lying." Lu Huang angrily cursed Chu Chen. But Chu Chen's next words were, "I didn't expect you to have some secret money. A secret fund of 320,000, truly a wealthy person." Lu Huang was at a loss for words, the shock on his face indescribable. Although the amount of secret money was not much, he had saved it up slowly, even his parents were unaware. Although he didn't lack money, he still enjoyed the process of saving. The viewers in the live broadcast room were no less shocked than Lu Huang. Finally, someone started sending barrage messages. "Is this streamer working at a bank? Impossible. Even if working at a bank, you can't check others' balances. Oh my. Look at this kid's expression, this streamer seems to be telling the truth. All calculated? Why do I find it hard to believe?" Lu Huang's face turned pale and blue. Before he could defend himself, Chu Chen spoke again provocatively, "Young master of the Lu family, with money and everything at your disposal, what kind of woman do you not have? Why resort to means, even force? Aren't you still a man?" Chu Chen's aggressive tone and calm words inexplicably threw Lu Huang into panic. "No, I didn't." Chu Chen pressed on, "You didn't? Dare to say you didn't? People do things, heaven watches, since I can calculate your bank account balance. I can certainly calculate your act of rape. If I didn't know, it would be one thing, but now that I do, I can't just sit back and watch." Lu Huang felt like his head was exploding like a timed bomb. He knew my name? Lu Huang was a bit confused because he hadn't told Chu Chen his name since he came in, and in external news reports, Lu Xiao had always been used as his pseudonym. You're talking nonsense. I didn't do it. You're just a fraud. You're slandering me. Lu Huang's speech was becoming incoherent. Chu Chen continued, "Chang Bailan, only 24, was seduced by you. Lu Ru, 23, was raped by you. What about Feng Qianqin, Li Huanrui? Planning to use means again? A wealthy young master like you, resorting to force with women, do you have any shame? Could it be that you're incapable and can only resort to means? If the media finds out, Lu Xiao, you might trend again." Chu Chen's words filled with disdain and provocation completely disrupted Lu Huang's thoughts. His face now a mess of colors, he suddenly stood up. Pointing at Chu Chen's nose, he cursed loudly, "You're all lying. I didn't do it, I was with them, all of it was consensual." Chu Chen pretended to suddenly understand. "Oh, so you admit knowing them and having relations with them?" Lu Huang, burning with anger, asked, "What do you mean?" Chu Chen simply said, "I told you, all these dirty deeds of yours, I calculated them. I didn't calculate that the girls were willing. Wasn't it you who raped her?" Lu Huang, furious and embarrassed, pointed his finger at Chu Chen. "How dare you slander me?" Chu Chen stood up slowly, looking him straight in the eye. "When the girl rejected you, were you this arrogant too?" Lu Huang, in a fit of anger, lost his temper. "Damn it! Acting like a chaste woman, I wanted to have fun with her, and she dared to resist." Chu Chen sighed. "Just because she resisted, you forced yourself on her?" Lu Huang suddenly burst into laughter. "Ha ha!" Wang Qiankuan and the viewers in the live stream room were puzzled. Lu Huang pointed at Chu Chen, arrogantly saying, "So what if it's rape? Even if you figure it out, what can you do to me? I am the future successor of the Lu Group. Do you think a nobody like you can make waves?" Chu Chen narrowed his eyes, staring at Lu Huang. Seeing Chu Chen silent, Lu Huang arrogantly spoke again, "So what if you figure it out? Do you have evidence? You need evidence to accuse me." Chu Chen looked at Lu Huang as if he were a fool. Although he didn't say anything, his gaze made Lu Huang feel uneasy. "Say something." Chu Chen pointed at the computer. "You just admitted to raping a woman. My online friends in the livestream saw it and heard it. They are witnesses." In an instant, Lu Huang felt a bit weak in the legs. He had just lost his temper and forgotten that the fortune teller was still live streaming. Didn't everyone just witness everything? Various thoughts flashed through his mind, his face dark and gloomy, looking like a trapped beast. Fierce and sinister. Lu Huang didn't have time to think of a better solution. He couldn't let more people know about this. Suddenly, a sly smile flashed across Lu Huang's face as he pointed at the computer and Chu Chen. "Smash it. Smash them all." His two bodyguards behind him remained expressionless, immediately following Lu Huang's command. One of them headed straight for Chu Chen. Wang Qianquan wanted to help, but he was just a weakling, watching the bodyguard charge towards Chu Chen. Worried for Chu Chen, he shouted, "Be careful." Chu Chen heard Wang Qianquan shout and sneered, "Trying to destroy my shop, unrepentant." In an instant, the burly bodyguard had already rushed in front of Chu Chen. Raising his fist the size of a sandbag, he aimed a punch at Chu Chen. Meanwhile, Lu Huang stood beside, cursing fiercely, "Damn it, let the kid calculate. Break his hand so he can't do anything." Lu Huang's words were vicious, and Wang Qianquan watched Chu Chen with great concern. Chu Chen just stood there quietly, unmoving. Just as the bodyguard's fist was about to hit Chu Chen's face, Chu Chen suddenly shouted, "Infinite killing intent." Instantly, an incredibly powerful and terrifying killing intent emanated from Chu Chen. In just a few seconds, the entire studio was filled with Chu Chen's killing intent. This killing intent made the previously fierce bodyguard at a loss. He couldn't bring himself to throw the punch. Wang Qianquan had experienced Chu Chen's infinite killing intent before, but feeling it again, he still felt weak and numb. As for Lu Huang and the two bodyguards who sensed this killing intent for the first time, they were all in disarray. The two bodyguards, having seen much in their lives, managed to stay calm, but they could only cower on the ground, not daring to stand up. As for the wealthy second-generation Lu Huang, he was standing still. It must be said that his courage was commendable, but upon closer inspection, a puddle of water had already formed at his feet. Chu Chen stared at Lu Huang and the infinite killing intent, focusing all the killing intent on Lu Huang. The viewers in the live broadcast room felt that the entire room was filled with a dark and frightening atmosphere. What happened? What's wrong with that bodyguard? He was fierce just now. Oh my, did that rich second-generation young master wet himself? Why did everyone suddenly stop moving? Chu Chen, surrounded by endless killing intent, walked towards Lu Huang. Lu Huang wanted to run, but found that his legs couldn't move at all. For Chu Chen, it only took a moment to reach Lu Huang, but for Lu Huang, that moment felt as long as a dozen or 20 years. Chu Chen walked up to Lu Huang and said slowly, "You brought this upon yourself." Before Lu Huang could understand the meaning, he heard noisy footsteps outside. Without understanding the situation, he saw Chu Chen's mouth move, and the oppressive killing intent on him suddenly disappeared. Lu Huang found that he could move his feet, his mouth was clear, and he was about to act when a stern voice came from behind, "Don't move." Lu Huang inexplicably looked back and saw several police officers entering the room. One of them was holding a gun, pointing it at Lu Huang. Immediately, Lu Huang dared not move. A police officer walked over and asked, "Who called the police just now?" Chu Chen quickly spoke up, "I did." Then he pointed at Lu Huang, "I report, it's him. It's him, he brought people to smash my shop, and he admitted to raping women in my shop." The police officer was stunned, looking at Lu Huang, a young man with a fair face. Is what he said true? When Lu Huang heard Chu Chen's words, he was terrified. He hurriedly explained, "I didn't." Before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by the police officer. The police officer turned to Chu Chen and asked, "Do you have evidence?" Chu Chen nodded, "He just admitted it himself in my place. The video recording can serve as evidence." Hearing this, the police officer nodded, "In that case, both of you, please come with me, file a case, and give a statement." Upon hearing this, Lu Huang adamantly refused to go. If he was taken away by the police now and caught by the paparazzi, how could he, Lu Huang, continue to live? "I didn't do it, it's not me." The police officer frowned and said sternly, "Come with us first, we'll clarify the facts." Just as he was about to say something into the walkie-talkie, Lu Huang, as if possessed, pushed the police officer away. He ran towards the door as if he had gone mad, shouting, "It's not me. I didn't rape anyone." The police officer who was almost pushed to the ground regained his senses and immediately shouted loudly, "Chase him." In an instant, several police officers who had come together rushed towards Lu Huang. These events happened so quickly that before anyone could react, Lu Huang had already run out. Two bodyguards who followed him, seeing the situation turning bad, hurriedly chased after him. Another bodyguard held a phone and quickly dialed a number. For a moment, Chu Chen's courtyard was as lively as a market. In Chu Chen's live broadcast room, the chat was exploding. "Wow! Today was worth it. It's like watching a movie. This fortune teller is too powerful. This host is so handsome. And so capable. Damn, I want to get my fortune told too. Who knows where the host's shop is? I want to go." At this moment, Chu Chen stood in the yard, watching the police officers skillfully handcuff Lu Huang. The heavy burden in his heart finally lifted. The rest was simple. Chu Chen and Wang Qianquan followed the police officers to the police station. They recounted in detail what happened with Lu Huang that day. When Shu Chen mentioned that he predicted Lu Huang's rape, Lu Huang was shocked. The police uncle raised his eyebrows in disbelief as he looked at him. Shu Chen then pulled up the live stream video for the police uncle to see. The police uncle immediately glared and said, "Such audacity, he must be severely punished." Later, Lu Huang was taken to the interrogation room. Shu Chen signed a document and left the police station with Wang Qiankuan. "Xiangu, do you think this kid will come after us for revenge?" Wang Qiankuan asked worriedly. After all, this kid is a well-known second-generation rich kid, with money and power, and could cause trouble. Wang Qiankuan felt unsure if he could handle it. Shu Chen remained expressionless and calmly said, "What's there to fear? We have evidence." In fact, Shu Chen understood the confrontation with Lu Huang. Facing such an arrogant and domineering second-generation rich kid, he realized his own strength was too weak. But since things had come to this point, they could only take it step by step. Lu Borong was holding the group's monthly meeting in the conference room. The executives of each department were attentively listening to the leader's report on stage. Lu Borong took notes seriously on the issues raised by the senior official. Suddenly, a jarring ringtone interrupted the meeting, leaving the high-ranking officials looking at each other. Lu Borong was slightly annoyed. He had clearly stated that no one was allowed to bring phones into the meeting room. Yet, someone's phone was ringing. Just as Lu Borong was about to get angry, his secretary Tan Wenhao reminded him, "President Lu, it's your phone." Lu Borong looked down and realized that the ringing was from his own phone. It was from an unknown number. After apologizing to everyone, Lu Borong picked up his phone and stepped outside the conference room to answer the call. "Hello, I am Lu Borong. Mr. Lu, hello. This is Sanha Road Police Station. What is your relationship with Lu Huang?" Lu Borong was slightly stunned that the police station was calling him. Moreover, it was directly to his personal phone, a number known to very few people. When he heard Lu Huang's name, he understood somewhat. It seemed that his disobedient son had caused trouble outside. With a slight sigh, he replied, "Lu Huang is my son." What happened? Regardless, things needed to be clarified. Even if he caused trouble, he wouldn't be taken to the police station for no reason. "We received a report that Lu Huang instructed others to commit violence. And there is evidence to suggest that Lu Huang is also suspected of raping someone." Lu Borong's brows furrowed at the words. Instructing others to commit violence? Where did he go to bully people this time? How did it involve rape? These series of questions made Lu Borong's good mood disappear. He then called his private lawyer. After cooperating with the investigation, Shu Chen went to the market as usual, bought a bunch of vegetables, and went home to cook for his wife. As for the outcome of the rich second generation, Shu Chen didn't care at all. Si Charan had already formed a habit. Although she worked overtime, coming home to a table full of delicious food immediately lifted her spirits. "What's for dinner today?" Upon returning home, Si Charan smelled the enticing aroma wafting from the kitchen. Shu Chen, wearing a blue apron with "I am a chef" printed on it, peeked out from the kitchen and said, "Go wash your hands. I made your favorite dishes today." Si Charan happily replied, "Okay." The room was filled with a warm aroma, and she increasingly wanted to come home early. With her loved one cooking delicious food, she no longer worried about money or her husband being asked for debts. "Your cooking skills are getting better and better," Si Charan mumbled with a mouthful of stewed chicken pieces, looking at Shu Chen with affection. "If you like it, eat more." As he spoke, he picked up a piece of pure meat for her. "Is your company busy lately?" Shu Chen asked knowingly. He mainly wanted to know if Si Charan was bad-mouthing him. "It's been okay recently, but we're about to bid for a project. This is a project from a powerful client, and all departments are busy with it now." Si Charan continued talking while eating. "Is your chairman still assigning you work?" "Yes, he's been keeping me busy lately, assigning tasks. However, if we can secure this major client this time, Lingdong Fashion will almost be profitable," Si Charan said confidently, not forgetting to pick up another piece of meat with her chopsticks. Shu Chen couldn't help but smile at her, wondering why he hadn't noticed how cute his wife was before. It seemed that he had been blind, but Shu Chen felt even more frustrated. Si Charan, a top beauty like her, he could only look at now, but not touch. Thinking about this, Shu Chen felt even more regretful, with a hint of melancholy in his heart. "What's wrong?" Si Charan felt that Shu Chen was feeling a bit down, thinking that he didn't like hearing about her company. Shu Chen smiled gently. "It's nothing, just thinking about some other things." "What are you thinking about? Tell me," Si Charan asked with concern, a kind of care that hadn't happened in a long time. Shu Chen smirked. "I suddenly remembered that we haven't done business for a long time." Si Charan didn't understand for a moment, and asked in confusion, "What do you mean by doing business?" Shu Chen mischievously raised his eyebrows. "Guess." Si Charan thought seriously for a moment. Suddenly, She seemed to understand Chu Chen's meaning, and instantly, her whole face turned as red as a newly ripened tomato. This made Chu Chen burst into laughter. "You're getting naughtier, I'm ignoring you." Si Charan's coquettish voice almost broke Chu Chen's defense. Blushing, Si Charan dared not look at Chu Chen again, lowering her head to quietly gnaw on the chicken. Chu Chen didn't dare to tease her again, afraid of making her angry. At the dining table, apart from the aroma of the food, there was a continuous ambiguous atmosphere between the two. There was a little voice in Chu Chen's mind urging him on. "What are you afraid of? She's your lawfully wedded wife." He kept trying to resist the temptation, silently repeating to himself, "It's not the right time yet. It's not the right time yet. It's not the right time yet." Important things should be said 3 times. The biggest client of Jiyun law firm is the Lu Group. Lu Borong was in his office, holding a glass of red wine, and the firm's top lawyer, Huang Song, was reporting to Lu Borong about the findings of the day. Listening to the feedback from the lawyer, Lu Borong couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. He's simply brainless. When asked to find trouble, he actually went and did it. He's already an adult, but has no brains at all. Is he still my son? Lu Borong learned the ins and outs of today's events, and he was almost exploding with anger. His son, who used to only know how to eat, drink, and have fun, now even seemed to have lost his mind. He scolded Huang Song, although the words were not directed at him. But Huang Song stood still, not daring to say a word. "Can you help him out of this?" Considering that he was his only son after all, Lu Borong asked in a softened tone. "Not yet." Young Master Lu publicly admitted to the rape incident. "We have to wait for the results of the inquiry and investigation." Huang Song replied cautiously. Lu Borong's temper wasn't that good. "You can leave for now." After a moment, Lu Borong finally spoke. As if receiving an imperial decree, Huang Song bowed, quickly walked out of the office. Lu Borong's air pressure was too strong, and Huang Song was afraid of freezing to death. Looking through the window, Lu Borong gazed at the hazy night scene in front of him. The city's night view was exuding vitality. However, the red wine glass in his hand was squeezed tighter and tighter, and a sentence was squeezed out between his lips. "Chu Chen, a fortune teller. I see that you have lived long enough." Snap! The red wine glass was thrown against the office wall, shattered into pieces on the floor. The bodyguard who heard the noise quickly ran into the office, only to see Lu Borong glaring angrily. Seeing the bodyguard rushing in, Lu Borong was not angry. He just said, "Go, call Long San in." A bodyguard in a suit responded and left. After a moment, a black and thin figure, like a floating person, slowly drifted into Lu Borong's office. This black shadow was Long San. The other bodyguards who were originally in the office saw him coming in, but they all quickly ran out, leaving only Lu Borong and him. Lu Borong glanced at the black shadow and said in a gloomy tone, "Go find those 2 women and tell them not to talk nonsense." Long San did not move, just nodded slightly. "Then, go meet that Chu Chen. A stinky fortune teller, ignorant of the heights of heaven and earth, dares to oppose the Lu family." The viciousness between his lips and teeth caused the temperature in the office to drop again. Long San still nodded, completely indifferent to Lu Borong's anger. Turning around and leaving, a hoarse and cold voice sounded, "Remember to pay." As if drifting away, he left Lu Borong's office. Watching Long San's departing figure, the hatred in Lu Borong's eyes intensified. For such a foolish son, even Long San has been used. "You brat, when you come back, watch me break your legs." The next afternoon, Chu Chen slowly arrived at the quadrangle. His mood was very good, although there was no substantial progress with his wife yesterday. However, Si Charan should still have some good feelings towards him. The occasional flirtation was like a cat's paw scratching, making people itch. So Chu Chen, who was in a very good mood, had a happy smile on his face. Then he opened his computer and made himself a cup of tea. In the live broadcast room, more and more people were joining. The regular viewers knew that Chu Chen was already live at this time. The exciting intense scene from yesterday made the viewers very excited, as if they were watching a movie. Soon, many viewers flooded into Chu Chen's live broadcast room, waiting for today's story to unfold. However, Chu Chen was unaware of all this. He didn't understand how to play with short videos. When he suddenly saw the number of people in the live broadcast room reaching thousands, close to tens of thousands, he couldn't help but feel surprised. "So many people today. Viewers, anchor, we are all here to see you. Wow! Is this the legendary handsome fortune teller? Dai Ermei has good taste." Chu Chen responded with a smile, then picked up a book to read, occasionally taking a sip of tea. Time passed slowly. At the entrance of the quadrangle, a middle-aged man in his 40s was hesitating. His face showed a conflicted expression, as if he was debating whether to go in or not. In the end, the middle-aged man pushed the door and entered. With a sound at the door, Chu Chen looked up and saw a pale-faced, haggard middle-aged man standing at the door. He was also sizing up Chu Chen inside the room. Chu Chen asked, "Sir, do you have something on your mind?" The middle-aged man was a bit embarrassed, rubbing his rough hands together. Finally, under Chu Chen's gaze, he spoke up, "I want to ask, can you predict the whereabouts of others here?" After some thought, Chu Chen replied, "Are you looking for someone?" The middle-aged man nodded. I want to find out." Chu Chen said, "Come in and have a seat." The middle-aged man walked in and sat at the tea table. Chu Chen Shun poured him a cup of tea and asked, "Who are you looking for?" After taking a sip of tea, the middle-aged man's pale face gradually turned a bit rosy. "I want to find out where my wife went." Chu Chen Shun didn't understand. This is not something that can't be figured out, just that if your wife is missing, why not report to the police? The middle-aged man sighed, anger flashing in his eyes, his tone furious. "I did report to the police, but there has been no news. This woman took all my money and took the child with her. I've been looking for them for a long time, but there's been no news at all." Chu Chen Shun was also surprised, thinking that the child had been abducted. Who would have thought it was such a story? The viewers in the live broadcast room were instantly in an uproar. Damn, this guy is so miserable. This woman is really ruthless. And this man, how did he let someone take away his money? Hey, the way you're talking upstairs is not right. Chu Chen Shun understood and comforted. Then extend your left hand. Let me try. Hearing Chu Chen Shun agreeing to help him calculate, the middle-aged man's face immediately showed some relief, quickly placing his left hand on the tea table. Chu Chen Shun pretended to carefully study the palm of his hand. At the same time, several lines of information appeared on the man's head. Name, Deng Weikai, 2588 bank account balance, 32,499 yuan, 5643 bank account balance, 24,882,340, properties, 0 sets, vehicles, 0, private savings, none, spouse, Gan Xianghua, lover, Wang Tao, overseas, son, Deng Hui, non-biological, overseas, ex-wife, Sun Lu, son, Deng Yingxia, biological. After seeing this information, Chu Chen Shun roughly understood him. The middle-aged man nervously stared at Chu Chen Shun, both hoping he could figure something out and fearing he actually would. How is it? The middle-aged man asked tremblingly. Chu Chen Shun looked up at him and said, "Mr. Deng, I probably know where your wife is." The middle-aged man immediately showed a shocked expression on his face. How do you know my surname is Deng? Did you inquire about me?" Chu Chen Shun withdrew his hand and said lightly, "I didn't inquire about you. I can figure out your surname and name." Deng Weikai couldn't believe it. "So, you really can figure out where my wife is?" Chu Chen Shun didn't directly answer, but asked a different question. "Mr. Deng, if you know where your wife is, what are you going to do?" Deng Weikai didn't understand Chu Chen Shun's meaning. "I don't quite understand your meaning." The viewers in the live broadcast room were also puzzled. This handsome guy, can he really figure it out? Of course, our Chu brother is a genius. Guess if this man still has money. Chu Chen Shun calmly said, "I don't mean anything else, I just want to know what you plan to do. I'm deciding whether to tell you where they are." Deng Wei's face showed a hint of fierceness. "If I know where that bitch is, I will definitely tear her apart." Chu Chen Shun frowned. "Murder is a crime." Deng Weikai angrily said, "Is it not a crime to take all my money? And she took away my son. Isn't that enough? How else do you want to torment me?" Chu Chen Shun sharply retorted, "Your current wife took your money. And you're so angry. Did you consider the lives of your ex-wife and child when you abandoned them? When you abandoned them, did you ever think you would have such a day?" Boom! Deng Weikai felt like a newborn baby, with no privacy at all. The viewers in the live broadcast room were in an uproar. Wow, Brother Chu is really something, he calculated so much. Damn, this guy deserves it. As the saying goes, what goes around comes around. Deng Weikai stared at Chu Chen in disbelief, words at the corner of his mouth filled with incredulity. These were all calculated by you? Pouring himself a cup of tea, Chu Chen slowly took a sip. You reap what you sow. I think you shouldn't go looking for them anymore. Even if you go, it may not lead to anything. Besides, that child is not yours. Clang! The chair behind Deng Weikai was knocked over as he suddenly stood up. With widened eyes, he stared at Chu Chen, a flush of red creeping onto his pale face, and shouted, "What did you say?" Viewers, this drama is big, ripe, and ready. Even novelists wouldn't dare write something so melodramatic, right? Brother Chu is like a paternity test. Chu Chen glanced at him. You've heard it already. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Impossible, impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Deng Weikai shouted at Chu Chen, staring at him with uncontrollable anger. Chu Chen just looked at him quietly, with a hint of pity in his eyes. For a moment, it seemed like something was stuck in Deng Wei's throat, preventing him from cursing. Deng Weikai found it hard not to believe Chu Chen's words. As someone meeting him for the first time, he could know everything about him. Without some mystical ability, ordinary people wouldn't dare to open a fortune-telling shop. Thinking of this, Deng Weicai's body went weak, almost falling to the ground. Muttering to himself, "It's over." Chu Chen remained silent, just watching him quietly. When Deng Weicai calmed down, his face filled with pain and regret, he confessed to Chu Chen, "My ex-wife refused to have a child. I had no choice but to have a child with someone else. Finally, the other woman got pregnant. I was happy too. But there was an accident, and her health deteriorated. The doctor said I might never be able to have children again. After this incident, my ex-wife found out about the other woman. She cried and demanded a divorce, but since we never had children together, I agreed. I thought the child the other woman was carrying was mine, but today you calculated it like this. Alas! I'm finished." After speaking, he burst into tears. In an instant, the barrage in the live broadcast room filled the screen, and the viewers were completely taken aback by this outcome, saying all sorts of things. "Wow! Impressive! This host has such charisma. If only we knew earlier, why bother? The original wife didn't want him, maybe the other woman is here to punish him. This big brother is too confident. After watching the fortune-telling by the host, I feel like getting one too. Is this big brother heading towards a dead end?" Chu Chen, seeing a grown man cry like this, felt somewhat uncomfortable. He sighed softly and asked, "What do you plan to do next?" Deng Weicai, tears streaming down his face, wiped them away upon hearing Chu Chen's question. "The child is not mine, I have no more plans. After settling my elderly parents and handling the family property, I have no more worries." This statement shocked Chu Chen and the viewers. Damn, this is getting serious. From the sound of it, is this guy planning to commit suicide? Don't do it, no crime deserves death. It's getting out of hand, it's getting out of hand. Chu Chen furrowed his brow tightly, feeling that this big brother was taking life and death too lightly, thinking of giving up at the drop of a hat. But after all, he was a guest, and Chu Chen didn't feel it was appropriate to directly comment on his personal matters. You should know, death is the simplest thing. Deng Weicai looked at Chu Chen in confusion, not knowing what he meant. Chu Chen took a sip of tea, cleared his throat, and said, "Although death can be a relief, what about your ex-wife?" Deng Weicai was taken aback. "What do you mean? Your ex-wife is still single to this day, a woman raising a child on her own, it's not easy." Deng Weicai still didn't understand, his eyes showing some doubt. Chu Chen sighed, "Is it possible that she still has feelings for you?" Deng Weicai looked at Chu Chen in surprise. "Are you saying she's waiting for me? How is that possible? The child your ex-wife is raising is indeed yours." Suddenly, Deng Weicai widened his eyes, staring at Chu Chen. You're not joking, are you?" Chu Chen replied calmly, "This is what I calculated. Whether it's accurate or not, you can find out for yourself, right? I really don't understand. What does your ex-wife see in you?" In an instant, Deng Weicai felt alive again. Tears welled up in his eyes, tears of joy. "Thank you, sir, thank you." Chu Chen waved his hand, "No need to thank me. This is what I do. As for the person who took your money, you don't need to worry too much. Your mistress took your money and ran off with her lover abroad. However, as the saying goes, those who do wrong will eventually come to ruin. Having money doesn't guarantee a good life." Deng Weicai knew that Chu Chen was comforting him, feeling grateful. "I will remember your words, sir. I will go find my ex-wife and child. I will definitely seek their forgiveness." Chu Chen said, "Go ahead. I wish you success." Deng Weicai asked softly, "Sir, how do I pay for the fortune-telling?" Chu Chen pointed to the QR code on the table, "Just scan it. If you think my prediction is worth it, give a little extra. If not, it's fine." Deng Weicai quickly said, "It's worth it, it's worth it." He took out his phone, scanned the QR code, paid, and bowed 3 times to Chu Chen. Then he left the fortune-telling shop. Chu Chen nodded slightly, he's quite a refined person. The viewers in the live stream were eagerly discussing, how much did that man just give the host? The host did him such a big favor, he must have given a couple 100,000, right? This man must be repenting this time. Men in the live stream, open your eyes and don't abandon your wives for no reason. Chu Chen watched the various discussions in the live stream, just smiling faintly, without saying anything more. He just quietly sipped his tea. As for how much Deng Weicai paid, he didn't even look. Now, he just needed to stick with his wife, and the rest of the money was just a number to Chu Chen. It was still early in the afternoon, and Chu Chen continued reading his book. Suddenly, Wang Qiankuan pushed the door open. Sweaty and angry, he looked at Chu Chen. "Xiange, I need to talk to you about something." Chu Chen was slightly surprised. "What's wrong with you, sweating so much?" Wang Qiankuan said angrily, "Xiange, let me tell you, that guy, Lu Xiao, who caused trouble here before, he's been released. They said there wasn't enough evidence." Chu Chen was stunned. Wasn't there a victim? Wang Qiankuan stomped his foot. Forget it. I inquired about the 2 women you predicted. They are now denying that they were raped. They claim they were in a consensual relationship with that Lu Huang. After the police investigation, this was the result, and that's why they let him go. Upon hearing this, Chu Chen furrowed his brows, a sense of unease creeping over him. Wang Qiankuan looked at him like this, not knowing what to say. He could only comfort him. Shen-ji, don't worry, it's broad daylight, that guy Lu wouldn't dare to cause trouble for you. I'm not worried about that. Wang Qiankuan was taken aback. Then what are you worried about? I'm worried that in this bright world, under the sun, someone can still distort right and wrong. Wang Qiankuan stared blankly at Chu Chen, feeling like this was the first time he had seen Chu Chen lose his temper. No matter what happened in the past, he had never seen Chu Chen get angry. Today, why was that? Shen-ji, calm down. Wang Qiankuan quickly poured a glass of water and handed it to Chu Chen. Chu Chen took the glass of water, took a sip, and calmed down a bit. Wang Qiankuan cautiously said, if that guy Lu comes looking for trouble, what should we do? Hearing this, Chu Chen furrowed his brows slightly and looked at Wang Qiankuan. For the next few days, don't come over. In case something happens, I wouldn't want to explain to your family. Wang Qiankuan, hearing him say this, slapped his thigh. Oh, Shen-ji, what are you saying? Am I Wang Qiankuan someone who fears death? However, he quickly changed his tone. Just be careful, I won't come over recently. Wang Qiankuan's actions almost made Chu Chen laugh. Forget it, even if they want to cause trouble, there's no point in hiding, let them be. Some things should just go with the flow. Moreover, Chu Chen's physical fitness is no longer what it used to be. The powerful pills provided by the system were not taken in vain. After understanding this, Chu Chen felt much more relaxed. Putting down the glass, he said to Wang Qiankuan, don't come over recently. By the way, I have to go back. I have to cook for my wife. After saying that, he started to pack up, quickly arranged things, and was about to leave. Wang Qiankuan looked at him like this and couldn't help but smirk, really under the thumb, huh? Dinner time. Si Charan was still in a good mood. Although she had been busy, Chu Chen hadn't caused her any trouble recently. He hadn't been eating, drinking, or gambling around, just staying at his fortune-telling shop. Although Si Charan didn't think fortune-telling was a legitimate profession, she felt it was rare for Chu Chen to do something solid. She didn't interfere too much with him opening the shop. After all, Chu Chen would occasionally transfer money to her. It had to be said that Chu Chen now gave her more sense of security. By the way, how's that big project of yours going? Chu Chen asked. The plan is almost ready, some details are still being finalized. Si Charan was very happy. Chu Chen was really skilled. No one is bullying you in your company now, right? Chu Chen casually asked. How do you know no one is bullying me? Si Charan felt a bit curious and couldn't help but ask. Chu Chen smiled. They let you look at the budget, handle the company's management affairs. It shows that they value you a lot now. Then he jokingly said, your chairman, is it a man or a woman? Why are they so good to you? Si Charan smirked, teasing him, jealous? Can't stand others being nice to me? Chu Chen was almost amused. What's there to be jealous of? Being jealous of oneself? No, just saying. Si Charan teased him with a mischievous smile, not jealous, ha, really not jealous, ha. According to company rumors, our chairman is handsome and capable. He is low-key and gentle. Chu Chen ate his food while listening to his wife praise him. This feeling was really great. However, was that chairman in Si Charan's mouth him? The two of them had a very happy dinner, as if they hadn't been so relaxed in a long time. Lu's villa. The first floor living room. Lu Huang is going crazy throwing things, throwing whatever he gets his hands on. Lu Borong sits on the sofa, quietly smoking a cigar, as if what Lu Huang is throwing is not his own stuff. As a father, he understands his son's temper very well. Every time Lu Xiao encounters setbacks or gets very angry, he will throw things. The Lu family, who are used to his temper, have already moved the antiques, porcelain, and calligraphy to the second floor. As for the things on the first floor, they are just imitations. So, when Lu Huang goes crazy throwing things now, everyone just watches quietly. Only his mother, Zhu Shangqin, is anxious and can't bear to see her son so angry. She is afraid he will hurt himself, but she can't go up to persuade him. After all, once he vents his anger, everything will be fine. Zhu Shangqin sits next to Lu Borong, anxiously looking at her calm husband and then at her son. She wants to say something, but it's definitely not the right time to speak up. She instructs the maid standing nearby, go, make a mung bean soup for the young master, don't put too much ice. The maid responds and quickly leaves. Before long, Lu Huang is already panting. How can a rich second generation who indulges in alcohol and women every day have good physical strength? Lu Borong's assistant enters the room, seeing the room full of debris, which is nothing new. Mr. Lu, Chuchen's information has been collected. Lu Borong reaches out, and the assistant quickly hands him the collected and organized information. Looking through the information in his hand, Lu Borong has a rough understanding of Chuchen. Chuchen used to indulge in eating, drinking, and gambling, but he didn't visit prostitutes because his wife was too beautiful. She was dazzling, as beautiful as a celestial being. With such a wife, Chuchen didn't fool around with other women but spent his days swindling and gambling. One day, he suddenly turned over a new leaf, stopped eating, drinking, and gambling, and started living a peaceful life with his wife. Just a street thug. After a long time, Lu Borong made his own conclusion. At this moment, Lu Huang, who had thrown a tantrum, ran to his father and shouted, "Dad, when have I suffered such injustice? Can't we get rid of that Chuchen? It's so damn frustrating." Xu Shangqin looked at her son with distress, took out a delicate handkerchief, and wiped the sweat from his forehead. "Son, don't worry, your father is trying to figure things out, right?" Lu Huang avoided Xu Shangqin's handkerchief with disdain, but his face showed a sense of grievance. "Dad, are you really willing to see your son suffer like this?" Lu Borong glanced at the face so similar to his own, not understanding why his son was so unstable. He was already an adult but still restless. Whenever something happened, he would shout and scream. However, Lu Huang was his only son, so he patiently said, "I understand." Seeing his father so calm and indifferent to his suffering, Lu Huang turned to his mother and said, "Mom, look at my dad, he doesn't care about me at all. I'm so wronged, and he acts like nothing happened." Xu Shangqin hugged her son with distress. "Son, how could your father not care about you? If he didn't care, would Long San have intervened?" Hearing the name Long San, Lu Huang calmed down a bit. Just then, the maid came over with the mung bean soup, and Xu Shangqin quickly comforted her son. "Here, have a sip of mung bean soup to cool down." Lu Huang took the mung bean soup and reluctantly took a sip. At this point, Lu Borong spoke up, "For now, don't go out. Stay at home." Lu Huang immediately became unhappy, shouting loudly, "Why? Why can't I go out?" Hearing his son shout, Lu Borong felt a bit annoyed, and with a stern and powerful voice, he said, "What's all this noise about?" Under Lu Borong's powerful aura, Lu Huang suddenly felt like his voice was being choked, and he dared not make a sound. Lu Borong spoke up, "I have asked Long San to meet Chu Chen. If you are still wandering outside, it may cause unnecessary misunderstandings." After speaking, he got up and left. Lu Huang was overjoyed upon hearing this, dancing with joy. "Okay, I will listen to father." When Chu Chen came to the courtyard to open the shop, he found the gate already open. Pushing the door open, he saw Wang Dagan sweeping the floor with a big broom. Chu Chen greeted him, "You're here." Wang Dagan, upon seeing Chu Chen, smiled foolishly, "Thanks to you for letting me stay here, otherwise I would have had nowhere to go." Chu Chen smiled, "Don't rush, come in and sit." Okay." Wang Dagan put down the broom and followed him inside. Chu Chen, as usual, boiled water and made tea for himself. Wang Dagan watched him busy and wanted to help. "Make the tea yourself." Helplessly, he could only sit at the tea table and watch Chu Chen work. "I may need your help soon." After making tea, Chu Chen poured a cup for Wang Dagan. "What help do you need?" Wang Dagan asked as he took the cup. "Someone might cause trouble for me soon. If possible, please help protect my wife. But don't let her know." Chu Chen said slowly, his eyes fixed on Wang Dagan. Wang Dagan, although not understanding why she shouldn't know, agreed to help Chu Chen and nodded quickly, "No problem." Seeing him agree, Chu Chen felt relieved. He raised his teacup and saluted, "Thanks for the tea instead of wine." Wang Dagan quickly followed Chu Chen's lead and raised his teacup. "Don't mention it. If it weren't for you helping me, I wouldn't know where to beg for food now." Just as the two were talking, a low, hoarse voice came from the door. "Can I get my fortune told here?" Hearing this, Chu Chen looked up. He saw a thin black figure standing at the door. It seemed to be a person, yet the whole person was emitting a faint killing intent. This surprised Chu Chen greatly. Was this person here to pick a fight? He was quite fast. Cautiously, he asked, "Do you want your fortune told?" The black figure slowly walked into the room. Although Wang Dagan was simple, he had sharp eyes. Seeing the person approaching, he quickly picked up his teacup, stood up, and sat on the nearby chair. When the person came closer, Chu Chen finally saw his appearance. To be honest, this person looked a bit scary. Thin was a relatively good description. To put it bluntly, it was like a skeleton approaching. This person was extremely thin, almost to the point of being skeletal, with just a layer of skin more than a skeleton. His face was pale and bloodless, with a very ordinary appearance that wouldn't stand out in a crowd. He was dressed in a black shirt, black pants with an indiscernible material, and even his shoes were black. but his small eyes emitted a sharp light, staring straight at Chu Chen behind the tea table. This appearance almost gave Wang Dagen a scare, but seeing Chu Chen remaining calm, Wang Dagen couldn't help but feel inadequate. Although Chu Chen remained calm, turmoil was brewing in his heart. The killing intent emanating from this person was getting stronger. Upon hearing Chu Chen's question, the person spoke again. "Yes, I want a reading." Chu Chen replied, "What do you want to know? Wealth, love, or something else?" The low, hoarse voice echoed in the room. "How long do you have left to live?" Upon hearing this, Wang Dagen stood up abruptly, as if facing a formidable enemy, his eyes fixed on the person. Chu Chen remained calm on the surface and said lightly, "Please, have a seat." The person, seeing Chu Chen's composure, felt slightly surprised, but since he was asked to sit, he did. "Extend your left hand." Chu Chen took a teacup and poured tea for him. The man poured it happily and placed his left hand directly on the tea table. Wang Dagen nervously watched the two of them, unable to understand why Chu Xiong could remain so calm. Chu Chen looked at the skinny arm in front of him, feeling shocked. Is this person sick? So thin. But he still pretended to be calm on the surface, pretending to examine his palm lines. When Chu Chen touched his left hand, he felt that the hand was very cold, almost without any warmth. Looking up, he saw several lines of information on the man's head. Name, Li Yunlong. Original name, Li Long. Nickname, Long San. 3,894 bank account balance, 7,702,978 yuan. Properties owned, 2 sets. Vehicles owned, 3. Private funds, 8,000 yuan. Maodai liquor box, private funds, 2,000 yuan. Guangdong statue. Spouse, none. Children, son, Li Luxiu, junior high school. Mother, Zhu Shangqin. Skills, proficient in close combat, karate, firearms. This visitor was Long San sent by Lu Borong. However, the information about this person made Chu Chen somewhat moved. Can the system still detect some kung fu skills on the other party? It seems that the system's information is more comprehensive. But his child's mother, why does this name sound familiar? Chu Chen closed his eyes and tried to recall where he had seen this name before. Right. I remember seeing this Zhu Shangqin when looking at Lu Huang's information. She seemed to be his mother. Long San's visit today was obviously to make trouble. Thinking about it recently, who could have sent him? It must be the Lu family. So did Lu Borong wear green equipment? Could it be? Chu Chen could only think of one possibility. Is Zhu Shangqin having an affair with Long San? Chu Chen suddenly opened his eyes, staring at Long San with a complex expression. Long San thought that Chu Chen would say a few words casually, then find a way to send him away, or find a way to escape himself. But he didn't expect that as soon as Chu Chen opened his eyes, his gaze was strange. For a moment, Long San was puzzled. But he had to continue acting. What, did you figure out when you will die? Chu Chen smiled, not quite. Long San was even more curious to see him smile. Is this person crazy? Why is he still smiling? Chu Chen carefully looked at Long San's face. He didn't look like the kind of gigolo who would seduce married women. How could he be having an affair with a married woman? Thinking of this, he dared not laugh out loud. After all, the current situation was not right. Even Wang Dagen felt that the atmosphere was not right. Just now it was tense, but now it suddenly eased a lot. Kid, what are you laughing at? Long San couldn't help but shout angrily. After all, the situation was completely different from what he had initially imagined. His killing intent was just right. Even if he didn't make the kid cry, at least he should make him kneel and beg for mercy. But now, the situation was completely off. Hearing Long San's question, Chu Chen suppressed his smile. Nothing, not laughing at anything. Seeing him trying not to laugh, Long San became even angrier. What are you laughing at? From Chu Chen's hand, he drew out his left hand, his killing intent rising. He raised his right hand, ready to strike Chu Chen's head. But Chu Chen couldn't help but laugh. The green hat you gave Lu Borong is quite big. Instantly, Long San's right hand stopped in midair, his face full of disbelief. His right hand, which was about to strike, was suspended above Chu Chen's head. But Chu Chen remained calm, showing no sign of fear on his face. However, Wang Dagen beside them had a drastic change in expression, but due to the distance, he couldn't stop Long San's attack in time. But now, not only Long San was stunned, even Wang Dagen was shocked by this sudden news. Blinking his eyes, he looked hard at Long San. The way he looked, indeed did not resemble a handsome man seducing his sister-in-law. Although he was worried about Chu Chen, what he didn't know was that Chu Chen had taken the system's gift of Dolly Pill before. His body had been greatly improved, and ordinary attacks on him could be said to have almost no effect. Not to mention his agility like lightning now. Even if Long San's hand came down now, Chu Chen could completely dodge it in a very short time. It's said that Chu Chen is a master with great courage. Long San really didn't expect that the secret he had hidden for so long, a secret known only to him and the parties involved. It was actually dug out here, glaring angrily at Chu Chen. Tell me, how did you find out? I figured it out. Chu Chen replied calmly, completely ignoring Long San's anger. Long San's heart, however, had long been in turmoil. Who knew that Chu Chen was adding fuel to the fire? Tell me, how did you seduce the boss's girl? You! Long San was momentarily speechless, his face turning red. He didn't expect this young man in front of him to be so bold. Knowing that he was looking for trouble, he still dared to joke with him now. Don't talk nonsense, what do you know? Long San suppressed his embarrassment and angrily scolded Chu Chen. But Chu Chen calmly took a sip of tea. If Lu Borong knew about this, could you still stand here threatening me unscathed? You! Long San was speechless again. He squinted his eyes, staring intently at Chu Chen, trying to see something from him. He looked at Wang Dagan again. Suddenly, he chuckled sinisterly and said, Here, it's just you two. I could just kill you two directly, wouldn't that be easier? When Wang Dagan heard this, he immediately stood beside Chu Chen, ready to block Long San for Chu Chen at any time. Chu Chen was not in a hurry at all, pointing to the computer and monitor next to him, and slowly said, For the fortune-telling shop's business, I opened a live broadcast room. The first thing I do every day, besides boiling water for tea, is to open the live broadcast room. Every move you just made, the water friends in the live broadcast room have seen it clearly. You want to kill to silence? Of course, no problem, but how will you evade the police pursuit in the future? In an instant, Long San was stunned. He turned to look at the monitor, sure enough. In the middle of the monitor, there was an open video live broadcast room, with barrage flying all over the screen. Just like snowflakes falling on the screen. Is this actor the host found? Looks quite like it. Is it true? Can this person do martial arts? Call the police, didn't that person want to kill someone? I actually hope they fight, I've never seen someone with martial arts skills. Host, should we call the police? We'll help you report it. Long San turned abruptly, staring at Chu Chen with a look of murderous rage in his eyes. Are you doing this on purpose? Chu Chen smiled slightly. It's not intentional. My shop doesn't have much business, it all depends on live broadcasts to attract customers. Look at you, just come on in. You didn't even investigate properly. Long San felt like a mouthful of old blood was about to rush to his head. Clenching his fists tightly, he really wanted to punch Chu Chen's face that looked so annoying. However, it couldn't really be blamed on Long San for not investigating thoroughly. After all, Chu Chen's live broadcast room had only been open for a few days, although there were some videos of him on the internet. But at that time, who knew he was called Chu Chen, the information was incomplete, so it was only natural. Moreover, Long San's focus at the time was on his family situation. A playboy who used to indulge in eating, drinking, and having fun now runs a fortune-telling shop. Who knows if this person is a fraud or the real deal? Why would anyone go to see if he is live streaming? Long San's face, which changes unpredictably, reveals a hint of panic. Seeing all this, Chu Chen calmly said, Let's make a deal. Long San snorted coldly. What kind of deal do you want to make? Chu Chen poured tea and also poured tea into Long San's cup. Have some tea, sit down and talk. Then the live stream on the computer was closed, the live recording was saved, and the camera was turned off. Long San's face darkened, exuding a chilling murderous aura. Unfortunately, after Chu Chen learned his secret, he no longer cared about his murderous intent. After all, Chu Chen was not afraid of this kind of little brother who disrespected his boss and messed around with his sister-in-law. After some thought, Long San decided to listen to Chu Chen and sat down. Chu Chen smiled and said, You don't have to be like this, there is no deep hatred between us. You are just working for your boss. Long San remained silent, just staring coldly at Chu Chen, neither agreeing nor disagreeing with what he said. You were sent by the Lu family, whether you came to pick a fight or to teach me a lesson. I can let bygones be bygones, and I won't upload the video from the live stream online. This way, no one will know about your situation. Long San's expression changed slightly as he slowly spoke. So, what do you want? Chu Chen smiled, picked up his teacup, sipped the tea elegantly. Long San moved his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he remained silent. Chu Chen slowly said, What I want is simple. Long San looked up at him, curious about his intentions. Just disappear with your son. I won't tell the Lu family about your situation, nor will I upload the video online. As for the life or death of the Lu family group in the future, it has nothing to do with you. What do you think? Long San was shocked by his words. The skeletal face finally showed a look of shock. His bulging eyes stared at Chu Chen, looking terrifying. You also calculated my son's situation? Chu Chen nodded, yes. Long San took a deep breath, thinking he had hidden everything well. But now, how did he know? But then, he thought of another thing. I don't have to care whether the Lu family group lives or dies? From the way you speak, are you planning to destroy the Lu family? Shu Chen nodded again, poured himself a cup of tea, and drank slowly. Suddenly, Long San laughed heartily. Ha! Young man, you must not underestimate the situation. Just because you can tell fortunes? Even if you know all my secrets, where do you get the capital to bring down the Lu family group? However, as he laughed, Long San realized something was wrong. Shu Chen sat there quietly, calmly watching him, occasionally sipping his tea. Long San then realized that he might not be joking. He could hardly believe that this young, handsome man in front of him had such unrealistic ideas. Whether I have the capital is not important to you. What matters is, do you think this deal is feasible? Shu Chen remained indifferent, looking quietly at Long San after speaking. Long San pondered for a moment, unconsciously clenching his hands together. Shu Chen's words had a great impact on him. If Lu Borong found out about his affair with Zhu Xiangqin, he would probably chase him to the ends of the earth. Which boss could tolerate his wife's infidelity? Especially someone like Lu Borong, a ruthless figure in the underworld. Moreover, in recent years, it has been all about fighting and killing. Since having children, the desire to settle down has grown stronger. The current situation is also an opportunity. Thinking of this, Long San nodded. This deal is feasible. But how do I know you will keep your word? Shu Chen calmly said, after you disappear, I can still give you a resettlement fee. As for the video, I can delete it in front of you. Once I delete the video, then it will be up to you whether words are kept. Long San laughed wildly. Good. Good. Young man, you are not bad. Long San nodded slightly, gaining a new understanding of Shu Chen. Shu Chen remained non-committal. Since it was praise, he just listened. He no longer wasted words, opened the computer, found the live video in front of Long San, and then clicked delete. While doing all this, Shu Chen tried to make Long San see clearly. Long San watched his actions and nodded in approval. Good. Very straightforward. Shu Chen said, give me an account. Long San was not polite either, took out a business card from his pocket, and placed it on the tea table. Then he stood up, bowed to Shu Chen. In the world of Jianghu, the most important thing is trust. Since I promised you, I will not appear again. Shu Chen was a bit worried. What if the Lu group wants to find you? Long San said, don't worry. If I don't want others to find me, no one will know where I am. Shu Chen nodded, also saluted, till we meet again. Long San waved his hand. No, we may never meet again. After speaking, he left without looking back at Shu Chen. Wang Dagan watched them salute each other, completely shaken. After Long San left the room and went far away, Wang Dagan looked admiringly and said, oh my, Shu brother, you are really amazing. Just a few words, and the troublemakers are sent away. They even left happily. Shu Chen smiled. It's our good luck. Consider it as spending money for peace. Money, what does it matter now? Taking care of his wife, earning 240,000 every day. As soon as he finished speaking, Shu Chen hurried to the computer. Wang Dagan was startled by his actions. Shu brother, what's wrong with you? Shu Chen held the mouse, found the live video in the recycle bin, and clicked restore. Luckily, this old man doesn't understand computers. He casually copied this video into several files on the computer, and then uploaded it to a cloud drive. After doing all this, Shu Chen finally relaxed. Looking at Wang Dagan's puzzled face, he explained, this is a life-saving thing. Wang Dagan didn't understand what he was doing, but he thought Shu brother was really amazing. Showing admiration on his face, he extended his thumb to Shu Chen. Shu brother, you are awesome. A few days later, Lu Borong drove back to the villa in a Rolls-Royce. As soon as he entered the house, he saw broken porcelain pieces all over the first floor. The servants in the house, regardless of age or gender, stood against the wall, not daring to make a sound. Standing in the middle was his only son, Lu Huang. At this moment, he was panting, holding a vase in his hand, about to throw it against the wall. His mother Zhu Xiangqin sat on the sofa, with a worried look on her face, but she dared not go forward to persuade him. Lu Boron looked at this scene in front of him, instantly furious, and shouted at Lu Huang, enough! What are you doing? Little did he know that just this shout scared Lu Huang, causing him to shiver, and the vase in his hand fell to the ground. Clatter! The vase shattered. Lu Huang heard his father's angry shout and immediately stood still, not daring to move. Hey, what are you doing? You're yelling at your son as soon as you come back. Look at how scared you've made him. Zhu Xiangqin felt anxious seeing her husband yelling at their child as soon as he returned. Normally, Lu Huang was not afraid of Lu Borong. But if Lu Borong was truly angry, saying he wasn't afraid would be a lie. Lu Borong looked at his son, surprised at how timid he was. Just a shout and he was trembling in fear, which made him even angrier. However, Zhu Xiangqin's complaints helped calm him down. Pointing at the scattered debris on the ground, he asked in a more relaxed tone. What's all this mess on the ground about? This was his way of asking Lu Huang. What's gotten into you today? Lu Huang immediately replied with a hint of tears. Dad, you finally came back. Why did you send Long San? Why isn't he back yet? Didn't you ask him to teach Chu Chen a lesson? How come nothing has happened to him now? What is he still doing? Lu Borong, who was initially a bit irritated, was taken aback by his words and asked, What? Long San hasn't returned? Xu Shangqin interjected, No. It's been several days since you sent him out last time. No message, no sight of him. Lu Borong was stunned and said, Impossible. Lu Huang, feeling annoyed, immediately shouted, Why is it impossible? I've sent someone to his house, but there's no one there. Dad, what kind of people are you using? Lu Borong looked at his agitated son. Although Lu Huang was a coward, he was too timid to lie. Turning to his assistant, he asked calmly and coldly, Do you know about this? Lu Borong's assistant had been with him for over 10 years and knew his temper very well. When Lu Borong spoke in that tone, it meant his anger had reached its limit. The assistant stuttered, I know. Lu Borong looked at his assistant incredulously, his eyes wide with anger. If you know, why didn't you tell me? The assistant continued to stutter, Recently, busy with the acquisition case, you said not to disturb you unless it was something special. And I've sent someone to find Long San. I'll inform you when there's a result. Lu Borong, furious, sneered, Good job not disturbing me. You've done well. The assistant was immediately frightened and knelt down, begging for forgiveness, repeatedly apologizing to Lu Borong. Mr. Lu, please spare me. I was wrong. It was my own decision. I was wrong. In Lu Borong's villa, the floors were covered with high-quality carpets. The assistant's knocking made a loud sound on the thick and soft carpet. Lu Borong looked at his assistant, who was begging like a grandson, and said, What is this? Stand up. The assistant quickly got up, as if trained like a monkey. This is not your fault. Lu Borong's words were like a decree, bringing relief to the assistant. But the next sentence sent a chill down his spine. If we can't find Long San, you will disappear. That afternoon, in the courtyard, Chu Chen opened the live broadcast. He sat in front of the camera with a set of purple clay teapot and cups in front of him. He leisurely sipped his tea, occasionally glancing at the number of viewers in the live broadcast. Behind him stood two imposing figures like door gods, Wang Qianquan and Wang Dagan. They were dressed in black suits, wearing black sunglasses, with solemn expressions and a cold demeanor. The combination of a fat and a thin person easily reminded people of the characters in The Deer and the Cauldron. At first glance, they did resemble them. The water friends who had just entered the live broadcast room were all startled by this scene. Is this fortune-telling live broadcast room turning into a movie theater for Zhou Xingxing? What kind of show is this? Well, he's quite handsome. The water friends were talking non-stop, while Chu Chen just looked around, said nothing, and continued drinking tea. After a while, Chu Chen saw that there were quite a few water friends in the live broadcast room, so he put down his teacup and said, Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I want to apologize to everyone here. I'm sorry for scaring you all in the live broadcast the other day. In the past few days, many of you have been very concerned about me, and many water friends have messaged me privately, asking me what happened that day. So, I will give a unified answer here to avoid any misunderstandings. The situation is like this. My friend is an actor. Recently, he is filming a movie about a killer, and he needs to be very thin and also perform action scenes. He wants to make a good impression on the director. So, he asked me to help him rehearse together. I reluctantly agreed to help him. I didn't expect to disturb everyone. Please don't mind. After speaking, he bowed and saluted towards the screen. Wang Qianquan and Wang Dagan behind him also saluted together, creating a scene that looked both serious and funny. After Chu Chen finished speaking, there was a lot of discussion in the live broadcast room. I knew it was fake. I couldn't tell. Your friend's acting is pretty good. I had no idea. I thought it was a real incident. Wow. The host is so dedicated. Exactly, really dedicated. I didn't even realize it was fake. You guys are still happy. It's already good that the host's live broadcast room wasn't shut down yesterday. When Chu Chen saw this comment, he suddenly realized the issue. Indeed, the situation was tense that day, and any slight mistake could have led to a serious fight. If the platform detected a fight, it would be considered a violation, and dealing with it later would be a big problem. Fortunately, there was no actual conflict that day. This comment from a water friend also served as a wake-up call for Chu Chen. Who knows what other incidents the fortune-telling studio might encounter in the future. It's probably necessary to take more protective measures. But luckily, after that day's incident, Chu Chen's live broadcast room gained popularity. These days, when Chuchen started the live broadcast, he noticed that more and more people came because of his reputation. Seeing the praises flooding the screen, Chuchen felt a bit embarrassed and bowed again, saying, "Thank you for your understanding and support." The two behind him also saluted, making the scene cute. Then, Chuchen said, "So, to thank everyone for their understanding and support, today, please join me in waiting for the first client to arrive. If a client comes, I will send a big red envelope in the live broadcast room. How about it, my friends? The water friends in the live broadcast room. The host is excellent. The host is so good. There will definitely be a client coming today." Chuchen nodded, smiled slightly, and said, "Then let's wait together." The two behind him, seeing that everything was fine, slowly retreated. Chuchen remained at the tea table, carefully savoring the tea. Pot after pot of tea was brewed. Chuchen went from savoring the tea to not being able to drink anymore. Even the lively chat in the live broadcast room turned silent. After such a long time, not to mention seeing a person, not even a stray cat or dog ran in. Helplessly, Chuchen looked at the time and said, "It's this late. It seems there are no more guests. I'm sorry, my friends, it looks like the promised red envelope will have to be sent next time." As he spoke, Chuchen was about to tidy up the purple clay teapot and cups. Just then, the door of the studio was pushed open. Just now, Chuchen, who had just said that no one was coming, was suddenly attracted by the sound of the door being pushed open. Looking up, he saw a handsome guy with high looks and outstanding temperament standing somewhat embarrassed at the door. The viewers in the live broadcast room immediately got excited. Wow, if someone comes, why not have a handsome guy? Alright, it looks like the host must give out red envelopes. Red envelopes, red envelopes. Wow. I wonder if the host can introduce this handsome guy to me. Chuchen couldn't see the liveliness in the live broadcast room because his gaze was now on the handsome guy. The handsome guy looked a bit embarrassed, unsure whether to step forward or retreat. Finally, he made up his mind and asked, "Excuse me, is this where fortune telling is done?" Chuchen nodded slightly, "Yes, it is. Come in and have a seat." The handsome guy was delighted to hear this and quickly walked over upon Chuchen's words. "I want to have my fortune." Chuchen waved his hand, "Not in a hurry, have a seat." Then he took out a new tea bag, boiled water, and prepared to make a new pot of tea. The handsome guy, feeling a bit anxious as Chuchen blocked his way, seemed hesitant to urge him. He could only pull a chair over and sit at the tea table. Seeing him sit down, Chuchen asked, "What do you want to know?" The handsome guy, with an anxious look on his face, said, "Master, hello, my name is Mu Qingchuan. I just graduated from Tianjin City University last year. I met a girlfriend at school, her name is Jialing. We fell in love at first sight, and after several years of getting along in college, we became more and more affectionate." Mu Qingchuan spoke anxiously, and Chuchen did not interrupt him, busy preparing tea while listening attentively. Even in the live broadcast room, the viewers stopped sending messages and were all ears to Mu Qingchuan's story. "Originally, according to my plan, after graduation, I would marry her. She was the only one in my heart, and I was the only one in hers. But 3 months ago, Jialing asked to break up with me. I disagreed, but when I went to find her again, she had disappeared. I don't even know if she's alive or dead now. If she's alive, I must find out why. If she's dead, I will go with her." Mu Qingchuan's words were full of excitement, his whole body trembling, tears on the verge of falling from his eyes. The viewers in the live broadcast room were almost moved. This handsome guy is so devoted. It's not easy to find such a man these days. I wish I had a boyfriend like him. Chuchen took out a tissue from the nearby box and handed it to him. Mu Qingchuan took the tissue with both hands and said, "Thank you." Chuchen looked at him deeply. "So, you want to know where she is, right?" Mu Qingchuan nodded eagerly. "Yes, master, please help me find out. I've tried all kinds of methods, but I still can't find her. I'm at my wit's end." As Mu Qingchuan spoke, his eyes turned red again. It was evident that he had tried very hard and was trying to hold back his tears. Chuchen sighed and said, "I can try, but don't get your hopes up too high." Mu Qingchuan quickly nodded. "I would be very grateful if you could help me find out. Regardless of the outcome, I will pay for the fortune-telling fee." Chuchen remained non-committal. "Extend your left hand and place it on the table." Mu Qingchuan obediently placed his arm on the table. Chuchen reached out, held Mu Qingchuan's hand, pretended to examine the palm lines carefully. However, the corner of his eye had already drifted towards the top of Mu Qingchuan's head. Only saw a few lines of information on his head: name, Mu Qingchuan, only son, 8,888 bank account balance, 89,332,499 yuan, real estate under his name, 8 properties, vehicles under his name, 20 cars, enterprises under his name, 10 domestic, 15 overseas, private stash, 20,000 Lamborghini, Father, Mu Yuanbua, mother, Zhang Hongyan, girlfriend, Jialing, Suiqing People's Hospital ICU ward. Shuchen couldn't help but sigh when he saw this information, slowly let go of Mu Qingchuan's hand, and poured him a cup of tea. Mu Qingchuan quickly asked, Master, what have you figured out? Shuchen slowly said, Did you not tell your girlfriend that you are the sole heir of the Mu family? Rich enough to rival a country, countless wealth. Mu Qingchuan's face changed drastically, his heart shook, and he, who was already a bit shy, suddenly couldn't speak. Who are you? How do you know? Shuchen picked up the purple sand cup, took a sip of tea slowly, and said, If I can't figure these things out, why would I run a fortune-telling shop? You might as well go home and sell sweet potatoes. The viewers in Shu Chen's live broadcast room were even shocked. What can't be seen in Shu Chen's live broadcast room now? Oh, I think I've seen this handsome guy somewhere before. Upstairs, do you have any shame? The host has already said it, and you're just recognizing him now. I saw him in a financial magazine, didn't recognize him? Wow, this handsome guy is rich and good-looking. I love him. I love him. I love him. He's mine. Mu Qingchuan blushed slightly, although he couldn't believe that Shu Chen could figure it all out. But he still explained a few words. I didn't mean to. After going to school, my father locked my card. He hoped I could focus on studying and was worried I would be deceived. My mother often gave me pocket money. Although I'm not short of money, I didn't spend extravagantly at school. Not to mention Jialing, even my dormitory classmates don't know my identity. Plus, I'm afraid that if I tell Jialing, she will feel pressured and break up with me. Mu Qingchuan said anxiously, I really like her. Shu Chen nodded, comforting him, I understand what you mean. It's not easy for a man to meet a woman who truly loves him in this lifetime. Indeed, you must handle it well. Mu Qingchuan quickly nodded in agreement with Shu Chen's point of view. However, what followed was a scolding from Shu Chen. I see you, you're just a big fool. And extremely foolish. I really don't understand how a top-ranking family like the Mu family could have such a fool like you. Mu Qingchuan was still in a state of anger and indignation, but suddenly being scolded by Shu Chen, he was stunned. Master, what do you mean by this? Shu Chen helplessly said, What do I mean? Literally. Do you know where your girlfriend is right now? Mu Qingchuan swallowed hard, and asked cautiously, Where is she? Shu Chen scolded, She's in the hospital. Mu Qingchuan was instantly shocked. How did she end up in the hospital? Shu Chen admired this girl a bit, acting poor every day. She's afraid of burdening you, she's in the ICU ward of Suiqing People's Hospital. If you hurry, you might still be able to see her. Suddenly, Mu Qingchuan stood up and said, I'll go right away. I'll go see her. As soon as he finished speaking, he was already gone. Shu Chen sighed, I hope he makes it in time. In this world, what is love? Only to have life and death together. The live broadcast room was like a popcorn explosion, crackling. Our host is simply amazing. He can calculate this? Wow. Impressive. I suddenly want to go get my fortune told too. By the way, this kid ran away without paying for the fortune telling, right? Shu Chen looked up at the live broadcast room and happened to see this comment. He immediately shouted, Oh, right, payment for the fortune telling. Forget it, being able to see the girl for the last time, I don't need this money. The live broadcast room was full of admiration. Later, following the agreement, Shu Chen sent a big red envelope to the live broadcast room, and for a moment, there were thank you messages. The message Long Live the Boss floated in the live broadcast room. I won't chat with you guys anymore, I'm going home to see my wife. Shu Chen bid farewell to the many online friends in the live broadcast room, tidied up the tea table, and turned off the computer. He then went to the market, as his wife had been working hard lately, to make her a stewed chicken soup. Dinner. Si Charan drank the stewed chicken soup made by Shu Chen, her face beaming with happiness. However, she noticed Shu Chen staring at her intently, his eyes revealing moisture and affection. Why are you staring at me like that? Si Charan felt a bit embarrassed. Even though they were an old married couple, they hadn't had many intimate gestures since the divorce was mentioned. Shu Chen's intense gaze made her feel uncomfortable. Shu Chen gently said, You are my wife, I can look at my own wife, it's legal and reasonable. Si Charan's fair and beautiful face blushed instantly. Shu Chen continued, Charan, do you know? Sometimes I can't help but feel grateful, wondering what good deeds I did in my past life to be so lucky to marry you. Thinking about how I treated you before, I feel like slapping myself a few times. Charan, rest assured, in this lifetime, I will never let you down. I will only love you, and listen to you. Si Charan was moved by his sudden confession and cheesy words, almost dropping the bowl. What's gotten into you today? Shu Chen smiled gently, nothing much, just some things I need you to know. Si Charan's face was as red as the sunset, with a hint of white. Hot Island Bar. VIP room. Yi Hong, dressed in casual suit, drank heavily, thinking about something that made him angry, and downed his drink in one gulp. Beside him, a young man with an oily face, wearing a floral t-shirt and baggy shorts, carefully poured him more wine. "Brother Yi, please slow down on the drinking." Yi Hong gritted his teeth and said, "Don't mind me." Seeing this, the young man dared not say anything more and turned to chat with a pretty girl about inappropriate topics. The beautiful woman next to Yi Hong, sensing his bad mood, softly comforted him. "Handsome, if there's anything bothering you, can you tell me about it?" Yi Hong glanced at her and grumpily said, "Can you make me happy by talking to you?" The woman smiled charmingly and said, "Why don't you give it a try?" Yi Hong was about to speak when he saw two people approaching. One of them was his childhood friend Lubo, and behind him was a handsome young man who looked wealthy and elegant. Yi Hong was puzzled but still politely greeted them. "Bozy, you're here." Lubo greeted Yi Hong and sat next to him with a smile on his face. "Brother, let me introduce you to a big shot today." Yi Hong was a bit confused. "Big shot?" Lubo put his arm around the young man who came with him and said to Yi Hong, "Let me introduce you, this is the big shot I've been telling you about. The son of the Lu family group, Lu Huang." Yes, the one who arrived was Lu Huang, the son of the Lu family group. Long San's matter has not made much progress. Lu Huang has been feeling pent up at home for a while, and Lubo happened to call him to go out for a drink. Yi Hong was a bit surprised and politely reached out his hand to Lu Huang, saying, "Nice to meet you." "I can't believe it, the young master of the Lu group, so young?" Lubo pointed at Yi Hong and said to Lu Huang, "This is my childhood friend Yi Hong, we grew up together." Lu Huang nodded at Yi Hong, acknowledging the greeting. Yi Hong was not in a good mood now, even though Lubo brought a new friend along. He didn't feel like socializing or chatting. He sat there drinking alone. Lubo was chatting happily with Lu Huang when he noticed Yi Hong looking unhappy. He couldn't help but ask, "Are you still thinking about that girl?" Lubo had already heard about what Yi Hong had been through and knew the whole story. He just didn't expect Yi Hong to still be bothered by it. Upon hearing his good friend's question, Yi Hong couldn't help but say, "Damn, I finally started dating a rich silly girl. And she got messed up by that fortune teller, so annoying." After speaking, he took another gulp of his drink. Before Lubo could say anything, Lu Huang next to him almost sprayed out his drink. "Wait, brother, which fortune teller are you talking about?" Yi Hong looked at him in surprise. "There's a fortune-telling shop on Antique Street. There's a fortune teller in there who messed up my girlfriend." Lu Huang's mind raced. "Are you talking about a young-looking man doing the fortune-telling?" Yi Hong quickly nodded, "Yes." Then he thought for a moment. "I think his name is Chu Chen." Lu Huang slapped his thigh. "That's him." Yi Hong curiously asked, "What? Do you know him?" When it came to Chu Chen, the hatred on Lu Huang's face was evident. "Not only do I know him. Damn, if it weren't for him, would I embarrass myself like this?" Yi Hong was truly surprised this time. Lu, the young master of the Lu group, was also played by Chu Chen? Lu Huang angrily cursed. "Damn, this kid, just thinking about him makes me angry." He then proceeded to tell Yi Hong and Lu Bo in detail about what happened that day. Finally, he cursed, "This time it was my carelessness that fell into his trap. He even got rid of our most powerful thug from the Lu family. Isn't it strange?" Yi Hong and Lu Bo were both speechless by now. "This matter is too suspicious." Lu Huang gritted his teeth. "This matter is indeed suspicious. My men still haven't found anything. And we still can't find out where the person is." Lu Bo slapped his thigh. "Brothers, do you want to take action against him?" Lu Huang and Yi Hong turned to look at him. "What, do you have a plan?" Lu Bo smirked. "What's there to fear about a fortune teller?" "That's what I think." Chu Chen's home. Early in the morning, Chu Chen was busy in the kitchen. Making breakfast on time every day had become a habit for Chu Chen. Si Charan watched him busy in the kitchen and couldn't help but sigh. In less than a month, Chu Chen seemed like a different person. If anyone wanted a divorce now, Si Charan probably wouldn't agree first. "By the way, are you free this weekend?" Chu Chen turned to look at his wife and smoothly said, "Of course, I'm free. How dare I not be free when my wife asks?" Si Charan scolded with a smile. "You're becoming more talkative now." Hee, it's fine to banter with my own wife. What's there to fear?" "Alright, let's get to the point." Si Charan pretended to be angry. Chu Chen put down the breakfast he had prepared, walked over to her, looked at her gently, and then said, "You speak. I'll listen." Somehow, a blush rushed to Si Charan's cheeks. The distance was too close. "If you're free this weekend, accompany me to the company dinner." Finally, Si Charan could tell Chu Chen the news with a red face. Chu Chen looked at his wife's blushing cheeks and couldn't take his eyes off her. "Okay, I will definitely go." Si Charan blushed and asked, "Aren't you going to ask what it's about?" Chu Chen mischievously replied, "No need to ask. Whatever my wife asks me to do, I'll do." Si Charan was speechless for a moment, wondering when he had become so talkative. However, he suppressed the palpitations in his heart and slowly said, "The major client I mentioned before. We're almost there now, so we decided to have a party to strengthen the relationship with the client. Everyone will bring a dance partner, so I need a handsome guy to accompany me." Si Charan's coquettish eyes and fragrant red lips almost made Chu Chen lose control. "Okay, I will dress up handsomely." The two looked into each other's eyes, and it seemed like sparks were flying between them. The ambiguous atmosphere ignited between them. The distance between their cheeks became closer and closer. An indescribable heat seemed to start burning between them. Chu Chen and Si Charan felt the air around them becoming thinner and hotter. At this moment, Chu Chen asked, "Do you feel hot?" Si Charan couldn't help but feel amused by Chu Chen's words. When they looked at each other again, the awkwardness increased, and the ambiguous atmosphere dissipated. Both involuntarily took a step back, and Chu Chen looked at Si Charan nervously. Si Charan shyly gave him a glance. "It's quite hot. I'll go turn on the air conditioner." After saying that, she turned and walked away, muttering to herself, "It's right to divorce you." Chu Chen watched her walk away, cursing himself in regret. "You talk too much. You're so verbose." In the afternoon, the fortune-telling shop was open as usual. Chu Chen sat at the tea table, absent-mindedly drinking tea, still reminiscing about the morning scene. Occasionally, a sly smile appeared on his face. Wang Dagan next to him curiously observed Chu Chen, a handsome young man who seemed a bit like a rogue today, looking so sly. Chu Chen didn't know that in Wang Dagan's eyes, he already seemed like a rogue. He was still immersed in the memories of the morning. Although Chu Chen had been reminding himself not to rush, the situation in the morning was clearly not about being patient. Thinking about this, Chu Chen felt even more regretful. A rare opportunity for intimacy had been abandoned by him. Wang Dagan was puzzled. One moment he was smiling, the next he was annoyed. Maybe there was something wrong with his head? Just as he was about to ask Chu Chen, they heard a commotion outside the door. Chu Chen and Wang Dagan both instinctively looked towards the door. Bang! The door was pushed open, and a spirited and handsome old man in Zhongshan suit was pushed in unsteadily. He angrily shouted at the person behind him, "Why push me? I can walk." "Oh, you can walk? Then hurry up and go in." The voice of complaint came from behind the old man. Helpless, the old man could only walk into the room. Upon entering, he didn't look at Chu Chen but looked around. Following him was a middle-aged woman in a floral shirt. "Old man, what are you looking at?" The woman, seeing the old man not moving forward, asked curiously. The old man grumbled discontentedly, "You're meddling in everything." Seeing the two of them come in, Wang Dagan quickly stood up to offer them seats. Chu Chen was a little curious and was also sizing up the old man and the middle-aged woman. The middle-aged woman, not polite at all, saw the old man not moving. She walked straight to the tea table, pulled out a chair, and sat down. Opening her mouth, she said, "Young man, is this where fortune-telling is done?" Chu Chen smiled, "Yes. What do you want to know?" The middle-aged woman, hearing his question, looked puzzled and kept looking at Chu Chen up and down. There was a hint of disbelief in her eyes. "I don't believe it. A fortune-teller so young?" She turned to Wang Dagan, "Can you tell fortunes?" Wang Dagan was scared and quickly waved his hand, "Auntie, I can't, it's not me." The middle-aged woman saw that Wang Dagan was an honest person and knew he wasn't lying. She then looked at Chu Chen. Chu Chen smiled slightly. "What do you want? Let me try, okay?" Before the middle-aged woman could speak, the old man behind her was not happy. You are superstitious. In this day and age, you still believe in fortune-telling." The middle-aged woman turned and scolded, "You are not superstitious, then help me find something. I'm being bullied by my daughter-in-law, and you're not helping me." As she spoke, tears were about to fall. For a moment, the old man was a bit speechless. Seeing this, Chu Chen took out a tissue and handed it to the middle-aged woman. The middle-aged woman, not polite either, took the tissue and wiped her tears. At this point, Chu Chen couldn't help but ask, "Auntie, are you looking for something?" With tears in her eyes, the middle-aged woman talked about the situation at home. The old man's name was Gao Dai, her husband, and she was Wang Aimei. They had a son named Gao Shan and a daughter-in-law named Li Linglong, who got married a few years ago. The family was relatively well off, owning 2 sets of houses close to each other. The young couple lived in one set, while the elderly couple lived in the other. The son had always been filial, although not living together, he would often come to visit his parents. The daughter-in-law was also good, with very few conflicts with her mother-in-law. Gao Dai had retired from the army, and it was supposed to be a time for the elderly couple to enjoy their later years. However, the son Gao Shan insisted on buying another house and asked the elderly couple for some money. It wasn't a bad thing for the son to buy a house, so the elderly couple agreed. They took the opportunity to assess how much valuable items they had at home, how much cash and savings they had. It was good to have an idea in case they needed it in the future. The trouble came when Wang Aimei remembered she had a set of gold jewelry. When they were tidying up the house, she had seen it, and she even mentioned it to her husband. She had saved up this set of jewelry in a certain way. Then, when the son and daughter-in-law came home for dinner, Wang Aimei casually put the set of jewelry down. But that night, after the children had left, Wang Aimei found that the set of jewelry was missing. Coincidentally, the daughter-in-law had been in their room. Wang Aimei couldn't sleep at all, wondering how the jewelry had disappeared. When she finally gathered the courage to ask her daughter-in-law, she said she hadn't seen it, and when she went into their room, she took something else, which Wang Aimei knew. The daughter-in-law was also aggrieved. Not being short of money herself, why would she steal gold that couldn't be easily sold? Even now, she was particularly angry about Wang Aimei's accusation. The young cried, the old was sad. Wang Aimei was also sad and didn't know whether to console her or not. Gao Date and Gao Shan also had no experience. Besides comforting their wives, they were helpless. This set of gold jewelry became a thorn in Wang Aimei's heart. The most urgent task now was to find that set of gold jewelry. After finishing the story, Wang Aimei's eyes still held tears. The daughter-in-law was wronged, and she herself was not feeling well. Chu Chen had not spoken yet, and Gao Date behind Wang Aimei couldn't help but shout loudly. I said, "Old lady, for our family matters, do you think finding a fortune teller can solve them? I think it's like seeking help from a quack doctor. Moreover, can this young man really tell fortunes? Isn't it a waste of time if we can't find one?" Wang Aimei became anxious upon hearing this. Old man, this is where you are wrong. Why do I have to make you happy in everything I do? What's wrong with this young man? I think this young man is quite good. Besides, let's just give it a try. If it works, great. If not, it's okay. Shu Chen found it somewhat amusing to see the old couple arguing endlessly. Yes, we should give it a try. Unexpectedly, Gao Date rushed towards Chu Chen and said, Young man, don't take on tasks beyond your capabilities. Chu Chen raised an eyebrow. Don't you trust me? Gao Date looked at Chu Chen coldly, snorted, and bluntly scolded. Kid, when I was fighting the enemy on the battlefield, you weren't even born yet. I've been through all kinds of hardships and challenges. Your current behavior would be considered deceitful in the old society. Chu Chen wasn't offended by his words, as older people tend to be more stubborn. It was his old partner Wang Aimei who was unhappy and complained to Gao Date. How can you speak ill of this young man? Gao Date was irritated by his wife's scolding but dared not say a word. Seeing the old couple bickering, Chu Chen felt a warm feeling in his heart. Old partner, lifelong companion. He could stay with Si Charan until old age, and it would probably be a similar scene. After some contemplation, Chu Chen then said to Gao Date, let me give it a try. We can make a bet. If I find the solution, you can decide on the fee for the fortune-telling. If I fail, I will cover the cost of this set of gold jewelry. Upon hearing this, Wang Aimei was stunned. Gao Date looked incredulous. Young man, you better think this through. A set of gold jewelry may not be extremely expensive, but it's not cheap either. He then glanced around Chu Chen's office. Don't take on tasks beyond your capabilities. By then, I will give you a discount on this shabby storefront. Chu Chen smiled faintly and calmly said, Sir, is my proposal acceptable? After some consideration, Gao Date realized he wouldn't lose out either way. And if they couldn't find a solution, he would receive a set of gold jewelry. This way, both the old couple and their daughter-in-law would be pleased. He then said, Young man, it's a deal. No turning back now. Chu Chen took a teacup, poured tea for Gao Date, and placed it in front of him. Gao Date didn't hesitate to reach for the cup. Chu Chen deliberately placed the cup slowly, and at the moment it touched the table, Gao Date's hand reached out. Their fingers coincidentally touched each other. Gao Date lifted the cup and took a sip, treating the tea as if it were wine. In that brief moment of contact, Chu Chen saw all the information about him. Name, Gao Date, bank account balance, 521,203 yuan, properties owned, 2 sets, vehicles owned, 0, hidden money, 500 in the pocket, spouse, Wang Aimei, son and Yao Shanfei daughter-in-law, Li Linglong, Special Combat Hero Medal, 1, First Class Combat Hero Medal, 3, Second Class Hero Model Medal, 2, Chu Chen looked at Gao Date's information and felt moved. So many medals, each earned with real sacrifices. In the army, there is a saying, stand to receive the third-class merit, sit to receive the second-class merit, lie down to receive the first-class merit. It shows how difficult it is to receive a medal. Chu Chen looked at the old man. Although the old man appeared calm after entering, he still exuded a vigorous aura from years of high-ranking danger, which would inadvertently emanate. Facing the old man's array of medals, Chu Chen felt embarrassed to charge a fee. But just this glance left Gao Date speechless. Kid, what are you looking at? Shu Chen respectfully said, I am looking at a war hero, looking at someone who exchanged blood and flesh for peace. It is your heroic killing of enemies on the battlefield that allows me to run a small shop in peace today. Upon hearing this, the old man's heart softened instantly, looking at Shu Chen with some surprise. Wang Aimei suddenly burst into tears. Old man, it seems that someone understands you. Unexpectedly, Gao Dai, this young man actually knew about him. With a stern tone, he asked, how did you know? Shu Chen said, I figured it out. Upon hearing this, Gao Dai finally looked at Shu Chen directly. Auntie, place your right hand on the tea table. Shu Chen didn't dwell on Gao Dai's doubts. It was time to find something now. After wiping her tears, Wang Aimei placed her right hand on the tea table. Young man, is this okay? Shu Chen smiled. Yes, I will read your poem. He then held Wang Aimei's right hand, pretending to carefully examine her palm lines. His eyes secretly glanced at the top of Wang Aimei's head. Name, Wang Aimei, bank account balance, 421,203 yuan, properties owned, 0, vehicles owned, 0, hidden money, 20,000 Maodai liquor boxes, spouse, Gao Dai, son Yao Shanfei daughter-in-law, Li Linglong, 2 jade cat's eye pendants, second layer of the wardrobe at home, 2 pearl necklaces, second layer of the wardrobe at home, 3 silver anklets, second layer of the wardrobe at home, 1 set of gold jewelry, inside the cabinet gap at home. With this information in mind, Shu Chen had a clue. He released Wang Aimei's hand and poured tea for the 2 elderly people. Wang Aimei was eager. Young man, have you figured something out? Although Gao Dai did not speak harshly, there was still a hint of doubt in his eyes. Shu Chen smiled and reassured Wang Aimei, don't worry, that set of jewelry you mentioned is still in your home. This statement instantly reassured Wang Aimei. Oh, good that it's at home. Suddenly feeling a bit embarrassed, she wanted to ask but didn't know how. Shu Chen could see the old lady's confusion at a glance and firmly told her, it's in your home. Wang Aimei's face lit up. That's great, that's great. With your words, I can rest assured. In fact, Gao Dai didn't really believe that Shu Chen figured it out. Simply put, can you look at a palm and immediately know where something is? Kid, why does your statement sound off to me? Shu Chen asked, what's wrong? You said the thing is in my house? Shu Chen nodded. If it's in our house, why couldn't we find it after searching for so long? Isn't this contradictory to what you said? Shu Chen smiled. No contradiction. We searched, but maybe not in the right place. Wang Aimei curiously asked, then where is it? Shu Chen said, is there a small cabinet inside your wardrobe? Wang Aimei, upon hearing this, vigorously nodded. Yes, there is a small cabinet. Soon after, he immediately realized the problem and asked Shu Chen in amazement, how did you know there is a small cabinet in my wardrobe? Shu Chen said, I calculated it. Gao Dai spoke up, stop the nonsense, you too. Young man, quickly tell me, where is the set of gold jewelry? Shu Chen smirked, old man, I can even calculate the 500 yuan in your pants. How could I not know where your set of gold jewelry is? With these words from Shu Chen, Gao Dai and his wife were shocked. Wang Aimei cursed, alright, you old rascal. At this age, you still hide money? You have the nerve? Aren't you embarrassed? Gao Dai didn't care about being scolded by his wife because that wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was how Shu Chen knew about the hidden money. Could he see it even when it was hidden in his pants? Did this kid watch when he hid the money? This kid must be a real weirdo. But thinking about it, it's not very likely. After all, this is something only he should know. Gao Dai stared wide-eyed. How did you know? Shu Chen smiled slightly, finding it hard to understand why the older generation always liked to hide money in their pants. Even without a system, he could make a rough guess. Now that Gao Dai asked him, he had to pretend and said, as I told you, I calculated all these. Gao Dai slapped his head, leaned back, and said, oh my, I've met a master. Wang Aimei ignored his ramblings. Quickly, where did you get the money? How did you save up so much? Gao Dai felt like crying but had no tears, his old face filled with shame. Oh, you old woman, why ask me now? What are you afraid of? Hurry up and tell me, where did the money come from? Well, every time you ask me to buy soy sauce, I take some leftover money. After doing this a few times, I managed to save up. Saving this money wasn't easy. Old man, don't think about hiding it. When we get home, you will hand over this money to me. The old couple had almost finished their quarrel, and Wang Aimei finally remembered to ask Shu Chen, young man, can you tell me now? Where is the set of jewelry? At this point, there was no need to be mysterious anymore. Shu Chen said, there is a small cabinet in the wardrobe. Check the crevice of the small cabinet. Wang Aimei nodded quickly. Oh, okay. Young man, thank you. Without your help, I really would have been wrongly accused by my wife. Shu Chen laughed. You are too polite. Hurry home and search. If you find it, won't you feel more at ease? Wang Aimei said, okay, I'll go back first. At this moment, Gaude asked, "Young man, how much do you charge for this?" Shuchen took a sip of tea. "As I said before, you decide on the fee." Gaude nodded secretly. "Young man, you have helped us so much. I will definitely not shortchange you in terms of money." Shuchen smiled and pointed to the QR code on the table. "Then you decide." Gaude patted Wang Aimei. "Old woman, pay up." "Oh, okay." Although Wang Aimei was getting older, she still wanted to learn about the chat apps and QR codes used by young people. She was afraid of falling behind, so she took out her phone, scanned the QR code on the table, and entered an amount. Shuchen just brewed tea with his head down, also glancing at the remaining tea leaves. It seemed like there wasn't much left. He would have to get some more from Wang Chenkuan another day. After scanning the QR code, Wang Aimei was ready to show it to Chu Chen. Chu Chen waved his hand. "You hurry home and search for things." Wang Aimei was not pretentious. She thanked Gaude and left. Chu Chen saw the back of the old couple leaving and murmured to himself, "I hope the old couple live a long life." Ring ring ring. The phone on the table suddenly rang. Chu Chen looked down and saw that it was from Si Mingran. He couldn't help but feel a bit strange. What has this girl been busy with lately? She hasn't shown up. But now she's calling him, wondering if something is wrong? "Hello, Mingran, what's up?" Si Mingran's voice came from the phone, authoritative but pleasant. "Brother-in-law, you promised to make me famous. When will you fulfill it?" Shu Chen was stunned at the words. He kept recalling whether he had said or promised Mingran this. Vaguely, it seemed like he had promised. Feeling a bit regretful for agreeing too quickly, Shu Chen kindly advised, "Mingran, don't be in a hurry. Isn't your brother-in-law busy opening a store recently? After I'm done with this period of busyness, I will plan it out properly." Si Mingran on the other end sounded disappointed, dragging out his words. "Oh, I see." Shu Chen could tell from the voice that the child was not happy. After all, she was his little sister-in-law, so he quickly comforted her. "Don't rush. Haste makes waste. How about this, you go buy a couple of bags, like Gucci, donkey bag, or Sanawishing, to spruce up the place. Don't worry, your brother-in-law will reimburse you for the money." Upon hearing the word reimburse, Si Mingran on the phone suddenly shouted loudly, "Brother-in-law, you're so good." Chu Chen smiled, feeling pleased as he listened to his little sister-in-law's excitement on the phone. After hanging up, Chu Chen brewed another pot of tea for himself. This matter is not urgent. It's not enough to just have money to make someone famous. You also need connections, good scripts, and you have to consider the current policy direction. In the end, whether one can become famous is truly a mystery. If all else fails, you can only spend money. Chu Chen pondered over this matter as he played with the purple sand teacup in his hand. Today, the internet celebrity brother Nyo is doing a live broadcast on the Antique Street. This internet celebrity anchor with hundreds of thousands of fans is currently holding a selfie stick. Facing the camera on his phone, he excitedly greeted his viewers. "Brothers, today, I'm at this place called Antique Street. This street has a long history and is one of the famous cultural attractions in our city. Today, I'll show you what kind of shops are on this street." As he spoke, internet celebrity brother Nyo held the selfie stick. Excitedly moving forward, he would say a few words in front of each shop he passed. "I remember this shop. It's all about collecting ancient coins. When I was young, my dad used to bring me here to play. I've been to this shop when I was young too. It specializes in collecting items from the Song dynasty. They say the boss has a sharp eye. One look and he knows." As he walked, internet celebrity brother Nyo arrived at Chu Chen's fortune-telling shop. After looking around, he curiously asked in front of the camera, "When did this shop open? I remember last time I was here, I didn't see this shop." Then, internet celebrity brother Nyo said excitedly, "Brothers, shall we go in and take a look? If you want to go in, type 1. If you don't want to go in, type 2. As soon as he finished speaking, the screen was instantly filled with ones. It made people dizzy. Wow! Look at that! Everyone is so enthusiastic. Clearly, there are more ones in the barrage. Since everyone agrees to go in, I'll tell the truth, I personally want to go in and take a look too. Nowadays, where can you find fortune-telling? As soon as I saw this shop, I knew something was fishy, brother Nil. So, since everyone is willing to go in and take a look, I'll play the role of an explorer for once. Let's go in together and take a look." With these words, the internet celebrity brother Nyo, along with his selfie stick and his fans, entered the fortune-telling house. After the internet celebrity brother Nyo came in, he didn't forget to evaluate the decoration of this courtyard in front of the camera. "Take a look, everyone. Although this courtyard is not big, but in terms of environmental layout, it's relatively quaint. It looks more in line with the style of an antique street." Then the internet celebrity brother Nyo adjusted his expression and said to his fans in the live broadcast room, "Dear friends in the live broadcast room, Today we are exploring a fortune-telling house on the antique street. Think about the fortune tellers we've seen before. They usually just set up a stall by the roadside. Now fortune-telling houses are opening for business. Today, let's go and see what this so-called fortune-telling house really is. At this point, the fans in the live broadcast room sent barrage messages. Brother Nyo, get your fortune told. Exactly. Go ahead, see how your love luck is. Brother Nyo, since you're already there, just get a reading on the side. This courtyard looks nice. Seeing the barrage messages from everyone in the live broadcast room, the internet celebrity Brother Nyo chuckled. Since we're here, we definitely have to get a reading. If the reading is inaccurate, we'll expose them. With a confident look on his face, the internet celebrity Brother Nyo, holding his selfie stick, walked into the room with a sign saying fortune telling, please come in. Pushing the door open, he saw an antique tea table with a young man sitting behind it. The internet celebrity Brother Nyo was taken aback. Is this where fortune telling is done? The muffled voice startled Chu Chen, who was lost in thought. Chu Chen looked up. A burly man with a selfie stick was standing at the door, staring at him. Upon being addressed, he was a bit slow to react. Hello, I am the fortune teller. Looking at the man's equipment, which seemed to belong to an internet celebrity, he asked with some doubt, are you here for a reading? The internet celebrity Brother Nyo chuckled. Let me introduce myself. I am Brother Nyo, a popular internet celebrity with tens of thousands of fans. Today, we are live streaming our exploration, and coincidentally, we passed by your shop. After speaking, he looked at Chu Chen expectantly. Chu Chen was puzzled. So, are you here for a reading? Slapping his thigh, the internet celebrity Brother Nyo, in a manner suggesting he was giving face, said, Brother, this is not fun at all. Look, a popular internet celebrity like me coming to your shop is giving you face. Shouldn't the reading be free? Chu Chen pursed his lips. He never expected to encounter a popular internet celebrity exploring his shop. Taking a sip of tea, he calmly said, here, readings are paid based on the results. The internet celebrity Brother Nyo was astonished. Brother, you're doing business like this. You can pay based on the results? Chu Chen replied, if the reading is accurate and helpful, you can pay more. If you feel it's not right, you are free to leave. The internet celebrity Brother Nyo gave Chu Chen a thumbs up. Brother, you're something else. Chu Chen took out a teacup, poured a cup of tea for Brother Nyo, and placed it in front of him. So, what do you want a reading on? The internet celebrity Brother Nyo didn't rush to respond to Chu Chen's question. Instead, he held his selfie stick, turned his back to Chu Chen, positioning the camera on the two of them. The internet celebrity Brother Nyo excitedly made a victory gesture. Friends, today during our exploration, we encountered a particularly unique shop. Those who have already entered know that I came to a fortune-telling house today. Having a fortune-telling house itself is already unique. Who would have thought that they also pay based on the results here? Chu Chen watched him rant in front of the camera and felt a slow anger rising within him. Friend, do you want to have your fortune told? The internet-famous Brother Nyo turned around and saw Chu Chen, chuckling, sure, definitely. What a great opportunity. Then, with a twinkle in his eye, he smiled and said, just tell me, do I have any children? Chu Chen glanced at him and calmly replied, okay. Just as he was about to speak, the internet-famous Brother Nyo waved his hand and said, wait, I won't take advantage of you like this. If you get it right, I'll pay you whatever you ask for. But if you get it wrong, don't blame me for causing trouble in your shop. After saying that, a sly gleam flashed in the internet-famous Brother Nyo's eyes. Chu Chen's heart skipped a beat slightly. He wouldn't make a mistake. This person probably isn't as simple as just an internet celebrity. Of course. Brother Nyo clapped his hands. Great. Let's do it. You're a businessman after all, always straightforward. Shall we begin? Chu Chen said, extend your left hand and place it on the tea table. Although the internet-famous Brother Nyo didn't understand, he still did as told. Chu Chen held his hand and pretended to read his palm. Just as Chu Chen held Brother Nyo's left hand, a long-lost voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding! Detected the other party's intentions. System bestows the host with a defense skill. Skill 1. Can understand others' intentions towards the host. Skill 2. Can foresee events in others' future. Chu Chen furrowed his brow tightly, but inside, he was already smiling. The system was really powerful, always giving him new surprises at critical moments. These two skills were enough to protect himself. Seeing Chu Chen furrow his brow, the internet-famous Brother Nyo curiously asked, Brother, did you see something? Ignoring his question, Chu Chen silently looked at the top of his head. But with just one look, Chu Chen's heart raced with excitement, almost blurting out. Because above the internet-famous Brother Nyo's head displayed several lines of information. Name, Nyo Haoren, 4998 bank account balance, 683,923 yuan, properties, 2 in total, vehicles, 1, hidden money, 20,000 behind the wedding photo frame, spouse, Zhao Bauer, son, Niu Hui, not biological, daughter, Niu Li, biological, intention. To discredit Chu Chen's fortune-telling shop, Future will encounter a major car accident. After understanding this information, Chu Chen released the internet-famous brother Niu's hand. He picked up the purple clay cup, took a sip of tea, and calmly pondered his next move. Since the other party clearly came to discredit him, it seemed inappropriate to let him leave without causing some trouble. Seeing Chu Chen just drinking tea without speaking, the internet-famous brother Niu became a bit anxious and urgently asked Chu Chen, "Brother, can you really figure it out?" Chu Chen put down the cup and said, "I can figure it out, but you better be prepared." Upon hearing this, the internet-famous brother Niu laughed, holding his selfie stick in his hand, and smiling at the camera. See, he couldn't figure anything out. Just playing tricks. "Guys, today I'll show you what it means to cause trouble." Chu Chen spoke again, "Don't you want to hear what I figured out?" Brother Niu chuckled, "Alright, let's hear it first. See what this kid can figure out? I'll make it clear. If he's wrong, I'll really cause trouble in the shop." Chu Chen calmly said, "You have a daughter." As soon as the words were out, the internet-famous brother Niu burst into laughter. "Kid, you got it all wrong." He even aimed his phone's camera at Chu Chen. "Everyone, look, this guy couldn't figure anything out. Just playing tricks here. Saying I have a daughter. Those who often watch my live streams know that I have a son and a daughter. This guy doesn't know anything, just guessing." Chu Chen listened to his words, but he was not angry. He repeated lightly, "I said, you have a daughter." The internet-famous Bull brother's face changed when he saw him speaking seriously. "What do you mean?" At this moment, his eyes inadvertently saw the barrage floating on the phone screen. Instantly caught Bull brother's attention. "This guy looks pretty handsome, really good at talking nonsense. Must have miscalculated. Bull brother's family is a good pair. Could it be that what he meant was, the daughter is biological, the son is not? Oh my, guy upstairs, you have a great imagination. You can think of this, you are also talented." In a flash, a green light flashed through Bull brother's mind. His face suddenly changed drastically, his eyes revealing anger, staring at Chu Chen. "You said I only have one daughter? What do you mean?" Chu Chen looked at his appearance and slowly said, "I don't care what others say. What I calculated is, you only have one daughter." Upon hearing this, Bull brother got angry, slammed his hands on the tea table, and roared at Chu Chen, "Kid, don't talk nonsense. Dare to talk nonsense, believe it or not, I'll smash your shop?" Chu Chen looked up at him and said, "Weren't you here to smash the shop in the first place?" In an instant, Bull brother's eyes widened, a look of disbelief on his face. How did he know about this? The matter of letting him smash the shop was arranged by a big shot who paid him. As for Chu Chen, no, he was the victim. How did he know? Seeing Bull brother's confusion, Chu Chen took a sip of tea and slowly said, "I calculated it." Bull brother instantly broke out in a cold sweat. But immediately, he saw that the fans in the live broadcast room were still voicing their support. He could only grit his teeth, point at Chu Chen, and curse, "Kid, don't think I won't dare to smash your shop. I'm going to do a paternity test now. If you're wrong, I'll come back and smash your shop." After saying that, he turned to leave. "Wait!" Chu Chen's voice rang out. The internet-famous Bull brother turned around, his eyes red with anger as he shouted, "Kid, what else do you want?" Chu Chen sighed, "Although you have a bad attitude towards me, but, out of humanitarian considerations, I still want to remind you, be careful on your way back, drive safely." The internet-famous Bull brother widened his eyes again and angrily shouted, "Kid, don't curse me. Believe it or not, I'll smash your shop now." Chu Chen didn't care about the attitude of this Bull brother. According to the system's prompt, if he couldn't avoid this car accident, if he couldn't avoid it, wouldn't he be a dead man? Since he was a dead man, why care about his attitude? "I'm just kindly reminding you, believe it or not." After saying that, he poured himself another cup of tea, as if the Bull brother's anger had nothing to do with him. Bull brother stood still, pondered for a moment, and then dropped a harsh remark, "Fine, if your calculation is wrong, I'll still say it, I'll come back and smash your shop." With that, he turned and left the studio. Chu Chen watched his back silently sipping his tea. The internet-famous Bull brother came out of the quadrangle and ran all the way to the parking lot. Sitting in the car, Bull brother calmed down and apologized to the brothers in the live broadcast room. "Brothers, today's exploration of the shop unexpectedly encountered such a thing. It's beyond my expectations. I'm going home now, taking the kids for a paternity test. If that kid is wrong, I will definitely come back and broadcast smashing the shop for you." Instantly, the barrage in the live broadcast room kept flying. "Bull brother, I support you. This kid today is too arrogant. Bull brother, smash his sign. Bull brother is in a good mood today, didn't directly hit him. Bull brother, looking forward to your shop-smashing live broadcast. Do you need help? I'll bring a few brothers over to support the scene. Brother Nyo looked at the barrage and waved his hand boldly. Thanks, brothers. I won't end the live broadcast for now. I'll go home first and take the kids for an appraisal. After saying that, he placed his phone on the stand used for live streaming, fastened his seatbelt, started the car, and drove off. Along the way, Brother Nyo's thoughts had flown somewhere unknown. Shu Chen's words, like a curse echoing in his ears, made him restless, thinking of his children, who had always been his pride and joy, but now they were the source of his heartache. Beep beep beep. The car behind was honking frantically, urging the car in front. Brother Nyo looked up and saw that the traffic light ahead was already green, but the honking from behind was short and urgent, making Brother Nyo extremely irritated. He felt a strong desire to escape from this place. Damn, what's the rush? Muttering curses, he started the car and stepped hard on the gas pedal. The car immediately surged forward with a buzzing sound. At that moment, Brother Nyo noticed a red truck approaching crazily from the left front. It was heading straight towards his car as if in a frenzy. It was clear that the truck ran the red light, but his car was already moving forward. If he didn't brake, the red truck would crash into his car, causing certain destruction. Fortunately, Brother Nyo reacted swiftly and slammed on the brakes. The screeching tires rubbed against the ground frantically. The piercing sound of brakes echoed in the middle of the road. A smell of burned plastic filled the entire car. While Brother Nyo was braking frantically, the driver of the red truck on the left was also trying to brake hard. Finally, amid the piercing screech, both cars came to a stop. There was only about a fist's distance between the front of the truck and Brother Nyo's car. Brother Nyo was sweating profusely, panting heavily with his mouth wide open. He slowly turned his head to the left and saw the front of the red truck clearly visible on his left. K. Bang! A loud noise. The driver behind Brother Nyo saw the sudden situation unfolding. Unable to brake in time, the car crashed directly into the back of Brother Nyo's car. With a huge inertia, Brother Nyo threw himself towards the steering wheel. Then, everything went black, and he lost consciousness. When he woke up, he found himself still in the car. His vision was blurry, and he vaguely saw a circle of firefighters surrounding him. Brother Nyo felt a splitting headache, as if his head was not his own. The phone used for live streaming, although slightly damaged, was still broadcasting, but the barrage in Brother Nyo's live stream was now full of comments. Did that guy from the fortune-telling shop know that Brother Nyo would have a car accident? Damn, he said to drive carefully. So that's what he meant? He's truly amazing. His predictions are so accurate. Oh my god, did he really have a car accident? How is Brother Nyo? Is he okay? At this moment, Brother Nyo, feeling a severe headache, remembered what Chu Chen had told him. Drive carefully. He couldn't help but be shocked. Could it be? Could all of this have been predicted by him? Suddenly, Brother Nyo was dumbfounded. As for what would happen to Brother Nyo next, Chu Chen didn't care. After all, he had already given the warning. He looked at the time, realizing that it was late and no one else would probably come. He stood up and started tidying up the tea table, thinking about what to cook for dinner tonight. Why not make the braised beef with tomatoes that Si Churan likes? It's not a bad idea. As he cleaned up the teacups and teapots, he thought about how to prepare dinner. Chu Chen now took care of all the household chores, and his cooking skills were constantly improving. Even Si Churan's taste had become quite picky under his influence. At that moment, the door of the studio was pushed open. Hello, is Mr. Chu Chen working here? A pleasant female voice sounded at the door. Chu Chen curiously looked up to see a woman in professional attire standing at the door. Beautiful face, well-proportioned figure. Behind her stood a young man of similar age, dressed casually. Even their clothes were almost matching in color. It seemed like a deliberate choice of couple colors. Chu Chen silently praised in his heart, a well-matched couple. He set down the purple sand teacup in his hand and replied, I am Chu Chen, may I ask who you are? Upon hearing Chu Chen acknowledge his identity, the young woman immediately smiled and elegantly walked in. Gracefully, she walked up to Chu Chen and extended her right hand. Mr. Chu, hello. My name is Li Linglong. Chu Chen furrowed his brows slightly. This name seemed somewhat familiar, like he had heard it somewhere before. Although he couldn't quite recall at the moment, Chu Chen politely reached out his right hand to shake hers. The moment his hand touched Li Linglong's, Chu Chen knew who she was. A line of information about her immediately appeared above the beauty's head. Name, Li Linglong, bank account balance, 2,891,423 yuan, properties owned, 1 set, vehicles owned, 2, hidden money, 20,000 under the Buick spare tire, spouse, Gao Shanfei, father, Li Aigua mother, Zhou Hongmei, in-laws, Gao De Wang Aimei, assets, Shanlong Fashion Group, asset size 1 billion, purpose, to thank Xu Chen for help and establish a relationship. Future, vehicle will be scratched. Seeing this information, Xu Chen remembered, Li Linglong, daughter-in-law of Gao De and Wang Aimei. Coming over today with a smile on her face, it seemed like the matter was resolved. However, Xu Chen frowned slightly as he looked at the information about her future. Are people so careless about safety when driving nowadays? That internet-famous bull brother also showed signs of an accident on his way back. I wonder if he has safely reached home. And now, this beauty will also encounter a car accident in the future. This made Xu Chen couldn't help but comment in his heart, can't people drive properly nowadays? As he thought about it, he couldn't help but sigh. However, his sigh made Li Linglong a bit puzzled, thinking she had done something wrong. Fortunately, Xu Chen quickly realized the issue, withdrew his hand, and politely replied, "Hello. Is everything at home sorted out?" Although Li Linglong didn't understand why he sighed, it wasn't the time to dwell on it now. She answered with a smile, "My mother-in-law's set of gold jewelry has been found. I am really grateful for your help." "Thanks to your foresight," Xu Chen said lightly, "it's nothing, it's what I should do." Li Linglong took out a paper bag, full of gratitude on her face, and said, "Mr. Xu, I came here today to thank you in person for your help." She then handed the paper bag to Xu Chen. "This is a small token of appreciation, please accept it." Xu Chen did not take the paper bag, even though it looked very high-end. He said calmly, "You are too kind. This is what I should do. Besides, the fortune-telling fee has already been paid by the two elderly people. No need for gifts." Li Linglong was momentarily stunned when he refused, her face showing surprise. She didn't expect Xu Chen to reject her so directly. However, she quickly regained her smile. "Mr. Xu, you are too kind. The jewelry is secondary. The main thing is if we can't find that set of gold jewelry. I'm afraid it's hard to untie the knot in my heart, so we came specifically to thank you." However, Xu Chen still refused to accept her things. Li Linglong saw that he was not moved by the gift, feeling somewhat embarrassed. At this moment, Gao Shanfei behind her spoke up, "Mr. Xu, the gift is not a problem, but if you don't accept it, Linglong may not be able to sleep tonight." Xu Chen neither agreed nor disagreed, smiling slightly, "Since I run a fortune-telling shop, naturally we have our rules. For things not earned by my own labor, I shouldn't take them. Moreover, your two elders have already given money. It may not be appropriate to accept gifts now, right?" Li Linglong and Gao Shanfei exchanged a glance, feeling that this person seemed different from others. However, Li Linglong was truly grateful to Xu Chen from the bottom of her heart. Regarding this jewelry incident, the jewelry was secondary. The key point was, if the jewelry couldn't be found, the estrangement between the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law might increase. So Xu Chen also avoided a family dispute. But seeing Xu Chen so resolute, Li Linglong had a thought. She took out a golden card from her bag and handed it to Xu Chen, still smiling, saying, "Mr. Xu, thanks to your help this time. We came here specifically to thank you. How about this? Here is a VIP card from our own clothing store. If the women in your family buy clothes, they can get a 20% discount with this card. This membership card is neither expensive nor inappropriate." Xu Chen looked at Li Linglong's sincere expression, then at the golden card in her hand. After some thought, he realized that he hadn't bought his wife any nice clothes recently. Thinking about how hard his daughter-in-law was living, Xu Chen's heart wavered. It had to be said that Li Linglong's words struck a chord with him. Li Linglong, being astute, saw Xu Chen hesitating and quickly stuffed the card into his hand. "Just this one membership card, maybe it won't be used much in the future." Xu Chen, looking at the card in his hand, gratefully said, "Thank you then." Li Linglong felt relieved seeing Xu Chen accept the gift. At this point, Xu Chen spoke up, "Since I've accepted this card, I should remind you both." When Xu Chen mentioned a reminder, Li Linglong and Gao Shanfei looked puzzled. "What do you mean?" Xu Chen said, "When you two go back later, drive safely. Watch out for minor scrapes." Hearing this, they were a bit confused, and Li Linglong asked in confusion, "Mr. Xu, what does this mean?" Xu Chen smiled, "Just what it sounds like." Gao Shanfei didn't pay much attention to his words, just thanked him verbally. Seeing this, Xu Chen didn't say anything more. After seeing off Li Linglong and the others, Xu Chen immediately closed the door and went home to cook for his wife. Antique Street parking lot. In a black Audi A4, Li Linglong was touching up her makeup in the passenger seat. Gao Shanfei fastened his seatbelt in the driver's seat and curiously asked her, "Wife, why are you so good to this kid? You even gave him the gold card from the store." Li Linglong put down the mirror in her hand, turned to Gao Shanfei, and said, "Although I don't really believe in so-called fortune tellers, but I have to admit, that set of gold jewelry was indeed predicted by him. Such a talented person from a different place, while not exactly trying to win favor, it's good to be familiar with them. If we encounter any problems in the future, we might need their help. Gao Shanfei seemed to understand. Wife, do you really believe in these charlatans? Li Linglong gave him a look. We should keep good relations with such people. This time, we really owe him, otherwise we might have been wrongly accused. Did your parents say anything about this? Mom didn't say anything. Dad just thought this Chu Chen was too amazing. Gao Shanfei answered Li Linglong's question. In his heart, he still thought that fortune-telling was too rare. At this time, Li Linglong asked in confusion, by the way, how credible do you think Chu Chen's story about the car accident is? Gao Shanfei felt a bit ridiculous and shook his head. I think he's talking nonsense. Although he has studied some fortune-telling metaphysics, it's too coincidental to meet us and say there will be a car accident. I think he's deliberately showing off his mystery. Li Linglong thought for a moment. Since he was able to find mother-in-law's jewelry through this so-called metaphysics, it's highly likely that what he said about the car accident is true. Anyway, be careful when you drive later. Gao Shanfei nodded helplessly. Okay, I'll listen to you. As he said this, he started the car, ready to take his wife home. Gao Shanfei drove very carefully all the way, completely changing his previous reckless driving style. Finally, Gao Shanfei drove the car safely back to their home downstairs. Even finding a parking space went smoothly. After parking the car, Gao Shanfei sat in the driver's seat and chuckled. Wife, Chu Chen's prediction was wrong, right? We've arrived home safely, haven't we? Li Linglong didn't say anything about his arrogance, although she didn't know why they made it home safely. But nothing happened, which was good after all. Just as the two were talking, no one noticed that the silver Mercedes parked next to them was slowly starting up and moving out of the parking space. Just as the front of the car had gone out, with half of the car still in the parking space, suddenly, the silver Mercedes seemed like a wild horse off the rein. It accelerated directly and crashed into the Audi A4, hitting the back of the Mercedes on the front of Gao Shanfei's car. With a loud bang, the sound of the tires scraping against the ground instantly rang out. The huge sound made people's teeth itch involuntarily. The Mercedes rushed straight towards the wall. The speed was so fast that people couldn't react. Just as the car was about to hit the wall, it suddenly stopped. Where the car had passed, the marks left by the tires were obvious and heavy. Li Linglong and Gao Shanfei in the car had already been scared out of their wits, even though the Mercedes only grazed the front of their car. But this sudden impact made the whole car shake violently as if in an earthquake. Coupled with the sound of the emergency braking of the huge vehicle, the two inside were terrified. Gao Shanfei reacted first and immediately turned to look at Li Linglong beside him. After looking her up and down and confirming that she was fine, he quickly unbuckled his seatbelt, pushed open the car door, and got out. After parking the car, Gao Shanfei sat in the driver's seat and chuckled. Wife, Chu Chen's prediction was wrong, right? We've arrived home safely, haven't we? Li Linglong didn't say anything about his arrogance, although she didn't know why they made it home safely. But nothing happened, which was good after all. Just as the two were talking, no one noticed that the silver Mercedes parked next to them was slowly starting up and moving out of the parking space. Just as the front of the car had gone out, with half of the car still in the parking space, suddenly, the silver Mercedes seemed like a wild horse off the rein. It accelerated directly and crashed into the Audi A4, hitting the back of the Mercedes on the front of Gao Shanfei's car. With a loud bang, the sound of the tires scraping against the ground instantly rang out. The huge sound made people's teeth itch involuntarily. The Mercedes rushed straight towards the wall. The speed was so fast that people couldn't react. Just as the car was about to hit the wall, it suddenly stopped. Where the car had passed, the marks left by the tires were obvious and heavy. Li Linglong and Gao Shanfei in the car had already been scared out of their wits, even though the Mercedes only grazed the front of their car. But this sudden impact made the whole car shake violently as if in an earthquake. Coupled with the sound of the emergency braking of the huge vehicle, the two inside were terrified. Gao Shanfei reacted first and immediately turned to look at Li Linglong beside him. After looking her up and down and confirming that she was fine, he quickly unbuckled his seatbelt, pushed open the car door, and got out. After parking the car, Gao Shanfei sat in the driver's seat and chuckled. Wife, Chu Chen's prediction was wrong, right? We've arrived home safely, haven't we? Li Linglong didn't say anything about his arrogance, although she didn't know why they made it home safely. But nothing happened, which was good after all. Just as the two were talking, no one noticed that the silver Mercedes parked next to them was slowly starting up and moving out of the parking space. Just as the front of the car had gone out, with half of the car still in the parking space, suddenly, the silver Mercedes seemed like a wild horse off the rein. It accelerated directly and crashed into the Audi A4, hitting the back of the Mercedes on the front of Gao Shanfei's car. With a loud bang, the sound of the tires scraping against the ground instantly rang out. The huge sound made people's teeth itch involuntarily. The Mercedes rushed straight towards the wall. The speed was so fast that people couldn't react. Just as the car was about to hit the wall, it suddenly stopped. Where the car had passed, the marks left by the tires were obvious and heavy. Li Linglong and Gao Shanfei in the car had already been scared out of their wits, even though the Mercedes only grazed the front of their car. But this sudden impact made the whole car shake violently as if in an earthquake. Coupled with the sound of the emergency braking of the huge vehicle, the two inside were terrified. Gao Shanfei reacted first and immediately turned to look at Li Linglong beside him. After looking her up and down and confirming that she was fine, he quickly unbuckled his seatbelt, pushed open the car door, and got out. After parking the car, Gao Shanfei sat in the driver's seat and chuckled. "Wife, Shu Chen's prediction was wrong, right? We've arrived home safely, haven't we?" Li Linglong didn't say anything about his arrogance, although she didn't know why they made it home safely. But nothing happened, which was good after all. Just as the two were talking, no one noticed that the silver Mercedes parked next to them was slowly starting up and moving out of the parking space. Just as the front of the car had gone out, with half of the car still in the parking space, suddenly, the silver Mercedes seemed like a wild horse off the rein. It accelerated directly and crashed into the Audi A4, hitting the back of the Mercedes on the front of Gao Shanfei's car. With a loud bang, the sound of the tires scraping against the ground instantly rang out. The huge sound made people's teeth itch involuntarily. The Mercedes rushed straight towards the wall. The speed was so fast that people couldn't react. Just as the car was about to hit the wall, it suddenly stopped. Where the car had passed, the marks left by the tires were obvious and heavy. Li Linglong and Gao Shanfei in the car had already been scared out of their wits, even though the Mercedes only grazed the front of their car. But this sudden impact made the whole car shake violently as if in an earthquake. Coupled with the sound of the emergency braking of the huge vehicle, the two inside were terrified. Gao Shanfei reacted first and immediately turned to look at Li Linglong beside him. After looking her up and down and confirming that she was fine, he quickly unbuckled his seatbelt, pushed open the car door, and got out. After parking the car, Gao Shanfei sat in the driver's seat and chuckled. "Wife, Shu Chen's prediction was wrong, right? We've arrived home safely, haven't we?" Li Linglong didn't say anything about his arrogance, although she didn't know why they made it home safely. But nothing happened, which was good after all. Just as the two were talking, no one noticed that the silver Mercedes parked next to them was slowly starting up and moving out of the parking space. Just as the front of the car had gone out, with half of the car still in the parking space, suddenly, the silver Mercedes seemed like a wild horse off the rein. It accelerated directly and crashed into the Audi A4, hitting the back of the Mercedes on the front of Gao Shanfei's car. With a loud bang, the sound of the tires scraping against the ground instantly rang out. The huge sound made people's teeth itch involuntarily. The Mercedes rushed straight towards the wall. The speed was so fast that people couldn't react. Just as the car was about to hit the wall, it suddenly stopped. Where the car had passed, the marks left by the tires were obvious and heavy. Li Linglong and Gao Shanfei in the car had already been scared out of their wits, even though the Mercedes only grazed the front of their car. But this sudden impact made the whole car shake violently as if in an earthquake. Coupled with the sound of the emergency braking of the huge vehicle, the two inside were terrified. Gao Shanfei reacted first and immediately turned to look at Li Linglong beside him. After looking her up and down and confirming that she was fine, he quickly unbuckled his seatbelt, pushed open the car door, and got out. "The kid who crashed our car was drinking, and yet he still dared to drive out." But after talking for a while, Li Linglong showed no reaction at all. At this moment, Gao Shanfei finally realized what she meant. After being dumbfounded for a few seconds, he slapped his head. "Oh, right, the car was indeed crashed." It had to be said that what Shu Chen said came true. There was a hint of fear on Li Linglong's face. "This Mr. Shu, he can actually be so amazing? I finally understand why he was able to find his mother-in-law's jewelry." Gao Shanfei was stunned. "I hope I didn't offend him when I went to his shop." Li Linglong shook her head lightly. It seems that the gift was too light. In the kitchen, Shu Chen's busy figure flashed by. After skillfully preparing several dishes, Shu Chen looked at the soup simmering on the fire. He took out a ladle, scooped out a mouthful, and tasted it gently. Then he showed a satisfied smile. "Not bad, it's flavorful." Just as Shu Chen was tidying up the dining table, Sichuran's voice rang out at the door. "I'm back." Shu Chen came out smiling to greet his wife, his face beaming like the spring breeze. "Welcome back, my dear wife, you've worked hard." Sichuran looked at his playful expression, feeling a warmth surging in her heart. "What delicious food did you make tonight?" Shu Chen continued to smile, looking at Sichuran as if he had seen the most beautiful flower in the world. "Tonight, I made tomato-braised beef, which you like, and winter melon pork rib soup that you enjoy." Sichuran's smile was even more radiant. You did well. With a smile, Shu-Chen felt the whole room instantly filled with sunlight. Like a fool, he couldn't help but stare at her. Go wash your hands first, then come to eat. Shu-Chen quickly regained his composure and spoke. At the dining table, although she was very hungry, Sichuran still ate elegantly and gracefully. Shu-Chen, on the other hand, ate while keeping his eyes on Sichuran. By the way, are you free tomorrow afternoon? Sichuran broke the atmosphere, fearing that she might not be able to resist forgiving Shu-Chen if she continued to look at him like that. Shu-Chen replied, I'm free. My dear wife, just tell me if you need anything. Sichuran smiled, when did you become so smooth-tongued? My dear wife, tell me, what do you need me to do? Sichuran said, free up tomorrow afternoon to buy some clothes. Buy clothes? Shu-Chen was puzzled. Didn't you promise to accompany me to the party this weekend? I need clothes for the party, don't I? Sichuran pouted innocently, looking shy and cute. Suddenly, Shu-Chen felt like he was getting carried away. His face unconsciously turned slightly red. Alright, no problem. Tomorrow is all yours. Throughout dinner, both of them ate with difficulty. The ambiguous glances between them, the dodging and admiration, were the main theme of the dinner. After finally finishing the meal, Sichuran quickly escaped from the dining table. Once she returned to her room and closed the door, the whole room fell silent. Faintly, she could hear Shu-Chen outside tidying up the tableware, and her heartbeat accelerated. Sichuran felt her face burning, as if it had been roasted by fire. She unconsciously touched her face and muttered to herself, what's wrong with me? Sichuran was a bit puzzled. They had been married for several years and had intimate contact before, so why did she feel like a young girl now, with a racing heart and flushed face? Having dinner felt like a first love. Meanwhile, Shu-Chen, who was outside cleaning up the table, was not doing much better. He bent over like a shrimp, painstakingly placing the bowls in the dishwasher step by step. Watching his younger brother soaring high, he not only blamed himself, damn, I'm really useless. My own wife, it's not like I haven't touched her before, is it necessary? But who knew that he didn't want to dwell on the past? Now, whenever he mentioned the past to himself, the scene of the wedding night kept appearing in his mind. Si-Churan's beauty was captivating, like a shy and cute little deer. Her slightly blushing face, proud figure. Those precious moments kept flashing through Shu-Chen's mind. Immediately, Shu-Chen felt a surge of energy and blood. Like the waters of the Yellow River rushing in his body. The heat in his body kept rising. In an instant, he couldn't hold back anymore. Damn it! Feeling the changes in his body, Shu-Chen cursed. The next second, he had rushed to the bathroom. Turning on the cold water, he aimed the shower at his head. A chill spread from the top of his head to his whole body. However, Si-Churan's figure in his mind couldn't be dispelled. His younger brother's towering rise, under the cold water's drenching, refused to bow down. Shu-Chen couldn't help but smile bitterly, having such a good wife to cherish, yet refusing to live a good life. Now, it's all self-inflicted. Wanda Plaza. A gathering place for globally renowned brands. Here, famous brands in the fashion industry such as LV, Gucci, Burberry, etc. were gathered. The mall displayed a variety of clothing, bags, shoes, and other luxury goods. They looked luxurious, beautiful, and expensive. Si-Churan walked hand in hand with Shu-Chen, looking at the shops in the mall. Burberry has released new items again. The limited edition LV bags were prominently displayed in the store, showing their infinite charm to passers-by. Looking at the luxury goods in various stores, and the enthusiastic smiles of the salesgirls, Si-Churan felt a bit melancholic. It had been a long time since she had bought anything here. In these years of marriage, there had been little money at home, and even if there was some money, Shu-Chen would gamble it away. Eating was a problem for them, let alone buying luxury goods. Thinking back to the past few years, it was truly heart-wrenching. Fortunately, Shu-Chen had corrected his ways in time and turned over a new leaf. Otherwise, Si-Churan truly felt that this marriage might not last long. Thinking of this, Si-Churan couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. Turning to look at the handsome and upright Shu-Chen beside her, she felt a sense of emotion in her heart. Shu-Chen always paid attention to Si-Churan. Seeing her suddenly lost in thought, as if reminiscing about something, he couldn't help but curiously ask, "Wife, why are you looking at me? Look at the clothes. Aren't we here to buy clothes today? I won't go to the fortune-telling booth, I'll accompany you shopping 24/7. Just by accompanying Si-Churan, Shu-Chen's account balance kept rising. Shu-Chen's gaze fell on Si-Churan's attire. It had been a long time since he had gone shopping with Si-Churan. The clothes she was wearing, although beautiful and accentuating her figure, were obviously outdated. Hearing his words, Si-Churan temporarily set aside her emotions and nodded at him. Then, playfully began to calculate what they needed to buy. Although you've stopped gambling, we still need to spend money wisely. Today, let's just buy an evening gown. The previous one was taken by you. We need to buy a new one for the company's gathering. Si Charan blinked her bright eyes, seriously considering what else she needed. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, she looked down at her clean but outdated high heels, muttering to herself, yes, maybe just another pair of shoes. Hearing her words, Shu Chen felt unable to face her. A hint of red appeared on his ears. He couldn't help but curse himself in his heart. Wasn't his past self a jerk? No! What a fool! With a guilty conscience, Shu Chen immediately held Sichuran's exquisite face in his hands. He vowed, wife, it was my fault before. You can rest assured, I have corrected my ways. Today, you just focus on buying. Whatever you like, we will buy. Sichuran glanced at him indifferently and pulled his hand down. Why be so extravagant? Have you struck it rich? Let's just buy what we need. Shu Chen chuckled, scratching his head with his right hand. It's not exactly striking it rich, but the fortune-telling business has been doing well lately. Made some money here and there. Wife, don't worry, feel free to shop. Seeing his confident demeanor, Sichuran didn't think he was lying. Business is good? Seems like many people come to you for fortune-telling. Shu Chen smiled faintly. That's right. Despite his pride, Shu Chen actually had no idea how much income he made from fortune-telling. He always let the clients decide the payment. Ultimately, with the support of the system, he no longer cared about the money. Sichuran smiled contentedly, holding Shu Chen's hand, strolling in front of the luxury store. There were quite a few people out shopping today, and some well-dressed customers were already selecting items in several familiar luxury stores. Shu Chen obediently stood behind his wife, serving as a background and a bag-carrying assistant. He had already made up his mind, he would buy whatever Sichuran liked. Although there was an element of compensation, Shu Chen sincerely hoped that his wife could shop without any worries. After all, she was the one maintaining this household. Shu Chen's gaze fell on Sichuran, who was looking at clothes. The love and tenderness in his eyes shone like stars in the night sky. Meanwhile, Sichuran was surveying the clothes in the store. Her eyes quickly landed on an evening gown. It was a sea blue evening gown, looking elegant and classy overall. The sea blue color, under the light, reflected specks of starlight. From her professional perspective as a fashion designer, this dress was not only stylish but also had some unique design elements. Due to professional curiosity, Sichuran couldn't help but be intrigued by the innovative design. As she moved closer to examine it carefully, a cold voice behind her suddenly said, "Hey, if you're not buying, don't touch it." Startled by the abrupt reprimand, Sichuran trembled slightly. Turning around, she saw a sales assistant looking at her disdainfully. Seeing Sichuran looking at her, the sales assistant quickly stepped forward, positioning herself between the evening gown and Sichuran. Hearing this, Shu Chen furrowed his brows, looking slightly angry at the speaker. It was a sales assistant dressed in store attire. At that moment, she was glaring at Sichuran with disdain through her nostrils, afraid that her hands would touch the evening gown. Do you have to buy to look at it? Before Sichuran could speak, Shu Chen's questioning followed. Shu Chen had been accompanying his wife shopping for a long time. He had no idea when the shopping etiquette had changed to no buying, no looking. The sales assistant rolled her eyes, arrogantly pointing at the evening gown, saying, "The clothes in our store are very expensive. If you're not buying, don't touch them. If they get dirty, they won't sell well." Hearing her words, Shu Chen's anger flared up even more. However, Sichuran pulled his sleeve, speaking coldly, "Don't stoop to her level, let's go." Although Shu Chen was initially furious, Sichuran's gaze was firm. Helpless, he decided to listen to his wife and leave first. Sighing in resignation, Shu Chen was about to lead Sichuran away when he heard the voice of the sales assistant behind them, clearly a pauper. "Yet still planning to touch our prized possessions. Really, if it gets dirty, you can't afford to compensate." Not hearing it would have been fine, but the voice of the salesgirl was just loud enough for the two to hear. Shu Chen was starting to feel a bit unable to contain his anger. He was just about to turn around and have a good talk with her. A disdainful voice came over. "Oh, isn't this Si Charan and her husband who lives off her?" Shu Chen frowned and looked at the person speaking. He saw a plump woman with bright red lipstick squinting at them. The expression on her face seemed to say, "This is the freeloader." Surprisingly, the newcomer knew them. Si Charan frowned slightly at the plump woman. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed that Shu Chen was starting to get angry. She gently squeezed his hand, signaling him not to act impulsively. However, before Si Charan could even greet them, the salesgirl quickly approached, bowed to the plump woman, with a face full of smiles, respect, and flattery. "Sister Lu, you're here." Sister Lu glanced at the salesgirl, complaining loudly, "This store of yours, I see the standard is getting lower and lower. How come any Tom, Dick, or Harry, or freeloaders can come in? This person is indeed full of vigor." With Sister Lu's shout, people around who were shopping were immediately attracted. Seeing this, the salesgirl quickly explained, Sister Lu, they just came in to take a look and will leave soon. She turned to Chu Chen and Si Charon, gesturing with her eyes for them to leave quickly. Several groups of people had already gathered around, and upon hearing Sister Lu's words, they couldn't help but discuss, oh my, I can't believe it. Such a handsome man is actually a freeloader. Exactly. I thought he was a high-quality man. If I were as handsome as him, I would also freeload. Look at your lack of ambition. The salesgirl no longer paid attention to Chu Chen and Si Charon, smiling again, turned to Sister Lu. Enthusiastically and politely, she said, Sister, our store has new clothes, come in and take a look. Please have a seat, I'll pour you a cup of tea. Sister Lu was finally satisfied and snorted, I only drink Evian, I won't drink anything else. The salesgirl quickly promised, okay, I will definitely get you the best. After speaking, she turned and hurried to get water. Chu Chen was about to speak but was pulled by Si Charon. Si Charon looked helplessly at Chu Chen and sighed softly, let's go. Just as they were about to leave, Sister Lu blocked their way again, looking down her nose at them. Oh, not seen for a few days, you're so aloof. Not even a greeting? Seeing that they couldn't avoid it, Si Charon had to politely say, as Sister Lu said, we see you're in high spirits. We won't disturb your shopping. Besides, we're not that familiar. In work, we interact, but in life, we're not close enough to go shopping together. After saying that, she grabbed Chu Chen and was about to leave. Si Charon's logical argument made Chu Chen secretly give her a thumbs up. His woman was indeed strong-willed. However, Sister Lu once again stopped them. Charon, it's not sister criticizing you. You, such a beautiful girl, can't you find a better man? You have to follow a freeloader. You don't even have money to buy new clothes. In my opinion, you should divorce early. Let sister introduce you to a better one. After speaking, she even rolled her eyes at Chu Chen. Si Charon frowned, a hint of displeasure showing on her face. Manager Lu, you shouldn't say that. Husband and wife are one, there should be no distinction between us. Sister Lu sneered, Humph, you're just naive. Women, you must find a husband with strength. During the conversation, she looked at the middle-aged man with a smile on her face. Look at my husband, he treats me so well. Whatever I want, he buys for me. After saying that, she even flirted with the greasy man next to her. The man laughed so much that his eyes couldn't be seen, resembling Zhu Beiji in appearance and spirit. He patted the hand of Sister Lu who was holding his arm. Whatever you like, just buy it. Then he turned to look at Si Charon, with a lecherous smile on his face. Hearing his words, Sister Lu's face had several more wrinkles from smiling. However, she didn't pay attention to the lecherous smile of Zhu Beiji. She earnestly advised Si Charon, Charon, see that? When looking for a husband, you should find someone like this. You are so beautiful, you can't just settle for a freeloader. Can't even afford a nice dress. After saying that, she provocatively glanced at Chu Chen. The surrounding customers were increasing. The combination of Chu Chen and Si Charon, a handsome man and a beautiful woman, naturally attracted many eyes. However, everyone was looking at Chu Chen with curiosity and disdain. At this moment, the salesgirl walked over with 2 glasses of water. Seeing that Chu Chen and Si Charon were still there, she exclaimed in surprise, you two paupers, why haven't you left yet? I told you, our clothes are expensive. Look at what you're wearing, you definitely can't afford our store's clothes. Hurry up and leave. Don't disturb our customers looking at clothes. Impatiently, she waved her hand as if shooing away annoying mosquitoes. This attitude of the salesgirl not only made Chu Chen angry, but even Si Charon was getting annoyed. Pointing at the navy blue evening gown, she said to the salesgirl, who said we can't afford it. Take that dress, I want to try it on. The salesgirl was shocked, as if she had heard something unbelievable. Oh, this woman, I told you that you can't afford our clothes. And you still want to try it on, really overestimating yourself. You. Si Charon was about to say something. Sister Lu, however, instructed the salesgirl, this dress is nice, bring it for me to try. The salesgirl immediately nodded, okay, Sister Lu, please wait. Completely ignoring whether the evening gown could fit the dress. Seeing them like this, Si Charon got angry. She grabbed Chu Chen's hand and said, let's go. We're never coming back to this store. However, Chu Chen held Si Charon's soft hand tightly, let's look a bit more. Although Si Charon didn't understand what he was waiting for, she didn't say anything. Since her husband wanted to look more, she would wait. The salesgirl held the dress in her hands and walked to Sister Lu. Sister Lu, the dress is here, let's go to the fitting room. Sister Lu raised her head, let go of Zhu Beiji's hand, honey, wait for me here. Zhu Beiji nodded, but his eyes never left Si Charon. Chu Chen quietly stood between Zhu Beiji and Si Charon. His tall and straight body blocked Zhu Beiji's lecherous gaze. Completely ignoring Zhu Beiji's fierce look, Sister Lu walked out in the navy blue evening gown, swaying as she walked. When she came out of the dressing room, several people had already seen her. Si Charon's eyes were full of pity. Pity for the evening gown. Sister Lu looked like a plump silkworm pupa, tightly wrapped in navy blue silk. It forcefully squeezed out the fat on her belly. Sister Lu walked up to Si Charon, swaying, and proudly said, "I really like this dress." The salesgirl behind her smiled, "Sister Lu, it fits you perfectly. Looks great." Actually, Si Charon quite liked this navy blue evening gown, but after seeing Sister Lu wearing it, she instantly lost interest in the dress. She lightly said to Sister Lu, "As long as you like it." Chu Chen furrowed his brows slightly and asked, "Do you have any other evening gowns in your store?" The saleswoman, upon hearing his question, disdainfully retorted, "We do, but can you afford it?" Sister Lu grabbed Beiji and said, "Honey, I like this dress." "Then buy it," Beiji said with a smile on his chubby face. "All right. If you like it, buy it," he continued, taking out his wallet from his pocket and pulling out a golden membership card. Sister Lu snatched it and proudly showed it to Sichuran, saying, "Do you know what this is? It's the gold card of Iran Women's Clothing Store. You need to spend 1 million here to qualify as a member." She then looked Sichuran up and down, sneering, "You've probably spent all your money on living off your wife. Can't even afford a piece of clothing." The saleswoman chimed in, "Our membership card is hard to get. You need to spend 1 million to apply for it. And customers with a membership card have priority purchasing rights." She then turned to Chu Chen and sarcastically remarked, "I never would have guessed, this handsome guy is also a freeloader." Curious, Chu Chen asked the saleswoman, "With your membership card, do you get priority purchasing rights?" The saleswoman, puzzled by his question, replied, "Yes. With our membership card, you have priority purchasing rights." Sister Lu, standing nearby, scornfully exclaimed, "Humph. You shouldn't even ask such a question. A membership card? You don't even have a job. You're just spending your wife's money every day." The saleswoman agreed, "Not everyone can easily spend 1 million in our store." "Is that so?" Chu Chen raised an eyebrow, unperturbed. He took out a card from his pocket and said to the saleswoman, "Someone gave me this card, claiming it's a diamond card here and offers a 30% discount." Pointing at the dress Sister Lu was wearing, he asked, "Could you please check if it's valid? I'll buy this dress if it is." Instantly, both Sister Lu and the saleswoman were shocked at the card in Chu Chen's hand. Even Sichuran curiously looked at the card. Sister Lu snorted and sneered, "You just randomly pull out a card and claim it's their diamond card? Do you think their diamond cards are like trash on the street, easily picked up anywhere?" The saleswoman, now recovered, stared at the card in Chu Chen's hand and asked in confusion, "Our diamond card requires spending 3 million in our store to apply. We've only issued 5 cards this year. Where did you get this card from? Is it even real?" Upon hearing the saleswoman's words, Sister Lu immediately joined in questioning, "Exactly, stop pretending. You freeloader, where did you get 3 million to spend here? Is this card stolen?" This statement left everyone stunned. Sichuran's face turned red with anger. Although she didn't know where Chu Chen got the card from, she was certain he wasn't that kind of person. He might be a scoundrel, well-versed in indulgence, but he had never stolen anything. Sichuran had full trust in Chu Chen regarding this matter. Seeing Sister Lu and the saleswoman's interrogation, Chu Chen no longer held back. "Stop talking nonsense without evidence. If you doubt the authenticity of this card, have this store verify it." Upon hearing his words, Sister Lu immediately became angry. "How dare you curse as soon as you open your mouth? What kind of manners do you have?" The saleswoman hesitated and looked at the card. Although she worked in this store, to be honest, she had rarely seen the so-called diamond card. Chu Chen was not going to continue dealing with such a shrew, so he looked at the saleswoman and said, "Since you doubt the authenticity of the card in my hand, why don't you take it to verify its authenticity?" Seeing his confidence, the saleswoman hesitated for a moment and looked somewhat unnaturally at Sister Lu. Sister Lu, seeing her gaze shift, spoke harshly, "What are you looking at me for? Take the card to verify it. In case it was stolen from someone else, I will report it immediately." Si Charan looked worried and looked at Chu Chen with big eyes. Chu Chen gave her a smile and then handed the card to the saleswoman, saying, "Go ahead. Only by verifying it will we know if it's real or fake." The saleswoman took the card and said, "I will go now." Sister Lu looked disdainfully at Chu Chen, with a hint of doubt in her eyes, muttering to herself, "Humph, looking all decent, who knows what kind of person he is behind the scenes." Chu Chen ignored her words and held Si Charan's hand, gently caressing it. His wife's small hand was so soft and tender. Seeing him like this, Si Charan's face blushed instantly. Before long, a middle-aged woman in the uniform of the store, accompanied by the saleswoman, hurriedly walked to Chu Chen's side. The middle-aged woman respectfully held out the diamond card to Chu Chen and said, "Mr. Chu, hello. I am the store manager Zhuo Jia. As a diamond member of our store, I will serve you wholeheartedly. While speaking, she respectfully handed the card to Chu Chen. What? Upon hearing Zhuo Jia's words, Sister Lu was suddenly shocked, her face full of astonishment. Are you kidding me? Sister Lu asked the manager in disbelief. Zhuo Jia politely replied, no mistake. This diamond card was personally issued by our boss, and she specifically instructed that if Mr. Shu comes to shop, he will receive a 70% discount on all purchases. Wow! It's really a diamond card. Spending 3 million a year, truly a hidden rich person. This discount is really bone-breaking. The surrounding onlookers, upon hearing the manager's words, were suddenly in an uproar. Sister Lu was dumbfounded. She couldn't believe that Chu Chen, this freeloader, actually had a diamond card that required a 3 million spending to obtain. The saleswoman behind the manager was trembling uncontrollably at this point. Chu Chen took the diamond card and coldly said to Sister Lu, since it has been confirmed, please take off the clothes. I bought this outfit. Immediately, Sister Lu's face turned red and then white. She stared with bulging eyes, feeling embarrassed as she looked at Chu Chen. Chu Chen ignored Sister Lu's embarrassment and turned to Zhuo Jia, saying calmly, since you are the manager, I have a question to ask. Zhuo Jia politely replied, Mr. Shu, you are too kind. I dare not refuse your question. Please feel free to ask. I will answer to the best of my ability. Chu Chen coldly said, is it the policy of your store to look down on customers? Zhuo Jia was shocked to hear this. Mr. Shu, how? How is that possible? Our store's aim is to make luxury not far from you, always satisfying the customers. We treat every customer with care. How could this situation you mentioned happen? Chu Chen raised an eyebrow slightly and then pointed to the saleswoman behind Zhuo Jia. Is that so? How come your store employees said we are not qualified to shop here? They even called us poor and wanted to drive us away. Zhuo Jia's face changed instantly when he heard this, and he turned angrily to the saleswoman. Is this how you treat our diamond members? The saleswoman immediately looked up, flustered, and defended herself. No, I didn't. As soon as she spoke, the surrounding onlookers started to comment, this person is two-faced, saying one thing to your face and another behind your back. I can testify, she did say that. Exactly, and she even tried to drive them away. This store looks big, but the staff is really not up to par. The saleswoman became even more flustered, her face filled with fear from the comments of the people around her. Zhuo Jia saw her reaction and heard the discussions around him. He immediately realized that what Chu Chen had said was true, and he remembered that the boss had specifically instructed to provide good service to customers. It seemed that without giving an explanation, today's matter would not be resolved. Zhuo Jia angrily shouted, with employees like you are really embarrassing our store. You are fired, effective immediately. Upon hearing the store manager's words, the saleswoman's eyes welled up with tears. She took a step forward, grabbed the store manager's hand, and pleaded, Manager, please don't fire me. I have a younger brother and parents to support. I was wrong. I know I was wrong. Please give me another chance. Zhuo Jia sternly said, there is no more chance. You disregarded the store's service principles and made unfounded assumptions about customers. Even if we let you stay, there will be another customer who will complain. Now you can pack up and leave. The saleswoman stood there in shock, looking at the store manager's serious expression. It was too late to salvage the situation. Zhuo Jia then turned respectfully to Chu Chen and asked, Mr. Shu, is this handling appropriate? Chu Chen nodded slightly. The swift decision to fire the employee showed that this store operated fairly. But when he looked at Lu Jia, her face had turned pale. She no longer had the arrogant demeanor she had before. Chu Chen was not one to show mercy. Store manager, we have the priority to purchase this dress. Can you ask this woman to take it off? His calm words made Lu Jia suddenly realize the situation. She quickly clung to Beiji's arm, pouting, honey, they are bullying me. This terrifying scene almost made Beiji want to flee. Zhuo Jia timely and politely said, Madam, I'm sorry, please change out of this dress as soon as possible. We need to have it cleaned before we can sell it again. Upon hearing this, Chu Chen nodded slightly in approval. Lu Jia stared at Beiji's greasy face and coquettishly said, honey, say something. Beiji grumbled, oh, she's a VIP, with the priority to purchase. Hurry up and take off the dress. I'll buy you another one. Behave. You. Lu Jia was about to get angry, but she looked up and saw Beiji's icy gaze. She dared not say anything more and just coldly snorted, it's just a dress, I don't want it anymore. She turned and walked towards the changing room. Her swaying figure instantly made the evening gown look like a rural version. As the company's chief designer, Si Charan naturally understood that no matter how good the dress was, it needed the right person to complement it. Shuojia, as the store manager, had seen all kinds of customers. Seeing Si Charon's expression, he immediately knew what she was thinking and quickly said, Mr. Chu, Miss C, here's the thing. We made 2 of these evening gowns. One is for display, and the other is showcased in our VIP room. If you are interested, you can follow me to take a look. Upon hearing her words, Si Charon's eyes lit up instantly with joy as she said, Sure, lead us over there. Alright, please follow me. Shuojia led them to the VIP room at the back. The entire VIP setup was extremely luxurious, with even a bar counter offering various drinks. Each piece of clothing displayed here was incomparable in luxury and design to those outside. Another evening gown mentioned by Shuojia was placed in the center of the room. It was also a sea blue evening gown, but the materials used were clearly different from the one displayed outside. Even the embedded broken diamonds were more abundant. Paired with a white shawl of the same material, this evening gown exuded elegance and solemnity. Si Charon was very satisfied with this dress, carefully touching and examining the details of the clothing. Shu Chen turned to Shuojia and said, Please wrap up this dress and find a pair of shoes for my wife. Si Charon, who was still immersed in the details of the dress, was taken aback by Chu Chen's words. She quickly came over to stop Chu Chen from taking out his wallet, saying, No, this dress is too expensive. Chu Chen, looking at his beautiful and thoughtful wife, felt his heart melting. Wife, don't worry, I can afford this dress. Si Charon blinked her eyes in confusion, looking at him. Chu Chen took out his bank card and handed it to Shuojia. Shuojia politely took the card, calculated the amount and discount. Mr. Shu, hello, this dress is discounted to 73,000 yuan. Please keep the card. After Chu Chen paid, he casually asked, Can I transfer this card to my wife? Shuojia smiled, Mr. Chu, the card already has your wife's name on it, so there's no need to transfer it. Chu Chen, with a meaningful look, said, The boss is considerate. In addition to this evening gown, Chu Chen also picked 4 pairs of new high heels, 2 handbags, and 5 other clothing items. He spent nearly 80,000 yuan. Watching Chu Chen swipe his card without blinking, Si Charon curiously asked him, How much money did you actually earn? Chu Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. I told you, my fortune-telling business made some money. Then, he said solemnly, Wife, rest assured. I am no longer the same person as before. From now on, you just need to enjoy life. Si Charon was deeply moved by his resolute words. Yes, I believe you. Chu Chen waved his hand. Let's go, we'll have a big dinner tonight. Then, he took Si Charon's fair, tender hand and walked towards the direction of the restaurant. As the sun set, their elongated shadows looked happy and beautiful. The weekend's major client cocktail party was the only large event for Lingdong Fashion in recent times. The preparation for the party had started 2 months in advance. Senior management personnel of Lingdong Fashion were required to attend with their families. Si Charon had been busy handling the party matters at the company. Meanwhile, Shu Chen sat on the boss's chair with a worried expression. Shu, why don't you just admit at the party that you are the boss? Assistant Director Xie suggested directly. No. After keeping it a secret for so long, suddenly revealing it. My wife will kill me. Shu Chen expressed his concerns. Although he didn't mind being a director of Lingdong Fashion, he hadn't informed Si Charon about being the boss. If she suddenly found out, not only would they not sleep in the same bed that night, he might not even be able to enter the house. Thinking about this, Shu Chen was starting to regret his decision. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have agreed so quickly. However, considering that this matter would eventually be known, he could only let things take their course. I will attend the cocktail party. Shu Chen finally made up his mind after some thought. The weekend had finally arrived. The Lingdong Fashion Appreciation Cocktail Party was scheduled to start at 7 p.m. The splendid cocktail party hall was already bustling with people. The luxurious setup, a variety of exquisite food, and a selection of drinks made the venue look upscale yet luxurious and understated. Guests who had received invitations had started arriving at the venue. This cocktail party was arranged on the rooftop of the office building where Lingdong Fashion was located. Shu Chen had long since acquired ownership of this building. To have a place to spend his money, he had bought the building soon after acquiring Lingdong Fashion. He had opened the rooftop to allow his wife to host a cocktail party. This seemingly simple matter had been well planned. Lingdong Fashion employees who had arrived early were chatting in groups. The topics naturally revolved around the cocktail party, the company, business, and gossip. A few employees were discussing recent changes at Lingdong Fashion. Our chief designer is doing quite well now. Not only in charge of the design department, but also the marketing department. Exactly, now she's overseeing almost every department except finance and sales. Most departments in the company now report to the chief designer. Do you think the chief designer will become our deputy general manager in the future? You have a limited perspective. I think she might just be promoted directly to general manager. Right. I heard the chief designer is going through a divorce recently. Has she already divorced? She doesn't seem like it from her usual demeanor. Don't high-ranking executives usually bring their spouses? True, we'll find out today, won't we? The clients invited this time don't know how to react. Since the management changes, the clients are hesitant to place orders. I heard this cocktail party is organized to retain those major clients. Those who can attend are probably just here for the show. Exactly, they're here to see why there have been so many personnel changes in our company. In a corner near the bar, two well-dressed men were chatting while holding their glasses. The younger man asked the balding older man next to him, "Boss, are we just going to watch Sachurin show off like this?" "Just watch, she really thinks highly of herself." The attendees today are all influential figures. And some clients, I've already made arrangements with them. No matter how much Sachurin boasts, the clients won't easily place orders. Seeing her working overtime every day, you'd think she owns this company. Boss, you're the boss. Whatever you decide, we'll follow. Damn, I wonder what the new chairman's relationship with Sachurin is. Everything is left for her to handle. It's as if the whole company only has Sachurin working. I heard Sachurin's husband doesn't work and relies on her salary to support the family. No wonder she's working so hard. So, she's supporting a freeloading husband. The two men exchanged knowing smiles, understanding each other's thoughts. When Sachurin and Chu Chen appeared at the entrance together, it caused a small commotion in the venue. Chu Chen and Sachurin looked like a perfect match, shining brightly and elegantly. The gazes of the crowd involuntarily turned towards them. Chu Chen was dressed in a well-fitted navy Armani suit, tall and straight like a pine tree. His handsome and fair face exuded a sharp and dignified aura, with deep black eyes gleaming uniquely. He exuded elegance and nobility. Beside her, Sachurin wore a matching evening gown, with a milky white shawl draped perfectly over her fair and tender shoulders. Her exquisite features and perfect face resembled a beautiful and radiant moon. The appearance of the two instantly drew the attention of everyone in the room. The combination of talent and beauty would undoubtedly become the focus of discussion at this party. As the two entered the venue, the employees present greeted them one by one. Sachurin's natural elegance was evident as she walked hand in hand with Chu Chen. The people in the venue had already started discussing. "I didn't expect Xi's designer husband to be so handsome. Wow, so handsome, no wonder she's willing to support him. If I had money, I would support someone too. Just think about it, that's enough for you." The bald guy's eyes were completely glued to Sachurin at this moment. Damn, Sachurin is so damn beautiful. The guy next to her is lucky. The young man next to him also stared at Sachurin with envy, echoing the bald guy's words. "Bro, I think you're right. This woman looks really exciting." A group of women from the finance department of Lingdong Fashion surrounded each other. "Didn't you say she was in the midst of a divorce? She doesn't look like she's divorcing now." "Exactly, I remember you said it was just last month. You said she was about to divorce soon." "Oh, I don't know what's going on." But they were indeed in the midst of a divorce some time ago. People in the design department all know. Could it be that they've reconciled? It's hard to say, they might divorce after today. Laughter erupted among these women. Lu Guangji, the general manager of Chuanjiu Fashion, casually asked, "What position does this designer C hold now?" Sales Department 2's ruthless team member Xiao Wang quickly replied, "Still a designer, but now she's in charge of more things." "Oh, how so?" "Our designer C not only manages the design department, but almost everyone reports to her except for the finance department." Lu Guangji raised an eyebrow. "That sounds like a promotion." Xiao Wang smiled awkwardly. "You could say that. There have been significant changes at Lingdong Fashion." "Hee, normal changes, normal changes." The whispers of the surrounding employees and customers did not concern Sachurin. What she was more focused on now was whether the key clients on the invitation list had arrived. While greeting everyone, her eyes were already scanning the room. But when she didn't see the people she was looking for, she couldn't help but sigh. Chu Chen, however, keenly noticed, "What's wrong? Is there a mistake at the party?" Sachurin softly said, "No. It seems like the key clients of Lingdong Fashion haven't arrived yet." Chu Chen wasn't interested in the company's affairs, having his wife manage was enough for him. So when Sachurin mentioned that the key clients hadn't arrived, Chu Chen didn't pay much attention. But seeing Sachurin looking a bit anxious, he still comforted her. "Maybe they're still on the way?" "Senior designer C, you look so beautiful today." While Chu Chen was comforting his wife, a sudden and teasing voice sounded beside them. Looking over, they saw the bald guy with eyes the size of green beans, playfully looking at the couple. Chu Chen didn't know this person, but Sachurin did. He was Wu Jun, the director of the marketing department at Lingdong Fashion. His work ability was average, but when it came to being sarcastic, he could hold his own. Especially after seeing Si Churin, his eyes widened even more. He had hinted several times, wanting to support Si Churin, but it was clear that he had been explicitly rejected. Since then, she went from being an admirer to a hater. Although she knew he didn't come over to greet her with good intentions, they were all colleagues, constantly running into each other. Si Churin still politely said, "Thank you, Director Wu, for your praise." After speaking, she grabbed Chu Chen and was about to leave. But how could Bald Wu let her go so easily? "By the way, Si Senior Designer, won't you introduce this handsome guy next to you, who looks like a pretty boy?" This sentence seemed like a compliment to Chu Chen's looks, but it was actually calling him a pretty boy. Hearing this, Chu Chen's face darkened slightly. In his impression, the whole company should follow Si Churin's arrangements. Where did this guy come from to talk to Si Churin like this? Si Churin's stunning face couldn't help but show a hint of anger. "Director Wu, this is my husband, Chu Chen, not some pretty boy. We are all colleagues, please watch your words." "Oh, the beauty is angry," Bald Wu teased, not caring that the beauty was angry. "Isn't this just a joke? Besides, who doesn't know that Si Senior Designer works hard just to support this pretty boy?" Bald Wu's words immediately made Chu Chen's face pale. Even if he was still a jerk now, it was not this person's place to criticize him. Si Churin was no longer angry at this point, smiling gently. "Yes, I work hard just to support a pretty boy, right? If not for a pretty boy, then should I support a pig like you?" Put. Chu Chen almost sprayed out his drink. His wife was really fierce. Bald Wu's face changed instantly, pointing at Si Churin with trembling words. You are simply a shrew." Bald Wu's actions immediately attracted the attention of the people around. They looked over, wanting to know what was happening. For a moment, with the three of them at the center, a part of the onlookers gradually gathered around. Si Churin didn't want to argue with him. After all, today was a dinner to thank important clients, and if the party ended because of him now, it would be a loss. Seeing more and more onlookers gathering, the situation becoming uncontrollable, Chu Chen looked at a certain person in the crowd. A stern shout came before the situation escalated. "Director Wu, what are you doing?" When Bald Wu looked at the speaker, he immediately changed as if he were a different person. Respectfully and politely, he greeted the person. "Thank you, Assistant Xia, it's you." The person who came was Assistant Xia, the chairman's assistant. Assistant Xia had already seen through Bald Wu's provocation. If Chu Chen hadn't spoken, he would have stepped in earlier. "On such an important day like today, you are here arguing with a colleague? Don't you respect all the clients present?" Although Assistant Xia's voice was not loud, it exploded in Bald Wu's mind like thunder. How could this be? I just saw Si Designer bringing her husband here, so I wanted to introduce them. Isn't that just being polite? Almost saying pretty boy, Bald Wu's forehead was already sweating. Originally, some Lingdong fashion employees were ready to watch the show, but after seeing Assistant Xia, they quietly left one by one. The clients invited by Lingdong Fashion also did not intend to get involved in their affairs. They just watched from a distance, quietly inquiring. Seeing that most of the people around had left, Si Churin finally let go of her suspended heart. She couldn't help but look gratefully at Assistant Xia. "If you want to get acquainted, why be so critical? If you don't know, you might think the employees of our Lingdong Fashion have poor quality." Assistant Xia's tone gradually became severe. Bald Wu suddenly felt uneasy at his words. Xia Yu is the assistant to the chairman, although the chairman is not often in the office. They rarely meet, but this Xia Yu, the assistant, is well known to the company's top management, because most of the chairman's orders are conveyed by him. In this company, the assistant is the last person you want to offend. If he says something wrong in front of the chairman, you might end up leaving sooner or later. Xia Yu is clearly on the verge of losing his temper. Bald Lao Wu's eyes turned, suddenly as if making up his mind, said, "Assistant Xia, today's matter can't be blamed on my impulsiveness. I did it for the designer." Xia Yu was suspicious. "What do you mean?" Bald Lao Wu cleared his throat and said, "I'm afraid our designer will be deceived." This statement not only stunned Xia Yu, but even Si Churin was speechless. Xia Yu asked, "What do you mean by that?" Bald Lao Wu said word by word, "I've heard that our senior designer works tirelessly for the company's business, working overtime to design styles that satisfy customers. Such a valuable talent, I'm afraid she'll be deceived. Look at the guy next to her, no job, no money. I'm afraid our senior designer will be deceived in love." After saying this, his expression was particularly serious, with a hint of a glint in his eye. Xia Yu almost burst out laughing, finding it hard to hold back. To say such harsh words in front of the chairman, calling him a gigolo with no job or money, only Bald Lao Wu could say it so sternly. Si Churin was not just angry now, but had a serious expression, quietly watching Bald Lao Wu's pretentiousness. As for Xiaoyu, he wanted to laugh but dared not laugh out loud, as he didn't want Si Churan to deduct his salary. After Bald Lao Wu sternly said all this, he thought Assistant Xia would appreciate his good intentions. But after he finished speaking, he felt that the atmosphere around him was not quite right. Everyone's expressions were strange. Xiaoyu seemed to be holding back laughter, and Bald Lao Wu looked at him with some confusion. Wu, Director Wu was really caring. Seeing Si Churan silent but with an extremely serious expression, Xiaoyu sarcastically remarked. Bald Lao Wu seemed not to understand Xiaoyu's meaning, respectfully saying, colleagues should care for each other, it's nothing. Besides, isn't this about protecting the designer from being cheated? After speaking, he even glanced at Si Churan. Si Churan almost vomited from disgust. But Si Churan squinted, observing Bald Lao Wu. Xiaoyu had noticed Si Churan's gaze. Although they hadn't worked together for long, he had some understanding of Si Churan's habits. Seeing Si Churan's expression, it seemed that the head of the marketing department might be in trouble. Assistant Xia, I strongly demand that this fraud be kicked out of the party. Bald Lao Wu suddenly spoke. Xiaoyu was speechless. This person really was ignorant, wanting to kick out the chairman at the drop of a hat. Si Churan, hearing this, coldly said, do you not understand human language? This is my husband. Today's party allows family members to attend, so why do you have the right to drive him away? Bald Lao Wu sneered, is he really your husband? Just now you called him a gigolo. Today is an important company party. Not only are you not afraid of being deceived, but you also bring a gigolo to show off. Aren't you afraid of damaging the company's image? You. Si Churan was so angry that her whole body trembled, breathing rapidly, her chest heaving. If it weren't for the wrong occasion, she would have slapped him long ago. Chu Chen saw his wife so angry that his whole aura was fully open. The surrounding air pressure dropped, and even the temperature nearby dropped by several degrees. It seems that the bald head really can't be kept. When it comes to not being afraid of death, it has to be Bald Lao Wu. What? I was right, wasn't I? Bald Lao Wu continued to provoke Si Churan without fear. The company spent a lot of money, why hold this party? Of course, it's to increase cooperation with our company. But if they find out you're keeping a gigolo in the company, how can clients still cooperate with us? If clients don't cooperate with us, won't we suffer a great loss? Bald Lao Wu said word by word, seemingly ignoring Chu Chen's increasingly gloomy face. Even Xiaoyu couldn't listen anymore. Si Churan, however, laughed in anger, lightly saying, are you implying that if clients don't cooperate with us today, it's my fault? Bald Lao Wu arrogantly said, of course, it's your fault. Si Churan snorted, the party hasn't even started today, how do you know clients won't cooperate with us? Bald Lao Wu was so sure that clients wouldn't cooperate with Lingdong Fashion mainly because he was in charge of the marketing department. Apart from sales, the marketing department also conducts regular customer visits. Since the last time Chu Chen let Si Churan handle some people, most clients were unaware of the situation and took a wait-and-see attitude towards cooperation. At such a moment, Si Churan took the initiative to propose holding a thank-you party for the company. To appease clients, enhance the company's image, and strengthen cooperation with various clients. But now, he was scolded by the marketing director for keeping a gigolo. Bald Lao Wu continued to provoke without fear, arrogantly saying, if you can make clients cooperate with us, I'll give you my position as marketing director. Chu Chen was amused by this turn of events. Isn't this like falling asleep and having a pillow sent to you? Seen those not afraid of death, but never seen those seeking death. Xiaoyu was stunned. Director Wu, do you know what you're saying? Bald Lao Wu immediately turned to Xiaoyu, respectfully saying, assistantly, of course, I know what I'm saying. This company's changes have a significant impact, and I hope to motivate our designers to communicate more with clients through this method. Calm down and understand the client's true thoughts. He said it so righteous and lofty, as if he was truly dedicating himself to the company. Si Churan remained unmoved, but Bald Lao Wu, seeing Xiaoyu willing to listen, quickly continued, if the designers of Lingda can convince clients to cooperate with us, then I will step down as marketing director, of course. If after today, not a single client cooperates with us, does the designer of Lingda still qualify to work in the company? Li Shuai frowned. Bald Lao Wu was really ruthless. His goal was actually to make Si Churan leave the company. This plan could be heard all the way in Qatar. Si Churan was puzzled. When did he offend this person? Why does he now seem so eager to make him leave the company? Chu Chen took a step forward and said to Bald Lao Wu, is your word trustworthy? Bald Lao Wu was looking smugly at Si Churan, not expecting Chu Chen to speak first. Of course, my word is trustworthy. But can this gigolo of yours be in charge? Si Churan was puzzled, and secretly squeezed her hand. Of course, in our family, I have the final say. Since you say your word is trustworthy, and now with Assistant Xia as a witness, this matter is settled. what do you think? Xia Yu nodded hurriedly beside them. Joking, the chairman has spoken, follow up quickly. Bald old Wu was stunned at first, but immediately sneered, Chief Designer C, can this pretty boy's words represent you? Although Si Chu Ran didn't know why Chu Chen agreed so quickly. But Chu Chen has never been a liar. He nodded immediately, he is my husband, what he says can of course represent me. Bald old Wu smiled triumphantly, since you listen to this pretty boy, then the matter is settled. He then turned to Xia Yu and politely said, please help with the confirmation. Xia Yu pursed his lips, nodded again, okay, no problem. Bald old Wu was confident, that's settled then. Chief Designer C, it's up to you now. Let's go. With a wave of his hand, he led his several confidants from the marketing department to the corner of the venue, completely ignoring the customers arriving at the party one after another. Si Chu Ran saw him acting as if he were the boss, so she no longer held back and called her assistant over. Give me a list of the invited customers. I will personally receive them. The assistant went to fetch the list. Si Chu Ran seemed to be ignited with fighting spirit, fully immersed in receiving guests at the venue. Xia Yu quietly approached Chu Chen and asked softly, boss, how do you plan to proceed? Chu Chen took a sip of wine. What else can we do? Of course, persuade customers to cooperate. Li Shuai looked at Chu Chen in astonishment. Persuade? How to persuade? Use money? Chu Chen seemed completely relaxed, leaving Li Shuai puzzled. The bet between Si Chu Ran and Bald Old Wu somehow quickly spread throughout the venue. Almost all employees of Lingdong Fashion present knew about it. Some were just there for the show, while others were worried about Si Designer's future. Several colleagues from the design department who usually had a good relationship with Si Chu Ran gathered around her. They asked in a whisper, Sister Si, what if we don't have customers to cooperate with? Are you really going to leave? Si Chu Ran smiled faintly, alright, now is not the time to talk about this. If you don't want to see me leave the company, then please help. Do your best to receive every one of our customers. Wow! Sister C is so cool. So awesome. Okay, we will definitely do our best. At this moment, there was a commotion at the entrance of the venue. Even Bald Old Wu, who was watching from the corner, came over with a smile on his face, greeting the people at the entrance. The customer service department in charge of reception was welcoming a couple who had just entered. The man was handsome and the woman was elegant and beautiful. Chu Chen also looked over. Upon seeing them, he suddenly smiled. Because the visitors were none other than Li Linglong and her tall and handsome husband. Si Chu Ran hurried over and warmly greeted them. From the moment Li Linglong stepped into the party, she had already heard everything about Gao Shan Group from her assistant. And now, with the bet with Bald Old Wu, she was particularly attentive to the reception of Li Linglong and her husband. What Si Chu Ran didn't know was that Chu Chen knew Li Linglong. Chu Chen beckoned to Xia Yu, signaling him to come over. When the chairman called him, Xia Yu almost ran over. Chairman, did you call me? Seeing that no one was paying attention to them, Xia Yu quickly used a respectful tone. Do you know the two who just came in? Chu Chen asked. Those two, yes, I know them, Xia Yu said matter-of-factly. Tell me, what do they do? So many people are surrounding them. They are both well-known figures in the fashion industry. Their clothing company has already opened chain stores domestically. Seeing that Chu Chen had no expression, Xia Yu continued, that's not all, her grandfather is even more impressive. He is a retired cadre from the military. No matter how many people try to flatter him, they can't get close to him. Xia Yu sighed as if he was part of the group that failed to flatter. After listening to his words, Chu Chen simply said, her grandfather? I've met him, we have some acquaintance. Xia Yu immediately widened his eyes, really? Chu Chen handed the empty glass to Xia Yu and mischievously said, yes. Then he turned and walked towards Si Churan. Xia Yu held the empty glass, looking incredulously at Chu Chen's back. Wow, our chairman is really impressive. Si Churan was smiling and greeting Li Linglong and her husband. Bald Lao Wu quietly asked his subordinate next to him, what did they say when you contacted Gaoshan Group before? His subordinate glanced at Li Linglong and replied, although I didn't meet Li Linglong, I managed to meet the head of their marketing department. They clearly stated that we are a small company, and the probability of cooperation is low. Bald Lao Wu's face lit up. I knew it. Now Si Churan wants to cooperate with them, isn't it a fantasy? I doubt how you can continue in the company. Then Bald Lao Wu seemed to remember something and asked, by the way, since they are unwilling to cooperate with us, why did they come to the reception today? The subordinate was a bit embarrassed. We sent them invitations, but I don't know why they came. Bald Lao Wu looked displeased. The subordinate quickly flattered, perhaps they came out of respect for you? Flattery works in all situations. This sentence from the subordinate made Bald Lao Wu very pleased. He looked towards Li Linglong and nodded slightly, as if he was the important person who could make others condescend to attend the reception. He even began to fantasize about taking charge of Lingdong Fashion in the future. At this moment, the assistant came over and whispered to Si Charan, "Sister Si, the reception is about to start. They need you to give a speech." Si Charan nodded slightly, apologized to Li Linglong and her husband, and prepared to go and give the speech. Shu Chen wanted to accompany Si Charan, but seeing her busy greeting clients, he figured she wouldn't have time for him. He found a place to have a drink. Lately, he had been busy trying to win back his wife and hadn't had a proper drink in a while. Just as Chu Chen was having a sip, a beautiful woman stood next to him. To his surprise, it was Li Linglong. "Mr. Shu, I didn't expect to see you here." Li Linglong extended her right hand generously and politely greeted him. Shu Chen shook her hand symbolically. "I'm here to accompany my wife at the reception." Curious, Li Linglong asked, "I didn't expect Mr. Shu to be such a supportive husband. I just support my wife's career. She works hard in this industry." Shu Chen took 2 glasses of wine, handed one to Li Linglong, raised the other in a toast. "It's fate to meet here, let's have a drink." The interaction between the two in the corner quietly attracted the attention of most people. Most of the curious eyes at the venue turned towards them. Bald Lao Wu was surprised and asked his subordinate, "How did that gigolo start talking to Li Linglong?" The subordinate also looked puzzled. "Maybe they know each other?" Bald Lao Wu's temper flared up. How could they possibly know each other? One is the group's top executive, the other is a freeloading pretty boy. Are you kidding me? The sudden outburst left his confidant at a loss for words. Helplessly scratching his head, he could only stare blankly at Chu Chen and Li Linglong chatting. How did the designer's husband end up chatting with Director Li? I don't know, maybe he's taken a liking to him? Don't talk nonsense. Director Li's husband is still around. Surely it's because the designer's husband is good-looking. Stop making things up. Director Li's husband is also handsome. Oh, if I were rich, I'd also support such a handsome young man. You? Forget it. Laughter filled the corner of the venue. After clinking glasses, Li Linglong asked, "I heard that Lingdong Fashion has undergone significant changes recently?" Shu Chen knew a little about these changes, but never expected to hear about it from Li Linglong. However, now that she asked, he could only pretend not to know. "I've heard some rumors, but I'm not sure about the specifics." "Is that so?" "Since Mr. Chu is not very clear about Madam's company affairs, I won't say more." Li Linglong finished speaking with a mysterious smile. "By the way, I have a gift for Mr. Chu today." Surprised, Chu Chen asked, "A gift? What is it?" Li Linglong didn't explain, just smiled lightly. "You'll find out soon." At that moment, Si Charan was already standing in the middle of the stage. Holding a tall glass, she picked up a spoon and tapped the glass. Ding ding ding. The clear sound of glass echoed throughout the venue, drawing everyone's attention. Si Charan stood behind the microphone and spoke loudly, her voice as crisp as a bird singing, "Dear partners, dear colleagues, thank you very much for taking the time to attend Lingdong Fashion's annual appreciation dinner. Once again, on behalf of all my colleagues, I express our sincere gratitude to all of you." As applause gradually filled the room, Si Charan's assistant whispered something in her ear on stage. The next moment, Si Charan's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked towards the side of the stage. Li Linglong, radiant and elegant, walked slowly onto the stage. Si Charan then said, "Today, we are honored to have Chairman Li Linglong from Gaoshan Group. Now, I invite Director Li to say a few words." Li Linglong gracefully walked to the microphone, nodded slightly at Si Charan, and began, "I'm here today to make an announcement. After careful consideration, Gaoshan Group has decided to entrust 50% of the company's business to Lingdong Fashion. In the future, the two companies will reach more in-depth cooperation agreements." As her words fell, the entire venue fell silent. Si Charan stood on the stage, looking dumbfounded at Li Linglong. Meanwhile, Bald Lao Wu in the audience was already in shock, muttering to himself, "Impossible. This can't be happening. How? How is this possible?" Lao Wu's henchmen were equally stunned, not knowing what to say, staring blankly at Li Linglong on stage. It seemed like she had just made an incredible joke. Chu Chen, standing below the stage, looked meaningfully at Li Linglong. So, this was the gift she mentioned. The employees of Lingdong Fashion were almost speechless, some involuntarily looking at Bald Lao Wu. Almost everyone in the venue was shocked by Gaoshan Group's bold move. Entrusting 50% of the company's business to Lingdong Fashion and planning for deeper cooperation could elevate the small company to a higher level. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is simply the legendary act of giving money in public. For a moment, most people were digesting this news. After a moment, thunderous applause erupted throughout the venue, with everyone clapping hard. Some quick-thinking journalists at the scene started taking photos, and some were already writing reports. Kaoshan Group publicly announces cooperation with Lingdong Apparel. Another company reaches cooperation with Kaoshan Group. Breaking news. Kaoshan Group publicly announces future annual partners. For some people, these few seconds felt like decades had passed. Li Linglong on stage reached down to press. Seeing this, the applause in the venue gradually subsided, returning to the previous calm. Li Linglong continued, regarding the specific details of the cooperation, our company will send representatives to negotiate with Lingdong Apparel. I believe that in the future, Kaoshan Group and Lingdong Apparel will surely work hand in hand to create brilliance. The applause sounded like a summer thunderstorm. Si Charon's face had changed from surprise to a radiant smile. The two stunning beauties on stage shook hands and embraced each other. The applause from the audience below almost never stopped. Bald-headed Lao Wu's face turned pale, looking like a frosted eggplant. With his head drooping, he sat slumped on the sofa in the corner. Several people from the marketing department surrounded Lao Wu, all silent. They didn't know what to say anymore. The bet between bald-headed Lao Wu and Si Charon was almost known throughout the entire company. And now, Kaoshan Group's president publicly announced the cooperation. Undoubtedly, bald-headed Lao Wu probably couldn't stay in the company anymore. Just when everyone didn't know what to say, a voice came from a few people nearby. Excuse me, who should we talk to about cooperating with Lingdong Apparel? Several people from the marketing department raised their heads simultaneously. A young man stood up. General Liu, I've heard of your name. General Liu, who had just spoken, walked towards the young man. Curious, do you know me? The young man said, I've heard of you. General Liu, how do you want to cooperate? Just now, Kaoshan Group also announced that there will be in-depth cooperation with Lingdong Apparel in the future. Great, I have just built a manufacturing plant here, just wondering if there is any opportunity with Lingdong Apparel? General Liu's hearty voice was heard by everyone. The young man was stunned and couldn't help but look back at bald-headed Lao Wu. Lao Wu's face alternated between red and white, but he didn't say anything. The young man made a quick decision. In that case, General Liu, let's have a drink and chat. Sure, let's go. General Liu readily followed the young man to the bar. Before the marketing department could digest what had just happened, a group of people rushed over. Excuse me, how can we cooperate with Lingdong Apparel? Who should we talk to about cooperation? Are you from Lingdong Apparel? Let's talk about cooperation. For a moment, the marketing department was in motion. Only bald-headed Lao Wu sat still in his place. Si Charon was already extremely busy. After Li Linglong announced the cooperation, several major clothing manufacturers had already started to offer their services. They were eager to talk to Si Charon, hoping to showcase all their strengths to her immediately. Kaoshan Fei walked up to Chu Chen and politely asked, Mr. Chu, are you satisfied with this gift? Chu Chen smiled at him. Mr. Gao, this gift came just in time. Kaoshan Fei smiled back. This is what we should do. I hope we can interact more in the future, Mr. Chu. Of course, no problem. The two men smiled at each other. The atmosphere of the entire reception became exceptionally lively after Li Linglong announced the cooperation. Almost all employees of Lingdong Apparel were engaged in conversations with clients. Even if some customers did not show up, they have already called. Several major companies in the clothing industry are seeking business opportunities. At the thank you dinner, the atmosphere was lively, as if everyone was busy. However, bald Lao Wu had quietly left the venue. Si Charon was busy discussing specific cooperation matters with Li Linglong and did not notice Lao Wu's departure. The whole party ended in a lively atmosphere. Late at night, Si Charon returned home exhausted. Chu Chen considerately brought her slippers, helped her change shoes, and poured a cup of hot water for her. Honey, why are you so good to me? Si Charon was touched and drank most of the water. I'm so tired. Then she excitedly said, do you know? Tonight, more than 20 companies want to cooperate with us. Lingdong Clothing has finally made a name for itself. Chu Chen just watched Si Charon excitedly. When his wife is happy, he is happy too. And tonight, he has been with Si Charon for over 6 hours. The account received 60,000 yuan. Being able to accompany his wife and earn money, why not do it? Si Charon continued excitedly. With so many companies cooperating with us, Lingdong Clothing will definitely have a place in the fashion industry in the future. Moreover, Mr. Liu from Liu's Clothing and Mr. Zhang from the Showcase chain are also going to cooperate with us. In the future, the clothes I design can be sold domestically. Chu Chen watched Si Charon so happy, with a continuous smile on his face. Congratulations to you today. Not only did you get cooperation from Kaoshan Group, but many companies are eager to follow up with cooperation. My wife is really capable. Flattery works, especially when it comes to praising his wife first. Si Charan excitedly said, I really didn't dare to think that Gao Shan Group would take the initiative to cooperate with us. This is simply too unexpected. Chu Chen didn't want to tell Si Charan that Li Linglong agreed to cooperate with Lingdong Clothing because of him. By the way, do you plan to take over the marketing department? Chu Chen suddenly remembered the one who envied Si Charan's bald head. After hearing Chu Chen's question, Si Charan remained silent for a few minutes, then said, the marketing department should be led by someone with a more active mindset, who is serious and meticulous in their work, rather than letting someone who covets me all day long continue. Chu Chen nodded in satisfaction at her words, thinking that his wife had grown and matured. He didn't hesitate to praise her. Wife, I think you're right. You're truly a model of a strong woman. Looking at Chu Chen's handsome smiling face, Si Charan felt a little uneasy and even blushed slightly. What's more critical is that their current posture is extremely ambiguous. She was lying on the sofa, her bare feet resting on Chu Chen's legs. Chu Chen was leaning against her, and she could clearly feel the heat coming from her husband. In the midst of their conversation, they had unknowingly gotten very close. By the time Si Charan realized it, they were already in an ambiguous position. It had been a long time since the two of them had talked like this. Previously, Chu Chen was always out eating, drinking, and having fun, rarely coming home, leaving the house cold and empty. Every time Si Charan finished work late and returned home, she was always alone. Now, Chu Chen almost always comes home on time to cook dinner. No matter how late Si Charan finishes work, there is always a warm meal waiting for her at home. And on weekends, he can accompany her to company parties. The atmosphere at home is no longer cold and empty but filled with warmth. Just like now, the two of them are like good friends, able to share things about work. Before this, Si Charan didn't even dare to think about it. At this moment, Chu Chen's eyes looking at Si Charan were gradually becoming blurred. The temperature between the two bodies was circulating. The ambiguity in their eyes was getting thicker. Si Charan felt her heart beating fast, a feeling she hadn't had in a long time. Chu Chen on the other side was also beating rapidly, even his ears were starting to get hot. For a moment, the only sound in the room was the accelerating heartbeat. The distance between the two was getting closer, lips about to touch. Finally, Chu Chen couldn't hold back anymore. He leaned in. In an instant, the room was not suitable for children. Monday morning, most employees of Lingdong Fashion had arrived at the company early. The reason for coming so early was nothing but to gossip. Several people from the marketing department who had already arrived greeted each other but didn't say much. After the events of the weekend, everyone knew that there would probably be some changes in the marketing department. When Si Charan, dressed in professional attire and black high heels, walked into the company, she looked radiant, with rosy cheeks, and even her demeanor was more charming. Observant employees had noticed Si Charan's change, and whispers began. Si Charan's assistant quickly approached to report today's work arrangements. Just then, Xiaoyu strode into the company, breaking the whispers around with a loud voice. Come on, let's have a meeting, everyone gather around. Everyone was puzzled and gradually surrounded Xiaoyu. Today is Monday, a perfect time to announce something. As everyone quieted down, Li Shuai spoke. After company research and decision, due to Wu Jun's negligence and slackness in the marketing department, he is now dismissed. As soon as the words fell, the hall instantly buzzed. Several people from the marketing department remained expressionless, as if everything was expected. Xiaoyu raised his hand, signaling for quietness. For the better development of the company and to meet the growing business demands, Si Charan is now appointed as the company's general manager. She will be responsible for all company affairs and report directly to the board of directors. The office hall was suddenly in an uproar. Everyone was shocked by this news. Si Charan was also stunned. She didn't expect the company's senior management to appoint her as the general manager so quickly. If it weren't for the many people present, her assistant would probably have jumped up in joy. Si Charan's promotion directly meant her status was elevated. After Li Shuai announced this decision, he quietly watched everyone's discussions. Wow! Such a fast promotion. It's like a direct leap. Weren't they betting on who would leave the company? How did she become the general manager directly? Our sister C got promoted so quickly. It's like a direct leap. Seeing that everyone was almost done discussing, Xiaoyu spoke again. Everyone has witnessed General Manager C's capabilities, and the success of this reception was also based on General Manager C's connections. Therefore, after company research, this appointment was made. We hope that everyone will fully support General Manager C's work in the future. Even the way they addressed her had changed. Just a moment ago, she was Senior C, now she was General Manager C. Alright, that's it, let's get back to work. Xiaoyu left with these words. He had to go to the top floor to report the appointment results to Chairman Chu Chen. As soon as his figure disappeared at the door, the office hall was filled with congratulations. Sister C, congratulations on your promotion. Sister C, now that you're promoted, do we get a treat? Afterwards, follow Sister C and you'll have meat to eat. In the office lobby, everyone congratulated Si Charan in a lively manner. However, Si Charan felt a bit lost in her heart. But seeing everyone so happy, she didn't have the heart to dampen their spirits. Having a meal is no problem. Let's set a time and have a gathering. With this statement, the men and women in the office were instantly excited. Top floor, Chairman's office. Mr. Chu, the appointment of General Manager C has already been issued. At this moment, Xiaoyu stood respectfully behind Shu Chun, reporting the just announced appointment results. Shu Chun nodded slightly. Let her be the general manager directly, so no one will dare to bully her, right? Xiaoyu felt like he was being fed dog food and awkwardly said, that's right, now everyone in the company, except for you, dares not bully General Manager C. After saying this, Shu Chun couldn't help but remember how he bullied her over the weekend. He couldn't help but feel a bit heated. Unfortunately for Xiaoyu, the conversation took a sudden turn despite going well, leaving him at a loss. He quickly said, Mr. Chu, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. With something on his mind, Shu Chun hardly paid attention to his words, just nodding. Xiaoyu breathed a sigh of relief and was about to leave. But Shu Chun seemed to remember something and immediately stopped him. Xiaoyu, wait. Xiaoyu looked somewhat fearful at the man in front of him. Mr. Chu, do you have something else to discuss? Shu Chun cleared his throat and hesitantly asked, do you know about the entertainment industry? Li Shuai was instantly stunned. This was a question he hadn't expected from Chu Chen. I know a little. What are you planning? Shu Chen said, I plan to open an entertainment company and promote a few young stars. Xiaoyu was once again stunned. This was quite a leap. So, are you planning to invest in films or TV shows? Shu Chen said, I'm not sure about the specifics. If you have time, research it, and we'll discuss opening a film and television company another day. Xiaoyu nodded, okay, Mr. Chu. Antique Street. Shu Chen's fortune-telling shop. He had already brewed a pot of Biluakun tea for himself. Opening the live broadcast, he prepared to broadcast today's fortune-telling process. Thanks to his previous accumulation of some fans quickly entered the live broadcast after seeing Chu Chen go live. Some fans commented, hey, isn't this the handsome fortune teller? Finally, you have time to go live today? Shu Chen took a sip of tea and somewhat embarrassedly said, these days, I've been busy accompanying my wife and haven't had time to go live. Oh, why do you sound like you've been fed dog food? Looking at the handsome guy's expression, it seems like you've been living comfortably these days. You must be mistaken, the handsome fortune teller must have made a fortune. Shu Chen smiled contentedly, quietly watching the netizens teasing him. These days couldn't be more comfortable. His wife even allowed him to touch her, and every day he saw money coming into her account. Is there a more comfortable and godly life than this? Just as Chu Chen was immersed in his daydream, the doorbell rang, followed by a magnetic voice saying, hello, are you open today? Chu Chen looked up and saw a handsome man in his 30s, dressed in designer clothes. With a strong presence, his sharp eyes were fixed on Chu Chen. The live broadcast camera captured the scene at the door, and the viewers also saw this handsome man. Instantly, the entire live broadcast room exploded. So handsome. This is clearly a successful person. I bet this person is definitely a second-generation rich. Why would someone so handsome come for a fortune-telling? Chu Chen didn't pay attention to the chat in the live broadcast room and politely asked the handsome man, we are open today. Is there something you need? The handsome guy saw Chu Chen respond to him and quickly took a step forward. Without hesitation, he sat directly across from Chu Chen and eagerly said, help me calculate my career. Chu Chen raised an eyebrow slightly, indicating that this person was very anxious. Then extend your right hand, let me first see your palm. The handsome guy quickly rolled up his right sleeve and placed his arm in front of Chu Chen. This action caused a stir among the viewers in the live broadcast room. Wow, is he in such a hurry? The handsome guy is very anxious. Wow, his arm is so white. Quick, is the watch on his wrist very expensive? Chu Chen grabbed the handsome guy's hand and pretended to read his palm, using his fingers to make 2 strokes on his palm. As he touched the palm of the handsome guy, the personal information of the handsome guy appeared above his head. Name, Jolie, 9487 bank account balance, 32,324,004 yuan, properties owned, 10 sets, vehicles owned, 20, private funds, 150,000 yuan, bathroom, game room, owned companies, 5, gaming category, no spouse, purpose, calculate current gaming policies, future, comprehensive reform of online games, lasting 1 month. The handsome guy sitting across from him dared not breathe. It seemed like even his heavy breathing would disturb Chu Chen's thoughts. After a moment, Shu Chen pretended to have read the palm and then released his hand. Taking a sip of tea, he looked slightly solemn. The handsome guy opposite him, seeing Shu Chen's silence, became anxious. How is it? Did you see anything? Shu Chen sighed. Your name is Jolie, you have several gaming companies, and your net worth is already in the tens of millions. Ignoring Jolie's shock, Shu Chen showed some concern. Starting a business is not easy, right? After hearing him out, Jolie was completely shocked. You know me? Even the viewers in the live broadcast room began to exclaim, wow, the fortune teller handsome guy actually got it right. He truly is my idol. He can predict everything. Wow, where did this handsome guy find such a good fortune teller? So professional. Shu Chen pursed his lips and continued, you came here today just by chance. You are also anxious to know the recent gaming policies in the country. So when you saw the fortune-telling hall, you came in. Whether the prediction is accurate or not is not important, you came in seeking peace of mind. Shu Chen had basically grasped most of this person's information, and the above words were all just to deceive. But Jolie was completely shocked, his whole being stunned, and he stuttered, You know this too? Shu Chen remained silent, just continued to drink his tea. Suddenly, Jolie grabbed his own hair and made a whimpering sound. This startled Shu Chen. Even the viewers in the live broadcast room were puzzled. What's wrong? He's crying directly when someone hits the nail on the head. Can't believe it, this handsome guy is so sensitive. Oh no, he's so anxious. Why not just say what's wrong? Shu Chen gently patted Jolie's shoulder. Young man, you can tell me if there's something on your mind. In appearance, both of them looked quite young, around 20 or a little older. Now Shu Chen was calling the other person a young man with an air of authority, which felt a bit out of place. Hearing Shu Chen call him, Jolie sat up. He quickly wiped the corner of his eye with his hand and apologetically said, Sorry for making you laugh. It's okay, you can talk about anything that's on your mind. Shu Chen poured a cup of tea for Jolie. The top quality Biluokan tea tastes mellow and fragrant. Jolie held the teacup in his hands, took a sniff, and then took a sip. As soon as the tea entered his stomach, Jolie's eyes lit up. Great tea. Shu Chen smiled slightly and refilled his cup. After drinking Shu Chen's tea, Jolie felt a bit embarrassed. After some contemplation, he slowly shared his story. I am the general manager of Chen Lima Game Company. As I told you, entrepreneurship is a very difficult thing. Although I have 5 companies, only one of them is profitable. This company has developed a new game that is about to be launched. Most of my funds have been invested in this game. If something unexpected happens now, I'm afraid I will go bankrupt. After speaking, he looked up at Shu Chen and earnestly said, Master, although I did come in casually today, but before, I have watched your live stream. Originally, I didn't quite believe in fortune-telling places like this, but today you read my palm and knew everything about me. I am truly convinced. With that, he gave Shu Chen a thumbs up. I want to know now, what will our game policy be in the future? Shu Chen pretended to contemplate and said in a deep voice, I understand how you feel, but some things cannot be forced. Upon hearing his words, Jolie was momentarily stunned. He immediately said loudly, Master, I will pay you more, just tell me one result. Shu Chen shook his head and said, This is not about money, it's about the overall trend. Seeing his expression, Jolie suddenly had a realization. Are you saying that there will be problems ahead? Shu Chen looked at him approvingly and said, It's okay, everything will pass. Not long, a couple of months. Success will only be left to those who are prepared. Jolie, being a smart person, immediately understood Shu Chen's meaning. He stood up, bowed respectfully to Shu Chen, and said, I will remember the master's words. Then he took out his phone and earnestly asked, Master, how is the fee calculated? Shu Chen casually pointed to the QR code on the table, just pay as you see fit. Jolie was once again surprised by the master's unique behavior. After some contemplation, he scanned the QR code, entered a number, and then calmly said to Shu Chen, Today, with the master's guidance, if you ever need my help in the future, I will be there. After that, he turned and left. Shu Chen nodded slightly. He is someone who gets things done. Just as Shu Chen was about to continue resting with his eyes closed, his phone rang. Ding ding ding. Shu Chen picked it up, showing a happy expression, and answered the call. You kid, you finally know to come back. The caller was Shu Chen's childhood friend and best friend, Gu Hao. Not only handsome and well-built, he was an authentic second-generation rich kid, with family businesses all over the city. This person had nothing but money. The two grew up together, sharing everything. Gu Hao could give Shu Chen $5 out of his 10. Shu Chen was also a loyal friend, helping Gu Hao in fights and with girls. They were true buddies who had stolen chickens, carried guns, and flirted with girls together. However, Gu Hao went abroad a few years ago, supposedly for business, and Shu Chen didn't know what he was up to. It was known that he would return to the country, but the exact time was uncertain. Today, he had already called. Gu Hao's voice was cheerful and sunny. "Xianji, I'm back. If you're free, come pick me up at the airport. Let me see what my good brother has become." Chu Chen laughed on the phone. "Sure, no problem. When will you arrive?" After setting the time to pick him up, Chu Chen directly hung a closed sign at the door. "I sent a message to Sichu, explaining that I would be home late to pick up my good brother at the airport. Men who report on time usually get their wives' permission." With a word of approval, Chu Chen's actions for tonight were approved. Chu Chen, who received the text message, had already driven straight to the airport. But because Chu Chen left quickly, he did not notice the changes happening on the antique street at this time. A banner for a stone gambling event was already hanging at the entrance of Zhaishir residence. Several people were chatting away. Everyone must come to support this stone gambling event this year. A middle-aged man in a white coat and black pants was bowing to the people around him. His demeanor was good, and he spoke with confidence. His thick hair did not quite match his appearance. The people around him responded politely. "Master Qin is too polite. Of course, we will all be there tomorrow. We always come on time every year, and this year is no exception." After exchanging pleasantries, one person asked, "I heard that Master Qin has obtained another batch of materials from the old mines in Myanmar this year, right?" Master Qin was a very well-connected guy. Every year during the stone gambling event, he could bring in a batch of good materials, and he could cut out some good pieces as well. Last year, he even cut out a glass-type jade worth 1 billion. Slowly, Master Qin's reputation grew, and naturally, his place became the most popular. The stone gambling event was held at his Zhaishir residence every year. These people all knew Master Qin's abilities, so they came early to help set up the venue and gather information in advance, knowing that if they could produce good materials, the profits would be substantial. Although some might spend all their money without success, the profits from stone gambling were too tempting to resist. This attracted more and more people. Master Qin rubbed his head and said with a smile, "We get new materials every year, and you will see them at our stone gambling event tomorrow." The others didn't press him for more information since the stone gambling event was starting the next day. They would see the materials then. Meanwhile, Chu Chen's car had already arrived at the airport, where Gu Hao had been waiting for a long time. "Wow, Xian, it's been years, and you look great." Chu Chen greeted his good friend warmly. "You, on the other hand, have lost so much weight in these years?" Gu Hao sighed. "Don't mention it, those hamburgers and fries abroad. Hurry, take me to have hot pot, I've been craving it." As they chatted, they drove out of the airport. "By the way, Xian, how's your wife?" Gu Hao couldn't resist asking about Chu Chen's love life. "She's doing well. My wife just got promoted and is working overtime now." Gu Hao looked surprised. "Wasn't there talk of divorce recently?" Chu Chen just smiled. "It's all settled, and now we're going to live happily together." Impressed, Gu Hao exclaimed, "That's my Xian. So, Xian, what are you busy with now?" Gu Hao knew about Chu Chen's past behavior. This time, he came back to involve Chu Chen in a business venture. Men, of course, focus on making money. "I opened a fortune-telling shop, and business is going well." "What? A fortune-telling shop?" Gu Hao was completely surprised by the shop Chu Chen had opened. It was beyond his expectations. "Yes, you heard that right, a fortune-telling shop," Chu Chen confirmed. "Wow, Xian, it's been years, and your business is booming." However, Chu Chen had no intention of telling him the details. On the one hand, the fewer people who know about this, the better. On the other hand, he may not necessarily believe that such a thing exists. "It's just for fun, fooling those who believe in fate," Chu Chen said casually. However, Gu Hao did not think so. After returning this time, he had a strong feeling that Chu Chen had changed a lot. "When you have time, take me to your shop to have a look." Gu Hao was really curious. Chu Chen runs a fortune-telling shop. Isn't this equivalent to aliens landing on Earth? Chu Chen laughed. "No problem, but after you rest well and adjust to the time difference, I will take you to my shop." "Okay, Su Ge, let's do that," Gu Hao said excitedly, dancing in the passenger seat. After a satisfying meal, Chu Chen drove Gu Hao back to his villa before returning home himself. The next day, the Antique Street's jade gambling event officially began. All the jade jewelry merchants in the city came to the venue one after another. They wanted to see who would have good luck this year. Chu Chen was a bit stunned as soon as he entered the Antique Street. It was already crowded with people, walking around as if discussing something lively. The parking spaces that were usually not full on this street were now packed. Chu Chen was surprised. When did this street become so crowded? After finally parking his car, he saw a banner hanging at the entrance of a large courtyard. "Jade gambling event?" Chu Chen muttered to himself after reading the banner. Chu Chen had heard of jade gambling before, but it had nothing to do with him. He had never had much money before, even eating was a problem, let alone playing jade gambling. He glanced at it, feeling uninterested. But just as he was about to turn around and leave, a bold idea flashed through his mind. Since I have a system that allows me to touch others and know all their assets, if I touch a piece of jade, can I know the composition of this jade? As soon as this thought came to his mind, Shu Chen felt his heart racing. He couldn't help but turn his head to look at the banner hanging at the entrance of the courtyard. Ding ding ding! A hurried phone call interrupted his thoughts. Shu Chen answered the phone, and Gu Hao's cheerful voice came through. Su Go, where are you playing? Take me with you. Have you adjusted to the time difference? Shu Chen sighed, marveling at the young man's good health. He completely forgot that he was only a year or two older than Gu Hao. Gu Hao's voice came from the other end, indifferent. I adjusted a long time ago, my body is fine, don't worry. Alright, if you have nothing to do, come over and play, I'll send you the address. Okay. Shu Chen sent the location of the antique street to Gu Hao. Playing jade gambling is a costly affair, so it naturally requires wealthy people to participate. Shu Chen looked up at the banner, then turned and walked towards his fortune-telling shop. Even if he wanted to play jade gambling, he had to wait for Gu Hao to arrive. After all, he was the investor. Brewing a pot of good tea, watching a good movie. Shu Chen sat in front of the computer, drinking tea and watching a movie. Despite the bustling antique street today, no one entered his fortune-telling shop, so he didn't start the live broadcast. After watching a movie, Gu Hao had already pushed the door open and entered, sweating profusely. He complained, "What day is it today? Why is this street so crowded? There's no place to park." Shu Chen casually picked up a cup and poured tea for him. There's a jade gambling event today, and people are here to watch. Gu Hao didn't hesitate, picked up the cup and drank, his face showing excitement. Jade gambling event? Such a fun thing, let's go and take a look. Shu Chen looked up at him. You know, I don't have much money on me. Tisk, who said you have to pay? Let's go and take a look, we don't have to buy anything. Seeing this, Shu Chen no longer declined, and the two of them went straight to the gambling stone venue together. They entered the courtyard of Zhaishir residence. Here, various types of raw materials of different sizes and shapes were already placed. There were quite a few people, and it seemed that almost all the businessmen in the city who were in the jade and stone business had come. There were also some who were just there for the excitement, discussing the quality of the stones in groups of 2 or 3. Whether they understood or not, they could all talk nonsense about it. The courtyard was crowded with people, noisy and no different from a vegetable market. Some people were selecting the stones they liked, while others were spreading knowledge about gambling stones. Around the machine for gambling stones at the back of the courtyard, there were already quite a few people gathered. Some had already selected their stones and were preparing to cut them on the machine. Among the onlookers, there were occasional exclamations. Gu Hao easily got excited when he saw many people. Xiangu, the scene is quite big today. Shu Chen didn't say anything, just looked around the booths one by one. Although Shu Chen also had a shop on this antique street, he didn't interact much with other shop owners on a regular basis, and few people knew him. So when he walked into the courtyard with Gu Hao, everyone just thought he was an ordinary young tourist. The shopkeeper Qin had long been introducing the source of the stones to the onlookers at his booth. As an experienced stall owner, his booth was divided into 4 areas: low-end, mid-range, high-end, and top-grade, corresponding to prices of 50,000, 500,000, 3 million, and 10 million respectively. Ladies and gentlemen, most of the materials I have here were purchased in Myanmar. Those who know will know that Myanmar has a lot of materials, making it easy to produce good products. Most of the good materials produced last year came from me. You can take a look. Once you decide, we will immediately move the material to the back for cutting. Qin spoke tirelessly and with a good attitude, attracting the most people around his booth. Although many people were watching, there weren't actually many who dared to make a move. After all, whether it was a 50,000 or a 10 million material, producing something good was like heaven, but failing to do so was like hell. Would you spend money to buy waste? While Qin was enthusiastically introducing the stones, the wealthy Lu Fa, who had produced $1 billion glass seed jade last year, was already standing in front of him. Oh, isn't this Mr. Lu? Qin, seeing an old acquaintance and a god of wealth, quickly greeted him politely. There were also many people around Lu Fa, constantly asking him questions. Mr. Lu, how many materials do you plan to open this year? Mr. Lu, your luck will definitely be good this year. Mr. Lu, I will buy stones with you this year. For a while, it was lively around Lu Fa. But no matter how others asked, Lu Fa remained silent, focusing only on looking at the various stones. Upon hearing Qin's voice, he smiled and said, Mr. Qin, I'm here to support you. Welcome, welcome. Take a look at the materials I have prepared for you this year. I guarantee you will be satisfied. Lu Fa nodded in satisfaction. Mr. Qin, you will make a fortune this year. Thank you for your kind words. Qin bowed, then asked, Mr. Lu, how many materials are you planning to open today? Lu Fa smiled lightly. No rush, no rush. I'll take another look. Sure, take your time. Come over if you need anything. Qin said politely. Gu Hao, who had been wandering around for a while, looked around curiously. Xian Gu, have you found any stones you like? Chu Chen really wanted to see if his system could determine the composition of these stones, but there were too many people, and he hadn't had the courage to make a move. He replied casually to Gu Hao's question, just looking around, no rush. After passing several booths, Chu Chen stopped at Qin's booth. He looked at the signs on the stones indicating prices of 50,000, 500,000, 3 million, and 10 million. I can't help but be a little curious. Boss, your stall looks quite professional. Qin, the shop owner, looked Chu Chen up and down, thinking he was just a regular tourist, and politely said, Young man, I've been working with stone for over 10 years, so I naturally know how to make it convenient for customers to view the materials. Chu Chen nodded slightly and asked, Boss, can I touch these stones? Gu Hao also came over, looking at the price range on Qin's stall, and couldn't help but joke, oh, quite professional indeed. Qin saw these two young men hanging around as if playing and had already recognized that they were just white-necked. Seeing Chu Chen asking questions, he said, You can touch the stones, it's not like they're women, touching won't damage them. Chu Chen smiled, Boss, you're really humorous. After speaking, he casually touched a stone worth 50,000. In that instant, Chu Chen almost threw the stone away. Because as soon as he touched the stone, several lines of text appeared above, ordinary stone, 80% stone material, 20% glass material. Indeed, the system could not only display a person's assets but also the material of the stone. This system was really powerful. Did this mean he could choose any stone in the yard now that he knew its composition? Knowing the ingredients, this was practically giving away money. For a moment, Chu Chen felt his hand trembling slightly. His momentary abnormality caught Qin's attention. Young man, what's wrong with you? Suddenly hearing Qin's question, Chu Chen finally came to his senses. Nothing, I just didn't hold it properly. If it fell, I'd lose money. Realizing his abnormality had caught Qin's attention, he quickly made a joke to change the subject. Oh, it's okay, even if this stone falls on the ground, it won't break. Don't worry. Qin reassured Chu Chen, not suspecting anything. To avoid revealing his true intentions, Chu Chen raised the stone, examined it in the sunlight, and then casually put it down. Qin just smiled and didn't say anything. Stones couldn't be damaged anyway. Gu Hao handed a 3 million stone to Chu Chen excitedly, saying, Xuanga, this one is huge. Suddenly, a stone the size of a child was placed in Chu Chen's arms. Excitedly, Gu Hao exclaimed, Xuanga, isn't this one big? I've decided, it's this one. However, Chu Chen looked at the text appearing above the stone, ordinary stone, 90% stone material, 10% bean material. Chu Chen frowned, you better not choose this one. Gu Hao, who was still excited, was puzzled by Chu Chen's words. Xuanga, why? Is there something wrong with this one? Trust me, let's forget about this one. Qin, who was standing nearby and listening to their conversation, was not pleased and asked, Young man, why are you saying that? This young man has his eye on a stone, and you're not letting him choose it. Is there a reason for this? Chu Chen shook his head. There's no reason, just a kind of intuition. This was what the system told him, he couldn't say that. Qin smiled, Young man, when others come to choose stones, they have tools and methods. But you rely on intuition? Is it because you have money and nowhere to spend it? Qin's words immediately caused laughter from the people around. Chu Chen remained silent and had no intention of explaining. Who would he explain the system to? Gu Hao asked somewhat awkwardly, Xuanga, is this stone really not good? Chu Chen nodded. Okay, then I'll look at something else. After that, he picked up the stone from Chu Chen's arms and placed it back where it was. The shopkeeper Qin saw their appearance and didn't say anything more. Whether using tools or relying on intuition, the customer can operate however they like. After all, they are customers and the ones spending money. Gu Hao looked for a while but couldn't figure out anything. Xian Gu, which one are you choosing? Chu Chen didn't look at the stones anymore, but turned to ask Gu Hao, how much money do you have now? Gu Hao didn't understand but still honestly replied, about 5 million. Chu Chen nodded, that's almost enough. Qin's shopkeeper's eyes lit up at the mention of 5 million, indicating a wealthy customer. Then Chu Chen's hand slowly moved to the area of 10 million. He slowly touched one piece after another. Gu Hao didn't know what he was doing, just standing quietly behind him, watching his actions. Qin's shopkeeper continued to greet other customers, as they were buying stones and needed to feel them. Just then, Lu Fa returned to the Qin shopkeeper's booth. Qin boss, are you open? Qin shopkeeper, seeing it was Lu Fa, quickly smiled. Mr. Lu, don't knowledgeable people need to see good stones? Lu Fa chuckled. Qin shopkeeper, you really know how to talk. Mr. Lu, take a look at the stones? This year, we are still counting on you to bring out good stuff. Lu Fa nodded, just took a look around, and it seems the stones here suit my taste. Qin shopkeeper politely said, it's my honor to catch your eye. Gu Hao was originally watching Chu Chen pick stones, but when Lu Fa arrived and engaged in mutual praise with Qin shopkeeper, it almost made him vomit. He muttered, is this for gambling on stones or for mutual praise in business? The voice was not loud, but everyone nearby could hear it. This comment also reached Lu Fa in Qin shopkeeper's ears. Lu Fa, holding a stone, paused. Young people nowadays really don't know their place. Qin shopkeeper smiled and defused the situation. Mr. Lu, please look at the stones first. We don't understand the world of young people. Lu Fa picked up a stone, held a small hammer, lightly tapped it, listened to the sound, then put it down, picked up another one, looked at it, and tapped it again. By now, Chu Chen had felt all the 10 million stones at Qin shopkeeper's place. Some were indeed good quality with high gold content, but some were just rocks. After selecting 3 pieces, Chu Chen said to Qin shopkeeper, please cut these 3 for me. As soon as Chu Chen spoke, the surrounding noise instantly disappeared. The crowd in Qin shopkeeper's area unexpectedly fell silent, because where Chu Chen stood was the place for the 10 million stones. By selecting 3 pieces, it amounted to 30 million. Lu Fa also looked at Chu Chen in surprise. Qin shopkeeper was stunned. Young man, are you sure? Chu Chen was puzzled. Yes, these 3. He also pointed to the 3 pieces. Before Qin shopkeeper could speak, Lu Fa interjected, young man, aside from not knowing your place, did you bring money when you went out? Chu Chen was somewhat speechless at the remark. Even if they were asked if they brought money, shouldn't it be Qin shopkeeper asking? What's wrong with this person? However, Chu Chen wasn't angry and asked, boss, should I pay first, or how do you want to do this? Qin shopkeeper hesitated. If he publicly said Chu Chen had no money, and he did, wouldn't that offend the god of wealth? But if Chu Chen really had no money, then he would have encountered a swindler. In this dilemma, Lu Fa spoke up again, of course, you should pay first. It's not just 1 or 2 million. 30 million, shouldn't we make the shopkeeper feel at ease? The shopkeeper Qin saw that someone had spoken for him, so it was not easy to offend others. He quickly smiled at Lu Fa and said, Mr. Lu is right. Gu Hao immediately became unhappy. Hey, boss, if you want to take money, just take it. Why do you have to do what others say? Lu Fa, as a boss, was usually respected by most people, but now being challenged by this young man face to face, he felt a surge of anger. What? I can't say a few words just because I don't have money? Then he looked at the fabric chosen by Chu Chen. The fabric you chose is obviously not good. If there's nothing good when it's cut, how can you pay the shopkeeper for the fabric? Chu Chen frowned. When you buy fabric, you have to pay for it. Then he turned to Qin the shopkeeper. Boss, credit card or cash? The shopkeeper Qin was really surprised this time. A young man who looked so young spoke so arrogantly? But since the conversation had reached this point, the shopkeeper Qin was afraid that if he sold the fabric and didn't receive payment, so he said, the store supports credit card and various payment methods. You can pay however you like. Well, since I can use a credit card, then let's use a credit card. Chu Chen took out his card without hesitation. Gu Hao quickly said, Shen, I still have money, you can use it. Chu Chen shook his head, keep your money, I'll help you choose one later. When this was said, Lu Fa seized the loophole in the conversation. So, are you sure you can pick out good material? Gu Hao was almost annoyed to death by this person. Why did this person have to interrupt every time he spoke? What's wrong with you? I'm talking to my brother, why do you have to interrupt? Lu Fa couldn't bear it anymore. No one had ever talked to him like this before. You, young man, what's your attitude? Can't I ask a question? Gu Hao wanted to say more, but was stopped by Chu Chen. Alright, don't argue with the old man. Ha ha, Gu Hao almost burst out laughing at this statement. Chu Chen either didn't speak or directly shut others up with a single sentence. Gu Hao secretly gave him a thumbs up. Although Lu Fa looked older than Chu Chen and Gu Hao, he was not yet considered old, at most a middle-aged big brother. However, Chu Chen's words really angered Lu Fa. Kid, don't be too arrogant. Do you know there is always someone better out there? At such a young age, you've only played with stone gambling for a few years, and you dare to talk big. Qin the shopkeeper watched from the side, feeling anxious. These 2 young men might not know, but he understood Lu Fa very well. Although Lu Fa had a company and money, he was very stingy. Not to mention offending him, even in small matters, Lu Fa could hold a grudge. Now Chu Chen and Gu Hao were challenging him like this, maybe he was already thinking of how to retaliate. Sheen the shopkeeper was anxious, but he couldn't say it out loud. Seeing the tension at the scene, he quickly intervened. Gentlemen, you are all my guests, let's talk nicely. Don't be angry, don't be in a hurry. Chuchen was not angry, he just calmly said, I choose fabrics based on intuition. Whether good materials can be cut out or not, the money for buying materials will all go into the shopkeeper's pocket without any deduction. Lu Fei sneered, young people are really rich, daring to choose fabrics based on feelings. This is 30 million, not 300 yuan. Besides, the 3 pieces of fabric you chose don't look like good quality. As a newcomer, you probably haven't even opened fabric before. As soon as the words fell, the people around burst into laughter, especially those who usually flattered Lu Fei laughed even louder. This young man hasn't even grown his hair yet, and he's already learning to gamble with stones like others. Exactly, this rich second generation from who knows where, wasting money like this. Indeed a newcomer, even our Mr. Lu doesn't know him. Waves of teasing laughter echoed around. Kuhao wanted to say something, but was once again stopped by Chu Chun, who said loudly, I chose the material myself, and just now I said, even if nothing valuable comes out. But that's my own money. Lu Fei dismissed his argument, especially since Chu Chen and him had already offended each other. At that moment, Lu Fei's eyes turned to Chu Chen and he raised his thumb. Young people have courage, very good. Can do great things. However, since you believe in your intuition so much, let's make a bet. Let's add some fun to this stone gambling event. Chu Chen calmly said, how do you want to bet? Lu Fei couldn't help but look at Chu Chen a few more times. This young man really dared to bet with him. It seems he really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. How about this, we each choose a piece of stone material, and the one with the highest value wins. If I win, you give me 5 million, if I lose, I give you 5 million. After speaking, he provocatively looked at Gu Hao. What do you say? Dare to bet? Xu Chen might have agreed immediately if he wasn't afraid of others noticing. This was definitely a sure way to give him money. With the system's support, all the stone materials here were not a problem for Chu Chen. Alright, I'll take this bet with you. Gu Hao looked worriedly at Chu Chen. Shan Ji, do you really want to bet? You think I keep my money for, if not for gambling? Chu Chen smiled. Haozi, don't be afraid, with me here, you won't be able to spend this money. Lu Fei snorted coldly, ignorant. Chu Chen was not pretentious either, so shall we start the bet now? Lu Fei arrogantly said, good, let's start now. Then, he took out a magnifying glass and continued to select at Chen's booth. Chu Chen made no move, just pointed to the 3 he had just selected. Boss, I want these 3, help me open them after Mr. Lu has made his selection. He took out his bank card and handed it to Chen. Chen watched them betting back and forth, unable to stop them in time. But then again, if he really stopped them, Lu Fei might hold a grudge against him. Lu Fei was clearly continuing this stone gambling to strike back at these 2 young men. However, Chen also knew very well that no matter how they bet, he would definitely make money from these materials. Seeing Chu Chen handing over the card, he no longer hesitated, picked up the POS machine, and entered the amount. Young man, check the amount, I'll swipe it. Chu Chen didn't even look at the POS machine. Boss, go ahead. Chen saw this and proceeded to swipe the card. Please enter the password. For a spending of 30 million, a password was necessary. Chu Chen took the POS machine and entered the transaction password. Chen actually admired this young man a bit, spending 30 million without hesitation. This bet, once decided, was decided. It was straightforward and ruthless. The people around watching were also shocked, each showing a greedy look. This young man is really rich. 30 million, this is 30 million. Oh, if I had so much money, I would definitely save it and not spend it. You with no ambition, still saving up. Why not buy a house? The chatter of the people around did not affect Chu Chen's mood. These 3 pieces of stone had been certified by the system. Full of gold content. How these 30 million are spent, they will all come back double. Now Chu Chen is just quietly waiting for Lu Fei to select the stones. Lu Fei has already looked through the areas of 5 million and 3 million. Obviously, there are no stones that satisfy him. Helplessly, Lu Fei finally walked to the area of 10 million. Clenching his teeth, he picked up a stone, took a magnifying glass to carefully observe, and observed again. Gu Hao stood beside watching Lu Fei's actions, covering his mouth and laughing secretly. If you don't have this money, don't pick these expensive stones. Lu Fei's face changed, and the stone in his hand almost fell. He glared at Gu Hao, then turned back to continue looking at the stone in his hand. Hearing Gu Hao's words, the surrounding people laughed along. This piece of stone is worth 10 million, Mr. Lu was stingy with money. Show some courage when making a bet. This young man has easily swiped his card for 30 million. I wonder if Mr. Lu is willing to spend this 10 million. Ha ha ha. The jokes from the people around made Lu Fa even more depressed. You guys, stop making noise. It's affecting my stone inspection. With this said, the onlookers instead laughed even more happily. Gu Hao asked, Xiangu, do you want me to pick one for you too? Shu Chen turned to look at him. What, do you also want to have a go? Gu Hao scratched his head, chuckled, since you've spent 30 million, I'll just buy a 3 million one to play with. Shu Chen punched him directly. You brat. Alright, I'll pick one for you. While speaking, Shu Chen's hand was ready to touch a stone. Just as Shu Chen was about to place his hand on the stone, at the same time, Lu Fei's hand had also touched the stone. Both hands pressed on the stone at the same time. Lu Fei took the lead, shouting loudly, let go. I saw this first. Gu Hao angrily said. What do you mean you saw it first? Clearly, my brother Xian saw it first. Shu Chen narrowed his eyes, his forehead wrinkled like the character. Does he look easy to talk to? Why does this person keep causing trouble repeatedly? Lu Fei's expression was slightly fierce, shouting angrily, what do you mean he saw it first? I clearly saw it first. Gu Hao directly cursed. Do you have any shame? Just blatantly snatching like this. As he spoke, he was about to pull Lu Fei's hand off the stone. Lu Fei immediately shouted, come and see, this young man is taking advantage of his numbers to try and snatch the stone I saw first. With his shout, several people immediately stood out from the crowd. The wise man is a hero in the current situation. Seeing that they had more people, Gu Hao immediately stopped his steps. Of course, Lu Fei had more people with him to bully the fewer. Those who flattered Lu Fei, as well as a few people he brought, had already surrounded them. You say we're bullying the fewer, but clearly the most people are with you. Gu Hao stopped his steps, but his mouth didn't stop. Lu Fei snorted coldly, what, you want to snatch my stone and not allow me to resist? While the two of them were arguing, Shu Chen actually had no interest in this stone anymore, because the system had already displayed the material of the stone. Stone material 70%, ice seed 20%, other 10%, this stone only has 20% ice seed, so the value of such a stone is not great. As for the ice seed, the outer surface is glossy, semi-transparent to transparent, suitable for making transparent Buddha statues or bracelets. If the granularity is uniform, the jade is pure and free of impurities, it is considered top-grade ice seed. Naturally made items look much better and are more expensive. If there are too many impurities mixed in, the value is not significant. But with this material, only a simple pendant can be made. Shu Chen had just casually touched a stone. Who knew that Lu Fei was closely watching his actions? Just a moment ago, Lu Fei and the other two were still some distance away, but when Shu Chen was selecting stones for Gu Hao, how could he suddenly touch a stone at the same time as him? Isn't the probability of this coincidence too high? Coupled with Lu Fei's furious state, Shu Chen roughly understood what was going on in his mind. Let him have this kind of stone. The good material had long been designated by Shu Chen. With this in mind, Shu Chen directly let go of his hand, then patted the dust off his hands, since Mr. Lu likes it, it's the one you saw first. Gu Hao was anxious. Xiangu, are you just giving up on this stone like that? If Mr. Lu likes it, then let him have it. Shu Chen didn't mind, but kept signaling Gu Hao with his eyes. What Lu Fei didn't expect was that this young man didn't compete with him, making him feel triumphant. That's right. Young people should respect their elders. As he spoke, he lifted the stone with both hands. Then he took out a small magnifying glass he carried with him and examined it carefully. Gu Hao was so angry that smoke seemed to be coming out of his nostrils. But under Shu Chen's gaze, he ultimately didn't erupt again. After a moment, Lu Fei finally made up his mind, pointing to the stone and said to the shop owner Qin, this one, will Qin, help me cut it. Qin, the shop owner, smiled undiminished, Mr. Lu, since you've decided on the stone, how about paying for it now? The smile on Lu Fei's face froze. Old Qin, do I have to pay first? It was only then that he noticed that the stone was taken from the area worth 10 million. Shu Chen interjected, didn't the shop owner Qin just say that this is a 10 million material? Shouldn't the boss feel at ease? You. Lu Fei couldn't contain his anger. This guy was waiting for him here. Gu Hao simply burst into laughter. Oh, today I finally see what it means for the officials to light the fire, but the common people can't even light a lamp. As soon as these words came out, the onlookers burst into laughter. Lu Fei's face turned white and then red. Kid, don't talk nonsense, I didn't say I wouldn't pay. Helplessly, he turned to the shop owner Qin. Old Qin, I'll pay by card. As he spoke, he slowly took out his wallet from his pocket and slowly found a bank card. The shop owner Qin had already prepared the POS machine, just waiting for Lu Fei's card. Lu Fei took out a bank card, but his movements were slow. Qin, the shop owner, wasn't in a hurry, watching him slowly hand over the bank card. Finally, he took the card, swiped it, and paid 10 million. The fat on Lu Fei's face had already started to tremble. Seeing him swipe the card and pay, Chu Chen spoke to the shop owner. Chin, boss, start cutting the material. Okay, please wait a moment. The shop owner Chin called a few people and moved the stones selected by Chu Chen and Lu Fei to the side of the cutting machine. Then he asked, whose material should we cut first? Chu Chen politely said, let's go with Mr. Lu's choice. Lu Fei's face darkened. Having just swiped $1 million, he was already feeling a bit of pain. Since the young man has spoken, let's start with mine. Whether this money was spent in vain was about to be revealed. For those who gamble on stones, the most enjoyable thing to watch is the cutting of the stones. This was a top-notch experience of heaven and hell with a single cut. Although some people had cut stones earlier today, what they found inside was not of great value. Just heard that some people were betting, and now they were ready to cut the stones. For a moment, many people gathered, all waiting to see the cutting. I wonder what can be found in these stones. Hey, the two are betting, with a stake of 5 million. Oh my, they are all rich people. Tisk tsk, this is a 40 million deal. If nothing valuable is found, does that mean the money won't be returned? That's right. The boss even charges for bringing in the material. Wow, this is so exciting. I feel like my heart can't take it. The surrounding people's discussions did not affect the stone cutting. Two workers had already come over and placed the stones selected by Lu Fei onto the machine. Before starting, the head cutter confirmed again, Lu, how should we cut this stone? Upon hearing the question, Lu Fei's face trembled even more. He walked over, thought for a moment, and gestured on the stone with his fingers, like this, start with a cut here. Alright, Lu, step back, we're going to cut the stone. Soon, the workers started the machine. The surroundings had already quieted down, with everyone staring at the blade on the machine. As the blade rotated, it cut down along the place Lu Fei had gestured. Lu Fei's heart raced even more, his hands trembling, his eyes fixed on the blade. With one cut, a transparent green crystal was revealed. Instantly, the onlookers became excited. Hey, there's something. It looks like it's ice seed. It's slightly transparent. Lu has a really good eye. Something appeared with just one cut. Amazing. Congratulations, Lu. Congratulations. Seeing the transparent crystal revealed, Lu Fei felt a wave of relief. Hearing the discussions around him, he looked even more pleased. With clasped hands, he said to the congratulating people, it's nothing, just good luck, good luck. The worker in charge of cutting loudly asked, Lu, should we continue cutting? Lu Fei was all smiles, and upon hearing the worker's question, he immediately said, cut. Give it another cut. As he spoke, he walked over to the machine and gestured on the stone. The worker nodded, alright, Lu, step back. Then the machine was started, and the surroundings quieted down once again. The first cut was to see if there was anything inside. The second cut was to see the size of the material to determine its value. The more material contained in the stone, the more valuable it was. Lu Fei's first cut only showed that there was something inside the stone, but to know the exact amount, another cut was needed. The worker skillfully followed Lu Fei's instructions and made another cut. Instantly, the noisy chatter around disappeared. The voices that were just flattering Lu Fei also vanished. Because with this cut, there was nothing inside, just more stone. Looking at the remaining material on the machine, experienced individuals could tell that it was just ordinary stone. Lu Fei's face fell, and he quickly walked over, shouting, This can't be. There was something in the first cut. As he spoke, Lu Fei trembled, holding the cut material in his hands. It can't be. How can there be nothing? Staring at the cut material, he stood there dumbfounded. The onlookers couldn't help but sigh, oh, this is a loss. This was worth 10 million, and now it's all gone. Lu is really in trouble now. Shoo, keep your voice down. At this moment, the worker in charge of cutting walked over to Lu Fei and asked, Lu, should we continue cutting the remaining material? Lu Fei seemed as if he hadn't heard, just staring blankly at the stone. His heart was bleeding, 10 million. Since he started gambling with stones, Lu Fei had never suffered such a big loss. Suddenly, he stood up abruptly. Walking over to Chu Chen, he pointed at him and said fiercely, it's you. Did you intentionally give me this worthless stone? Chu Chen looked surprised. Lu, what are you saying? Wasn't it you who first showed interest in this stone? The ancient hero echoed beside him. Exactly, when you got the stone, wasn't it quite imposing? They even said we were bullying the fewer people. Why can't it be opened now? Are you blaming us? Lu Fei was suddenly speechless. It seemed like he did force himself to get this stone. In an instant, Lu Fei had a bold guess. He asked Chu Chen with a sinister smile, did you already know that this piece of stone is worthless? Chu Chen laughed heartily, Mr. Lu, the way you put it, I always said I chose the materials based on intuition. But this intuition is not always accurate. If it were always accurate, I would be making a fortune. Hearing Chu Chen's words, the people around burst into laughter. While Lu Fei's face was uncertain, his eyes showed a fierce light. At this time, the workers brought the stone and placed it next to Lu Fei. Lu Fei looked at this piece of stone. It had some ice seed, but its value was not high, at most a few $100,000. For a moment, he felt more and more that he had been deceived. This thing wasn't even worth the investment. 10 million for a few $100,000? Just then, the worker who was cutting the stone pointed at the 3 stones selected by Chu Chen and asked loudly, "Boss, should I cut these 3 stones?" Chu Chen ignored Lu Fei and nodded to the worker. "Please help cut them." The worker placed one on the machine, and the head cutter asked, "Young man, how should I cut this stone?" Chu Chen, in order not to attract attention, had actually selected 1 stone out of the 3, while the other 2 were good stones with enough gold content. The stone the cutter was about to cut was just a regular stone. Chu Chen walked over and casually gestured on the stone. "Cutter, cut it like this." The head cutter nodded. "Okay, young man, step aside, I'll start the machine." The machine roared, and the blade cut down following Chu Chen's gestures. Soon, the core of the stone was revealed. Not to mention turning green, there wasn't even a hint of mist. Oh, there goes another 10 million. This young man's intuition is not accurate. Gambling on stones based on intuition? Isn't that a joke? It's not as good as Mr. Lu's stone just now. The head cutter asked, "Should I continue cutting?" Chu Chen shook his head. There was nothing in this stone. Cutting further would be a waste of time. "No need to cut, please help change the stone." "Okay." The head cutter called 2 people and brought another stone to the machine. Gu Hao couldn't sit still and asked anxiously, "Brother Xian, are you sure about the one behind? This stone is just a waste." Chu Chen patted his shoulder. "Don't worry, let's take another look." Chu Chen's words were like a calming pill, which calmed Gu Hao down. The head cutter asked Chu Chen, "Young man, how should I cut this stone?" Chu Chen went over and carefully gestured twice. "Cutter, cut it according to my gestures." "Okay." "Young man, step back." As they spoke, the machine had already started. The blade slid down following Chu Chen's 2 gestures. 2 cuts. The head cutter frowned, took a bucket of water from the side, and poured it over the stone. Suddenly, a green color appeared on the stone. "Oh, it's turning green. There's something. Just a tiny cut. What can you tell from that?" Seeing the green color, the owner of the chain store stepped forward. When Lu Fei had just cut out the ice seed, the chain store owner wasn't this excited. But this green piece looked extraordinary. This made the chain store owner rush over. Chu Chen wasn't in a hurry, he already knew the quality of this stone. The chain store owner carefully observed the cut stone, and after a moment, he suddenly exclaimed, "This is glass seed, this is glass seed. And the layers are almost reaching imperial green." Boom! The scene exploded instantly. "Wow, impressive, this young man is really amazing. No way, is this for real? Master Qin has been dealing with jade for so many years, he still has a good eye for it. This piece looks substantial, this young man is making a fortune. His luck is truly unmatched." Lu Fei also heard Master Qin's words. His face turned pale instantly. The glass-type imperial green jade outshone the ice-type by a mile. Gu Hao was ecstatic. "Wow, Xian, we've hit imperial green." Chu Chen just smiled faintly. "Calm down a bit." Master Qin personally directed the master cutter to slowly trim the edges of the stone. In no time, a fist-sized glass-type jade appeared. Master Qin carefully held the jade in his hand. Under the sunlight, the jade emitted a dazzling light. The emerald green light was so captivating, it stirred excitement in the onlookers. Everyone was amazed. Master Qin was overjoyed. On the first day of the stone gambling event, he hit imperial green, and it came from the material he purchased. Could there be anything more thrilling than this? Chu Chen walked slowly to Master Qin, watching him mesmerized by the jade. He hesitated to disturb him. A jade merchant treasures good material more than his own child. Master Qin suppressed his excitement and asked Chu Chen, "Young man, what do you plan to do with this jade?" Chu Chen smiled slightly. "Of course, I'll sell it. Even if this imperial green jade is expensive, keeping it serves no purpose. Besides, he spent a lot of money, so he needs to make a profit." Master Qin was surprised. "Young man, you really want to sell it? This is imperial green, wouldn't it be better to make jewelry for your family?" Chu Chen explained, "Not in a hurry, I'll sell this piece. I still have another piece of material, maybe I can get something out of it?" Master Qin was taken aback. Could this young man be so confident that he could get something else out of it? But since he said so, there was no point in asking further. After some thought, Master Qin asked, "Young man, since you insist on selling, why not sell it to me?" Chu Chen was puzzled. "Why, does Master Qin like it?" Master Qin smiled. "My wife's birthday is coming up, and I plan to give her a jade jewelry piece. but I haven't found the right one yet. Your piece seems to have good quality. So, young man, if you want to sell, why not sell it to me? Shu Chen said, no problem. But could you tell me how much this piece is worth? After all, I have a bet to settle. As Chu Chen spoke, everyone remembered the bet. Many people turned to look at Lu Fa. They saw Lu Fa standing there like a statue, pale-faced, lost in thought. Master Qin examined the jade again. The quality is good. I estimate it can be sold for around 40 million. The onlookers were amazed. Turning 1 million into 40 million, what a deal. Look at him, he just made 30 million in one go. This young man's intuition is remarkable. Shu Chen nodded. Alright, since Master Qin has spoken, let's go with that price. Master Qin agreed without hesitation. Good, young man, well done. Shu Chen walked slowly to Lu Fa. Mr. Lu, the imperial green jade I extracted is worth 40 million. Let's see how much yours is worth, so we can settle the bet. Gu Hao was almost dancing with excitement. Today's scene was too thrilling. When Lu Fa heard his words, he didn't know how to respond. The thing in hand, even at full value, is not worth a million. With a look of hatred on his face, he even spoke incoherently. This thing I opened is worthless. Gu Hao excitedly said on the side, Mr. Lu, willing to admit defeat. Since the open material is worthless, according to the bet, do we have to give us 5 million? Lu really hated this young man who talked too much. If you lose the bet, you lose. Why can't you accept it? Exactly, when you bet, you are so proud. But when you lose, you don't admit it? Don't say that, Mr. Lu is not that kind of person. Listening to the discussions around him, Lu finally couldn't take it anymore. Alright, I admit, I lost. Willing to admit defeat, I will transfer 5 million to you now. While speaking, he took out his phone to make the transfer. Chu Chen didn't waste time and directly gave his account number to Lu. Lu gritted his teeth, hands trembling, and transferred the money. Chu Chen looked at his phone and said to Lu, 5 million, yes, it's been transferred. Lu looked fierce and said angrily, alright, we're even now. Goodbye. With that, he turned and left without looking back. Gu Hao happily said, haha, let you be arrogant, but you were defeated by my brother Xian. Chu Chen smiled and didn't say anything. However, the owner of the Qin shop was a bit worried and whispered to Chu Chen, young man, Mr. Lu is not a generous person. Chu Chen understood instantly and said calmly, thank you for the reminder, I understand. The shop owner saw that he got it right away and knew there was no need to say more. Let's go to the bank. I'll transfer the money to you. Chu Chen said, no rush, I still have a piece of stone. Saying that, he walked towards the master cutter. It was said that the material bought at the Qin shop booth was a top-grade glass-type jadeite, and his booth was immediately surrounded by people. Those who wanted to gamble on stones all wanted to take advantage of Chu Chen's luck to get a good material. For a while, the materials purchased by the Qin shop owner in Myanmar were quickly bought at high prices, and Chu Chen immediately became the most eye-catching person at the event. Chu Chen politely said to the master cutter, Master, I have another piece here, please cut it for me. When the master cutter saw him, he admired him and said, okay, no problem, please step back, young man. Then he called a few people to place the last piece of stone on the machine. With 2 swift cuts, the material emitting a green light appeared in front of everyone again. The scene was in an uproar. Oh my, what did I just see? Is this another piece of imperial green? The shop owner curiously walked up and his eyes widened instantly. The color, the appearance, wasn't this the second piece of glass-type imperial green? It's simply unbelievable. The shop owner didn't know what to say. Even the master cutter was astonished looking at this piece of material. Chu Chen had already anticipated such a result. Master, please help me cut the edges and corners of the material. When the master cutter heard Chu Chen's words, he immediately started the machine. In no time, the green surrounding the material was cut clean. A larger piece, with better color, of glass-type jadeite was presented in front of everyone. This piece is even bigger than the previous one. This young man's luck is incredible. Damn, he's already made a profit. Am I seeing things? His luck is truly unmatched. Gu Hao on the side was even more excited. My brother Xian is amazing. Xian, you are truly my idol. Chu Chen smiled and helplessly patted him on the shoulder. You're an adult now, be more steady. Gu Hao excitedly said, I can't be steady, gambling on stones is too exciting. The shopkeeper Qin carefully picked up the jadeite and examined it closely. Chu Chen asked, Shopkeeper Qin, how much is this worth? The excited shopkeeper Qin couldn't contain himself and said, This piece has better quality, larger size, starting at 60 million. Wow! The surrounding exclamations rang out again. Am I witnessing a history-making stone gamble? 60 million. How many houses can you buy with that? Judging by your appearance, with 60 million, you can buy several villas. You're showing off. Do you have 60 million? Shopkeeper Chin ignored the voices around him. Carefully, he asked Chu Chen, young man, how do you plan to deal with this piece? I can't afford to buy it. Chu Chen laughed. As you said, I'm taking this piece back. Shopkeeper Chin was puzzled. Take it back? Not selling it? Yes, taking it back, to make a piece of jewelry for my wife. Chu Chen said with a smile, showing a row of white teeth. Opening 2 pieces of imperial green jadeite was rare even in previous stone gambling events. The shop manager Chin even set off 1,000 firecrackers to celebrate this, attracting more people to select stones. The stone gambling event was now bustling, with the recent gambling agreement and the opening of imperial green jadeite quickly becoming the talk of the town. However, no one noticed Lu Fei hiding in the corner, glaring fiercely at Chu Chen and Gu Hao. Xian Ji, you promised to let me choose a stone. Still choosing? Gu Hao couldn't forget what Chu Chen promised him. After all, stimulated by the 2 pieces of imperial green jadeite, Gu Hao could no longer contain his excitement. Chu Chen jokingly scolded, I won't forget about you. Choosing stones for Gu Hao was not a troublesome matter. Chu Chen pretended to carefully inspect the stones as usual. He went through one stone after another. Shopkeeper Chin looked at Chu Chen in surprise. What, young man, are you still playing? Chu Chen replied, I'm choosing one for my brother. Shopkeeper Chin couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Young man, you really know how to play. At this moment, Gu Hao pointed to a piece of material the size of 2 basketballs and said, Xian Ji, how about this one? I think this thing can yield good results. Chu Chen calmly walked over and touched the stone with both hands. Immediately, the composition information appeared on the stone. Glass seed 70%, snowflake cotton 20%, other 10%. This glass seed plus snowflake cotton combination was extremely rare. To put it bluntly, it was a somewhat transparent jadeite with a hint of cotton, resembling snowflakes. Such material was rare, naturally commanding a higher price. Seeing the material, Chu Chen couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Gu Hao was really lucky. Just randomly pointing to a piece of material, and it turned out to be a good one. However, this piece of material was in the 10 million range. This piece of material is worth 10 million. Do you have that much money on you now? Gu Hao justified confidently. Xian Ji, don't you have it? Fine. Chu Chen helplessly said, what are you trying to say? Gu Hao smirked. Xian Ji, you just made 30 million, lend me some. Chu Chen was somewhat speechless. Kid, are you waiting for me here? Gu Hao slapped his thigh. Oh, Xian Ji, you're too much. The 2 of us are teaming up to make a fortune. This kid's cheekiness had reached a certain level. Chu Chen laughed. You, kid, are really something. Gu Hao said, just tell me if you'll lend it or not. Chu Chen chuckled. Alright, since you said it, I'll lend it, of course. Hee, I knew Xian Ji is the best. Turning to the shopkeeper Chin, Chu Chen said, Boss, we'll buy this piece of material. Shopkeeper Chin's heart trembled. Are you sure? This is a 10 million material. Chu Chen said, of course, I'm sure. The previous investments have already paid off. Let's go for another one. The shop owner Chin felt that today was too exciting. It was like making money until his hands were soft. He made 40 million in a day, and now another 10 million came in. Chin restrained his excitement in his heart. Chang, since you want it, no problem. Chu Chen slapped Gu Hao. Transfer the money to me. Okay, I'll transfer it to you. Although he was slapped, Gu Hao was in a good mood. This gambling stone was indeed exciting, and in a blink of an eye, 10 million went out. Chu Chen swiped his card, and Chin, the shop owner, had nothing to say. Anyway, making money is not embarrassing. He called 2 people and moved the stones selected by Chu Chen onto the machine. The young man who had just made a fortune was now opening the stones again. For a moment, everyone gathered around the machine quickly as if they had received a notice. Still opening. The young people nowadays are really fierce. Which young master is this, not treating money as money? Listening to the discussions, Gu Hao quietly said to Chu Chen, Xian Ji, it's all up to you this time. Chu Chen still looked calm and composed. Don't worry, a man's intuition is really accurate. Gu Hao made a vomiting gesture. Intuition of a man. I have a hunch that I will make a fortune today, okay? Chu Chen smiled, okay. In the meantime, the master cutter had already cut the stone. A faint trace of glass seed was revealed. At first glance, it was also a good piece of material. While everyone was discussing, a middle-aged wealthy businessman with gold-rimmed glasses spoke up. This material is good, young man, sell it to me. I'll give you a good price. Gu Hao looked at Chu Chen. Chu Chen said indifferently, you chose this material yourself, so it's up to you to decide. Then he glanced at him. What are you looking at me for? Do whatever you want to do. Upon hearing this, Gu Hao immediately said loudly, not selling. I want to see what can be opened from this material. The middle-aged businessman was speechless and stopped talking. When encountering a wealthy young man who doesn't treat money as money, what can you do? Gu Hao didn't waste any more words and said to the master cutter, "Make another cut." The master cutter nodded and started the machine. With this cut, a larger area of glass seat appeared in front of everyone. The crowd immediately exclaimed. Qin, the shop owner, was even more stunned. What kind of extraordinary luck do these young people have? Gu Hao looked at the beautiful color and asked excitedly, "Xianji, is this considered a good thing?" Chuchen hadn't spoken yet, but Qin, the shop owner, answered for him, "Of course, this is considered a good thing. Glass seed, with a bit of snowflake cotton, is simply an excellent material. The jewelry made from this will be very beautiful, with transparent seed and snowflake-like patterns." Gu Hao's heart beat faster when he heard this. Then how much is it worth? Qin, the shop owner, was also extremely excited. If the volume of this material is large enough, 2 billion is no problem. What? 2 billion? Gu Hao exclaimed. Although Gu Hao was a typical second-generation wealthy, the money he earned was also hard-earned through hard work. Earning 7 or 8 million a year was already considered good. But now, this piece of stone could yield 2 billion. 2 billion, equivalent to his father's 2 years of hard work. Shu Qin had long known this result, so he wasn't as excited as Gu Hao. The scene was very quiet, with only the piercing sound of the machine cutting. The onlookers, Gu Hao and Qin, the shop owner, were all staring intently at the stone. As the machine continued to slide, finally 2 large pieces of glass jade appeared in front of everyone. One of the jade pieces was almost the size of a rugby ball. The color was very good. For a moment, cheers and exclamations filled the venue. Wow! Today is truly eye-opening. They're going to be rich. These 2 young people are going to be rich. Unbelievable. Honey, I am witnessing history again. Gu Hao was so excited that he didn't know what to say. Gu, this is 2 billion. Seeing his excitement, Shu Qin also found it amusing. A rich second generation getting so excited over 2 billion. Alright, calm down first. Don't get too excited. Think about how we're going to deal with these 2 pieces. Pieces? These are 2 billion. 2 billion. Gu Hao was very dissatisfied with Shu Qin's words. Fine, whatever you say. Seeing that Gu Hao's excitement hadn't subsided, Shu Qin just went along with him. So, let's sell this big piece. For the smaller piece, we can make jewelry out of it and pass it down as a family heirloom. How about that? Gu Hao finally came up with a way to handle it. Shu Qin nodded, of course, no problem. Shu Qin then told the shop owner Qin about their plans. Mainly because Qin had connections and could help them sell these valuable items at the best price. Qin had made a good income today, so he agreed to Shu Qin's request without much thought. No problem, I'll find a buyer for you. Shu Qin thanked Qin. Let me know if there's any news. Contact me anytime. He then left his phone number and WeChat. On the way back, Gu Hao couldn't contain his excitement, driving and singing along. Just when he was extremely excited, Shu Qin asked him a question. Haozi, are you interested in starting an entertainment company with me?